Chapter 61. In this dungeon, players can't tell time, they can only rely on sunlight and shadows. Jiangqi had previously determined from the light and shadows that it wasn't even noon when she first entered the dungeon. A rough estimate would indicate it would take another hour or two for the sun to set. That meant it was going to rain. While she kept the crab cart moving, she took out the tarp and covered the attached cargo bed, covering the supplies inside. She then grabbed a raincoat she acquired later and donned it. The raincoat was a bit large, and even after she put it on, it felt empty. She used it like a rain bag, curling up like a raccoon. Minutes after she was dressed, the rain began to pour down. As the rain began to fall, the road became wet and slippery. Fortunately, the crab cart wasn't on wheels, so the slippage was limited. However, the strong wind still affected the vehicle's speed, and the rain and fog obscured her vision, making the road ahead blurry. Jiangqi felt the road begin to twist and turn. Before, the road was straight, and the crab car crawled sideways on it, hardly requiring steering. But now, that was no longer possible. If the crab car lost its steering, it could easily end up in a ditch on the side of the road. Jiangqi, for once, focused on the crab car's two eyes, adjusting the direction. Over half an hour later. Congratulations on completing today's 60-kilometer goal. Upon receiving this notification, Jiangqi immediately stopped the car and unpacked the tent. The tent was small, occupying only half a square meter, perfectly fitting on the crab car. Climbing up and down, here and there, Jiangqi finally managed to tie the entire tent to the car. Congratulations, you set up camp for the night. Sure enough, the dungeon recognized this tented space as a safe overnight camp. Jiangqi didn't hesitate, stripping off his raincoat and crawling inside to rest. With the tent zipper zipped shut, the feeling of being watched vanished in the small space. It seemed like he wouldn't be photographed in the safe camp. She grabbed a small towel and wiped her rain-soaked fur. Listening to the rustling sound of the rain outside, she felt the tranquility of a rainy night camping trip. She yawned, her body exhausted, sleepiness rising. Sleep, she said. The panel replied, yes. Jiangqi hugged his tail and tucked himself into the small blanket, wrapping himself up tightly, and soon falling into a deep, carefree sleep. At the same time, other roads were also experiencing torrential rain and winding roads. Vehicles lost control in time and tumbled into ditches, crushing or engulfing orb cubs after overturning vehicles. If they still had more lives, they could be resurrected and tried again. If they only had one, they were finished. As the sky darkened and night fell, those who failed to complete their journey's objectives also lost a life. Those who didn't have time to set up camp for the night were also slain by the dangers of the night. One livestream after another went dark. The orc viewers, who treated live streams like electronic pickles, fell silent and sighed. Training, to put it bluntly, is a process of constant refinement and selection. Death and elimination are inevitable. The only difference is that the orc cubs, who had accumulated a few more lives in the previous dungeon, had more opportunities for trial and error. Of course, if the deceased cub's parents are willing to pay a large sum to have it revived, it's possible to revive it. This special service is available to paying players. Among the darkened live streaming rooms, the one that had pitched its tent before daybreak and retreated to rest stood out. Jiangqi didn't sleep for long. Shortly after nightfall, the rain stopped, but a rustling sound could be heard outside the tent. Jiangqi opened her eyes, but without using her consciousness to probe, she simply pricked up her ears to listen. There's something outside, and a vague shadow cast upon the tent. At the same time, she sensed a faint ghostly aura. Could it be a ghost outside? Jiangqi suppressed the instinct to absorb ghost energy and lay under the covers, watching the public screen. There were many messages pleading for help, many wailing messages of the wounded. It seemed everyone was having a hard time, and many orc cubs must have died. The first day was quite difficult, and the next ones would likely get more difficult. Jiangqi glanced at her claws. She was sure to encounter dangers her small frame wouldn't be able to handle, so she had to come up with a plausible reason to overcome them. From the few memories she gained from this body, she vaguely understood that even in their infancy, the Tianqian beast men still had the potential to transcend their genetic limitations. The more critical the situation, the greater the chance of a sudden explosion. She pondered how she would then explode. After some thought, she caused her claws to swell, transforming into the shape of normal human hands, looking remarkably powerful. Her hind legs also changed, becoming long legs. Would that be too dramatic? Or, perhaps, transform into a muscular raccoon like in Pingcheng? Jiangqi ignored the strange creature outside, whimpering and wandering back and forth, fiddling with her body instead. A night passed, and morning arrived. Jiangqi opened the tent to a bright, clear sky. Yesterday's rain seemed to have washed away all the dust and haze, and the sky was much brighter. She crawled out of the tent, still the same raccoon-like figure, and struggled to pack up the tent. Congratulations, everyone. You successfully made it through the first day. Currently, 33,176 players have entered the second day's challenge. In this new day, I hope everyone will continue to work hard. After the dungeon notification, Jiangqi also saw the updated travel goal for today. Day 2 of the highway, travel goal, 120 kilometers. Doubled, with her current level 3 crab car, which can reach a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, achieving this goal is a piece of cake. The only worry is that the travel goal will double every day. Considering the average level of the orc cubs, she felt it shouldn't be that outrageous. However, she couldn't just give up like she did yesterday. She immediately set off, eating breakfast as she drove. She dipped nuts in honey, and ate them one by one, each nut paired with a berry. Today, she advertised on the public chat for treasure chests, but fewer people were interested than yesterday. Perhaps because people were frightened by the danger yesterday, they were unwilling to spend specific supplies on a treasure chest with unknown contents. Jiangqi could only laboriously open the treasure chest himself, then trade in supplies he didn't need for what he did need. After a full day, he had finally gathered most of the materials for the crafting table. On the third day, the mileage goal doubled to 240 kilometers. Fortunately, Jiangqi's crab car could be upgraded again, reaching a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. That day, Jiangqi finally finished his crafting table. The crafting table wasn't a physical entity, it was usually located in the player panel, so it could be summoned and used whenever needed. Jiangqi was very pleased with how little space it took up. She had previously found an axe crafting blueprint. Axe crafting blueprint, level 1, required materials, 1 piece of wood, 2 pieces of iron. She had the materials, so she immediately started crafting on the crafting table. 5 minutes later, a brand new axe appeared. You crafted an axe, and your crafting table proficiency increased by 1. Current crafting table level, level 1. Upgrading requires 1000 proficiency, and the required materials. The crafting table can also be upgraded. Jiangqi immediately posted on the public screen, "We are buying wood, iron, and various blueprints long-term, and selling axes long-term." The number of people alive today was only over 20,000, and the public screen had become even bleaker. However, even after she posted her announcement, many people still came to ask. Jiangqi quickly acquired a large supply of axe raw materials, sold several axes, and received 2 blueprints. Bow and arrow crafting blueprint, level 1, required materials, bow, 2 wood, 2 iron blocks, 1 rope, arrow, 1 wood, 1 iron block. Tire crafting blueprint, level 1, required materials, 2 rubber blocks, 1 iron block. She immediately set to work on the crafting table, first making a bow and arrow for herself. The bow was a bit large and heavy for her small frame, but she thought it had decent accuracy and power. Finally, she had a long-range weapon. She then posted on the public screen, "Universal tires for sale, suitable for any vehicle. Bows and arrows for sale. Bow users must be at least 1 meter tall, and able to lift over 30 kilograms." The public screen suddenly became lively. "Tires for sale. I want one. My tire's been flat for 2 days, and I can't get it out even after opening it. I want one. I need tires for a car upgrade. I need bows and arrows. How much do I charge?" Soon, over 50 tires, and over 20 sets of bows and arrows were ordered. As for the supplies she needed to order, they were naturally the supplies she needed to upgrade her crafting station and crab cart. While driving, Jiangqi kept the crafting station running, allowing it to automatically produce tires and bows and arrows. He spent most of his time in the car, answering messages, observing the road for treasure chests, and occasionally opening them. The 4th day's travel goal was still 240 kilometers. On the 5th and 6th days, the travel goal was 480 kilometers. On the 7th day, the travel goal was 960 kilometers. That same day, Jiangqi's crab cart was upgraded to level 6, boasting a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. This was already a formidable speed, and also the crab cart's limit. At this point, the number of players remaining in the dungeon had fallen below 5,000. This elimination rate exceeded Jiangqi's expectations. He had assumed paying players were simply trying to gild their reputations, but he hadn't expected it to be so brutal. With so few players, there were also few buyers. The level 1 crafting station was already in demand, So Jiangqi, to increase his proficiency, only crafted arrows, saving each one he made. In the afternoon, just as his crafting station proficiency was about to reach 1,000, a toll booth suddenly appeared ahead. A uniformed fox waved a baton, commanding, "Come on, check the scales. Overloading will incur a fine." The level 6 crab cart was already enormous, and quite heavy in itself. The cargo bed also held a large amount of miscellaneous supplies, a significant portion of which were materials she needed to upgrade her crafting station. Jiangqi wasn't sure if it was overloaded. If the fine meant confiscating the supplies, how would she upgrade her crafting station? Gathering so many materials wouldn't be easy. She decided to delay until she could upgrade the crafting station, so she stopped the car and watched the fox unmoved. The fox said in a disapproving tone, "Why did you stop? Come over here and get weighed." Jiangqi got out of the driver's seat and crouched against the window, clutching his lunch box. "I'm hungry. I eat first, and then weigh myself." Such a tiny creature crawling out of such a large car. The fox looked Jiangqi up and down with a hint of disbelief, his attitude growing increasingly arrogant and dismissive. "You can weigh yourself first and then eat. Don't waste everyone's time." "Jiangqi, I'm hungry, my blood sugar is low, and my hands are shaking. I can't drive." "Fox, did you think I was blind earlier? Didn't you see you drove the car so steadily? And your hands are shaking just for this last little stretch? I can help you drive. If you exceed the time limit, the toll booth will be closed." "Jiangqi, how can someone touch my steering wheel?" "Mr. Fox, don't you know we raccoons have a strong sense of territory?" "Fox, I heard of tigers and lions being very territorial, but I never heard of raccoons being so territorial. Besides, even if I'm strong, so what? Can you still bite me?" The fox, relying on its size, rushed over and tried to pull Jiangqi out of the car window. Jiangqi jumped to avoid it in panic, accidentally opening his lunch and letting the black, winged ants inside fly towards the fox. She also accidentally knocked over a box of nuts, and while dodging the insects, the fox stepped on the round, hard nuts and fell flat on his face. Jiangqi also accidentally knocked over a jar of honey, which smeared the fox's eyes. Flying ants buzzed over, further covering his eyes. Jiangqi cried out in pain, "On my lunch." Mr. Fox cried out in despair, "On my eyes." Chapter 62. "Ha ha ha, I told you she had a plan. I was wondering why she kept this bug and that bug, but she didn't eat them herself. Turns out she was using them as weapons. Baby's aim is as good as ever. Every drop of honey hits the target." The orcs watching the live stream couldn't help but laugh as Jiangqi made the toll booth fox look miserable. Now, fewer than 5,000 live streams were still active, and the number of viewers in each had increased. The most popular one was that of the crippled raccoon. This week, they watched as other cubs, strong, not so strong, normal, and crippled, were eliminated one by one, their live streams going dark one by one. But this initially underappreciated raccoon persevered. The other cubs who survived the elimination were all scarred to varying degrees, but she remained completely unscathed, her health still at 10. You say she's amazing, but she doesn't act that way. It's just that each time, by sheer luck, she avoids danger. While other cubs toiled tirelessly upgrading their vehicles, she easily bought materials by trading treasure chests and selling items crafted at the crafting table, as if the other cubs were merely tools for her to gather materials. While other cubs rushed their vehicles, their tires scuffed to the point of sparks, she was clearly moving at full speed, yet she found time to eat and drink in the car. She always reached her destination early, and set up camp. Once the crab car reached level 5, it had a covered cabin, so there was no need for a separate tent, the cabin itself was a campsite. Although the camera couldn't capture what was going on inside the car, only the driver's seat at best, watching her trade this, and that every day made it clear that she, like a hard-working little bee, had decorated her car with exquisite comfort. Just like watching the other cubs' live streams, it was so miserable, so hard, so exhausting, yet she persevered through her struggles. Watching her live stream, she travel, eat, find a treasure chest, drag it back, eat, see the scenery, eat, craft, eat, sleep. Yes, this little raccoon really loved eating, especially nuts and sweets. After a week, she gained weight, her cheeks puffed out. Others came to survive, but she seemed to be on vacation. As a result, Juan Xiukon's livestream became the most popular electronic pickled mustard greens. I don't know how much they collected from viewers, but the money never reached the original owner. At the toll booth, as the fox washed the honey from his eyes, Jiangqi's crafting station finally reached 1,000 proficiency points. Jiangqi clicked to upgrade. The pile of materials in the carriage flew toward the workbench, and the entire workbench began to creak and change. Jiangqi waited, crouching on a sturdy crab leg, using both emotional and logical tactical tactics with Mr. Fox, stalling for time. I really didn't mean to. You were trying to catch me, and I got so startled that I dropped my lunchbox. The fox's eyes were swollen like walnuts from the flying ants, and the hairless areas of his face were also gnawed red and swollen. He jumped with a face full of red spots. Accidental. You're so careless, you hit me. Jiangqi spread his paws. That's because you got your face too close. Mr. Fox, remember to protect your face from now on. Don't get close enough to get hit. The fox's fur exploded with rage, its tail suddenly erupting from behind, lashing out. You're looking for death. Jiangqi leaped up and glided lightly onto the car roof. From a small pocket on his shirt, he pulled out a small slingshot, and from another, pulled out a nut. With a swish, the nut ricocheted, hitting the fox squarely in the eye. Ah! The fox stumbled. Jiangqi swiftly launched several more slingshots, each aimed at the fox's eyes, forcing the fox back in retreat. Ah! Damn it! The fox's eyes, swollen and painful from the blow, suddenly transformed into a beast, dropping to all fours, its fur flaming red, its massive tail raised high. Its face gleamed fiercely, its fangs sharp, and with a roar, it lunged at Jiangqi on the car roof. The giant fox versus the tiny raccoon. The winner was obvious. The next moment, Jiangqi produced a large bow from nowhere, and at the same time, her raccoon body suddenly grew larger. Bone crackled, muscles bulged rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a tall, muscular raccoon man. She stretched out her powerful arms, drawing the bow to full draw. The iron arrow flashed with a cold light, a layer of venomous shimmer above it. She let go. Swish. The cold arrow flew free, piercing the fox's chest. Ouch! The fox fell heavily from the air. Jiangqi drew his bow again, and 3 arrows whizzed out in quick succession. One struck the fox's left front paw, one its right hind paw, and one its tail. The 3 arrows pinned the fox to the ground, causing it to howl in pain. Jiangqi finally put down the bow and walked to the side of the car. She squatted down and looked at the fox, its fur standing on end, unable to even roll over in pain. Did I tell you not to send me off? I'm very powerful. Then, with a thud, the fox transformed into a hideous monster, its hands, feet, and tail similarly pinned to the ground. Jiangqi exclaimed, so it's not a fox, but a monster. This monster looked ferocious. She looked at her 2-meter-tall frame, then stroked her muscular build. It was even more exaggerated than the raccoon men of Pingcheng. She looked ferocious now. This was the effect she had designed for herself, breaking through the defective genetic constraints and orc nuclear detonation. Muscular, immensely powerful, a natural warrior, this design and character were quite good, perfectly suiting the orc's inherent savage nature. As for the bow in her hand, she had traded it for a purple treasure chest from a gorilla orc. It required several 100 pounds of strength to draw it. No matter how strong that Starbeast man was, he was only a cub and couldn't use this bow yet. So, even though the bow was good, he still offered it to her in trade. Of course, Jiangqi had paid a huge price to acquire it. As for the arrows, she crafted them on a crafting table. She could only produce 1 or 2 good arrows out of 100. She coated the tips with a nerve-numbing venom from a plant she encountered along the way. So didn't Huan Shaokan have her ultimate lineup? And as strength can defeat skill, with enough strength, she could wield a wide range of weapons, handle any crisis, and more than enough to protect herself. At the same time, after a moment of silence in the livestream room, the screen quickly exploded with comments. Oh my god, the raccoon baby is so amazing. I was wondering why she comes so easily. She must have broken through the heavenly limit. And sure enough, she didn't face any life-threatening dangers, so how did she suddenly break through? Ah! Beneath the softest, most adorable exterior lies the most ferocious and violent beast. This contrast is breathtaking. I declare this year's champion. Our XX school wants this little orc. Our XX school has taken a fancy to the Shaokong baby. He's been waiting in the livestream for days. Stop arguing up front. It's not your turn to snatch the baby. The orc's nuclear energy is so powerful, and their potential is so great. Just wait and see. The Empire will probably take action. Somewhere in the Orc Kingdom, someone also watching the livestream said, after this dungeon is over, let this raccoon return. But there's another dungeon. There's no need to go to the dungeon. If a promising talent like this gets lost in a dungeon, the price of redemption will be very high. That game is always waiting to exploit you. Jiangqi glanced up calmly, feeling the gazes on her now more numerous and lively. She scratched her furry face. The crafting table had just finished upgrading. Jiangqi looked at the upgraded, more technologically advanced table and pulled out 2 level 2 blueprints. One was for a kayak, which required a considerable amount of rubber. The other was for a battery. She had the table working on both items simultaneously, and the materials in the vehicle began to slowly deplete. Jiangqi smiled at the monster below. So can I pass the toll booth now? The monster screamed, its body paralyzed by the poison, its body stiff. Roar! 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 I have to pass the scale then. Jiangqi uttered an "oh." And looking at the toll booth before her, it was indeed the only passable path through the scale. And then, there was the fact that her day's journey was almost over. It was still early, so she wasn't in a hurry. She simply sat down and waited for the crafting table to slowly consume the raw materials. Through the processing table, the heavy, space-consuming raw materials would be transformed into lightweight objects with various uses. Any weight reduction was a good thing. She waited and waited, until the ugly monster's poison wore off, and it pulled out its own arrow. He looked at her fearfully, seeing her frantically jumping up and down, but not daring to rush her. When the crafting table ran out of materials, Jiangqi mercifully said, "All right, let's weigh it." The monster, as if listening to heavenly music, hurriedly guided Jiangqi to the scale. Weighing it, it weighed over 3,000 kilograms. The monster swallowed, then said, his voice weak, but even more timid, You're overloaded. You can only take 100 kilograms with you. You have to leave everything else behind." Jiangqi punched it on the head. "Really? You're not kidding me, are you, Mr. Fox?" "Oh no, should I call you Mr. Monster?" The monster's head buzzed from the blow. This guy was even stronger than it had imagined. It was almost in tears. "Really? Every toll booth is like this. You can only take 100 kilograms. In other words, players painstakingly opened treasure chests, scavenged trash, and collected so many useful and useless items, only to have to leave most of them behind and return them to the dungeon at the toll booth. Especially since vehicles painstakingly upgraded typically weigh over 100 kilograms. For example, her level 6 crab cart weighs over a ton. How much effort and dedication players put into their vehicles. If they were to say they couldn't have them, they'd be pissed. Jiangqi smiled. What a shady dungeon. They're so stingy with paying players. Is this game the reincarnation of Granite? Luckily, her crafting table is integrated directly into the player's dashboard, taking up neither space nor weight, making it easy to carry around. Otherwise, she'd be nauseated. Chapter 63. 100 kilograms isn't much to carry. Jiangqi brought the newly made kayak, which weighed several dozen kilograms. Then he brought some goodies, weapons, water, batteries, and so on, and the entire kayak was full. The monster looked at the crab-shaped kayak with a strange look. "Did you know the rest of the way is by water?" "I didn't know." "So you took this?" "Then I have to bring a vehicle. Since the crab car can't take it, I can only take this kayak." Jiangqi spoke as if it was a matter of course, and the monster thought it made sense. Jiangqi stuffed the less favored meat dishes at the monster. "Here, eat this." The monster was stunned. "Here, give it to me?" "Yeah, I can't carry so much. Before I pass the toll booth, these are still my things. I get to decide what to do with them." Jiangqi said, pulling out another pile of things and stuffing them at the monster. "Hurry, hurry, eat what you can eat, drink what you can drink, use what you can use. Don't be polite with me." The monster was at a loss. I was about to hit you. And you gave me so much stuff." Jiangqi waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "I know you're just working, too. I didn't mean to embarrass me. We all have a hard time, and I feel guilty for hurting you. Consider these things my compensation." The monster was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He ate a few pieces of meat, and then transformed back into Mr. Fox. "You're such a kind little raccoon." Jiangqi smiled. "That's what I am. I've been walking alone on the road for a long time, and finally I met a living person. Come chat with me." The two huddled together, munching on snacks and chatting. After a long pause, they reluctantly parted ways. Jiangqi, dragging her crab-shaped kayak and its pile of belongings, exited the toll booth. After exiting, she looked back, but the toll booth was gone. The road behind her had completely vanished. She was standing on a small ferry, a winding river stretching out ahead. Sure enough, the second section of the road led to a river. Jiangqi pushed the kayak into the water, climbed in, and began paddling. With her current physique, paddling was no problem. Face Panel suddenly spoke. What did you want from that fox after all that talk? After all that talk, the fox hadn't revealed any useful information. Even the gratitude and friendliness on his face seemed fake. Jiangqi gazed at the shimmering river, paddling slowly. What are you talking about? I'm just a cute, kind little raccoon who's incredibly friendly to everyone. Face panel understood. She came to this dungeon on vacation, and naturally didn't want to make herself look too miserable, so she gave herself an upgraded setting that gave her immense strength. But with such immense strength, capable of defusing many crises, it would be a bit illogical if she were to get injured in the future. So, Jiangqi gave herself a weakness that made her too defensive and too soft-hearted. This way, she could be invulnerable when she wanted to be, and injured when she needed to be. Similarly, when she needed to escape death, her death could be justified. Before, she had been alone on the road, unable to perform even if she wanted to. Finally, she encountered someone who blocked her path, and she treated them as a supporting role and performed a full-scale performance. Sure enough, the livestream's comments were all about this. The little raccoon is too soft-hearted. He should have taken the opportunity to kill the monster. He actually chatted with the monster. If the monster had malicious intentions and launched a sneak attack. The cub is really too gullible. The waterway presents more dangers than the road. Piranhas pop up from time to time, fishing for treasure chests can yield a water monster, and strange aquatic creatures will gnaw at the kayak, causing it to deflate. The daily journey becomes increasingly difficult. A week later, Jiangqi encountered a sluice gate. Like a toll booth, passing through the gate required a large supply of supplies. A coy lady was waiting in front of the gate. Thanks to his week's acquisitions, Jiangqi had become a skilled swimmer. He engaged the coy lady in a struggle, but in the end, she emerged victorious. She chopped off the opponent's tail, but didn't kill him. Instead, she fished him out of the water and bandaged his wounds with her own bandages and medicine, fully demonstrating the power of truth, goodness, and beauty. Miss Koi, why didn't you kill me? Jiangqi, because you were forced to fight me. I wanted to get through the sluice gate, so I had to defeat you, but there was no need to kill you. That fox was right. You're truly the dumbest player I ever met. You pay for your stupidity sooner or later, Miss Koi said sternly. Jiangqi grinned like a 180-pound muscled fool. No, I'm awesome. Miss Koi, humph. Jiangqi gave Miss Koi all the items he acquired this week and his upgraded kayak. With his new 180-pound supplies, he set out on a new journey. This time, it was a winding, dimly lit path through the boundless swamp. Take a wrong step, and you'd be lost. The treasure chests were mostly located at the edge of the swamp, some even sunk into it, with only a corner visible. The swamp still held a dangerous, terrifying hand, ready to drag players down. At this point, only a little over 100 players remained alive in the entire dungeon. But those who had survived were the elite among this group of orc cubs. They had all endured extreme danger, having experienced the orc nuclear destruction, their potential and qualifications having risen to a new level. Even now, still cubs, they had forged formidable minds and abilities. The message board had become a team channel for these 100-plus players. They exchanged information, traded items, and cheered each other on. Jiangqi, the naive and innocent, was the one who sent the most supplies and assistance. Even if they opened a treasure chest, found something valuable, or created something new on the crafting table, they would shout out on the board, "I have XXX, anyone needs it?" Of course, everyone reciprocated by providing her with the blueprints and raw materials she needed. The final week was spent on the desert highway, with its constant gusts of sand, the freezing temperatures at night, the terrifying venomous insects and snakes that crawled out of the desert, and quicksand. It was on this stretch of highway that Jiangqi, after repeated observation, exploration, and experimentation, finally connected with the live feed from the sky. After connecting, her consciousness was suddenly drawn into a mysterious space, where she could see a variety of comments. These comments were sent by the audience, from which she gained a wealth of information. For example, she was now extremely sought after, and the situation of other players young. Her consciousness continued to expand, connecting through this live stream to more and larger spaces. It was like connecting from a local area network to a much larger network. There was a vast amount of information here. She saw someone wanting to send her back to the Orc Kingdom after this dungeon was over. She also saw someone comment on the cooperation between the Orc plane and the game, saying it was more like paying tribute, but to train a few trained conductors, it was all worth it. Then, her consciousness seemed to trigger something. In short, the orcs had discovered traces of an invasion. She immediately withdrew her consciousness from the distant orc plane to the live stream camera and then back into her body. Her brain felt like it was being hammered flat and crushed. A huge noise echoed in her ears, instantly silencing all other sounds. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The panel said, "Concentrate your mind, regulate your breathing, and restrain your thoughts. You're too impatient." Jiangqi continued to pant, replying with a hazy consciousness, "This instance will soon end. I have to try and see if I can get some information about the orc plane." Then she could decide whether to flee before the cubs returned, or continue playing Huan Shaokong and return to the orc plane. So, she deliberately allowed herself to be bitten by a poisonous snake that would damage her nerves and consciousness, using the poisoning as a disguise to attack the live camera in the sky. Now, lying half dead with a grimace on her face, she would only be thought to have been poisoned by the snake. Thankfully, this attempt had paid off. The orc plane is training its own train conductor. This single piece of information made her decide she was going to the orc plane. Jiangqi lay motionless on the road, much to the anxieties of the orcs in the livestream. Why isn't she moving? Was she poisoned? No. We finally made it this far, and the dungeon is only a few days away. Who's her guardian? Get the money ready to rescue her. We can't let anyone die in the game. Shaokong baby must come back. Soon, the phrase Shaokong baby must go home topped several Orcish platforms. Some people not only criticized the official platform, but also spontaneously raised funds to bring her back. A certain orc leader, who had already decided to recruit Jiangqi, frowned, but still prepared to negotiate with the game to get her back. Thankfully, after lying on the road for most of the day, nearly covered in dust and sand, Jiangqi finally opened her eyes, slowly climbed to her feet, and climbed onto her new vehicle, a motorcycle with training wheels, and continued on her way. Wow, great! She's not dead. Even after being bitten by such a venomous snake, she's still alive. Amazing. Those who survive great adversity will surely find good fortune in the future. She definitely returned safely. Only a few days left, keep going. A few days later, the 1-month survival period finally ended. Jiangqi emerged from the dungeon, his body automatically reverting to that of a cub. He saw dozens of orc cubs standing on the platform. Lions, tigers, wolves, foxes, snakes, elephants, dinosaurs, eagles, cats, dogs, and more. There were all sorts of creatures. Everyone looked at each other and asked, "Are we the ones who held on to the end? You must be Xiaotian, right? Thank you for trading me the bamboo dragonfly at that crucial moment, allowing me to fly temporarily. You are Xiao Chao. I was so grateful for the medicine you gave me in the dungeon." Everyone excitedly began to recognize their kinship. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Jiangqi, and they all rushed over. "You must be Huan Shaokong, right? Thank you for the fresh meat. Without it, I have starved to death. Thank you for the antidote, otherwise I would have been poisoned by that scorpion. When I was stuck in the quicksand, it was a lucky trade you made me a buoyancy ball, which lifted me out." Everyone chatted, and Jiangqi was almost overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. "Aw, it's nothing, it's nothing. We're comrades, we should help each other." Jiangqi patted her chest, her expression filled with righteousness. She felt like she was radiating the aura of a saint. Indeed, these cubs were so moved that they wanted to acknowledge her as their leader right then and there. Chapter 64. None of Jiangqi's dozens of surviving orc cubs went to the next dungeon, but instead returned to the orc plane. Jiangqi rode the train for several days, enjoying a good meal. When he got off the train again, he arrived at a station outside the orc plane. This again station was somewhat similar to the planned warp transfer station outside Blue Star, the only difference being that it was smaller and had fewer tracks, only a few. When Jiangqi and his companions arrived, another train was parked on the platform. It consisted of 2 carriages, its starry black exterior looking quite upscale, clearly also a private train. Is someone visiting the orc plane? Or, which orc does this train belong to? Jiangqi feigned curiosity and glanced at the panel, then asked, "Can you sense the location of the train's owner?" The panel replied, "Not here, probably within the plane." Oh! The group headed towards the station. A smaller cub like Jiangqi, being held in someone's arms, didn't seem uncomfortable, continuing to eat and drink without a care in the world. They entered the station hall, and then exited through the exit. The moment they stepped through the door, the surroundings suddenly changed. The next moment, Jiangqi was greeted by a vast expanse of brilliant sunlight, a vast square, a majestic and imposing aircraft, and a crowd of people enthusiastically welcoming him, snapping photos with all sorts of high-tech cameras. "Ah! Here they come! Out! Where's the baby raccoon? Ah, I see it, sitting on my arm eating. So cute. finally back safely. A huge cheer and chatter erupted, as enthusiastic as the blazing sunshine. The roar was largely for Jiangqi. Jiangqi, clutching a nut, froze in his chewing motions, his expression awestruck, his neck craned slightly. These orcs also had colorful hair, and some had tails, ears, and scales partially retracted. Most were taller, exuding a wild aura. Aside from that, they weren't much different from ordinary humans. "Ah, the baby's looking at me! Ha, she's stunned. So cute." The crowd was abuzz, some waving banners and posters, all of which were snapshots of Jiangqi from the livestream. Some were in cub form, some in muscular form, some cute and adorable, and some fighting bravely. Jiangqi, TSK, they're quite enthusiastic. But unfortunately, no matter how enthusiastic they are, it won't stop me from trying to steal your company. The orcs went to Pingqing to wreak havoc. Regardless of whether there was any malicious intent, the blood feud was real. She felt perfectly justified in doing anything in the orc kingdom. Jiangqi said to the panel, "Can you help me find a train conductor in this dimension? I can sense him if I'm close enough. I give it a try. Thank you for your hard work." After a celebrity-like airport reception, Jiangqi and the others quickly boarded a flying vehicle and were first taken for a comprehensive physical examination, including an orc nucleus scan and a genetic test. Jiangqi was supposed to be the first to undergo the procedure, but she was deliberately throwing a tantrum and refusing to cooperate, so the hospital had to call on other cubs first. Jiangqi released his consciousness and infiltrated the examination room, observing the entire process, the examiner's reactions, and the results displayed by the instruments. Soon, she knew exactly what needed to be checked, what data results were considered good, and what were considered unsatisfactory. She figured it all out. She thought for a moment, and began to activate the body's orc core. The orc core is a core of energy within the orc's brain. Its activity, density, and size, to a certain extent, represent the orc's potential and power. So, when it was Jiangqi's turn to examine her, the data from her orc core was particularly impressive. Contradictory to this, the raccoon body's examination results weren't as strong. Her orc core is incredibly powerful, overflowing with energy and surging with spirit. She has the potential to become an S-rank orc, yet her body remains that of an ordinary cub, unenhanced. This is quite a contradiction. If her physique can't keep up, the surging energy will only drain her life. Now we can only wait for the genetic analysis results. Hopefully, they're not too bad. The examiner's initial excitement spun into disappointment and worry in just a few minutes. Jiangqi took it all in, yet pretended to be oblivious. At that moment, the control panel suddenly chimed. "It's coming." "What's coming?" Jiangqi was about to ask, but then she felt a subtle presence herself. A presence of her kind. She peered through the walls and locked onto a point in the sky outside. There, a flying vehicle was approaching. A few minutes later, a young man with blonde and white hair, surrounded by a group of people, entered with an air of arrogance and unbridled pride. He arrived before the orc cubs, who had just finished their examinations, and were waiting in the waiting area. Are these the cubs who performed best in this training? Out of danger, the cubs relaxed. After all, they were still children. Some slept soundly, some ate heartily, and some played with their toys. They didn't look particularly impressive. The blonde youth couldn't help but frown slightly. Accompanying the young man was an older, dark-browed, middle-aged man. "Yes, Your Majesty, these children are the best of the bunch. We will train them with the best conditions." Jiangqi climbed a tree, his paws unconsciously washing his hands, as he stared up and down at His Majesty Jin Hao. The Orc Kingdom is an imperial state. Their emperor is called Your Majesty, their royal family members are mostly called Your Highness, and their nobles are respectfully addressed as Your Excellency. In the Orcish context, the title Your Majesty carries a certain divine significance. While not superior to Your Majesty, it carries a sense of transcendence and dignity, reflecting the individual's exceptional status within the Orc Kingdom. Train conductors are so highly regarded in the Orc Kingdom. Yes, this His Majesty Jin Hao exudes the aura of a train conductor. He's Jiangqi's colleague. Jiangqi speculated on his orc species, wondering whether he was a trainee or a full-time train conductor. Jin Hao could sense this blatant scrutiny, and a pair of golden eyes darted towards Jiangqi. Is this the raccoon cub? Jin Hao was naturally aware of the various online discussions over the past month. However, the cub before him was far different from what he had imagined. It looked incredibly fragile, its tiny frame seemingly capable of being crushed to death with a single pinch. Yet, within this weakness, a strange sense of power emanated. He stepped forward, his hand resting on Jiangqi's head. Jiangqi instantly realized he was trying to probe his sea of consciousness. Oh, in Orcish terms, to probe his orc core and mental power. After a brief moment of thought, she decided against any resistance and presented her disguised orc core to him, pawing at his hands and clothes with playful curiosity. After a moment, Jin Hao withdrew his hand and said sarcastically, "The orc core and mental power are both good, but the body is too weak. It doesn't look like they live long." He turned and tested several more outstanding orc cubs, each one stunned by his critical weaknesses. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain in their tender hearts. After the test, his brow furrowed even more, and his expression wasn't as good as when he first arrived. Soon, he and the brown-haired man left the waiting area. As they walked, the brown-haired man asked, "Which one has your majesty taken a fancy to?" Jin Hao said with some disdain, "They have potential, but they're all too weak and small. I have to divert my attention to take care of them." The brown-haired man said, "This is your first time driving a train. You need not only your own people around you, but also people who can share your burdens. These cubs really aren't suitable." Jin Hao snorted and said nothing. The cubs weren't suitable, but he didn't want to take an adult orc either. An adult wouldn't have the loyalty of someone you personally raised. Seeing his displeasure, the brown-haired man asked, "I wonder when your majesty will depart? We can still find someone suitable." Jin Hao sighed, "I don't know when the number will be approved. It's been very strict lately." "What happened?" "Several train conductors have been found to be violating regulations and damaging the game's interests. They seem to be tracking down a suspected traitor." Jiangqi crouched on a branch, silently eavesdropping on the conversation. He whispered to his friend, "Did you hear that? The suspected traitorous train conductor being tracked down must be Myesian alias, right?" The train conductor panel said, "Probably." Jiangqi rubbed his face. "Why does the game assume I'm the same kind of train conductor? Can't I just be a seasoned player who's tired of playing and just messing around?" The panel ignored her complaints and said, "Just as we expected, the train conductor qualification review has become much stricter. Yes, so I can't apply for a number anymore." The game was tracking down Isian, a seemingly random figure. Suddenly, someone came along and applied for a formal train conductor number. When they reviewed it, they asked where the conductor panel came from, or say there were questions about its origins, or even ask about internship details. Jiangqi was practically walking into a trap. "Jiangqi, since Jin Hao is already waiting for his number, I decided to possess him. Snatch his body and identity, his number and his train, and from then on, become a legitimate train conductor. As for inheriting his control panel, would this mean giving up my own?" She had already experienced this central dilemma with Jiasha. She and her control panel had discussed it many times, and decided that she could merge the other person's number with her own. In other words, she only wanted the other person's number, not the control panel. It was difficult, and the risks were great, but it was worth a try. Chapter 65. His Majesty Jin Hao had come with high hopes, but returned disappointed, having not taken any of the cubs. Jiangqi wasn't anxious. She had earlier scratched at his arm, intending to leave a mark, but out of respect for her fellow orc's abilities, she ultimately chose not to. Instead, she turned her attention to the brown-haired middle-aged orc. She imbued him with a trace of ghostly energy. That night, after the cubs were sound asleep, she escaped, drifted across half the city, and found him. The brown-haired orc had already separated from Jin Hao, and was reporting to someone who looked more senior than him. Many of these cubs are worth cultivating. But that raccoon cub isn't quite up to par. Why? It's too weak. The orc core and body aren't compatible. The high-ranking official sighed, "That's a shame. Try to salvage it. If that doesn't work, dig out the orc core as soon as possible." He spoke of regret, but there wasn't a hint of regret. He spoke of digging out the orc core in a calm tone, as if it were just a commonplace operation. Jiangqi narrowed her eyes slightly. So that's how the orcs operated. Peeling off the surface of harmony and friendliness, beneath lay a bloody plunder and exploitation, fitting her stereotype of beasts perfectly. Then they moved on to other matters. Jiangqi, a soul, squatted on the windowsill, listening for a long time until they finally caught on to the train conductor. It turned out that the orc plane had already produced 5 train conductors, 3 trainees, 1 awaiting a number, Jin Hao, and 1 already a full-fledged conductor. The orc plane was able to get on board the game and do business with the game because of the official train conductor. Jiangqi pondered this deal, believing it was a win-win for all 4 parties. For the game, it could collect a large sum of tuition fees. If an orc cub died in the game, it would have to pay compensation, but it wouldn't be much. And if the orcs wanted to retrieve the dead cub, they would have to pay extra. For the orc plane, by throwing out a group of orc cubs, they could select the few most worthy of training. For the cubs' parents, they spent money to send their child off for training. If they died, they could receive compensation and use it to train a new character. Even if they wanted to retrieve the child, it would only cost them a small amount. And the train conductor, acting as a go-between, contributed to the game and gave back to the orc plane. Jiangqi sighed. Everyone was winning. The only victims might be those cubs who had entered the game unknowingly and died without realizing it. But Jiangqi wasn't concerned about that. He was concerned about Jin Hao. As expected, they next talked about Jin Hao. The high-ranking official asked, Jin Hao wants to select young orcs and train them himself? The brown-haired man said yes. He wasn't satisfied with the orc warriors we chose for him before, and he wants to train his own helpers. The high-ranking official sarcastically replied, he's already thinking about flying solo before his wings have even grown strong. He wants our support, but also wants to start his own business. The high-ranking official then asked, are the 120,000 orc players ready? Yes. 60% have genetic damage, 20% are disabled, 10% are extremely aggressive and violent, and a number have volunteered. They're just waiting for Jin Hao's number to be approved, and then they can go. Jiangqi squatted on the windowsill, scratching his chin and muttering to the panel, are these 120,000 players reserved for Jin Hao? Why does the train captain need to prepare the first batch of players himself? Panel, it depends. If you can find one, prepare it yourself. If you can't, wait for the game to assign you one. Jiangqi, genetically damaged, disabled, supermale, and those who volunteered. Does Jin Hao know about this player composition? Is he just disposing of the Orcish Plains garbage? This contribution is truly significant. Under such circumstances, he wants to select some promising youngsters to keep with him, training them from a blank slate into loyal subordinates. Even an outsider like Jiangqi thinks this is perfectly acceptable. However, this high-ranking official acted as if Jin Hao was being overly demanding and ungrateful. Jiangqi commented, this Orcish clan has a serious problem. This Orcish leader is the one who wants Jin Hao to work for them, while also trying to control him. Jin Hao is quite unlucky then. Jiangqi listened for a moment longer, then waited for the brown-haired man to leave before following him away. She followed the brown-haired man intermittently for 2 days, finally obtaining detailed information about the player reserved from him. Then, she drifted to another city, where, in a nondescript hospital, she encountered a genetically damaged patient chosen as a player, selecting a subject for her to possess. She would first possess the player, then use him to approach Jin Hao and find the right moment to strike. Due to frequent out-of-body experiences and Jiangqi's deliberate attempts, her little raccoon's health grew increasingly weak, requiring 3 consultations in 2 days. She was fine in the game, but why is she so debilitated after returning? Perhaps without external danger, her hormones are declining, and the side effects of her orc core's active state are starting to show. The genetic test results aren't promising. I don't think she's worth further observation. A group of orc experts gathered together, mumbling, and after 3 repetitions, they decided to sentence Little Raccoon to death, deciding to dig out its orc core as soon as possible. Jiangqi was fully aware of these experts' movements, and upon learning they were about to take action, she began her own show. Before, due to her sincerity and dedication in the dungeon, she had earned the love and respect of the other player cubs. Children's affections are pure and passionate. They considered Jiangqi a good bear, a good partner, and a good friend, and they were all happy to play around her. That day, while everyone was playing together, Jiangqi anxiously grasped Ying Xiaotian's wings and said, I feel like I'm going to die. Ying Xiaotian was a very clever and spirited 9-year-old eagle-like orc girl. She was already quite mature. Having done many business with Jiangqi, she had a good impression of her and protected her like a naive little sister. Hearing this, she asked anxiously, are you feeling unwell? Jiangqi shook his head and whispered, I heard those people say they wanted to dig out my orc core. They also gave me some strange medicine. I'm drowsy every day, weak, and can't become my powerful self anymore. Ying Xiaotian was anxious. Why are they digging out your orc core? Oh, I think I heard that orc cores can be transplanted into other orcs, or something can be extracted from them. But that shouldn't be the case. You're so powerful, why don't they just train you? Jiangqi shook his head, his eyelids drooping. I don't know. I don't want to die. The other orc cubs gathered around, and after hearing what Ying Xiaotian said, they became anxious for Jiangqi. Some said they would ask the adults why they were doing this, while others said that asking directly would only lead to them being captured and having their orc cores dug out. Some said they wanted to help Jiangqi escape, while others claimed that all adults were bad, and they wanted to escape with Jiangqi. The cubs had only temporarily relaxed after coming out of the game, but now, sensing the danger, they immediately perked up, each one extremely serious, huddled together to discuss countermeasures, looking surprisingly reliable. Jiangqi felt no remorse for coaxing the children. Although Jin Hao hadn't favored these cubs, barring any unexpected events, they would all be well trained and, in time, become the new generation of elites of the Orc Kingdom. She was merely planting a bomb in their young minds, adding a risk that might explode. It was just a self-defeating move that harmed others and benefited herself. Before they could come up with a viable plan, their free time ended, and the cubs had to return to their rooms. They were still in the observation period, with strict rules about what to do and what to eat each day. Though the cubs were anxious, they had no choice but to discuss with Jiangqi during their separation and discuss a solution after their next free time, telling her not to worry. They thought they still had time. Jiangqi smiled a delicate, white flower-like smile, her body stiff and trembling as she was carried away. Her feigned strength became the other cubs' final memory of her, deeply etched in their minds years later. That night, Jiangqi was carried to the operating table. Miraculously, the entire procedure was videotaped, a real boon for Jiangqi. She had been drugged and feigned awakening pain during the surgery. Then, she began to struggle in fear and anger, emitting a variety of shrill cries. Several adult orcs nearly lost control of her. Hold her down. Quick! Don't let her get away. Her orc core is blasting away with energy. Dig it out quickly, or it affects its quality. Her body is swelling. She's about to enter combat mode. Give her a sedative. Jiangqi's acting was incredibly intense, and the orcs resorted to numerous tactics to suppress her, transforming the otherwise ordinary operating room into a scene of slaughter. Finally, Little Raccoon was secured to the operating table, and his skull was slit open with a single cut. Before his skull was opened, Jiangqi floated out, ended the recording, and uploaded the footage from the device online. On the operating table, without her support, Little Raccoon's orc core returned to its ordinary state. On the imaging display, the active, high-intensity signal instantly turned to a stagnant state, leaving the orcs present stunned. Online, the hype surrounding Huan Shaokong hadn't faded. Orc netizens were still discussing when they see Shaokong again and speculating about what institution would take her in for foster care. And then, they came across this bloody and horrifying video. Upon opening the video, the tiny raccoon's shrill screams and desperate struggles were completely stupefying. In stark contrast stood the people gathered around the operating table. They treated the tiny cub with such cruelty and ruthlessness, injecting the sedatives without regard for dosage. Hands held the cub's body tightly, while the terrifyingly sharp scalpel sliced open its head. Orcs are generally known for their harsh temperaments. The law of the jungle is ingrained in their genes, and they have a high tolerance for cruelty and bloodshed. But that doesn't mean they can remain calm and indifferent to the persecution of the cub. Not to mention, for the past month, they've been watching the cub's life, witnessing her innocent innocence and strength, and her numerous near-death experiences. They even developed a fondness for her, treating her like their own digital child, and harboring high hopes for her future. And now, the bloody truth has proven to them that this little raccoon has no future. While they were still hoping to see her again, she was killed alive, and her core taken. Anger, shock, daze, disbelief, and a surge of anger. Especially, when they discovered that the orcs in the video were wearing the uniforms of the medical examination agency that performed the cub's physical examination. They were officially employed, and the operating room was confirmed to be a legitimate one. The shock and anger of being fooled reached a peak. The flames of war erupted instantly. Jiangqi watched from afar, smiling as the orcs attacked the official website. Some even gathered offline and rushed to the inspection agency to cause trouble. She asked the panel, "Do you think I will become the white moonlight of many orcs' tragic deaths?" Chapter 66. Jiangqi's move caused a huge stir in the Orc Kingdom. The orcs had no idea that Huan Xiaokong's body and the orc core were incompatible, and that she wouldn't live much longer. They simply wondered how such a promising young cub could have been dissected alive for her orc core, destined for some powerful young man. They simply believed the Orc Kingdom's upper echelons were rotten to the core, vicious to the core. They developed a deep distrust of the nation, and questioned the safety of their living environment. After all, who knew if they would be the next person persecuted through live dissection? Even before they knew it, similar incidents had already occurred countless times. Thus, the situation escalated rapidly, with people from all walks of life questioning and condemning her, and the nation's credibility plummeted. Even afterward, the inspection agency clarified that Huan Shukong's imminent death forced them to perform surgery, not to extract her core, and that they had not yet recovered any orc core. But Huan Shukong's desperate and powerful struggles in the video, combined with the doctor's words, made this clarification completely unreliable, more like a deceptive statement meant to fool everyone. Instantly, parents rushed out to take their cubs, who were still in the examination center, back home. Cubs currently studying and training at various public schools and institutions dropped out, or were taken home. While the outside world was in turmoil, Jiang Qi, the mastermind behind the scenes, had already arrived at the hospital she had scouted. She waited for over a day until a certain orc succumbed to genetic collapse syndrome. At that moment, she possessed the body. Because the other person's soul was already dead, the possession went smoothly. This was actually the first time she actively used her ghost cultivator's possession abilities. Waking up in this new body, her limbs felt a bit uncoordinated, and she felt extremely weak and exhausted, feeling uncomfortable everywhere. She complained to the panel, "This feels really bad. It's like secretly wearing a piece of clothing that doesn't fit, and is incredibly heavy." After adjusting for a while, she still felt unsatisfied. "I need to absorb some ghost energy, otherwise I can't carry this body." The conductor panel silently watched the massive Tyrannosaurus Rex lying on the ground, struggling to raise its claws. "I told you not to choose something this big. But this is so cool. No need for any tricks. Just unleash your beast form and sweep the entire place. How cool." The interface could only say, "Many orcs die in this hospital every day. Go to the morgue. It's full of ghostly energy." Hee, okay. Jiang Qi floated out of the Tyrannosaurus Rex again, pointed a finger at it, and channeled a wisp of ghostly energy, temporarily preserving its decay. Then, he quickly flew towards the morgue. Shortly after she left, 2 doctors arrived to examine the body. "This Tyrannosaurus Rex isn't moving. Could it be dead? It seems to be breathing. Shall we go in and check it out? I don't dare open this iron door. If it's still alive, it'd bite me like hell. That's no joke. Indeed, it probably won't make it through the night. We check back later." "What a shame. This is the last Tyrannosaurus Rex in the world." The doctor said a few words, looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex with regret, and went on to check on the next orc. In the morgue, Jiang Qi saw a vast pile of orc corpses, some humanoid, some beastly, all covered in blood and a mangled mess. In the late stages of genetic collapse syndrome, orcs have essentially lost their minds, and will recklessly attack all living creatures, including themselves. This process is extremely painful and bloody, so for the safety of the greater public, these orcs are either exiled or shot. If Jin Hao hadn't been about to become a trained conductor and could take these orcs with him as players, this hospital wouldn't have had so many critically ill orcs. However, until Jin Hao's numbers were approved, these orcs would continue to die, dying on the eve of their first glimpse of hope. Perhaps for this reason, these orcs died not only in agony but also with a deep sense of resentment and unwillingness. As soon as Jiang Qi entered the morgue, he was overwhelmed by not only the ghostly aura, but also a resentment so heavy it could crush a person. That's fine. While resentment is more compatible with zombies, ghost cultivators can actually absorb it. She floated in the air, cultivating. Overflowing ghost energy and resentment were rapidly absorbed into her body. A moment later, the entire morgue was clear, and the temperature seemed even lower. After a full meal, Jiang Qi returned to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body and tried it again. It was too heavy, and she still felt a little uncomfortable. She wondered where else to absorb more ghost energy. A hospital like this? Or a cemetery? The panel suggested, "There's a pre-adult training school nearby, similar to a human senior year of high school. You could try it." Jiang Qi, that must mean the resentment is really strong. Jiang Qi drifted over. Even though the commotion outside was intense, the orcs in this school were still toiling away in class. There was no other way. The year before orcs came of age was crucial. After reaching adulthood, they would take a unified exam that shaped their futures. So, while anyone could slack off, these orcs, on the verge of adulthood, couldn't afford to slack off. From a distance, Jiang Qi could see the resentment threatening to solidify. Jiang Qi leaned over and inhaled deeply. Just as the class was ending, the hard-pressed orcs finally had a break. They enthusiastically discussed the latest news. Revelations of tyranny within the imperial leadership, of various factions rebelling in stages, and so on. The conversation turned to Huan Shaokong. "Baby raccoon is so pitiful. When I have the strength, I will overthrow this filthy world and avenge her. My little Shaokong. I was thinking I'd visit her someday. She's still so young. Her life has only just begun. Blah, blah, blah. Every word was filled with sadness and anger. Jiangqi absorbed the resentment while listening with amusement. Even when she saw someone weeping for Huan Xiaokong, she remained unmoved. I truly become the tragically dead by Yue Guang. What a sin! She watched the excitement for a while, then suddenly asked Panel, these people are sad for me, but I just find it funny. Do you think I become a demon while cultivating my character? No. Panel said calmly, you always been like this. She was always like this, with a deep sense of malice and indifference. She showed no mercy to her enemies or those she disliked. In contrast, her dedication to serving her country, her care for her compatriots, and her concern for them seemed more like a hidden second side. Now, completely separated from her familiar surroundings and people, she could truly let loose. Jiangqi almost choked at its words. What did it mean that she was just like that? It made her sound like she was inherently evil. She was clearly a model of virtue, wasn't she? But the panel then said, what's wrong with that? Being a little aloof, a little cold, treating your enemies with disdain and exploiting them. What's wrong with that? It's not a bad trait. It's perfectly fine. Jiangqi paused, then smiled. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. She closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. In the following, in an extremely short period of time, she traveled to every nearby location teeming with ghostly auras and resentment. The soul, now fully trained, floated back, returning to its massive body before the Tyrannosaurus Rex was discovered dead. She opened her eyes, flexed her claws, and wagged her tail. Then, she slowly stood up and paced slowly through the prison-like room, slowly getting used to her claws, and the powerful tail that could be used like mist, and practiced biting with her massive, toothy mouth. Afterward, she maintained a neutral state, similar to the other orcs suffering from severe genetic collapse. She waited like this for another 5 days. Orcs died one after another, and were carried away, gradually dwindling in numbers. But then new patients were brought in, and the entire hospital was filled with the restlessness and despair of waiting to die. Finally, the day came when the orcs received the call, gather together. We're leaving soon. Then Jiangqi saw Jin Hao. Jin Hao was full of energy and spirit today, his eyes gleaming with joy. Apparently, his number had finally been approved. However, this joy was tempered by the sight of the orcs before him. He frowned. Are these the players prepared for me? A bunch of half-dead orcs. They couldn't even make it through the novice dungeon. How humiliating would that be for him? Jiangqi raised his head, his 2 dinosaur eyes fixed on Jin Hao. Jin Hao was immediately drawn to the massive figure. Tyrannosaurus Rex? The only Tyrannosaurus Rex in the country, Long Xuangao, the champion of single-handed combat? Why is he here? Jin Hao was still accompanied by the brown-haired man, who explained, yes, 6 months ago, Long Xuangao suddenly fell ill. He transformed into a beast in the downtown area and attacked anyone who approached, maiming and killing hundreds. He should have been shot outright, but the higher-ups, appreciating his talent, kept him in secret and treated him secretly. Unfortunately, the treatment was ineffective. He no longer recognizes anyone. If your majesty could wake him, he would be your most loyal subordinate. Jin Hao's eyes lit up. The look he gave Jiangqi was filled with anticipation, a rare commodity in his grasp. Jiangqi grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth. Jin Hao, is this really stupid? Why does it feel like I'm about to fall into a trap? But even Jin Hao couldn't help but be tempted by such a master of solo combat. He was the train conductor, and once the other party became his player, even with his limited mental state, he had countless ways to completely control them, earning their loyalty and submission from the bottom of their hearts. So, that slight feeling of unease was quickly put behind him, and he smiled at Jiangqi with satisfaction. Jiangqi was also satisfied. She chose to possess the Tyrannosaurus Rex, of course, not just because of its size and majesty. She had researched Long Xuangao's impressive resume. As the only Tyrannosaurus Rex, he had been the center of attention since birth, and at a young age, he had become a leading soldier in the army. If it weren't for the genetic breakdown that had robbed him of his sanity and memory, it would have been harder to get him to submit than to kill him. Since Jin Hao was eager to cultivate his own confidence and had set his sights on the cub, she bet he wouldn't miss out on this Tyrannosaurus Rex. If he harbored such ambitions, she would have the opportunity to get up close and personal with him. Of course, even if he didn't, Jiangqi would have performed well and gradually edged closer to him. And now, her bet had won. Jin Hao said to the crowd, next, you will follow me to one wondrous place after another, filled with opportunities. There, you might find a cure for your genetic breakdown, or even ascend to a higher level, becoming stronger than you realize. Those present were, after all, a minority who had lost their minds. Most, those suffering from illness, still maintained a clear mind. Hearing Jin Hao's words, their breathing became heavy, their eyes fixed on him intensely. Are you serious? Can we really still survive? Filled with eyes yearning to live, yearning to be human again, yearning to become even stronger, Jin Hao narrowed his eyes, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, it occurred to him that players, like this group of people standing on the brink of life and death, were not without merit. That way, they would see the opportunity to become players as a lifeline, and themselves as their only salvation. He said proudly, of course, but the prerequisite is that you must listen to me and strive to be better. I can only give you a chance for a new life, but whether you can seize it depends on your own ability. Jin Hao waved his hand, and countless streams of light streamed down upon the crowd, freezing a few inches in front of each person, transforming into a player panel. Reserve player detected, full body scan, collecting data. Chapter 67. Jiang Qi had changed her player profile several times, but this was her first time going from reserve to official player. The player panel before her emitted a faint blue light, scanning her from head to toe, front to back, even down to the tip of her tail. After the scan, the panel began to construct a three-dimensional image, a Tyrannosaurus Rex model taking shape on the screen. Body length, head length, tail length, claw size, eye size, tooth size, even the weight of each part and its health status were estimated. It was simply the most powerful X-ray scan, with no privacy at all. You are detected as a Tyrannosaurus Rex orc, currently in beast form. Please transform into human form. Jiang Qi listened to the voice of the panel but did not move. Her condition was too severe to transform back into human form. Please transform into human form. As if a little annoyed by the incessant chatter, Jiang Qi swung a claw, causing the panel to shake for a moment, but quickly regained its original shape. Please transform into human form to collect human form data. This prompt wasn't just from Jiang Qi's panel. Many orcs were also being urged to transform, but either they didn't understand or their bodies couldn't. Jin Hao could only brush it off. If you can't transform, forget it. We collect data on another form later. So, Jiang Qi, bearing the body of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, was assigned to a special carriage, one that could only accommodate her. There were many other orcs of similar size, and Jin Hao's mouth twitched. Just accommodating these massive orcs would require several carriages. The more carriages, the higher the cost of running the train. He only just started, and didn't have much experience to work with. Wouldn't this first order end up costing him a loss? But then he comforted himself. It wasn't that bad. These players were assigned to him by the Orc Nation, not something he applied for through the game. This alone saved him the application fee. Thinking this way, his gaze towards the massive orcs softened. When the data was fully entered, the player panel merged into each orc's mind. Each one shuddered, feeling as if their brain had been split open, something forcefully invading. Then, a voice echoed directly into his mind. Congratulations, you become an official game player. Your conductor's name is Jin Hao. Your train number is Jin Hao 315419. Your seat on the train is. Jin Hao said, okay, now you each have your own player panel. Follow me to the train. He didn't know what he did on the conductor's panel, but the next moment, all the players felt a suction force. In a flash, everyone appeared on the platform. Jiang Qi looked up and saw a white and gold train in front of her. Its design was similar to the one Cunning Snake had, only the colors were different. Furthermore, this train was particularly new. She guessed that this was the original design of the service train, and the interior seemed similar. Jiang Qi was in Special Car 07. Special cars were an addition to the original 5 classes of cars, located between the front and the special cars. Jiang Qi was in Car 07, meaning that she was separated from the driver's cab by 6 cars. Jiang Qi, guided by the player panel, found Car 07. The entire wall opened upward, allowing her to enter. The car was completely empty, and once inside, she had to lie down, otherwise she wouldn't be able to reach high enough. Once the wall closed again, the entire car would resemble a container-like cage. Jiang Qi, She began to wonder if she should find an excuse to transform back into human form. It would be too suffocating. She looked around. The players in Car 06 were elephants, even larger than her, and the players in Car 08 were giraffes, much taller than her. They had all obediently entered the car, and once inside, they were forced to lie flat on the ground, unable to move. Jiang Qi thought, I'd probably enter later. The conductor panel suddenly alerted her. There's a conductor nearby. Jiangqi, is that Jin Hao? No, it's the owner of the private car from before. Jiangqi looked across the tracks and saw that the private car was still parked. Not far from the train, Jin Hao and a woman were walking and talking, glancing over their shoulder. Jiangqi's large Tyrannosaurus eyes blinked. Was that woman the train conductor? Yes, there was a long-established train conductor in the Orc Kingdom, and now a new official one has emerged from the younger generation. It's only natural for the senior to come back and take a look. In other words, this senior train conductor had been in the Orc plane all this time. Jiangqi felt somewhat relieved that she hadn't acted rashly, otherwise she would have had to face two train conductors at once. She was looking at the other person, and the other two happened to be looking over at her. The woman asked, "Is that the silly Tyrannosaurus you're targeting?" Jin Hao nodded and explained the Tyrannosaurus's situation. The woman shook her head. As long as one's talent isn't too poor or their luck isn't too bad, there's no expert that resources can't cultivate. Ordinary players will develop combat awareness after just a few dungeons. With a natural bloodline, they possess abilities even more powerful than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. You really don't need to worry about these players' basic abilities. For us, loyalty and serviceability are paramount. Jin Hao was educated. You're right, I understand. The woman said, there are over 100,000 train conductors in the game. Becoming an official conductor is just the first step. Do your best. Also, don't break the rules. The game has been particularly strict about this lately. Alright, now that your number has been successfully assigned, I'm relieved. I be leaving now. You're leaving now? I'm bringing players with me. I can't be away for long. Jin Hao respectfully watched the other person board her train. He watched the two-car train depart before straightening his back, his eyes deep. Although he had become a train conductor himself, there was a difference between one conductor and another. To apply for a private train license and driver's license, one must have achieved certain contributions and years of service. Private trains themselves are extremely expensive, making them affordable for only the average person. He looked at his long-work train beside him, filled with pride and ambition. Yes, becoming a train conductor is just the first step. He still has a long way to go. Next time we meet, he will definitely not be that junior who needs to kowtow to anyone. Over 120,000 players boarded the train, and Jiangqi also crept into the container-like cage. Soon, the train slowly began to move. Jiangqi didn't need to leave his body to see. Simply releasing his consciousness allowed him to sense people's states. Excitement. Everyone was excited, including Jin Hao in the driver's seat. Jin Hao, in his excitement, couldn't calm down. Once the train reached normal speed, he handed over the control to the automatic pilot and began patrolling the carriages. He began with the special carriages, inspecting each one by one, and soon it was Jiangqi's turn. He stood before Jiangqi, looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, forced to lie on the ground in frustration, and raised his hand to touch her hard, thick skin. It's painful, isn't it? I can transform you into a human form, so it won't be so painful. I can also heal you, but you must be loyal to me. As he spoke, his consciousness penetrated Jiangqi's sea of consciousness. Of course, what he saw was chaos, the devastation left by genetic collapse, various treatments, and self-inflicted injuries. How pitiful. You shouldn't be like this. You should be strong and free. Fate has abandoned you, and only I can save you. Jiangqi couldn't help but roll her eyes as she listened to this mantra-like speech. If she wanted to do something, she could just do it. So much nonsense. Did he really expect to brainwash her with just a few words? What about strong and free? Nice words, but can you give me freedom? Finally, Jin Hao had enough, and as if moved, he reached out to Jiangqi. Then Jiangqi watched as her player panel was sucked away. Jin Hao cut his finger, and a drop of blood flew out, forming a mark that was imprinted on her player panel. Jiangqi discerned the shape of the mark. Loyalty mark? Anyone marked with this mark will involuntarily regard the other person as their master, and become loyal to them. Of course, the ultimate effectiveness depends on the willpower of the marked individual. Jiangqi looked at Jin Hao, and felt that he was no different from before. This mark of loyalty was clearly useless to her. Jin Hao impatiently gave Jiangqi instructions, such as raising her paw, wiggling her tail, lowering her head, and barking twice. Jiangqi, are you sure you're not training a dog? She patiently did everything. Encouraged, Jin Hao asked again, who am I to you? You're the scoundrel I found for myself. Jiangqi just stared at him, growling twice, and said nothing. Jin Hao was a little disappointed. Have you even lost your ability to speak? Jiang Qi closed his eyes, looking tired. Jin Hao circled around her, healing her with the conductor's own energy. His original power was golden, causing a slight sting as it touched the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it was indeed healing the various wounds, both new and old, and bringing a touch of life to its heavy frame. But he quickly withdrew. I see you tomorrow. The next day, Jin Hao returned as expected, this time producing a master-slave contract for him and Jiang Qi to sign. The third day, he injected some kind of soul fire into Jiang Qi's consciousness. The fourth day, he used mind reading on Jiang Qi. The fifth day, he used hypnosis and brainwashing. Jiang Qi, Jiang Qi, Jiang Qi exploded in anger. How can this guy stop? Does he have so little confidence in himself that he's still not satisfied with all the layers of insurance he's put on me? Or is he treating me like a guinea pig? It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Every time, she had to first determine his tactics, then anticipate her own reaction, and then play along with Jin Hao's performance. It's tiring, isn't it? Luckily, Jin Hao had used a similar tactic on the elephant in Car 6. She had observed it beforehand, memorizing the elephant orc's reactions, and thus avoided making any mistakes. But she didn't want to spend any more time coordinating with the performance. With the dungeon approaching in 2 days, she decided, I won't wait. I want to possess her before we even get there. Jin Hao had placed so many marks, contracts, and flames on her in an attempt to completely control her, but at the same time, he was also tightly binding himself and Jiang Qi. Every time he used mind reading and hypnosis on her, probing her consciousness, he was also exposing his own to her. Chapter 68. After 9 days, and 9 nights of travel, our train is about to arrive at our destination, the radiation mutation instance. This instance was once subjected to intense radiation, and the indigenous people have mutated and become more aggressive. Once you enter the instance, you will be exposed to the same radiation, which will affect your bodies. This effect may be a therapeutic treatment for genetic collapse syndrome, like fighting poison with poison. Survival resources in this instance are scarce. Your mission is to survive in this instance for 30 days. Jin Hao's voice came over the train broadcast. Compared to the serpent-like hoarseness and coldness of Cunning Snake, Jin Hao's voice was much more normal, and the announcement was quite detailed and thoughtful. Jiang Qi lay in the carriage, listening silently. She arrived. She didn't act rashly against Jin Hao because she heard him muttering that he would follow the entire dungeon, enter it with the other players, and watch it from beginning to end. This was understandable. After all, it was his first dungeon since taking up the job, and the excitement was still strong. Entering the dungeon as a train conductor, observing 30 days of struggle for survival from a superior perspective, was truly exciting. Jiang Qi decided to wait until after entering the dungeon to seize the other party's body. This train was the other party's territory, after all, so it wasn't easy for her to perform well. Soon, the train began to slow down. Jin Hao once again stood in front of Jiang Qi. He raised his hand, and a force locked onto Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi felt her body begin to heat up, and her skin, muscles, and bones began to contract. In a moment, she transformed from a Tyrannosaurus Rex into a human form. A man in his prime. This was Long Xuangao's human form. Unlike his ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex appearance, Long Xuangao was neither tall nor massive, he was even somewhat short and frail. Jiang Qi hadn't used any mask, remaining completely natural. She stood before Jin Hao, kneeling on one knee, her posture humble, her expression loyal, her eyes filled with admiration. She was like a tamed beast. No matter how imposing and domineering it might appear, it would docilely prostrate itself at its master's feet. She said, Master. Jin Hao was extremely satisfied with the results of his 9-day taming. At this point, the Tyrannosaurus Rex bore within its body the marks of loyalty, a slave contract, a soul contract, a life and death contract, and so on. These were like shackles, shackles upon shackles, and no matter how determined and unyielding its mind was, it would be impossible for it to harbor any thought of rebellion. This man was completely his slave. A single thought could have him committing suicide. It was well worth all the thought and effort he put into her, including the considerable energy he expended repairing her body. Jin Hao said, Get up. Jiang Qi stood up, his expression still respectful. After entering the dungeon, you must improve your abilities as quickly as possible. I won't keep any useless people around me. Yes. Also, keep an eye on the others. You can eliminate any that are no longer needed. Jin Hao frowned. There were still too many people, especially the large orcs. Their presence had resulted in an overabundance of carriages. A journey that should have taken 7 days had taken 9, nearly missing the deadline. Furthermore, the train's operating costs were quite high. He hoped that this first dungeon would eliminate more of the useless people, and reduce the number of carriages by at least 1/3. Moreover, the dead could be turned into train coins, a constant flow of in and out, back and forth, saving both worry and profit. Jiangqi continued, yes. Jin Hao gave a few more instructions, and then left. He had other slaves to lecture. Jiangqi finally looked up, his face expressionless, but a cold sneer clung to his heart. Just wait, if you dare to treat me like a dog, I give you back one by one later. As the train steadied, players disembarked and crowded onto the platform. Almost all of them had high morale, and a deadly murderous intent on their faces. They were unlike ordinary players. Ordinary players were drafted into the dungeon, filled with resistance and confusion, forced into the dungeon to survive. But these orcs came here proactively, seeking life, excitement, and the chance to grow stronger. They knew they were about to invade a dungeon, and compete with the dungeon's native inhabitants for resources. In other words, they were ready to kill. Jiangqi glanced around silently, then withdrew his gaze. Jin Hao's voice echoed through the crowd. The dungeon is about to launch. 3, 2, 1. The next moment, everyone's bodies lightened and then heaved, as if they were riding a descending elevator. In the blink of an eye, they were in a completely new environment. What they saw was a desolate scene. Abandoned houses, as if they had been looted, dead trees, garbage strewn across the ground, unignorable traces of dried, blackened blood, and a cracked, stinking riverbed. This was a desolate world, almost like a wasteland. This place had been the site of numerous conflicts, even a brutal war. Jiangqi appeared behind a telephone booth. From her vantage point, she could see a shabby convenience store diagonally across the street. The convenience store was a one-story building. A parachute dangled from the roof, and several people seemed to be dismantling something. From their clothing and state, she immediately determined they were natives, not players. Jiangqi had no intention of, nor any need to, antagonize the natives, so she didn't bother to alert them. Just as she was about to leave, someone suddenly approached from behind. The sudden presence and the swift, light footsteps suggested a mastery of sneak attacks. Jiangqi immediately determined the approaching force was a master. She paused, not reacting immediately, but simply stood still. Then, a gun was pressed to the back of her head. Don't move. Put your hands up. The native's words, translated into language Jiangqi could understand through the empathy translation function, were translated into language Jiangqi could understand. Jiangqi slowly raised her hands. Then, 2 people swung in front of her. 3 people from the convenience store rooftop, attracted by the commotion, jumped down and rushed over. A group of people surrounded Jiangqi. Strangers? It's them again! Those demons from another world have returned. No wonder communication with the outside world is down again. Ha ha! I can finally get revenge. They stared at Jiangqi with hatred, disgust, and bloodlust, as if he were their father's murderer. Jiangqi quickly realized that this place had already experienced a wave of players, perhaps even more than one, and these people mistook her for one of those players. She was shocked. A place that had been through a dungeon could continue to be a dungeon, accepting new players? Wouldn't that make it like the underground ghost banquet, a permanent dungeon? So, those places in Spring City weren't safe either. Who knew when they would be enveloped by the dungeon's power again? While she was pondering, the natives had already fiercely twisted Jiangqi's arms and subdued her. Kill him! Kill him now! These people deserve to die. Killing them outright is too easy. I'm going to torture them. Wait, they're a new batch. Let's first find out how many people there are this time. Do you think he'd tell the truth? Jiangqi listened to their heated argument and took another close look at their appearance. Their clothes weren't particularly bright, but they weren't tattered either. Their health wasn't in bad shape, but they weren't sallow or thin either. Their weapons were new. The 3 men who had come down from the rooftop were carrying brand new supplies. A quick glance revealed that they included food, water, fuel, ropes, weapons, and more. Most importantly, there were a lot of medicine. Jiangqi immediately thought, airdrops. Thinking about the parachutes dangling from them, it was almost certain that this desolate city wasn't isolated and helpless. Supplies were likely being regularly dropped here from the outside world. There were supplies, but why weren't the people taken out of the city to other places? She looked at these people again. Almost all of them were wrapped in bandages. Where the bandages and clothes weren't covering them, she could see. One person was covered in white fur, another had scales on his neck, another had ulcerated skin, and another had stone-like bumps on his joints. Is this the result of radiation mutation? Yes, it must be because they were mutated by radiation, no longer normal humans. Perhaps because they carried radiation within them, the outside world both sympathized with them and feared them, trapping them in this ruined city. She could even imagine the people here being normal and happy. But then suddenly one day a dungeon descended, engulfing the entire city in the power of radiation. Everyone became sick, weak, uglier, and died. In the process, they had to deal with tens of thousands of players. Later, the dungeon ended, the players left, but the city was devastated, and its inhabitants were completely transformed, never to return to their former selves. The world was vast, and aside from this city, they had nowhere else to go. They could only rely on supplies from outsiders to survive, struggling to survive. Jiang Qi, of indigenous descent, always empathized with their suffering. Furthermore, while she could sense these people were not weak, she could easily subdue them if she chose. So, she didn't resist, letting them hold her down, saying, "I tell you the truth. I tell you everything I know." The white-haired man, who was gesturing with a knife, was stunned for a moment. With a sneer, he tapped Jiang Qi's face with the knife. "It seems these guys are cowards. I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're already giving in?" Jiang Qi said calmly, "This group of players totals over 125,000. They're not purely human, but orcs, capable of transforming between human and beast forms. In beast form, their attack power is greatly enhanced." They were all stunned. Their expressions grew serious, and they looked at each other. "Orcs?" The one with scales on his neck said angrily, "The last 2 times it was just humans, but this time they're straight-up orcs. They're determined to kill us." Jiang Qi continued, "Most of these orcs have genetic breakdown syndrome, which means they're not in good health. The radiation here might help them recover. They're coming here for treatment. We suffer every day, and they're treating this like a hospital. The poison that killed us has become the antidote for you invaders. These people are practically mad with rage." Jiang Qi continued, "Orcs have orc cores in their bodies. These cores can be removed to extract their special energy, or they can be transplanted into others. If all goes well, the transplanted person will inherit some of that orc's abilities and form." The anger of several natives was abruptly interrupted, and their eyes fixed on Jiang Qi. "Orc core? Special energy? Transplant?" Instantly, they understood that this player was a valuable asset. They could be used as a resource. While they weren't sure what that special energy was, and they didn't know if the orc core could be transplanted into them, it gave them hope. They had been mutated by radiation, and despite the efforts of scientists worldwide, none of them could cure this mutation. They were helpless, trapped here, waiting to die. The fact that the orcs came here for treatment suggested that the radiation might be a cure for them. Given this connection, could the orcs themselves also be a cure for these mutants? Jiang Qi calmly watched their expressions change. From despair, he saw a glimmer of hope. From the resolute anger that only wanted to drag the enemy down with him, he felt the fighting spirit and desire to let you die so that he could live. Jiang Qi, 3 sentences, and they turn the invaders into coveted slivers of juicy meat. It's known that the natives here have experienced 2 waves of players, and those still alive must be quite formidable. They're deliberately plotting against the orcs, and perhaps they can actually pull off a form-shifting attack and defense. Chapter 69. The information Jiang Qi revealed was like opening a new world to these natives, revealing a better way to retaliate than simply killing their enemies, and a path to survival they had never imagined. Their blood immediately boiled, eager to gather their forces and launch a massive attack. Jiang Qi quietly watched their excitement, a notification echoing in his mind. "Ding, you leaked important player information to the natives. This is a violation, and you gain 0.01 internship experience." Jiang Qi's eyes flickered. Normally, a violation only gave 0.001 experience points, but this time it was tenfold. This was a pretty serious violation, wasn't it? Is leaking player information a serious violation, or is helping the natives a serious violation? "Hey, what are the weaknesses of the orcs?" the white-haired native asked Jiang Qi after calming down. Jiang Qi said honestly, 60% of the orcs suffer from genetic collapse disorder. They rather find a place to hide and see if they can treat the condition. The remaining 20% are very belligerent, seeking excitement. They likely attack the natives if they see them. The final 20% are disabled orcs, seeking opportunities to repair their bodies. "Oh, you leaked important player information to the natives. 1 violation. 0.01 internship experience." Jiang Qi. "So, if you spread the word about where there's medicine to treat genetic diseases and disabilities, and then set up an ambush, you might reap significant rewards." "Oh, you're teaching the natives how to deal with players. 1 serious violation. 0.05 internship experience. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. It seemed that, for the train conductor, favoring the indigenous people was a more serious offense. The indigenous people, agitated and confused, looked at Jiangqi with suspicion. To save your own life, you betray your compatriots like that. Isn't there some conspiracy? Jiangqi smiled. You already met two groups of players. How come those first two groups were so loving and supportive of each other? The others choked. Of course not. Those players were also brutally brutal when they fought each other. They were simply a bunch of cold-blooded monsters who only cared about profit. Jiangqi suddenly glanced upwards. A force swept over them. Was this Jean Hao searching for her? She narrowed her eyes slightly, and an invisible barrier opened, concealing her presence and that of the people around her. She straightened up, looked at them, and said, I answered all your questions. Now, it's my turn to ask. You? The others were about to lose their temper, when their eyes suddenly widened and their expressions froze. Jiangqi gently broke free from the grip and looked at the group, choosing the white-haired man who seemed to be the leader. She asked, when did the first two groups of players arrive? Have other cities in your world also become dungeons? White-haired spoke with a sleepwalking expression, his mouth agape. And so, Jiangqi got the information she wanted. As she had expected, the entire world was a dungeon location. For years ago, the first dungeon landed in a city called Donghua City. A radiation attack wiped out a large group of players, plunging Donghua City into a purgatory. But thanks to the radiation, some of the natives gained considerable strength after mutation, which saved them from being overwhelmed by the players. After the dungeon ended, about a third of Donghua City's population survived. However, that month left everyone exposed to radiation, making everyone a source of radiation. Rescue and exploration teams sent in from outside were no longer allowed to leave due to the pervasive radiation in the city. From then on, Donghua City was sealed off. Thankfully, the outside world didn't completely abandon them. They regularly delivered survival supplies, and diligently researched ways to overcome radiation and mutations. But the good times didn't last. A little over a month later, a second city was hit by a dungeon. Luckily, the dungeon disaster in that city wasn't radiation, but simply high temperatures. After the dungeon ended, it didn't prevent the residents from escaping and returning to normal life. Unfortunately, simply experiencing high temperatures couldn't grant the natives special powers. That month, more people died in that city than in Donghua City, leaving only a handful of survivors. From then on, the entire world was shrouded in the dungeon's shadow. With everyone preoccupied with their own affairs, support for Donghua City was drastically reduced. The people of Donghua City were nearly starved to death. In their utter fury and despair, the people of Donghua City nearly broke through the city's walls and fled. It's said that during that period, several major powers outside even held several international conferences, discussing the possibility of bombing Donghua City to prevent further harm. But ultimately, they chose not to do so. Instead, they resumed supplying supplies, and even released several groups of people into Donghua City, hoping to harness the city's radiation and gain extraordinary abilities. In the end, however, most people were reduced to a state of half-human, half-ghost, trapped within the city. This went on for over 3 years, until 6 months ago, when a major event occurred. Whitehair didn't know the details. Their only access to the outside world within Donghua City depended on an unstable internet connection, making it difficult to verify the authenticity of any information. Anyway, it's said that a master has arrived in this world and signed some kind of agreement with the leaders of several major nations. From then on, the dungeon's landing location is restricted to certain cities, while other cities not chosen can resume normal order. Of course, there's a requirement for those selected cities. Their living population must not be less than a certain number. Large cities have 100,000 to 200,000 people, and smaller cities have 50,000 to 60,000 to 80,000 people. That's roughly the right level. This is naturally unfair to the selected cities, but for the greater good, it's beneficial, and there's no reason for the leaders to refuse. Even under hypnosis, Bai Mao's face showed indignation. People from other cities can come and go freely. After being selected, those who don't want to stay can leave. Those who do enter that city are said to receive generous compensation and be equipped with various weapons and other equipment. But Donghua City is different. Those of us in Donghua City can't leave at all, and yet Donghua City was chosen. Jiangqi thought to himself, it would be strange if Donghua City wasn't chosen. It's impossible to restore normal order here. For ordinary people, it's still a dangerous and unstable factor, a natural dungeon site. Jiangqi, It seems you're very unwilling to accept this. Biao paused, a look of confusion and resignation on his face. Of course I'm unwilling, but since I already stepped foot on the brink of death, killing a few more players here is not bad. Besides, since then, the supply to Donghua City has increased a lot, and new people come to support every month. Despite Donghua City's dilapidated state, they actually live a good life here. It was simply to guard against the players, who might arrive at any moment, so their lair was kept secret, seemingly looking miserable. Jiangqi nodded. From the abundant medicines, and the relatively rosy and robust figures of the men, it was clear they weren't actually short of supplies. When did the second dungeon come? 4 months ago, the second month after Donghua City was chosen as a permanent dungeon location. The dungeon disaster was caused by robots. The robots, possessing extreme intelligence and capable of controlling all electronic devices, acted as dungeon monsters, seeking to destroy any living being. Then, a group of powerful players arrived, plundering the indigenous people's living space. That month was a horrible one. Thankfully, they didn't let the players have it easy either. The casualties were a 50-50 split, half for them and half for the players. Jiangqi thought to himself, it was the robots' crisis. No wonder the city was so devastated, as if it had been through a war. After that dungeon, the outside world compensated Donghua City with a large amount of supplies, and a group of newcomers. Half of the people in Donghua City now were recruits. Jiangqi suddenly realized that half of them were inexperienced newcomers. Furthermore, with the destruction of the city's infrastructure, the indigenous residents didn't have many advantages. Furthermore, there didn't seem to be any additional dungeon disasters this time, so the difficulty of this dungeon wasn't that great. No wonder it was a beginner's dungeon for orcs. Having asked all the necessary questions, Jiangqi lifted the hypnosis. The next moment, Bai Mao and the others regained consciousness. What happened? I seemed to be in a daze for a moment. Wait, where's he? Several people exclaimed, looking around, but Jiangqi was nowhere to be seen. Gone! It felt like a flash before my eyes, and then they ran away. Is this the strength of the orcs? If every orc was this powerful. They felt a chill run down their spines. Whitehair's face was solemn. Since this man escaped so easily, he probably let us capture him on purpose. Then were all his words false? Whitehair shook his head. I don't know. That man could have easily killed them, but he didn't. Instead, he taught them how to deal with the orcs. Was he teasing them, killing them with a borrowed knife, or simply wanting to escalate the situation? The few of them looked at each other, and decided to take the news of the orcs back first and gather everyone to discuss. After they left, Jiangqi emerged from the shadows. The conductor asked at the panel, do you want to help them? Jiangqi, I wouldn't say, but if I had to take sides, the indigenous people deserve more help, don't they? On one side were the invaded, forced to resist, and on the other side, rising up for revenge. On the other hand, while the tragedy here wasn't caused by the orcs, and while most of the orcs were seeking a way out, they were originally intent on invading others, and their deaths here don't deserve sympathy. Besides, from my perspective as a trained conductor, helping the natives is against the rules. Shouldn't I be breaking the rules? The 5th internship is almost over, and getting a few more experience points before it's over isn't a bad idea. She gazed out at the desolate landscape in the distance, frowning. I'm more concerned about the master who came to sign the contract. Confining the dungeon to a certain area, and even ensuring that those who enter the dungeon are as voluntary as possible, doesn't this operation sound familiar? Isn't that how the underground ghost banquet came about? That world, that saint whose whereabouts remain unknown. The underground ghost banquet opened up another underground dimension. This world involves sacrificing a portion of the city. Both have their own advantages, and the costs are certainly different, but both can be considered a way out. She wondered if Blue Star could also take these two paths. However, thinking of the 3 gaming organizations on Blue Star, Jiangqi's mouth twitched. Blue Star had been partially absorbed by the games, and she probably had no say in its future development. At least, until she was strong enough, she had no say. And she was still a long way from truly powerful. One step at a time. For now, she had to complete her internship and obtain full trained conductor qualifications. She recalled the guidelines for trained conductor violations. You cannot attack a trained conductor while working without provocation. Very well, let's go find someone to mess with and gain experience points. She removed her barrier. As soon as her aura leaked out, Jean Hao immediately noticed her, and an angry question echoed in Jiangqi's mind. Long Xuangao, where were you just now? Why can't I find you? Jiangqi scratched her ears, but the voice echoed directly in her head, and covering her ears was no use. She lowered her eyes, a fluorescent purple light flickering behind them, as she began to reverse locate Jin Hao's position. At the same time, she replied in a serious tone, I haven't moved from here. Then why can't I find you? Jiangqi rolled her eyes inwardly. Because you're useless. I don't know. What are you doing? Just standing there without moving? Jiangqi, yes, I'm observing. Observing what? Jiangqi, the terrain, topography, environment, climate, resource distribution, enemy numbers. You know, when you enter a new environment, you have to observe carefully and master this basic information. Jin Hao, Why did I suddenly feel that this Tyrannosaurus Rex slave was really a bit stupid? Never mind. What's the point of arguing with an idiot? He ordered, stop observing, attack first. Oh, who? Jin Hao, ? Jin Hao, of course, find the indigenous people and attack them. Jiangqi, but they haven't harmed me, so why attack them? Suddenly Jiangqi's eyes lit up. I found it. It's just a little far from here. Hundreds of kilometers away, Jin Hao stood atop a mountain, overlooking the vast landscape. A sense of superiority welled up in his heart, but this pride was choked by Long Xuangao's foolish response. If not to deal with the indigenous people, what are you doing here? Jiangqi, while determining the exact location, spoke slowly and innocently, come here for treatment. Didn't you say it? Can treatment be done here? Chapter 70. 10 minutes ago, Jin Hao and the other players entered the Donghua City dungeon. He had personally followed them not only because this was his first dungeon, but also because this world called Yuehan Star was somewhat unique. Nearly 6 months ago, Yuehan Star and the game signed an agreement to centralize dungeon sites in 123 cities, exempting all other areas and allowing normal operation to resume. But one of the conditions was that Yuehan Star was isolated from all game resources. For example, if a player's game props were left behind in a dungeon and the locals picked them up and studied them, they could essentially use them. Similarly, if the locals seized the power of the game from the players, it could become their own strength. Historically, many dungeon sites have risen from the abyss thanks to these resources. But on Yuehan Star, that path is no longer viable. The people here cannot inherit any game resources, and the originality and local character of the place will be preserved to the greatest extent possible. This means that Yuehan Star's ceiling will not be very high. At the same time, with the dungeon's limitations, people outside the 123 cities were able to relax and focus on researching the dungeon and its players, continuously sending personnel and technology to the dungeon cities. This, in turn, ensured that the minimum skill level of the dungeon's native inhabitants remained relatively high. Neither too difficult nor too easy, while retaining the dungeon's original character. Therefore, the Moonstar dungeon was primarily used as a challenging rookie dungeon. Jin Hao was curious about this. Even more curious, ordinary dungeon sites weren't eligible to negotiate terms with the game, but this world had. He wondered if it was due to good luck, or perhaps they had hired a prominent figure in the game to help them negotiate. So, he personally followed the dungeon, hoping to uncover some clues about the mysterious figure. In the end, a thorough search with his spiritual sense revealed nothing. He felt a little depressed, and out of frustration, he went looking for his slaves, hoping they would seize the opportunity to utilize the radiation to improve their genetic breakdown and kill more natives. If he could lower the native survival rate, he would receive a reward as the train conductor. The other slaves were all fine, easily found and very obedient. Only the Tyrannosaurus Rex remained elusive. After searching for so long, he finally found it, and it choked him to death. Don't get angry with a fool. He tried to convince himself, this Tyrannosaurus Rex is just a little seriously ill. Then, he continued his voice transmission, you need food to survive, and so do the indigenous people. You're competitors, and a conflict is inevitable. Don't you understand? Strike first and strike first? Then a stern, dull voice continued, since I just need food, shouldn't I go find it? Jin Hao, That's fine. Why don't you go? Then, but I'm not hungry yet. Tyrannosaurus Rex don't hoard food. Do you? Jin Hao choked again, then asked angrily, Long Xuanggao, I'm ordering you now. You just have to obey. Something's wrong. This is so wrong. Long Xuanggao, who had been marked and shackled by him, shouldn't be treating him like this. He had completely submitted to me on the train, obeying my every command. Why was he bickering with me at every turn in the dungeon? Was his earlier obedience just a facade? Could that damn Tyrannosaurus Rex cheat? Jin Hao, furious at having been fooled, immediately rushed over to see Long Xuanggao for himself. But just as he was about to move, an unprecedented, terrifying sense of crisis gripped him. He felt a chill run through his entire body, and he tried to react, but it was too late. A flash of purple light, like lightning, struck him fiercely, from skull to coccyx, from cerebral cortex to nerve endings, from heart to capillaries. At that moment, an incredibly overbearing and terrifying force filled his entire body, causing him to freeze and unable to move. His vision darkened, and his consciousness seemed to be forcibly ripped from his body, trapped in a small space, his 5 senses sealed and isolated. To make matters worse, his train controller panel issued a critical warning: panel hacked. Panel hacked. Surface. Then, the panel fell completely silent. It was as if he had been strangled to death. Jin Hao's hair stood on end, his entire body blaring with alarm. Danger! 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 Amidst this extreme tension, his inner calm grew stronger. The train conductor's inherent power surged wildly, and a flash of golden light suddenly erupted from the depths of his consciousness. He suddenly broke free from the darkness and silence. However, when he opened his eyes, what he saw was not the scene on the mountaintop, but a dark, ghostly den. He was trapped in the den, surrounded by countless evil spirits. They pounced on him, entwining his hands and feet, clawing at his face, covering his eyes, and tearing at his flesh. On the mountaintop, a bolt of purple lightning struck from behind Jin Hao's head, piercing him completely and instantly immobilizing him. Then the lightning gathered in front of him, forming a soul. It was, of course, Jiang Qi. Ding! You attacked a regular train conductor without provocation. You violated the rules and earned 0.1 internship experience. Jiang Qi wasn't surprised to hear this warning. Attacking a train conductor was indeed a more serious offense. She looked at Jin Hao before her, as if he were a score-boosting tool. A moment ago, she had used the rigid, unnatural Long Sun Gao technique to attract Jin Hao's attention, and he had indeed fallen for it. Then, using the ghost cultivator's ability to shrink the earth into an inch, she arrived in an instant from 100 miles away, striking Jin Hao dumbfounded. At this moment, Jin Hao's eyes widened, his face still etched with shock, his entire body like a statue. His consciousness had been trapped in the illusion Jiang Qi had conjured for him. To be precise, it wasn't entirely an illusion. After all, the ghost cave was real, and so were the attacks within it. The moment she struck Jin Hao's body, she had trapped his consciousness within the ghost cave, separating it from his body, and primarily from his conductor's control panel. Buying time for her own control panel. At this moment, her control panel was invading Jin Hao's. Deal with that panel first, then she could take over his body. Otherwise, if Jin Hao used the conductor's control panel to send a distress signal, it would be troublesome. She had already suffered the same fate with the cunning snake. Suddenly, Jin Hao's expression began to crack, and his eyes began to roll rapidly. Jiang Qi narrowed his eyes. He was about to break free from this evil den. As expected of a conductor, he still had some skills. She asked her control panel, "How's it going?" The control panel's voice remained calm, trying to control the other party's control panel. "It will take some time." "Okay, I leave this to you." With these words, Jiang Qi's figure dispersed, transforming into a streak of light that pierced Jin Hao's brow. In the ghost den, Jin Hao had already slain all the ghosts. Wielding his golden long blade, he hacked the entire ghost den into tatters. Just as the den was about to be shattered, Jiang Qi slowly descended. Jin Hao suddenly looked up at Jiang Qi. In his eyes, Jiang Qi was just a figure shrouded in black mist, but he knew that this was the one who had attacked him and created this ghost den. Jin Hao sternly demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" Jiang Qi spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "I waited here for too long, waiting for a body strong enough to match mine. Many people have come before, but they were all too weak. Until you, I'm very satisfied with your body." Jin Hao's heart sank. The person coming before him must be referring to the previous player. Disliking the player's body, he's drawn to the train conductors? His standards are quite high, but could it be related to that mysterious figure? Jin Hao suddenly regretted entering the dungeon himself. He attempted a peaceful resolution. "You want a powerful body? I can help you find one. I have a Tyrannosaurus Rex under my command." Jiang Qi didn't wait for him to finish before charging forward, his ghostly aura like a knife, cleaving him in half. "Damn, you attack without reason. Internship experience 0.1. Jiang Qi curled her lips. Unauthorized power could bring her bonuses and, invisibly, provide an extra layer of security. Look, she felt particularly good when attacking Jin Hao, as if she had taken some powerful or rejuvenating pill, achieving 120% effectiveness with 70% of her power. Jin Hao was split in two, then quickly merged again in the distance. His face was filled with horror. What a powerful force! Unfortunately, his connection to the conductor's panel had been severed, and he couldn't use his Orcish powers, significantly reducing his overall strength. He roared, "Do you know who I am? If you dare touch me, the game won't let you go. You're talking too much nonsense." Jiangqi spread his fingers, and ghost energy condensed into countless black, snake-like chains. They attacked Jin Hao, quickly entangling his limbs. The puppeteer's control combined with the ghost energy. Jin Hao's limbs were restrained, unable to move. Jin Hao was truly terrified. "We have no grudges or hatred," Jiangqi said coldly. "No grudges or hatred? Do you have any grudges or hatred with the people of this land? Without any grudges or hatred, you could just as easily invade other people's homes and plunder their lives. Why, when you're being slaughtered, do you use the phrase no grudges or hatred to justify your actions? I'm not a moralist, I need a just cause to act. Killing you is useful to me, so I can kill you. That's your logic. Now, I'm using it for my own benefit. How can that not be considered a tribute?" Winter Moon City, a secret base somewhere. Whitehair and the others brought back news about the orcs. Everyone in the base was in an uproar. "Is this true? Is there a cure for our radiation sickness? Don't get too excited. Once the dungeon is over, the player's stuff will be useless to us." One of the natives said this, instantly dampening everyone's enthusiasm and causing them to wane. Just like the last robot dungeon, they captured some robots, obtained some spare parts and chips, and hoped to learn their technology so they could produce highly intelligent robots. But once the dungeon was over, all those items became scrap, completely worthless. They were unable to enjoy any resources from the game, as if all objects and powers from the game were incompatible with the laws of this world. However, many people in the base who arrived in Dongwei City later, who had been trained outside for a period of time and knew more in detail, thought for a moment and said, "We just can't access game resources. If it's a player's innate characteristic, it shouldn't be considered a game resource, right?" Chapter 71. In this secret base, a group of indigenous residents gathered together, engaged in a heated discussion. The degree of mutation among these individuals revealed how long they had been in Dongwei City. Those with inhuman features, like the white-haired man, the scaly man, and the man with stones growing on his joints, were all veterans of Dongwei City, having never left since the first dungeon arrived. Those with milder symptoms, such as skin ulcers, pupil mutations, and altered habits, generally arrived in Dongwei City before the second dungeon. Those who appeared to be no different from ordinary people had only arrived in the last 2 or 3 months. This last group comprised the most knowledgeable individuals about dungeons and the game, having received comprehensive training and specialized expertise. At this point, one of the researchers, who looked like a researcher, gave an example. There was a dungeon in XX City. The dungeon disaster was famine, and the player species was mermaids. In that dungeon, food became scarcer as the game progressed. To survive, the natives captured players, killed them, and dried them to eat. People who didn't know about this responded, "Ah, so barbaric." While they hated the players, they never done something like using them as food. After the dungeon ended, some of the dried mermaids neither disappeared nor rotted. Upon hearing this, countries across the world were thrilled and rushed to share the samples. By the time we arrived in Winter Moon City, several research institutes had already deciphered the mermaid gene and were in the lab cultivating stage. The researcher calmly analyzed, "This is a rare example of successful research on games and players. The reason for their success is likely that those players were mermen before becoming players. Because merman is their inherent racial trait, the merman genes are inherent, not given by the game. Therefore, they don't count as game resources." Everyone looked at Baimao and the others after hearing this. Did that person really say that these people became players and came here to cure their illness? Baimao and the others recalled, that seems to be true. That means they were born orcs, and because they contracted an illness as orcs, they became players. The so-called orc core is something they were born with. The others looked at each other. Let's give it a try. If it fails, we won't lose anything, but if it succeeds, maybe this radiation sickness can be cured. After discussing it, they first contacted other bases. Yes, there were many similar secret bases in the small city of Dongwei, each housing anywhere from tens of thousands to a few hundred people. Some bases focused on farming, others on production, some served as medical centers, and some served as entertainment and leisure centers. Normal time, the indigenous people lived partly in the bases and partly on the surface. If a base lost contact with the outside world, it would signal the arrival of another dungeon, and an alert would be immediately sent to everyone, who would then retreat to the nearest base to avoid danger. However, since this was only the second truly prepared battle, the current preparations were still insufficient, and any useful information a base gained must be shared immediately with the others. At this moment, Base 15 transmitted crucial information about the Orc Corps to the other bases. The leaders of the other bases were instantly excited. They remotely discussed a plan to trap the Orcs. However, before doing so, they still needed to determine the Orcs' strength. Upon entering Wintermoon City, the Orcs' first step was to survey their surroundings, and then, they sensed a strange power permeating the place. Those suffering from genetic collapse syndrome were particularly sensitive. Upon arriving, some felt suddenly comfortable, others felt even more uncomfortable. Some felt languid, wanting only to sleep, while others became increasingly violent, eager to kill and destroy everything. These were all the effects of the radiation. Those Orcs who came for the thrill of the moment didn't care about the radiation or the danger, they simply wanted to stir up trouble and let loose. These restless Orcs first encountered the natives, sparking the first wave of small-scale skirmishes that plagued the dungeon. Initially, the natives were at a disadvantage, but this situation quickly reversed. Shortly after each conflict, a group of indigenous people would appear and attack the players. They emerged from the ground, crawled out of garbage dumps, jumped from abandoned buildings, and flew in from the sky. In short, their appearances were all kinds of strange and bizarre. And for some reason, even when outnumbered, these indigenous people didn't kill the players. They would always surround the players and fight for a while, as if to force out all the tricks they had. Somewhere, two indigenous people climbed out of a manhole cover behind the garbage station. The players wouldn't have guessed that this manhole cover was the exit of a base. After climbing out, the two men dusted themselves off, looked at each other, and finally confirmed, "Our mission is to attract players to attack us, preferably flying Orcs. Flying Orcs pose the greatest threat, and they need to collect data on them as quickly as possible." Thus, the two wore brightly colored clothing to ensure easy detection by players on higher ground. Both men carried bulging bags, which looked like they were full of supplies and easy to steal. While pretending to hurry, they tensed up to see what was happening around them. They were soon spotted by an Orc. The Orc was indeed from higher ground, but it wasn't a flying Orc. A pitch-black gibbon Orc player crouched on a building, staring at them excitedly. Its claws gripped the edge of the building, and with a snap, it tore off a piece of the wall and threw it in front of the two men. Seeing the wall fragments, mixed with steel and weighing tens of pounds, suddenly crashing down in front of them, the two men exclaimed, "Wow!" This was from dozens of meters away. What kind of arm strength is that? They looked at the gibbon, then at each other, then screamed and turned to run. The gibbon became even more excited. "Woohoo! Where are you running to?" He leaped and dove through the dilapidated buildings, chasing the two closely, enjoying the pursuit of his prey, and howling with excitement. After chasing them all the way, he leaped, extended his long arms, and nimbly grasped a telephone pole. He swung in front of the two men, blocking their path. "Run! Run!" The two natives silently tossed their bags, one pulling a stick from his back, the other drawing a knife, and rushed forward. A fight ensued between the two men and the monkey. The hidden cameras on the two natives captured the gibbon's every move and action. His strength, speed, and reflexes were revealed in each exchange, a terrifying, inhuman level. His claws, in particular, possessed immense grip and were incredibly sharp, as captivating as the arms of a construction robot. Soon, the two natives were defeated and wounded. The gibbon, baring its white teeth, was about to finish them off. Suddenly, a group of men, dressed in combat uniforms and armed with guns, descended upon the gibbon with a hail of bullets, riddling its arms and legs like sieves. The gibbon, his eyes wide open, collapsed in despair. The combat team rushed over, injected a tube of anesthetic into the gibbon's neck, then bound him tightly and tucked him into a cage, which was then covered with an opaque cloth. After this, they saluted the two natives who served as bait, Captain Su, Captain Wang. The two combat captains waved their hands. "Several of you will take it back, and the rest of you will continue with us. But your injuries?" "It's fine." The two looked at their own wounds, several deep enough to see the bone, hissed, and sprayed a few times with medicine. What a powerful monkey. The two of them were considered top fighters among the natives, but even combined, they were no match for the gibbon. If all the Orcs were at this level, it would be a disaster. The natives of Dongwa City numbered approximately 380,000, and the number of players was, barring any unforeseen circumstances, 125,000. However, 3 or 4 natives might not be able to defeat a single player. This is very dangerous. The two continued to act as bait, luring the orcs to attack them. At the same moment, the same actions, the same events, occurred across the dungeon. The natives, with their calculated and unpredictable nature, often managed to escape unscathed. But if they were unlucky and lured an exceptionally powerful orc, or ran into a group of them, they would be doomed to failure. Through these bloody operations, data on orcs of all types, ages, and sizes was gradually gathered. This data was sent back to various bases and aggregated, gradually building a database of these orc players. Atop the mountain, Jean Hao's body remained frozen in its previous position. A flash of purple light passed, and Jiang Qi withdrew from his consciousness, reappearing in the clearing. Jean Hao's consciousness was once again sealed within the illusion. This time, it should be able to remain sealed for a little longer. Through one cryptic din and illusion after another, she steadily drained Jean Hao's strength and sanity. But Jean Hao's will was exceptionally strong. Whether it was an orc's innate talent or specialized training, he was quite formidable. She couldn't completely destroy him until she got the panel. Jiang Qi sighed, sat down, and waited, holding her face. A thought struck her, and she sent her consciousness outward, noticing a commotion in the dungeon, players, and the indigenous people engaged in a lively battle. It seemed the indigenous people were actively fishing. Were they testing the orc's strengths and preparing for a targeted trap? Then this operation was quite efficient. Suddenly, her expression became a little strange. She sensed that the Tyrannosaurus Rex body she had left 100 miles away had been discovered. Her eyes narrowed, sensing the movement there. 100 miles away, several indigenous people spotted Long Xuangao, sitting there with a blank expression. Is this a player too? Why is he just standing there? Is he dead? Carry him away. Take him back first. Then several people worked together to lift Long Xuangao into a cage. On the mountaintop, Jiang Qi was at a loss for words. She had wanted that Tyrannosaurus Rex body. What should he do? Run over and take it back? But just then, the train operator's control panel suddenly announced, success. I taken control of the other party's control panel. Chapter 72. North of Dongwest City, atop a mountain. It was spring, with flowers blooming, yet the mountain was bare, devoid of any grass. A few birds, their skin rotting, circled in the sky, searching for food. Finding nothing, they flew away, wailing mournfully. They failed to notice two people, one sitting and one lying, atop the mountain. A few flying orcs flew over the mountain, along with a few indigenous planes, but neither spotted the people. Because Jiang Qi had hidden herself, an invisible barrier completely enveloped her and Jean Hao, blocking all sight. Jean Hao struggled to wake twice, attempting to call for help, but each time the barrier blocked him, and he was ultimately thrust back into the illusion by Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi sat beside him, yanking the conductor's panel from his consciousness and reading its contents one by one. Jean Hao's source power was a pale gold, and his conductor's panel was also a beautiful pale gold. As a newly promoted train conductor, Jean Hao's dashboard was rather concise, lacking much valuable information. He hadn't left any consciousness saves on his dashboard, perhaps because he hadn't yet done so. The only thing Jiang Qi valued was that Jean Hao had a referral, a superior who had introduced him to the industry, named Shirkei. Jean Hao had exchanged numerous private messages with Shirkei, most seeking advice on how to be a train conductor. In other words, since I assumed his identity, I inevitably have to interact with Shirkei. Conductor dashboard, yes. Could this Shirkei be the orc conductor we saw at the station? Maybe. Jiang Qi rubbed his chin, looking at Jean Hao, who lay on the ground, eyes closed but sweaty and struggling. Can I hypnotize and interrogate him? You don't know how to search his soul. Ordinary hypnosis might not be enough to penetrate his defenses. Asking him the truth might give him an opportunity to escape. Okay. Then, strip Jean Hao of his number and merge it with our dashboard. Okay, you complete your 5th internship first. Jiang Qi opened his train conductor dashboard. 5th internship complete. Ding, during your 5th internship, you successfully violated regulations in multiple dimensions and aspects, earning a total of 3.79 experience points. Congratulations on completing your 5th internship and receiving the 5th internship medal. Your total internship experience is currently 88.61, and all internship projects have been completed, reaching the level of an outstanding intern. Do you want to end your internship and apply for the train conductor number in the game? Jiang Qi found time and opportunity to complete the 3 projects from the previous internship, including the train conductor's home game. Jiang Qi said, confirmed internship completed. No application for a train number. Ding received. Internship completed. And so, her personal information on the dashboard changed to name, Jiang Qi. Position, train conductor. Rank, to be officially certified, 88.61 internship experience points, medals, Phase 1 healing, Phase 3 explosion, Phase 4 regeneration, Phase 5 violation. Number, question mark. Train number, question mark. A new medal appeared in Jiang Qi's hand. It was black, and its aura exuded a rebellious air. Violation? This medal's function is to violate the law? She closed her eyes and felt it for a moment. When I wear this medal, if I do something illegal, it's easier to succeed without being discovered. This is exactly what we need to do right now. Depriving a train conductor of their number is the ultimate violation. She immediately put on the medal. I'm ready. You can begin. Yes. Following the calm yes from the train conductor's panel, Jean Hao's pale gold panel began to vibrate violently. Personal information. Name, codename Jean Hao. Identity, train conductor. Rank, level 1. Number, 5218. Train number, Jean Hao 315419. The text on this panel vibrated particularly violently, especially the number and train number, which seemed to be shaking as if they were about to fall off. Jiang Qi's pale purple panel inched closer to the pale gold one, almost touching. Jean Hao, sensing something, struggled even harder. At this critical moment, there was no room for error. Jiang Qi gathered his divine power in both hands, restraining his consciousness, completely preventing him from escaping. After an unknown amount of time, the two strings of characters, 5218 and Jean Hao 315419, peeled off Jean Hao's panel bit by bit, and were printed one by one onto Jiang Qi's panel. The golden characters landed on Jiang Qi's panel, their golden light shimmering before being engulfed by the purple light, gradually tinging it with purple as well. Then, the other important information on Jean Hao's panel was copied one by one. Jiang Qi watched with intense concentration. The sky gradually darkened, night arrived, and night passed. Jiang Qi remained in this same position, waiting unblinking for a whole day and night. Finally, the conductor's panel announced done. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jean Hao's panel, already scratched to pieces, began to crack and shatter. The panel let out a final, wailing warning. Warning! The conductor's panel is damaged. Jean Hao screamed shrilly, his body convulsing. Panel, now! Possession! Jiang Qi, without hesitation, surged into Jean Hao's body once more. Jean Hao's panel was completely destroyed, shattering like glass, but a new one immediately filled the gap. In a distant department of the game, on the list of conductors, the name of Jean Hao flickered, seemingly turning gray, but then stabilized, remaining clear and stable on the list. A new employee glanced up. Who was that? Another veteran employee, unfazed, said maybe he encountered danger, was on the brink of death, and ultimately survived. This phenomenon is quite normal, especially for newly appointed conductors, who have a high turnover rate. As he spoke, another name on the list flickered, eventually stabilizing. But then another name flickered a few times, gradually dimming to gray. Look, the grayed out one is dead, and the conductor's number has been reclaimed. The new employee suddenly realized, so that's how it is. We worked so hard to train a conductor, and now he's dead. Isn't that a huge loss for the game? Do you think the game cares about profit and loss? No, it allows accidents to happen, even encourages them, and then relishes the process. The veteran employee said calmly, when a whale falls, all things come to life. With the death of a conductor, the energy leaked from his body will nourish countless lives. With the lost panel, who knows who will pick it up, and who will benefit from the train? And who knows what adventures the players left behind along the way will encounter? Isn't that quite interesting in itself? One group's gain and another's loss are nothing more than resources flowing from one hand to the other for him. Why else would it be called a game? The new employee was a bit confused. Then shouldn't we all just lie down? It's all a game anyway. The veteran employee choked and said, if you lie down, you be eaten. Never mind, I can't explain it to you. Just do your job. Donghua City, atop a mountain, Jean Hao suddenly opened her eyes. Half of her face was Jiang Qi's calm, half was Jean Hao's horror. Then, the body began to fight, both sides fighting each other. Then it transformed from human form into beast form, and a swarm of golden butterflies appeared, attacking and biting each other. Get out. This is my body. If I like it, it's mine. Ah, get out. This was the first time Jiang Qi actively used the Ghost Cultivator's ability to possess other bodies. She wasn't very proficient, and it took some effort. But in the end, she prevailed. The swarm of butterflies she controlled killed the group of butterflies controlled by Jean Hao's consciousness. The victorious group of butterflies transformed back into Jean Hao's human form, panting and sprawling on the ground for a moment before slowly sitting up. Jiang Qi looked down at her tattered clothes, revealing large expanses of blood-stained chest and abdominal muscles. This time, she was a genuine male. She didn't particularly care about the gender of her body, but she was somewhat surprised that Jean Hao's beast form was actually a group of butterflies. Not just one, but a whole group. She opened the control panel again, and a hint of golden light merged into the pale purple panel, indicating that it had absorbed another power. Name/codename, Jean Hao, Jiang Qi, Identity, Train Conductor. Rank, Level 1. Number, 5218. Train Number, Jean Hao 315419. She tried to speak, but Jean Hao's voice came out. Can this really be hidden from the game? As long as we don't conduct a targeted, in-depth investigation of you, it can be hidden. The game is so vast, they won't just focus on you, don't worry. The panel's voice was a little weak. Jiang Qi noticed and asked hurriedly, how are you? I need to sleep for a while. This panel now has two primordial powers fused together. Yours is the dominant one, and Jean Hao's is the supporting one. You need to coordinate them well. I know, I understand. Rest. I can handle it. The panel said nothing more and fell silent, probably falling asleep. Jiang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. She could sense that it had put a lot of effort into fusing the two panels. She opened the panel's backpack, took out new clothes, put them on, and looked at her hands. They belonged to Jean Hao. She waved her left hand, and her arm vanished, transforming into several golden butterflies. She stared at them for a moment. One of them flapped its wings at a distinctly different rate. She reached out with her right hand and grabbed it. The butterfly frantically flapped its wings in an attempt to escape, but she crushed it. The butterfly vanished in golden smoke, but one of the others began to flap its wings at a different rate again, attempting to escape. Jiang Qi narrowed his eyes. This was Jean Hao's residual consciousness. His consciousness was attached to each golden butterfly. Even if he destroyed a large group, there would always be one among the remaining butterflies that could revive his consciousness. No wonder he didn't leave a record of his consciousness in the control panel. Each of these golden butterflies was a record of his consciousness, and this characteristic made him difficult to kill. Unless all of them were destroyed. But that would mean completely destroying Jean Hao's body. She had finally managed to take over his body. Jiang Qi shook his head. Things in the world are never as expected. Fortunately, she was only borrowing this body temporarily, not destined to remain in it forever. One day, she would reshape her true form. With a wave of her hand, the remaining golden butterflies transformed back into a complete left arm, though now one butterfly was missing, making it appear thinner. Jean Hao's body is probably quite rare among orcs. It's truly a gift. Jiang Qi closed his eyes, calmed down, and adjusted to this new body, gradually mobilizing the power within it. Chapter 73. Day 9 of the Radiation Mutation Dungeon. Somewhere in Dongwei City, a small hill exploded with a resounding explosion, the noise so loud it sounded like a missile had landed. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a pale golden butterfly image flashed by, transforming into curls of golden light that melted in the sunlight. A moment later, several nearby cheetahs came to see what was happening. Two white eagles circled in the sky, also investigating. There were also other animals, coming from far and near to peer in, a sense of apprehension. After a long while, the smoke and dust cleared, and with no further follow-up, they felt relieved and fled one after another. A weasel orc congratulated his companion. I thought the natives had unleashed some devastating weapon, but thankfully, that wasn't the case. His companion, a white-stowed orc, was also terrified by the thought of the natives' ferocity. They'd been setting traps and attacking aggressively. I wonder how many orcs they captured in the past few days. If they used this kind of artillery fire again, we'd all be dead. Forget it. Let's just dig a hole somewhere and hide in there until the dungeon is over. That's right. The radiation here is definitely effective for our genetic collapse syndrome. As long as it can be cured, that's all. The two, one yellow and one white, ran away as they spoke. Behind them, a figure emerged, dusting himself off. It was Jiang Qi. Or rather Jean Hao. Over the past few days, Jiang Qi had been adapting to this body and the primordial power within it. He now had complete mastery over it. Just now, she was testing Jean Hao's Dharma realm. It wasn't very powerful, but it was barely usable. From now on, in front of others, she would be Jin Hao. When she needed to use her origin power, it would only be Jin Hao's origin power. She raised her hand, and with a flash of thought, a wound appeared on her palm, and blood gushed out. She enveloped the blood with her consciousness, and began to extract the origin power. Soon, strands of a pale golden substance were expertly drawn out, eventually forming a small bead the size of a mung bean. This was Jin Hao's origin marrow. The blood, after being extracted from the origin marrow, suddenly dimmed, indistinguishable from ordinary blood. With a gentle wave of her hand, she destroyed it. She toyed with a small golden bead in her hand, then put it into her backpack, and continued to draw blood and extract origin power. She repeated this process as she walked forward. Jin Hao, hidden within this body, awoke, his consciousness hazily, to see the scene. He said, Although this wasn't the first time he'd seen her do this, he was still furious, wanting to vomit blood. This person had taken his body, yet she didn't care for it, constantly extracting blood and extracting essence. It had been like this for the past few days. She extract blood every day, and after finally resting it overnight, she recover some, and then she continue extracting blood the next day. This left his body in a constant state of blood deprivation and weakness. So much so that, although his consciousness had quietly regained consciousness, hidden somewhere within his body, he couldn't even move due to the overall weakness. Sometimes, he couldn't help but burst out in anger and ask, is this person treating his body like a machine for endlessly extracting essence? Suddenly Jiangqi stopped. Jin Hao flinched, thinking his emotions had fluctuated so much that he'd been noticed. But Jiangqi didn't look inward, instead looking forward. There, a group of players and a group of natives were fighting. To be more precise, a group of players were attacking a native turret. The players, all in beast form, joined forces, bringing devastating damage. A porcupine frantically fired arrows from its back, which, once exhausted, could recharge, a truly remarkable feat. A giant turtle, relying on its sturdy shell, charged relentlessly. A large earthworm wriggled beneath the ground, occasionally emerging to entangle a few natives and drag them underground. Some insect-like orcs, taking advantage of their small size, dug into the natives' bodies and bit them. But the natives' weapons and equipment were more than adequate, and the two sides engaged in a fairly even fight. Several fighter planes appeared in the distance, clearly providing air support for the indigenous people. A large, fiery red bird suddenly took flight, chirping loudly at the turret. From its mouth, searing flames erupted, instantly engulfing the turret. A series of explosions followed, engulfing many indigenous people in flames. The orcs, victorious, retreated triumphantly. Jiangqi raised his hand and gently sent several tiny golden butterflies flying, colliding with the heads of the red bird, the porcupine, the giant turtle, and others, knocking them to the ground and falling. The fighter planes in the sky pursued and bombed them. Jin Hao was stunned. How dare you attack players? Which side are you on? You're breaking the rules. If you just walk away, I'd be the one to bear the consequences. Of course, he didn't shout out loud, nor did he dare to let Jiangqi know. He could only curse in his heart. Jiangqi seemed oblivious to what was stirring her excitement, watching coldly as the natives seized the porcupine, giant tortoise, and earthworms, while only the large red bird escaped in disarray. After Jiangqi cleaned up the scene and carried away the injured, he stepped forward and found the remains of a cannon amidst the charred ruins. He examined it carefully and placed it in his backpack. This time, he placed it in the player's backpack. Tyrannosaurus Long Xuangao's player panel was still with her. She had emptied all 8 slots in her backpack, ready to use them for storage. Besides the cannon, she picked and sifted through the space, adding a few more items to her backpack. Because they were all considered metal junk, they were all placed in the same slot, saving space. Jin Hao, having calmed down from his anger, was puzzled by her actions. Why are you picking up these things? Ha, you're a train conductor and still picking up trash. These junky players don't even care. Jiangqi naturally refused to answer him. After collecting her items, she quietly left. Then, she continued to pick up scrap as she went, putting metal in one compartment, plastic in another, rubber in another. Anything really small, she put in her bag. Before long, her bag was filled with quite a bit of stuff, and she got a snakeskin bag to carry more, starting to look more and more like a scavenger. She spent 3 days walking through the entire dungeon, picking up everything. There was a lot of junk she couldn't carry off immediately, so she gathered it and put it away, returning later. Occasionally, when she encountered conflicts between players and natives, she observed, but generally wouldn't intervene. She knew the natives had captured many players, and were already attempting to mine and utilize orc cores. She admired their initiative, but offered no further assistance or guidance. As a train conductor, she was getting too involved, and it wasn't good for them. She would only help suppress a particularly ferocious and powerful player if she encountered one. She could still sense that Long Xuangao's body was being kept in a certain base, but the natives had no intention of dissecting it, so she wasn't in a hurry to retrieve it. Jin Hao had initially scolded her for being crazy, but later he was too lazy to do so. Jiang Qi was mainly collecting and bleeding as he went, constantly extracting essence marrow. His body was so weak that he was losing strength. 3 days later, Jiang Qi finally found a rooftop, cleaned it up briefly, and settled there. She then took out a stack of blueprints and placed them on the floor. She also took out the scraps from her backpack, piled them on the other side, and began to polish the materials according to the blueprints. Jin Hao felt a bit puzzled. His consciousness crawled into his eyeballs, and he looked out. And then? What was this blueprint? A blueprint? Some printouts of video screenshots? Looking more closely, it looked like a screenshot from a live stream of the Orc Cub's training. Oh, I remember it. It was a screenshot from the raccoon's live stream. He had briefly studied it, having considered bringing it with him. This blueprint must be the blueprint for the crafting table the raccoon cub had obtained. Because the other party had carefully studied the blueprint under the live camera, every detail was captured. So, this guy is now trying to replicate the crafting table based on the blueprint? Jin Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How hilarious. You're not expecting to build that crafting table out of this pile of junk just because you have a blueprint, are you? Ha ha ha. The rules of that crafting table only apply in that highway dungeon. Even if you used the finest materials in the world and recreated it exactly the same, it wouldn't be functional, let alone using this pile of junk. Jiang Qi really found it noisy. Jin Hao didn't think he couldn't hear him just because he was mumbling in his heart, did he? She was the master of this body now, and as a ghost cultivator, her soul was powerful, far superior to Jin Hao, who had been reduced to a mere remnant of soul. So she could hear all his inner complaints, curses, and jeers. Even his little movements were known to her. She simply couldn't kill him anyway, so she didn't bother to argue with him. By the way, she also wanted to see if she could learn something she didn't know from his rants. Jiang Qi rummaged through her bag and found something resembling a Walkman. It had accidentally fallen from one of the natives, so it was still working. She fiddled with it and turned it on, and soothing music began to play. It was quite pleasant. Jin Hao's voice faded even more as the music played. She continued to tinker with the materials, using tools to shape them into the shapes and dimensions shown on the blueprint. She really wanted to replicate the crafting table from the highway survival dungeon. In that dungeon, she had upgraded the crafting table to level 4. She had studied it extensively and knew all the parts by heart, and she had been thinking about replicating one someday. So, she had deliberately shown the blueprints to the live camera. After completing the dungeon, she managed to obtain screenshots of the live stream and printed them out. This was so that no matter who she became, she would have reasonable access to the blueprints. She knew, of course, that the crafting table's magical power was due to the special rules it operated under. During the month-long dungeon, she had diligently studied these rules, wondering if she could replicate them in other environments. It was challenging, but not completely impossible for her. She possessed 10 ghostly powers, several of which involved weaving and creation, and she also possessed the strange power of a post-god. She figured she could give it a try. The dungeon still had more than half a month to go, and as the train conductor, she had little to do. She had nothing to do anyway, and coincidentally, this urban wasteland offered all sorts of materials. She dug a shell out from the rubbish. The metal was incredibly strong, and with her bare hands, she bent it into the shape shown on the blueprint, then began cutting. Lacking a sharp machine tool, she went straight to the essence marrow. She pulled a bean-sized golden essence marrow bead from her backpack, activated it to transform into a small knife, and began cutting through the shell casing. It worked quite well. Sunlight slanted in through the shattered windowpane. Jiang Qi sat on the floor, his head bent over his work, his Walkman playing melodious music beside him, a picture of peace and tranquility. But Jin Hao was furious. You drained my blood, extracted my essence marrow, and weakened my body just for this. Just to use my essence marrow as a cutting knife. Ah! How could someone in the world be so wasteful? That's essence marrow, the conductor's fundamental power, the strongest and purest energy, capable of destroying everything, and yet it was used to cut through junk. Jin Hao was so furious that his vision went black and he passed out. Jiang Qi, It's better to faint. Once he faints, it be quiet. Chapter 74. Confirming that the man was truly unconscious, Jiang Qi continued working, but she felt a sense of unease about something dwelling in her eyes. She was the only one hidden in others' eyes. How could anyone else borrow her vision? So she silently exerted her strength, transforming into a sea of golden butterflies. The golden butterflies danced in the sunlight before recondensing into a human form. However, the golden butterfly that had originally represented Jin Hao's eyeball, after reuniting, became part of his foot. Yes, Jiang Qi had essentially moved Jin Hao's consciousness from his eyeball to the sole of his foot. Finally, she felt relieved. She sheathed the source marrow in her hand, and a wisp of her divine power surged from her palm, condensing into a radiant knife. She continued to cut the metal. The sun shone faintly, the music played softly, and now there was true peace and tranquility. Winter Moon City, Base 15. Originally, this was a medical center, now transformed into a research center. Many captured orc players were brought here. Here, the natives studied, interrogated, and dissected these players. After much effort, they finally succeeded in unearthing the orc core. At first glance, it resembled a smooth, resilient nodule encased in a tough membrane. The substance within was neither flesh, bone, nor stone. Instrumental testing revealed an energy level exceedingly high, suggesting it could explode with the force of a small bomb if not handled with care. Furthermore, placing it under a radiation alarm would cause it to blare furiously, indicating that the orc core itself was a strange source of energy radiation. Most remarkable of all, if an orc core was placed in a small, sealed space, it would slowly disintegrate, transforming into tiny molecules that permeated the entire space. The natives were curious but somewhat helpless. They could only bring in animals mutated by radiation and conduct clinical experiments on them. The experimental methods included, but were not limited to, oral administration of orc nuclei, transplantation of orc nuclei, close exposure to orc nuclei radiation, and being in the same enclosed space with orc nuclei and being exposed to their mist. Whitehair stared at the groups of mutant rabbits undergoing experiments, scratching his head anxiously. They have white fur, and I have white fur too, so let me do this experiment. The scaly man next to him rolled his eyes. Do you know what an experiment is? You need to control variables, which requires similar conditions for the experimental subjects, and there needs to be a control group and so on. You're just jumping around alone. Who's going to control the variables for you? Who's going to be your control group? Whitehair sighed. It's been so many days, and we only just started animal experiments. I'm worried we won't be able to develop anything real before the end of the dungeon. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the operating room, and everyone rushed over. In one operating room, a giant earthworm thrashed wildly, attacking everything around it, nearly collapsing the operating room. The way it thrashed about, snarling and cursing, it resembled a furious demon, truly terrifying. Ah, you damn players. I'm begging for help. I'm begging the conductor for help. I'm done with this game. I'm quitting. I want to go back. After a concerted effort, using everything from electric shocks to drugs, they finally brought it down. A dozen people swarmed over it, pinning it down, ramming huge needles into its body, and pouring pound after pound of tranquilizer into it. The giant earthworm finally began to lose its strength. Woo woo woo. Don't kill me. It's more useful to keep me alive. My body secretions have powerful healing and regenerative properties. The doctors looked at each other. How about giving it a try? Orcs with powerful healing and regenerative abilities are rare. Then, let's try it. And so, a few minutes later, amid the humming roar of chainsaws, the giant earthworm was cut into pieces along its segments. Each piece was still wriggling, and it looked like it could continue to grow if it were kept alive. The pieces were packed into boxes and shipped off for further study. On the operating table, only the giant earthworm's head remained, howling, "That's not how I keep it. You're terrible. Conductor, save me. Come and save me. I want to quit the dungeon." On the top floor of the building, Jiang Qi's conductor panel vibrated several times, making her mind itch. Beep, you received a call for help from passenger Wang Damo. Beep, you received a call for help from passenger Qiu Dali. Beep, you received a call for help from passenger Zhu Chong. Jiang Qi finally had to put down his work, open the panel, and looked at the distress signals that popped up one after another. In a dungeon, players can actually ask the conductor for help? Damn, this is the player's first dungeon, and they're still in a certain level of beginner protection. And as the conductor, you're also right in the dungeon. If these two conditions are met, if the player is in a life or death situation and strongly issues a distress call, such as "Conductor, help me," repeated more than 3 times, a distress call will be triggered. Jiangqi's conductor panel's built-in program is indeed very intelligent, capable of autonomously adjusting its state according to the situation. So, perfectly, she entered the official conductor's panel. Jiangqi thought, these conditions for a rescue are quite demanding. No wonder she hadn't received the distress signal until today. She asked, can I choose not to rescue them? You can, but you might need to submit a report afterwards explaining why you didn't. If there's no objective resistance, you might be labeled a cold-blooded conductor. Are there factions for conductors? What would be the impact if I became a cold-blooded conductor? The panel seemed to be searching for something, then said, currently, insufficient authority, no relevant information found. Jiangqi asked again, so, I have to rescue everyone who asks for help, to avoid being labeled a cold-blooded conductor? If everyone on the panel were rescued, you might be labeled a nanny-type conductor. Jiangqi, So you can't not rescue them, but you can't save them all either? If I rescue half, and leave the other half, you might be labeled a dawdling conductor. Jiangqi, Jiangqi laughed angrily. Are you kidding me? She dropped what she was holding. Such a hastily slapped label doesn't really mean anything, does it? The panel didn't know. Jiangqi thought for a moment. Before she understood the meaning and influence of these factions, she didn't want to be labeled anything. If she had to choose one, she'd choose something like the random faction. She looked at the distress signal she had received so far, and selected Wang Damao's. Judging from the name, it seemed like a dog-like orc. After clicking on it, there was no response from the panel, and no rescue instructions were given. So, I have to find the enemy's location myself? Yes. Speechless, Jiangqi gazed out the window at the dusk. Her consciousness radiated outward, enveloping the entirety of Dongwest City, searching for captured, dying, or desperately begging for help from dog-like players. This process alone was no easy task. If Jiangqi hadn't gone through 5 full internships, if she hadn't experienced numerous adventures during her internship, which had profoundly honed her soul and consciousness, she wouldn't have been able to accomplish this. In other words, the average novice trained conductor couldn't do this. She couldn't help but wonder, was this also a test of the conductor's abilities? A trained conductor who didn't save anyone wasn't necessarily cold-blooded, they could just as easily be incompetent. After a moment of wild thought, she finally found her target. She vanished from the spot, and a few seconds later, she reappeared at an indigenous base. There lay a large dog, about to be dissected for its orc core. Her sudden appearance startled the inhabitants in the operating room. Before they could react, Jiangqi raised his hand to freeze them. He addressed the blood-soaked dog, "Are you calling for help?" The dog's eyes, weakened and nearly fading, suddenly brightened, and it whimpered, "It's me. It's me. Save me. Jiangqi, I don't do business at a loss. I save you, but from now on you must obey me." The dog examined her carefully, convinced himself that his eyesight hadn't deteriorated. This was indeed the trained conductor. Aren't players supposed to obey the trained conductor? Need I emphasize that? It hurriedly said, "I obey. I do whatever you say. Save me." Satisfied, Jiangqi grabbed the dog's neck and lifted it from the operating table. Man and dog vanished from the spot. After she left, the people in the operating room could move. Looking at the empty bench and the table, they exclaimed, shock. What had just happened? Someone suddenly appeared, rescued the dog, and then disappeared again? Their base was clearly well defended and secure, so how could they have vanished without a trace? A chill ran up their legs. Then, the base sounded an alarm, and the other bases were notified as quickly as possible. There's a terrifying presence in the enemy camp. Jiangqi appeared in the ruins and set the dying dog down. It lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Jiangqi, can you walk on your own? Can you transform back into human form? The dog, wheezing. Jiangqi didn't rush it or heal it. She opened the dashboard, which showed that she had successfully saved a player. Shouldn't she finally be able to shed the cold-blooded label? However, could this earthworm power calling for help be the same giant earthworm? Earthworm-like orcs are still rare, and this should be the only one among the players this time. Curious about the giant earthworm, she sent her consciousness out to search again. Soon, she found it again. How did it get sliced up to the point where only its head remained? Oh, so earthworms produce a secretion that heals and regenerates. Jiangqi's 4th-stage metal had a regenerative function. At that time, she had just lost her body, leaving only a soul, and this metal came to her. So, she figured it might be useful when she rebuilt her body, so she never used it. Raising an earthworm that could continuously provide regenerative benefits seemed like a good idea, It might come in handy in the future. Thinking of this, she teleported over. In base 15, the earthworm's massive head was also packed into a box. It screamed for help, its player interface popping out and flashing before it. As the box was sealed, it suddenly bounced back from the bottom, springing out. In an instant, a slender body sprouted from its neck, and it began to flee frantically. When Jiangqi arrived, he saw a massive earthworm head, dragging a thin body along with it as it bolted. Jiangqi was about to reach out and grab it. Suddenly, it slammed into someone, the white-haired creature Jiangqi had seen before. Bang! The earthworm fell heavily to the ground, and the white-haired creature fell to the ground, clutching its head and screaming, "What the hell? Something got in here." Jiangqi stared at the scene in astonishment, silently withdrawing her hand. While others hadn't seen it, she saw it clearly. The collision had caused the earthworm's player interface to collide with the white-haired creature's head and be absorbed. Chapter 75. Whitehair clutched his head and wailed, twitching on the ground. This was the pain of merging with the player panel. The crowd around him panicked, confused as to what had happened to him. After determining there were no external injuries, they could only treat him as a radiation sickness outbreak and rushed him to the emergency room. Jiangqi had become invisible, clinging to the wall like a shadow, watching the excitement. She had never imagined she would see someone seize the player panel right before her eyes. But for the natives here, this was indeed a great opportunity. If Whitehair could survive, after seeing the player panel, he would naturally understand what was going on and inspire others to seize the panel as well. The Spring City 1,000-man squad was their future. The problem was that Jiangqi was now the train conductor, and her position meant that no passengers could impersonate others. She should have stopped them. But after a moment's thought, she simply stood there, silently watching the group busy themselves. There was no stopping the doctors from injecting potions or inserting a tracheal tube, just in case they were to overdo it and kill Bai Mao. Nor was there any effort to remove the panel before it fully merged with Bai Mao, thus ending this mistake. It all depended on their luck. If luck was on their side, even if they managed to seize a large number of panels and board the train, they could say that fate was on their side, and their future path might not be so difficult. Suddenly, she felt a sense of urgency. Was she, at that moment, in that state of mind, standing high above, watching a fire from the other side of the river? It turns out that when one reaches a high vantage point, looking down at the ground below, one feels something truly different. She had once been an indigenous person and understood their hardships, but now that she was a train conductor, she didn't feel any sympathy when she saw other indigenous people. She only felt a faint pity. I won't proactively help you. But if you're capable and determined, and dare to take risks, then I'm willing to give you some leeway and make things easier for you. That's all. She whispered to herself, am I cold-blooded? Will one day she be assimilated by the game? Watching the creatures struggle beneath her with cold eyes, she shook her head, pausing her thoughts. Thinking about it now was just asking for trouble. Amid the chaos, no one noticed that the giant earthworm, after losing its player panel, twitched a few times and died. Jiangqi felt as if he had lost something. After a moment's reflection, he realized that this giant earthworm was one of Jin Hao's chosen slaves. He had signed a master-slave contract with it, and now that the slave was dead, the contract was naturally void. But this didn't concern her. She didn't take the giant earthworm's body with her. Instead, she went to where the natives had stored the earthworm chunks, and took a piece of the flesh. Then she left the base, and reappeared in the ruins. The giant dog had regained its strength, and was circling around, searching for her. Jiangqi tossed the earthworm chunk in his hand to it. Here, take care of it for me. The dog looked at the earthworm chunk, thicker than its waist, and was startled. Is this the earthworm dolly? It looks like it's dying. The only giant earthworm in the player team, quite famous. Jiangqi said, it's a fragment of the earthworm dolly's body. The earthworm dolly himself is dead, and this was cut from it before he died. It's still alive, so it should be able to be kept alive. Jiangqi spoke, raising his hand gently. A golden butterfly formed from pure energy flew into the earthworm mass. The earthworm, whose muscles had only been contracting weakly, suddenly seemed to gather strength and began to wriggle vigorously. Big Dog took 2 steps back in surprise, then curiously asked, if it grows, will it still be earthworm power? No, it will become a brand new, newly born earthworm. Jiangqi looked at Big Dog. Can't you return to human form yet? Big Dog hesitated, then transformed into a human form. Blonde, with a buzz cut, large tattoos on his arms, his frame was imposing and tall, his shiny, wheat-colored skin covered in scars. Jiangqi glanced at Big Dog with suspicion. If she was not mistaken, Big Dog's form just now was female. Why didn't his human form display any female characteristics? But that didn't matter. She also threw a golden butterfly, which sank into Wang Damao's brow. Jiangqi said, I marked you. I'd be able to find you wherever you go. Your next task is to raise this earthworm. Wang Damao awkwardly scratched his left toe with his right foot. I don't know how. I never raised an earthworm before, let alone one with only this little bit of flesh left. Jiangqi, if you don't know, just figure it out on your own. If it dies. She didn't finish, but that was even more frightening than if she had said it. Wang Damao immediately stood at attention and promised repeatedly, understood. I take good care of it. Raise it into a healthy, complete earthworm. Jiangqi thought for a moment. After all, he was her younger brother. Since he was asking for something, he had to give him something in return. So she disappeared again, reappearing half a minute later, tossing Wang Dama a large bag of raw meat she had just pulled out of the base's ice storage. Fill your stomach, and you heal faster. I come back to see you tomorrow. With that, she left, never to return. Wang Dama carefully flipped through the bag of raw meat. Although it was frozen, it was high-quality red meat, still with large bones, exactly what she loved. She hadn't eaten a proper meal since entering this dungeon, and after being captured and tortured by the natives for so long, she was already starving. She immediately ripped open the bag, not caring that she was frozen like a lump of ice. She transformed back into her large dog form, bearing her 2 rows of sharp canines, and began to gnaw. Jiangqi returned to the top floor of the high-rise building. It was almost dark. She snapped her fingers. Golden Butterfly's secret room. Golden butterflies appeared, illuminating the entire room with a golden glow. From the outside, the top floor of the abandoned high-rise building was still dim. No one would have known that such a bright and beautiful secret room existed within. This was the ability of Jin Hao's body, which Jiangqi had inherited and used to perfection. She dug a few more lamps from the pile of junk, hung them up, and flipped on the switches. The room suddenly became brighter. There, in this brightly lit room, where golden butterflies danced, she continued working on her crafting table. Base 15. Thanks to the combined efforts of a group of people, Bai Mao nearly died in the emergency room. Over half an hour later, the horrific pain faded, and Bai Mao lay dying on the bed, staring at the player interface before him. Name, Chio Dolly. Status, passenger. Train number, Jin Hao 315419. He became a player? He became a player. Realizing his situation, he nearly cried out. Alas, he couldn't, because a tube was inserted into his mouth, supplying him with oxygen. His limbs were tied tightly in a spread-eagle position to prevent him from struggling and injuring himself or others. He had also been injected with a muscle relaxant, leaving him completely powerless. Whitehair wanted to cry, but he could only groan and moan, "Oh my god! I'm a player! I got that player panel! I'm a player! Oh, please, untie me!" That night, shocking news spread among the indigenous people of Dongwei City. Indigenous people could become players. The indigenous people were instantly excited. The leaders of other bases rushed to base 15 overnight, and Whitehair became a tourist attraction. After confirming that he was indeed a player, and knowing that with the player panel, he could leave the dungeon as a player, the indigenous people immediately decided that they would not only obtain the players or core, but also the panel. So, the indigenous people began to capture the player at almost any cost, and the player naturally resisted with all his might, fighting back. Jiangqi stood atop a tall building, watching the city go on, a daily scramble for survival. Today, the natives bombed and captured a large group of players. Tomorrow, players breached a base. The day after tomorrow, the natives, through their reckless and inappropriate attempts to seize control panels, killed and injured a large number of themselves. The day after that, the players went berserk, indiscriminately shooting at everything, resulting in yet more casualties. As time passed, the radiation concentration in the dungeon seemed to grow higher, and both the players and the natives grew increasingly violent and aggressive. The players, especially, lacking food and other survival resources, faced a desperate situation, and it was hard not to go mad. Jiangqi considered taking action several times, but ultimately let things unfold. Because the fighting was so intense, Wang Dama was hiding with the earthworm in her mouth, nearly dying. Jiangqi then brought her to the building and placed her on the floor below her. Wang Dama remained there, diligently tending to the earthworms, at most going out to dig up some nutritious soil for their nests. Jiangqi visited her daily, and the worm lump was actually growing, sprouting a head and a tail. It grew longer each day, though thinner, resembling a short, plump snake. By the way, she went to a certain base and retrieved the body of a Tyrannosaurus rex. She then buried it deep underground in a place with the heaviest radiation, letting it absorb it. On the 15th day of the dungeon, Jiangqi had built a 1:1 scale crafting station. On the 19th day, she finally figured out the rules of the crafting station. On the 22nd day, powered by divine power, the crafting station finally started up with some difficulty. She used a piece of iron and a crafting table to fashion a table knife. Then, she began designing and crafting her own blueprints, sometimes taking earthworm and wangdama with her. One burrowed into the earth, the other sniffed around, both helping her find better materials. Jin Hao woke up several times, but was knocked unconscious again by Jiang Qi. On the 28th day of the dungeon, the entire city was awash in dead and wounded, and resentment was rampant. Jiang Qi began to absorb this resentment for cultivation. On the 29th day of the dungeon, Jiang Qi unearthed the body of the Tyrannosaurus rex from the ground. Absorbed by excessive radiation, it had undergone significant mutations, and its thick, wall-like skin began to peel off. Jiang Qi wasn't too concerned. If the body could still be used, that would be best. If not, the bones themselves were excellent materials for crafting. She felt more and more like a demonic cultivator. On the 30th day of the dungeon, Winter Moon City didn't quiet down. Instead, it felt like a final revelry, with violent clashes erupting between players and the indigenous people. Jiangqi sat upstairs, listening to the distant sounds of fighting while silently drawing blood and essence from herself. In her conductor's backpack, there was a compartment specifically for essence. By now, the golden essence was almost the size of a golden apple, the fruit of her tireless work day and night. A tumultuous night passed, and the morning of the 31st day arrived. At this moment, the dungeon was utterly silent. Both the players and the indigenous people seemed to have exhausted their strength, silently huddling and motionless. Jiangqi rose from the upper floor and clicked the button on the conductor's panel to confirm the dungeon's end. In an instant, all players had left the dungeon. Standing atop the building, she released her consciousness and discovered that only a few tens of thousands of people remained in the entirety of Winter Moon City. Originally, there were 380,000 players, but in just 1 month, only this many remained. However, they left behind a large number of orc cores, sealed and hidden deep within, apparently intending to wait until the dungeon was over before joining forces with outside forces to study them. Items in the current dungeon that can be minted into train coins have been detected: player corpses, player orc cores, and native corpses. Should they be minted into train coins? Jiangqi chose yes. No response. She raised an eyebrow. I see. You have to do it yourself again, huh? She flew into the air, releasing her consciousness, deliberately avoiding the areas where the natives had hidden their orc cores. She would leave those for them to study. Then, the original power, like water, spread out. Wherever it passed, the corpses and scattered orc cores scattered throughout the dungeon gradually transformed into train coins. Chapter 76. All of a sudden, countless silver-white train coins converged on Jiangqi from all directions, merging into the train conductor's panel in front of her, and becoming the train conductor's wallet balance. Jiangqi watched the balance grow continuously, from the initial tens of thousands to rapidly reaching hundreds of thousands and then millions. This was primarily due to the high energy of player corpses and orc nuclei, which converted a large amount of train coins into them. Finally, the number settled at over 6 million. Jiangqi withdrew her consciousness and energy, tapped her balance, and took out a train coin. The silver-white coin fell into her hand. On the front was the train logo, with Jin Hao 315419 written below. On the back was a butterfly silhouette, with the words Jin Hao below. It was the same design as the train coin cutting snake had used. She put away the train coin, took one last look at this world, and left the dungeon. After she left, the dungeon barrier vanished, and the remaining bases were immediately bombarded with calls from the outside world. The people in the base quickly answered the calls. The signal's been down for the past month. Is it the dungeon? What's the situation now? How many casualties have there been? We send relief supplies in immediately. What's the radiation level like in the city? Can the rescue team get in? Hearing these words, the people breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they could hear the outside world again. This dungeon had finally ended. The other side quickly replied, the dungeon is over. The casualties haven't been counted yet, but we gained a huge reward this time. We obtained something called an orc core. Yes, the orc core still exists after the dungeon ends. And there's another important piece of information I must report to you in person. The radiation in the dungeon. When they measured the radiation levels, they were surprised. Huh? Why was it so much lower than before the dungeon began? Could it be because they consumed too much energy in the dungeon? Or had it been absorbed by the players? In short, at this level of radiation, outsiders wearing radiation protective clothing could safely enter Dongwei City. So, soon after, several rescue teams and a high-ranking leadership team entered Dongwei City. Soon after, the orcs invested in nuclear research and the development of radiation sickness drugs. As for the fact that some natives had replaced players, it became a secret within a secret, sealed away. A golden butterfly circled over Dongwei City for a while before gradually dissipating. On the platform, next to the train, Jiangqi appeared before the players, but she didn't reveal herself, remaining invisible. At the same time, she was monitoring subsequent developments through the golden butterfly she had left in Dongwei City. She was mainly curious whether the natives would make the player replacements public. If they were to spread the news and show no regard for confidentiality, then there was no need for her to keep it a secret. After all, the proportion of imposters among the crowd of players before her was quite high. Of the 125,000 players, only a little over 50,000 remained, and among them, there were over 3,000 imposters. Jiangqi activated his ability to see through passengers' disguises. At a glance, each native was revealed, as if through a magic mirror. They themselves were completely unaware, believing their disguises were flawless. Jiangqi, a bit of a toothache. Back in Spring City, with 80,000 players, she only dared to squeeze in 1,000 of her own people, and that was with her hidden markers. These people had the audacity to cram over 3,000 people into a team of 50,000. How dare they? Didn't they think they'd be exposed? Jiangqi was trying to give them a break, but this was too much. If she still pretended not to see this, then how blind and incompetent she must be as a train manager. She sighed. As expected, one mustn't be soft-hearted, or else it would only bring trouble upon oneself. Just then, her control panel vibrated, a special reminder message coming in. She opened it, and saw it was from Shirkei. Is the first dungeon finished? Is everything going well? What's the dungeon summary like? Jiangqi, using the same tone as Jin Hao's previous reply, wrote, Thank you, Sister Shir, for your concern. The dungeon just ended, and I compiled the summary. I send it to you. She opened the summary for this dungeon. In the first dungeon you led, the radiation mutation dungeon, your passenger mortality rate was 57.6%, and the native mortality rate was 77.1%. In this dungeon, 5,212 passengers called for help, but you only saved 61. Your concern for the passengers was minimal. In this dungeon, your train coin earnings were 6,571,079. Good returns. Keep up the good work. In summary, your performance in this dungeon is AB+, but your leadership skills are still lacking. Reading it all, she discovered there was a second page. She flipped it over, reading the words clearly, and was shocked. Radiation Mutation Dungeon Summary 2.0, Illegal Version. In this dungeon, you leaked important information to players and ignored the natives' attempts to seize player panels without stopping them. This resulted in 3,147 natives becoming fake players and indirectly increased the player mortality rate. Your violations have had serious and lasting consequences. You done well, and you earned 10 violation power. Looking forward to more of your violations. At the same time, the violation badge she wore around her neck felt a warm sensation, as if infused with some kind of power. Jiangqi, What's this even possible? She organized a 5-session internship focused on violations, and earned a violation badge. It felt like she opened up some incredible new path. Jiangqi was a bit torn. Did she really want to continue down this path of violation? Everything else was fine. She wasn't afraid of going against the game, but she worried it was a bait-and-switch. Then, gods and ghosts would be the same, and she'd be tossed around like a clown, only to be punished for multiple violations. How embarrassing. Thinking of this, she didn't waste any time and sent the first and last paragraphs of Summary 1.0 to Shirkei. He replied quickly. Shirkei, the indigenous mortality rate is quite good, but the player mortality rate is a bit high. Player mortality is directly linked to the train conductor's ability, so your leadership skills are somewhat lacking. Shirkei, did something dangerous happen in the dungeon? Why are so many players dying? Jiangqi pondered for a moment and replied, The players are quite irritable. Shirkei, indeed, there are so many genetically damaged orcs. And this is only your first dungeon, so it's normal. Don't be discouraged. For your next dungeon, Choose a dungeon with a normal worldview and give players some train coins as starter capital. The mortality rate will drop immediately. Jiangqi lowered his eyes and replied, "Okay, thanks for the guidance, Sister Sure." Shirkei then said, "There's a train conductor gathering soon. Would you like to attend? You could meet some seniors and learn something." Jiangqi paused. A train conductor gathering? A few fragments of memories that looked like train conductor gatherings flashed through his mind. It would be nice to get to know more train conductors. She replied, "But I have to lead a team and can't leave. How about I send the players to the next dungeon first and then go there? Is that in time?" Shirkei said she would be in time and gave Jiangqi a dungeon link. "Shirkei, I picked out your next dungeon. This one's great. It's close to the gathering. You can come after sending the players." Jiangqi frowned and clicked on the link. As expected, as the other party had said, this was a prosperous city with a normal worldview, and the dungeon disaster was an insect swarm. After having experienced a dungeon and their ferocity unleashed, the orc players entered this world like fish in water, with no difficulty at all. In contrast, the city's native inhabitants were destined for a miserable end. Jiangqi couldn't help but clench his fists. What a nice Shirkei! She actually picked the next dungeon right away. No wonder she's so enthusiastic. Will all dungeons I take from now on be arranged by her? Jiangqi sneered, but replied, "Okay, thank you, Sister Sure, for choosing such a good dungeon for me. Shirkei, good luck. See you at the party." Closing the chat page, Jiangqi's expression vanished, his eyes cold. "I never thought that even after becoming the conductor, I still have a mother-in-law above me, and a mother-in-law who's so controlling. Is that how it works? Okay, then I really take a different route." She looked at the fake players in the crowd, their numbers exceeding the limit, and suddenly realized they weren't that numerous. She said, "Congratulations, everyone, for completing the first dungeon." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a powerful force. The players couldn't see her, only her voice, a voice that felt like it came from above, a nerve-wracking sound that could be heard even from a distance. Gradually, the 50,000 players quieted down. Jiangqi said, "Because our team has been severely reduced in numbers, we're reassigning seats. Please open your dashboards, and wait for your seats to be generated." Everyone opened their dashboards, and Jiangqi immediately brought up a window where they could adjust the train. She changed the carriage specifications. Gone were the high-class and low-class carriages, leaving only the standard hard-seat carriages. This was the same third-class carriage that Jiangqi had ridden in when she was Sandor, and she thought it was quite good. Since all players could transform into humanoids now, no one needed special treatment. So, take this hard-seat carriage. A prompt quickly appeared on the players' dashboards. Seats being released. Your new seat is XX car seat XX. Please collect your ticket at the door and proceed to your seat. The players weren't surprised by this and dutifully followed the instructions. The fake players, however, stood motionless, as if under a spell, their faces terrified. On their dashboards, a new line of text appeared. You are someone who shouldn't be here. You replaced the original owner of this dashboard. The fake players, shock. In an instant, all the fake players' hair stood on end, their skin crawling with fear. Some even cried out in surprise. The real players couldn't help but stare twice, wondering what kind of seats they'd been assigned to, and why were they reacting so violently. The flabbergasted fake players quickly covered their mouths, lowered their heads, and exchanged frantic glances with their companions, even whispering among themselves. "Did you write that on your dashboard? Are we exposed? All this trouble, and all this effort was for nothing?" They were terribly anxious. Jiangqi, observing the situation, shook her head. Their mental fortitude wasn't good enough. She thought of the Spring City 1,000-man squad. They were truly the elite of the elite. They undergone rigorous anti-torture training, remaining calm even in the face of imminent danger. Even under torture, they could feign innocence. Let alone seeing a single line of text, they wouldn't lose their composure. Furthermore, after the 1,000-man squad boarded the train, they barely knew each other, and certainly wouldn't engage in such blatant exchanges of glances, or even whispers. This clearly indicated to others that something was fishy going on. Compared to the 1,000-man squad, these people from Donghua City were like rookies, a far cry from the original. She missed her excellent friends a little. But outsiders also had their advantages. They were easy to use, and even if their violations were exposed, she wouldn't feel bad if they were killed. She continued typing on the panel, and the second sentence appeared on the fake players panel. Hide your tracks. Don't let the real players see you. Gulp. Someone swallowed. The fake players' hearts raced, their gazes fixed on the panel. Sure enough, the third sentence arrived soon. In the next dungeon, you will be assigned a secret mission. Once you complete it, you gain the status of a real player, free from worry. Chapter 77. In the cab, Jiangqi stepped on the accelerator, gripped the cold lever, and started the train. This was her first time driving as a full-fledged train conductor, yet she handled it with ease, possessing the mindset and control of a seasoned driver. The train moved steadily out, leaving Yuehan Star and embarking on its long journey along the track. However, it wasn't long before they encountered a station. This station wasn't a warp transfer station, it was just an ordinary stop, comparable to a highway toll booth. Jiangqi had no choice but to stop the train and negotiate with the station staff. They even boarded the train, taking note of the number of passengers and carriages, and even reading Jiangqi's driving logbook, registering everything. In addition, Jiangqi also had to pay tolls and recharge the train, otherwise it would run out of energy and be forced to stop mid-journey. These two expenses cost over 1,000,000 yuan. Jiangqi's mouth twitched. If she hadn't earned money in the last dungeon, with Jin Hao's meager balance, she and her car would have been impounded here. You mean it's a good game, and their own employees are being charged extra for driving a car on the tracks? How stingy. Okay, you can pass. Have a safe trip. The station staff member smiled and handed over the train card. Jiangqi took it, and it integrated directly into the conductor's panel. She faced Jin Hao's face, a pained expression that couldn't force a smile. After closing the door, she sternly started the train. At the back station, Staff A muttered, "New here, huh? It was a long car when we came here, and it was just this short when we got there. Isn't it?" Staff Member B echoed, "When we arrived, there were over 100,000 people. Now there are only a little over 50,000 left. You wouldn't have to be a new recruit to have such a high attrition rate." A, "So you overcharged?" B, "Hey, he doesn't know anyway, so we split the extra money." After the train reached normal speed, the dungeon matching department informed Jiangqi, "Please choose the next dungeon location." Jiangqi handed the controls to the autopilot, reclined her chair, opened the panel, and carefully examined the 3 dungeon location options. The first dungeon had a similar wasteland setting, and the second had a primeval jungle setting. Although there was no further information, both dungeons were likely to have smaller populations of indigenous people. The third, however, was a bustling city, the one Shirkei had chosen for her. Jiangqi didn't understand why Shirkei had chosen this dungeon herself, but she was certain that this Shirkei had considerable power. She either knew about these 3 options in advance, or she had included the city she valued. This all suggests that Shirkei has a hand in the dungeon matching department. The veteran is truly well-informed and well-connected. Jiangqi calmly chose the third dungeon, letting her see what made it so special. You chose the insectide dungeon. Basic dungeon information is now being transmitted. A document appeared on the control panel. Jiangqi clicked on the object to read it. Then, a document appeared before her. Holding it in her hand, it felt just like real paper, both in weight and texture. The official train conductor's control panel had been significantly upgraded. This advanced technology was truly impressive, capable of transforming many objects between virtual and real. Jiangqi flipped through the information. This city was called Dali City, and the world it resided on was called Dali Planet. The name suggested Dali City held a special place on this planet, presumably a political and cultural center. The Dali people's ancestors possessed plant genes, giving them an innate fear of insects. The insect swarm crisis in the dungeon wasn't a fabrication of the game. It was originally an internal conflict among the Dali people, with rebels deliberately cultivating a large number of insects in an attempt to control Dali City. The game seized on this opportunity and unleashed the power of dungeons, significantly escalating the insect swarm and plunging Dali City into a devastating disaster. Then, starting with Dali City, the entire Dali planet was transformed into a dungeon zone. Jiangqi sat up straight, her heart beating a little faster. This meant that Dali Planet hadn't previously been a dungeon site, and this insect swarm dungeon would be the first dungeon the planet had ever suffered. She seemed to be witnessing the entire process of a healthy planet being targeted, manipulated, polluted, exploited, and destroyed by the game. She was currently standing at the prelude to the pollution of this planet, and she would be the one to initiate the first step. She had imagined that one day, she would become a butcher invading the beautiful worlds of others, but she had never imagined that day would come so soon. Her role in Dali City now seemed no different from that of the cunning snake in Spring City. Jiangqi exhaled, his face slightly grim, and couldn't help but touch the violation medal beneath his collar. If she could change Dali Planet's fate as a dungeon zone, This level of violation would surely grant her a vast amount of violation power. But the question was, could she really accomplish such a monumental feat? Wouldn't the game discover her mid-game and crush her? She suppressed this thought for the moment, reading over and over the brief information. After a moment, she closed it and began to ponder why Shirkei had set his sights on Dolly City, and why he had to take on this dungeon himself. Could it be that a trained conductor could participate in the dungeon's development and gain some benefit from it? Why didn't Shirkei take on this dungeon himself, instead letting a newbie like her take on it? She paused. Perhaps this dungeon was for new players, and Shirkei didn't have any new players with him at the moment. She tapped the console and asked the panel's built-in program, what is Shirkei's purpose? What benefits does she gain from doing this? The panel replied in a measured tone, it's analyzing your question and has identified the key word, Shirkei. According to private chat records, Shirkei was a senior trained conductor from the Orsish Plain, currently a level 4 or higher. She was Jin Hao's recommender, providing significant assistance on his path to becoming a trained conductor. As a recommender, she received a 10% commission on Jin Hao's dungeon earnings. Jiangqi, Oh, she even gets a commission. Even after taking the commission, she still managed to trick Jin Hao into working for her. Jiangqi listened for a long time, but didn't hear the information she wanted. She then asked, are there any prerequisites or necessary steps for developing a planet as a dungeon location? Are there any examples of failed developments? This time, the interface froze for a long time before it said it couldn't search for relevant content. Jiangqi sighed. This program, while comprehensive, was also limited. There was a lot she didn't know. It was worse than during her internship, when as long as she triggered the relevant field, the panel would give her the relevant answer. But after all, a human machine couldn't compare to a living person. And the living person, who could actually provide her with the answer, was still asleep, and she couldn't wake him up. She thought for a moment, then took over the control panel again and began to accelerate the train. The information stated that, based on the development of the situation in Dolly City, the optimal time to open the dungeon was 7 days from now, which meant that Jiangqi still had 7 days to travel. But with her full acceleration, she arrived at her destination in 4 days. The train stopped at the platform and Jiangqi disembarked. The platform was desolate, with only one track, and hers alone on it, surrounded by brown earth without a single blade of grass. She opened the conductor's panel. You have arrived on the Dolly planet. Please check in at the station. She was sure she had arrived at the right place. But where was the station? Jiangqi wandered around and finally spotted a sign. She walked over and saw a sign that read Dory Star Plane Station, followed by a line of smaller text. The station building is not yet completed. Please sign in here. Jiangqi clocked in. Ding, Dory Star Plane sign-in completed. Would you like to start the dungeon early? Can I start it now? Jiangqi searched for a while, but couldn't find a way to enter Dory City alone early, so he chose to start. The dungeon entrance has been opened. Please send players to the dungeon within 5 minutes. Jiangqi returned to the train, and used the announcement to notify all players to disembark. Then, he selected the option on the control panel to send players to the dungeon with one click. Followed by another option, would the train conductor also enter the dungeon? At that moment, Shirkei sent another message. Shirkei, have you arrived at the dungeon? Pretty quick. After you get the players in, come to the gathering place. Jiangqi frowned. This guy was incredibly well informed. She arrived early, wanting to give herself some time to get to know the dungeon, but she hadn't expected him to know her movements in real time. She glanced at the sign in front of her. Was it because of her check-in? She ignored the message, pretending she hadn't seen it, and chose to enter the dungeon together. Before the 5-minute countdown ended, Jiangqi and the entire busload of players disappeared from the platform. Dolly City. It was the first night before the long holiday, and the entire city was like a city that never sleeps, ablaze with lights and bustling with traffic. All manner of advanced transportation, flying and running, came and went. Besides the bustling entertainment venues, botanical gardens, and resort villas, large and small, also welcomed a large number of guests. Because their ancestors evolved from plants, today's Dolly people also carry plant genes, manifesting in some plant characteristics. For example, they particularly enjoy sunbathing. After get-off work, in their free time, Dolly people deeply enjoy being close to nature, enjoying the company of flowers, plants, and trees. As a result, botanical gardens, flower houses, and scenic spots in the mountains and forests are bustling with visitors on holidays. Dolly City Center Botanical Garden, Oxygen Bar Leisure Area. Under the towering trees, Night lights illuminate the space with a brilliant yet soft glow. Dolly people recline on lounge chairs, lean on railings, sit by the flower beds, breathe in the fresh air, relax, and chat in groups of 3 or 4. Unbeknownst to them, behind the dense trees, insects quietly emerge, antennae extended, mouthparts wiggling, ready to bring danger. Jiangqi was teleported behind a potted plant. Looking up, she saw a dark green beetle crouching behind a large leaf. Its mouthparts resembled miniature sickles, and its bite was clearly painful. A soft-bodied insect, resembling a caterpillar, was entangled in the petiole. The caterpillar was speckled with red spots, looking quite disgusting. She glanced at the oblivious visitors and released her consciousness. There were so many insects lurking throughout the botanical garden. Their scent was faint, ordinary, yet she could sense a strong hunger from them. Chapter 78. Jiangqi had opened the dungeon 3 days early, during which time the insect swarm crisis was still brewing. The information describes the insect swarm as follows. The rebels had been planning for years, secretly cultivating a variety of insects. There were ordinary insects, simply to create panic through numbers, and there were also poisonous insects whose bites would cause poisoning and illness, for which only the rebels possessed the antidote. The rebels intended to use insects to rule the world, and the first place they would release them was the all-important Dali City during this short holiday. The optimal time to open the dungeon was on the 3rd day of the holiday. By then, the infestation had spread, but hadn't yet caused significant damage, and the people of Dali still believed it was just a natural disaster. With the arrival of the dungeon's power, the infestation was superpowered, transforming into an insect swarm. Not only did its numbers multiply several-fold, but the variety of insects also increased significantly, and their size swelled. Bugs larger than cats and dogs, parasitic bugs, and even capable of chewing through metal walls, all emerged. Not only humans, but the entire city was ravaged by them. 3 days ahead of schedule, the infestation hadn't yet reached a breaking point, but with the arrival of the dungeon's power, the bugs would soon mutate. Jiangqi could sense that the bugs in this botanical garden were evolving. The hunger they exuded was growing stronger, tinged with murderous intent and a growing sense of individuality. Perhaps in a few hours, or even sooner, they would actively attack humans. Jiangqi thought for a moment. She didn't know how to prevent Dory Star from becoming a dungeon ground. So, she decided to set a smaller goal: destroy the current dungeon with the insect swarm. While the bugs are still in their incubation period, let's give the Dali people a heads up. If we can eliminate a few of them beforehand, the pressure will be much less later. She immediately sent an order to her fake player minions. She herself pulled a massive object from her backpack. It was none other than the body of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It had been tattered from the massive radiation it consumed. It suddenly appeared from behind a tree. It was enormous, fierce-looking, and its ruptured skin made it look even more terrifying. It looked like a zombie dinosaur. The 2 beautiful women chatting across from Jiangqi suddenly noticed a shadow in their peripheral vision. Looking up, they were met with the Tyrannosaurus Rex's festering head, its mouth full of sharp teeth exposed by its rotten mouth. Ah! The others jumped in shock, their heads twitching. What's going on? Turning around, they also saw the massive Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ah! Instantly, everyone around them cried out in panic, fleeing in panic. What the hell is this? Where did it come from? People ran a bit and looked back. Behind the swaying trees, a tattered monster several meters tall stood silently. The once bright and soft light, now shone upon it, gave it an inexplicably eerie air. The flaking flesh, the yellowish eyes, the mouth full of sharp teeth, the hideous face, filled everyone with terror. But seeing it standing still, motionless, people felt a little more reassured, and some even opened their social media wristbands to take photos. What is this? A prop? A piece of scenery? A holiday surprise from the botanical garden? I want to complain! A Dorian cursed angrily. The others chimed in, yeah, we should complain. How could it be so terrifying? I'm frightened to death. But the next moment, the monster's head moved. Ah! It's moving! It's moving! It's looking over here. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's head slowly turned, its cloudy eyes, which looked as if they were about to pop out, also slowly shifted and glanced over. Everyone's hair stood on end. Alive! This thing is actually alive. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus Rex's powerful hind legs took a step forward, shaking the earth. Then came a second, and a third. The massive head pushed aside the branches in front of it, and its entire body slowly emerged from behind the tree, bringing with it an extremely oppressive feeling, as if a prehistoric monster were slowly emerging. Everyone was completely stunned, their bodies frozen and unable to move, watching the monster draw closer and closer. Finally, someone shouted, "Run!" Everyone snapped out of their terror and screamed, turning and running. Boom! 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 Jiangqi controlled the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body, running faster and faster, emitting a harsh roar. As she chased the crowd, she swung her claws and tail, sweeping trees and other plants into pieces. She swept out the insects hiding in the leaves, sending them flying in swarms, buzzing and squeaking. So, while people were running for their lives, they were also being pounced on by these insects. The genetic fear of insects surged, and goosebumps covered their bodies. The terror was doubled. Some people vomited or even fainted. Ah! Help! Where did these bugs come from? I'm dying! Bugs! Monsters! Monsters! Bugs! Ah, someone save me! The entire botanical garden erupted in chaos, everyone being chased terribly. Just as the Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to overtake them, a violent gust of wind arose, and the surrounding plants suddenly began to vibrate in unison, like the undulations of the ocean, rustling and creaking. Gradually, a vast, powerful sound built up, blocking the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Buzz, buzz! The earth trembled, the plants resonated, and a strange energy surged up from the earth. The Dolly people, on the verge of collapse, suddenly felt an indescribable warmth surge through them, as if pouring from the earth, infusing them with an indescribable sense of power. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Across from the Tyrannosaurus Rex, an ancient tree began to shake, its roots wriggling powerfully beneath the ground. The trunk grew visibly thicker and taller, and its branches rapidly grew luxuriant and dense. In a matter of seconds, the tree grew several times larger and thicker, towering far taller than a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then, a deep, ancient voice emanated from its trunk. What evil creature is disturbing our descendants? The Dolly people, shock. They were truly stunned, their brains seemingly inadequate. A tree could suddenly grow larger, and even speak. From the sound of it, it seemed this tree was their ancestor? Ah, their ancestor really was a tree. Ah, their ancestor actually appeared in spirit and protected them in times of danger. Ah, their ancestor's voice was so majestic and powerful. For a moment, they didn't know what to shock first, causing their brains to short-circuit. Hey, let's call the police first, then turn on our wristbands and record some footage, as everyone, trembling with excitement and fear, filmed from a distance. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and the ancient tree they were filming were engaged in a standoff. T-Rex, roar! Tree god? There are gods in this world. Everyone, ah! This tattered monster can actually speak. But the sound is so unpleasant. T-Rex, alas, it's useless. Our power has already eroded this land. Die! The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared and lunged at the ancient tree, while the tree swung its countless thick branches, lashing out at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. A monster in a tree, a fierce battle ensued, sparks flying, branches and flesh flying everywhere. Accidentally hitting the botanical garden's equipment could cause lights to explode and even explosions. A hurricane, seemingly from nowhere, swept across the entire place. It was a thrilling scene. In reality, Jiangqi was controlling the Tyrannosaurus Rex while pretending to be the ancient tree, battling each other with great pleasure. Finally, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was no match for the ancient tree. After being battered to tatters, its bones exposed, it roared with a timid, ferocious look, "I let you go for now. Just wait, all of Dolly City, all of Dolly Planet, will fall into the abyss, become a demon's playground, and ultimately be destroyed." Then it scurried away, disappearing into the vast night. Silence fell upon the scene. The people of Dolly peeked out, gazing at the ancient tree, wanting to approach but afraid. The botanical garden director, finally arriving with a group of security guards, approached the tree and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The ancient tree, its branches and leaves scattered to the ground by the Tyrannosaurus Rex and looking tattered, sighed deeply. The catastrophe has arrived. The insect plague and monsters are only the beginning. From now on, you must unite and eliminate the danger as quickly as possible. The true enemy hangs high above the bright moon. After these vague words, the massive ancient tree shattered like glass, scattered by the wind. The plants throughout the botanical garden withered instantly, revealing a teeming field of insects. People watched this scene with unease and disgust. The director's face was utterly grim. He surveyed the withered plants and the disgusting insects scattered across the ground. Everything about it proved that the scene just now was no illusion. Something truly extraordinary had occurred. The apocalypse might have truly arrived. He ordered, "Bring out the insecticides and exterminate all the insects in the garden." "I'm reporting this," In reality, he didn't need to make a special trip to report it, as visitors had already filmed the events at the botanical garden, uploaded them online, and caused a huge uproar. Furthermore, these strange occurrences weren't limited to the botanical garden. Unusual events were occurring throughout Doral City. This all began a moment ago. Across Dolly City, the fake players had barely landed, barely taking in their surroundings, when an instruction popped up on their player panels. The instruction was simple. They were instructed to find a way to expose the insect infestation, ideally to scare the natives and cause a stir. The bigger the commotion, the better. The fake players scratched their heads. This wasn't a difficult task, after all. After all, they had struggled to join the player team from Dongwest City. Although Jiang Qi despised them as inferior to her friends, they were undoubtedly skilled. Taking on the defenseless natives here was a piece of cake. It was said that the people here were particularly afraid of insects, and these fake players were quite mischievous. Some had infiltrated some mountain resort, used light sources to attract all the insects in the wilderness, and then swarmed them into the happy holiday crowds. Someone broke into a ceremony and tampered with a balloon filled with streamers. The giant balloon was then filled with bugs, and when the balloon was popped, releasing the streamers, all that flew out was bugs. Someone else broke into a luxury hotel and poured bugs into the water tank. So, when you turned on the faucet, the water came out swarming with tiny bugs. Chapter 79. After leaving the botanical garden, Jiang Qi went to a crowded amusement park and staged another Plants vs. Monsters drama. This time, she didn't use the body of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but instead used the Mirror Demon's abilities to create a monster phantom disguised as a reawakened Super Gladiolus. She repeated this trick several times, affecting several crowded areas in Dolly City, causing one sensation after another. Add to that the various powers displayed by the fake players, the fact that Dolly City was unable to contact the outside world, and the objective fact that Dolly City was blocked by the dungeon's power. In just half an hour, the people of Dolly City went crazy. Terms such as insect plague, impending catastrophe, and Dolly City mysteriously blocked dominated everyone's social media platforms, and the entire city was plunged into unprecedented panic, speculation, discussion, and excitement. Yes, excitement. Disaster seemed imminent, but their ancestors had appeared. Their ancestors were actually plants, and even seemed to be some kind of gods, looking incredibly powerful. How could anyone not be excited, thrilled, and proud? Hey, did you see the video from the botanical garden? That tree was so powerful, it chased off such a huge monster. Did you see the video from the amusement park? That gladiolus plant grew so tall in a flash, taller than the Ferris wheel, and every leaf looked like a real sword. Did you see the video from the Anhu scenic area? A monster emerged from Anhu Lake and swallowed several tourists. In the critical moment, a clump of water plants emerged from the lake, entangled the monster, and rescued the tourists. People kept talking about the video. If they had actually seen the plant ancestors display their power, wow, that was even more amazing. They would immediately start to talk about it with stars in their eyes, and a beaming face. Seeing this effect, Jiang Qi said, the power of ancestors is formidable. The very idea of ancestral blessing truly brings immense courage and strength. That's fine. In this energized state, let's resist. She located the Dolly City government, or the executive office, as it's called here, and a few seconds later, she was inside. At this moment, chaos reigned here. Reports were constantly pouring in from all over the place, with calls for assistance and inquiries about how to deal with the sudden appearance of insects. Archon Bershuli's head was about to explode. After confirming once again that Dolly City had indeed lost contact with the outside world, she took a deep breath and said to the other officials, "We're not sure what has happened to the world, but we can't rely on our ancestors to protect us forever. Now, we must rely on the people of Dolly City to save themselves." The monsters in the video. Before she finished her words, a piece of paper slowly floated down from the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. There was nothing above them, so how could a piece of paper suddenly fall? "August, be careful." Bershuli's guard officer rushed forward, drawing his sword from his waist, and firmly protecting Bershuli behind him, staring intently at the paper. Under everyone's gaze, the paper slowly fell to the ground. They looked closely and saw the words, "Exterminate! Exterminate! Exterminate!" The 6 large characters pierced their pupils, and their hearts inexplicably tightened, a sense of urgency to exterminate the insects as quickly as possible. Bershuli pushed aside the guard officer, and picked up the paper herself. She looked at it from front to back, but there was nothing special. As she watched, the 6 characters slowly faded, as if they had never appeared. She glanced up, remembering the miraculous performances of plants in those viral videos. Was this also a manifestation of the ancestors? Such an urgent reminder. Was it because time was running out? Originally, Bursley thought the monsters were the more dangerous and the priority, but judging by the warning on this piece of paper, the insect plague was probably the more damaging. Then, let's focus all our efforts on exterminating the insects first. She immediately issued the order. Ka-Anfei was an ordinary citizen of Dali City. Today, she happened to be enjoying a night tour of the Anhu scenic area with friends. She had witnessed the sudden appearance of the water monster and the majestic aquatic plants firsthand. At this moment, her heart was still pounding. She was squeezed in among the excited crowd, holding hands with her friend. If she fell at this moment, she would inevitably be trampled. One after another, flying cars flew over, landing in the open space and picking up tourists. However, due to the sheer number of people, it would take some time for Ka-Anfei and her friends to get their turn. She opened her wristband and continuously refreshed the Dali website. Each refresh brought news of sudden insect infestations, photos of monsters captured in various locations, and the invisible, impenetrable barrier at the edge of Dali City. This is terrifying. Is the apocalypse truly imminent? Ka-Anfei was terrified. Her friend, however, was thrilled and clutched Ka-Anfei's hand tightly. The apocalypse is imminent, but the gods are resurrected. Isn't that romantic? We are at the forefront of the tide of our times, witnesses of history. We are experiencing a monumental transformation that will overturn everyone's perceptions. Ka-Anfei's head hurt. Stop, stop, stop! Let's think about how to survive this massive transformation. As he spoke, another swarm of insects buzzed overhead. Ka-Anfei waved his arms, trying to shoo them away, when he suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "Look, aren't these insects a bit bigger than the last ones?" Others noticed this too, and cried out in confusion and anxiety. The insects seem to be getting bigger. There seem to be more of them. Oh, and the bites are more painful. No, the insects are too aggressive. We have to get indoors. People covered their heads and faces with clothes, watching the insects with fear and worry. However, the crowd was so dense that even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. Just then, the scenic area's public announcement blared. Dear visitors, we apologize for the inconvenience caused by this unexpected incident. The scenic area has received orders from higher authorities to focus all our efforts on pest control. We ask all passengers to actively participate in the pest control efforts. Everyone buzzed with discussion. What? They were asked to control pests? Stay in the scenic area? In such a dangerous situation, shouldn't they have returned home? After all, monsters could appear at any time. And they had no tools at all. The announcement continued, pest control tools will be airlifted in soon. Please pick up the tools and start killing the insects on the spot. Shortly after the announcement, several flying cars arrived, laden with pest control tools. Those who received the tools also received a set of insect-proof clothing, which covered them from head to toe. With protective clothing, insecticide, and insect-catching tools, many people were filled with confidence and willing to stay and fight the pests. Those who truly didn't want to leave could continue waiting to be picked up by a car. Ka-Anfei discussed it with her friends and decided to stay and exterminate the insects. After receiving their tools and wrapping themselves up tightly, they began exterminating the insects on the spot. You never know until you look, and once you do, you're shocked. By the lakeside, in cracks in the ground, behind trash cans, in the bushes, in corners, piles and clusters of insects everywhere. As soon as the coverings were removed, the insects took flight with a sudden rush, a terrifying sight. For a moment, all you could hear were intermittent screams and the clatter of insecticide spraying. The staff at the scenic area were more professional. They wielded large flamethrowers and burned the insects wherever they saw them, physically eliminating them. Sometimes, while digging, they uncover a nest of insect eggs, so densely packed they were disgusting. They quickly call for staff to come over, and the flames would extinguish them, burning them to a crisp. At the same time, an order for pest control was issued throughout Dali City. This order was passed down through the districts, counties, and towns, and then staff members went down to the grassroots level, mobilizing everyone to go out and kill insects. Dali City feared insects, and nearly every household had insect repellent and extermination tools, ready to go out and kill insects. But the fear of insects and monsters still kept many people at bay. As a result, various localities immediately implemented a number of temporary policies. For example, killing a certain number of insects would earn you a few eggs or a handful of noodles. Elderly people were immediately enticed and rushed out to work with great enthusiasm. For example, participating in pest control could earn you social practice points and volunteer hours. Those about to graduate no longer feared insects or monsters and enthusiastically went out to kill insects. In some places, there's even a rule where catching a pound of insects and finding a nest of eggs can earn you a few yuan. Locals instantly became energized, rushing out to catch insects. In one village, several children, fully armed, clutching a scoop net in one hand and a bag in the other, ran out of their homes. "Xia, hurry up! Everyone's leaving." The children passed by a doorway and anxiously called out to their friends. The child named Xia responded from inside, "We're coming." "Why rush? There are so many insects. The whole village is out catching insects. If we're any later, they all be gone," one child said anxiously. Another child chimed in, "A pound of bugs can be exchanged for 3 yuan. It's not often you get such a good deal." Finally, the child named Xia emerged, dressed like everyone else, clutching a large flashlight. "Come on, let's go somewhere farther away, dig a hole, and then use the light to attract the bugs." The children ran, discussing their plans. Everywhere they passed was filled with adults and children catching bugs. They ran a little further, dug a hole in the ground, placed a trap in it, and then built a stand and hung a lamp from it. They flipped on the switch, and bright light shone forth. Sure enough, many bugs soon flew in, locked into the trap, and unable to escape. 2 other children stayed nearby, using a scoop net to scoop the bugs from the edges into a bag, then immediately crushing them with their feet through the bag. The village chief had said that any bugs caught must be killed immediately, otherwise they might bite through the bag. The other children, on the other hand, specifically searched for bugs in the lush grass and dug up their eggs in the fields. Under the lure of money, the dense swarms of insects didn't seem so terrifying anymore. These weren't insects, they were money. Suddenly, a child exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone looked up. A plane flew over the barren mountain ahead. A column of flame shot out from under the plane, setting the entire mountain ablaze. In an instant, the barren mountain was engulfed in flames. The flames illuminated the night sky, and everyone nearby ran out to see. "Oh my God! They set the mountain on fire. It's hard to get into that barren mountain, and there must be a ton of insects there. But there are other animals and plants in the mountains too." People sighed, and the blazing flames made them even more aware of the urgency of the situation and the determination of the executive office to eradicate insects. So, hurry back and catch the insects. For our own safety, we have to kill as many as possible. Everywhere in Dali City, people were bustling with activity. In the city and residential areas, everyone was mobilized to exterminate insects. Not only that, but every corner was thoroughly searched and disinfected, leaving barely a scratch on the ground. A blanket cleanup. In less visited areas, the executive office dispatched aircraft to set them on fire. Where fire wasn't feasible, they sprayed insecticide from the air. This vigorous extermination effort began around 8 p.m. and reached its peak around 9 p.m. Citywide personnel were mobilized, and all manner of transportation was in constant motion. Pesticide warehouses were emptied, factories frantically processed pesticides, and fuel transformed into billowing flames that spread across the land of Dali City. During this process, over 3,000 fake players received constant orders, sending them here and there to help the natives kill insects. Some rapidly mutating bugs were already quite powerful, making them not insurmountable for the natives, but prone to casualties and chaos. Fake players, however, found this much easier. Some deeply hidden insect nests were difficult for the natives to detect even with detection equipment, so the fake players were responsible for uncovering and destroying them. Some aquatic bugs were difficult to detect and eliminate using conventional means, so the fake players had to pretend to be natives and guide them to their discovery. Even bugs with camouflage needed to be found by the fake players. The fake players were scrambling around with orders, leaving the real players bewildered. Why were the natives in this dungeon so frantic and passionate? Everyone was on the move, working recklessly, even setting fire to mountains, wild forests, wasteland, and abandoned buildings. It was a complete house-raiding extermination of the bugs. Under such a powerful force, not only were the insects nowhere to hide, but outsiders like them had nowhere to hide either. They were forced to flee from place to place or disguised as locals using player masks. Wang Damao, disguised as a local, had just emerged from his transformation zone when an older woman, without hesitation, thrust a set of insecticide tools at him. "Come on, come on! Help!" Wang Damao, no. No, no. Wang Damao, Wang Damao could only obediently work. The entire street was illuminated by the lights, as bright as day. One group was scrambling on the ground, another group was climbing onto rooftops to search for insects, and several groups were entering people's homes to search for bugs. The situation was so intense that it almost made them want to break open all the doors and windows to see if there were any insects hiding inside. A snake-like earthworm crawled out from Wang Damao's clothes, poked its head out for a moment, then silently retreated back. Wang Dama sighed, if only you were still a giant earthworm, crawling out and scaring the natives. He then became curious. Are those videos online real? Are those monsters players? Some of them don't look like orcs. And are there really plant gods in this world? Thinking of the powerful so-called plant ancestors in the videos, Wang Damao decided to pretend to be a native for the time being and stay hidden. In a land that might be under the protection of gods, it would be best for outsiders like them to behave themselves. The other orc players shared the same sentiment. None wanted to transform easily and be mistaken for a monster, so they kept a low profile and remained honest, choosing to disguise themselves as natives and then be forced into the insect-killing operation. Of course, there were some particularly unruly and ferocious ones who transformed into beasts to scare and injure others, but as soon as they appeared, Jiang Qi, disguised as a plant, crushed them. As word spread, it became increasingly clear that this land was blessed by plant spirits, and other players became even more hesitant to act rashly. From a little after 8 o'clock until the early morning, Jiang Qi suppressed the players while simultaneously facilitating the killing of insects, buying the city several hours to save itself. By a little after 2 o'clock in the morning, 6 hours after the dungeon opened, Jiang Qi felt that less than 1% of the city's insect population had been eliminated. But this part of the insects finally completed their evolution. Ding, you staged your own show, alerting the indigenous people to the impending disaster, and directly and indirectly leading them to exterminate the insects. The insect swarm crisis has been greatly reduced. You have gained 100 times the power of violation. The conductor's panel, silent for most of the night, finally rang out an announcement. Jiang Qi's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the danger of this insect swarm can be mitigated. The extreme cold crisis in Spring City couldn't be mitigated because it was a climatic disaster, and she had no way to reduce the energy of the extreme cold. But this insect swarm crisis is different. The swarm is tangible, built up by numbers. Once the numbers decrease, it's no longer a tide, and it's less terrifying. But even if only 1% of the number remains, it shouldn't be underestimated. What should she do next? Will she personally take on the insecticide? Jiang Qi stood atop a tall building, gazing at the brightly lit executive hall, then at the city, which, after hours of activity, had gradually quieted down to a state of exhaustion. Suddenly, something stirred deep within his consciousness. Jiang Qi was startled, then whispered with a hint of surprise, "Are you awake?" A faintly weary voice echoed from within his consciousness. After a few breaths, it seemed a little surprised, raising its voice slightly. "With so many violations, what are you doing?" Jiang Qi scratched his face. This. Before she could form her words, the control panel had probably finished reviewing all the records, and the voice returned to a calm tone. "I understand. So, you want to go the route of breaking the rules?" Jiang Qi sat down in the breeze, his legs draped over the edge of the building, swaying gently. "I hadn't thought of this before. It was only after the radiation mutation dungeon that I realized that, as a trained conductor, breaking the rules in the dungeon could gain the power of breaking the rules. Then, Shirkei wants me to be her puppet, to do her bidding. First, I don't want Shirkei to be complacent. Second, I want to see how much violation power I can gain by violating the rules in this dungeon, and what the consequences will be. Third, well, Jiang Qi braced himself on the ground, gazing at the distant mountain fires, now reduced to mere pinpricks of red light. Third, I don't want to see a peaceful world before my very eyes, and even under my influence, reduced to a dungeon. That would make me feel like the person I hate the most. While I don't know if what I'm doing will actually be of any use, at least I tried. Even if the outcome can't be changed, at least I won't feel guilty. To put it bluntly, I want peace of mind." The panel said, "And there's another, most important reason. You want to try to rebel against the game." Jiang Qi was stunned. "The game wants to develop this planet as a dungeon, so try to fight it. If you succeed, it proves the game isn't invincible. If you fail, you be confident you can escape safely." Jiang Qi laughed heartily. "You really do understand me." Her expression relaxed, and her legs swung a little more swiftly. "I'm currently wearing Jean Hao's shell. Even if the truth comes out, I can easily escape with ease. The fake players I'm using aren't ours, and this planet isn't even Blue Star, so I don't need to worry about future retaliation from the game. Tell me, in this situation, if I don't try something a little more out of the ordinary, wouldn't I be wasting such a great opportunity? After laughing, she turned serious. So tell me, can I succeed? The panel didn't respond immediately, but said, although you endured much suffering, even life or death trials, and although everything you possess now is the product of considerable effort, it's undeniable that all your abilities stem from the game. Jiangqi frowned, his expression growing more serious. Yes. Are you suggesting that using the abilities granted by the game to rebel against it is unrealistic? What I'm saying is that to change the rules of the game, you either need to become invincible and dominate, or you need power outside of the game. The former is a long road, but at least it's relatively safe, and the game will aid you. The latter is a shortcut, but also more dangerous. Jiangqi touched the violation badge beneath his collar. Power outside of the game. Do you mean the power of violation? The panel didn't speak, but Jiangqi felt it nod. Then, realizing she couldn't see, he said yes. Jiangqi became increasingly certain that the consciousness within the panel had once been a human, otherwise such a subconscious action wouldn't have occurred. Her mood brightened. Is the power of violation truly something beyond the game? I thought the whole thing was just another fishing game. Panel. Nothing in this world is without weaknesses. A game so powerful it radiates across countless dimensions naturally has weaknesses, but these are minor. Like trained conductors, they are trained to serve the game, but every conductor also has the potential to become a knife piercing the game. However, not everyone can trigger the violation internship, nor can everyone truly embark on the path of violation after completing the violation internship, and not everyone can make it long term. You're not the first to do this, nor are you the only one currently doing it. However, the percentage of people who fall on this path is indeed much higher than on the regular path. Chapter 80. As the panel narrated, Jiangqi seemed to see one stubborn individual after another trudging along a thorny path, trudging forward with difficulty and determination. Most of them walked alone, daring not to trust anyone. They pressed forward with pure passion and conviction, yet they too fell one by one. But there would always be new blood treading this path, becoming unknown companions. Jiangqi listened in silence. In that silence, she felt an indescribable power. She whispered, so, like me, are there many who are dissatisfied with the game, who want to rebel against it, or even overthrow it? The panel replied, of course. For as many people have become players against their will, as many who have suffered in dungeons, there are as many who hate the game. However, far too few can transform that hatred into motivation and put it into action. Jiangqi laughed. Then I'm not fighting alone. I have many like-minded people in places I don't know about. The panel understood her meaning. So, are you sure you really want to go this route? You must know that once the game discovers your violations, it will show no mercy. The game can easily mobilize its personnel to destroy you. It can also easily transform your current environment into a hell-level dungeon, or even directly destroy your current plane. Even if it only uses 1/1000th of the game's energy, you will be defeated without a doubt. But you also said that the game is huge and won't just focus on me. Jiangqi said casually, as long as you're not caught red-handed, and as long as you're openly following the rules, you can still make a subtle progress, right? You know, I only choose this path. If she chose the first path, gradually growing stronger step by step until she reached the dominant position, not to mention the dangers, she would have to obey all the game's instructions, and constantly play the role of executioner. She couldn't stand it. If one day she could tolerate it, if she became accustomed to it, it would probably mean she had been tamed by the game, and she would no longer be herself. The panel was speechless. Yes, he had known she would choose the path of breaking the rules. Even this time, even if he didn't give her any warnings, she still made the same choice. Okay, I help you. Jiangqi felt relieved. I've been waiting for you to say that. So what should I do next? The panel, first, stay behind the scenes. As long as you have it planned to silence everyone and abandon the Jean Hao pseudonym, don't leave any evidence. Jiangqi nodded. I understand. She thought so too. Secondly, if you want to maximize your profits in this plane, then prevent Dory Star from becoming a dungeon. If a game develops a dungeon, it's almost impossible for it to fail, unless one condition occurs. What? This plane already has a god in charge. The game won't enter into a mortal feud with a god level being just to have one more or one less dungeon. This is the only circumstance that will make the game back down. Jiangqi sat upright at the edge of the building. God? A god can be simply understood as a being of transcendent power, a force of immense faith. Jiangqi said incredulously, Could there really have been a sacred tree here? Her self-directed performances of ancient trees, gladioli, and aquatic plants appearing, couldn't that be a realistic interpretation? Then wouldn't she be showing off her skills before an expert? That would be embarrassing. Panel, I don't know either. That's something you should verify. Jiangqi felt a little discouraged and scratched his face. Okay, I go. She stood up, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the question she'd been wanting to ask. Panel, do you have a name? If you were once human, you should have had a name, right? But the panel said no. How could you not have one? I am an autonomous consciousness generated within the panel. The panel number is my name. You can call me 5218. Jiangqi was stunned. Was it a panel consciousness from birth? Was it not once human? Then wasn't it the one who jumped out of the train to save her in her previous life? She immediately pondered what the number 5218 meant, and a moment later realized that this wasn't Jean Hao's panel number. She had, however, snatched it from her. What kind of name is that? Jiangqi glared. How can that be your name? If I have to give up my identity as Jean Hao, find a train conductor vest, and then grab a panel number, are you going to change your name too? Panel, it's just a title, don't worry about it. Jiangqi muttered, I don't want to call you 5218. It doesn't matter if you don't have a name. Just think of one now. Panel, I can't think of one. If you can't think of one, then I give you one. Let's call you Little Sweetie. Little Sweetie, is there anything else you want to remind me of? Panel, Jiangqi could almost see its speechless expression and said smugly, it's just a name. Don't take it to heart. If you don't like it, I can call you sister. Oh, you're a girl. Or I can call you brother? Panel, Panel couldn't handle it anymore and said, Yuan. What? My name is Yuan. Yuan? Jiangqi muttered the word, and for some reason, a line popped into his mind. The long journey is unimaginable, I dreamed of it long ago. Panel, ? Jiangqi coughed. This line of poetry spoke of lovers far away, their longing only adding to their pain. It preceded it with the familiar line, green grass by the river, thoughts of the distant road linger. It definitely didn't fit here anyway. Panel was so close to her. She changed the subject and said, aspirations are high, and tranquility leads to far-reaching goals. That's a good name. From now on, I call you a Yuan. Her voice was thick with joy, happy to finally know her friend's name. Then I get to work. You continue to rest, Yuan. Late at night in the executive office, Berksley looked at the insect control reports coming in from various places, and pinched the corners of her eyes, feeling sore. The pest control operation had achieved impressive results, with many areas reporting that the insects had been completely eradicated. But she didn't dare to rest easy, feeling that things wouldn't end so easily. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and a piece of white paper fluttered down from above. Buxley's heart tightened, and with indescribable excitement, she immediately grabbed the paper. Unfolding it, she saw 6 familiar characters written in large letters. Anti-insect. 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 How? Killing it wasn't enough, we had to fight it too. The next moment, a dark figure thudded down in front of her. She started, thinking it was some kind of object, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was a black beetle. It was the size of a wash basin, its carapace a glistening black, its mouthparts like sickles, gleaming with a cold gleam as it scurried towards her. Oh my God! Berkeley's genetic fear of insects froze for a moment, but the officer reacted quickly, scrambling forward and slashing at the beetle's back. Ding! As if striking metal, the back of the beetle left only a white mark, continuing its rapid advance towards Berkeley. Sir, hurry! The officer pulled Berkeley toward the door, drawing his rifle and firing at the beetle. He fired several times, all the bullets bouncing off the shell. Fortunately, the last shot struck the beetle's mouthparts, piercing it completely and killing it. The people outside rushed in after hearing the gunshots. Seeing the devastated interior and the beetle's corpse, they thought they were seeing things. But before they could think, several more insects crawled into the office. Caterpillars as thick as arms, giant ants with heads bigger than fists, moths with wings bigger than wash basins, and strange insects, seemingly made of steel, crawled in and began to gnaw at the metal. Watching each one grow larger and stranger, everyone's scalp tingled. Oh my God! Is this really a bug? Or some kind of bionic bug? How could such an incredible creature exist in this world? But considering that monsters had appeared and ancestors had manifested, this scene seemed understandable. Berkeley was surrounded and protected, her hair and clothes disheveled, looking a bit disheveled, but her scarlet eyes no longer held the trace of half-dead fatigue. She calmly watched as everyone used all their skills to fight the insects, yet they couldn't completely gain the upper hand. She finally understood the meaning of insect resistance. If the insects were now in such a state, it was truly an emergency, a serious matter, and it was obvious that it would be a protracted battle. We had to inform everyone immediately of this situation, deploy armed forces to protect the people, and prepare everyone for a response. She ordered, "Don't panic. Try to capture them alive. We need to quickly study the characteristics and weaknesses of these insects. Only by understanding their weaknesses can we teach everyone how to deal with them." Jiangqi watched as the initial chaos and panic in the executive hall quickly calmed down, defeating each and every one of the insects, even capturing a few alive, presumably for further study. She nodded with satisfaction, then tossed in a few more new species for them to catch. The insects had mutated, but it would still take some time before they could actively attack humans. She was taking advantage of this gap to show the governorate their power. They had to learn first understand their weaknesses, then lead the entire city in a proper fight against insects. Thankfully, the governor hadn't let her down again this time. After throwing in dozens of major species of insects, Jiangqi clapped her hands and left, leaving the natives to fight the insects themselves. She had more important things to do. She went to the city library, searching for various ancient books and tomes. She carefully read books on topics like the origin of humankind, the origin of Dali planet, and the ancestors of plants. She not only read books, but also browsed the internet. Many people were discussing ancestral apparitions and divine manifestations, bringing up numerous legends from the planet Dali, which she observed closely. Her powerful awareness made her incredibly efficient, both reading and browsing. In a matter of moments, she had sifted through a wealth of potentially useful information and even discovered locations rumored to hold ancient divine relics. Several of these were located in Dali City. As Jiangqi left the library and headed for the ancient ruins, alarms suddenly blared across the night sky above Dali City, jarring the exhausted residents, who had been busy all night. "What's going on? Quiet! Listen to the radio." The radio blared across the land, bearing unbelievable news. The insecticide was effective, but the insects hadn't been completely eliminated. The remaining ones had mutated, becoming larger and more ferocious. So, everyone needed to immediately begin insect control, as there was a much more difficult battle to be fought. Ka Anfei, who had already returned home from the scenic area, jumped out of bed and listened intently to the radio. When she heard the specific information was on the official website of the administrative office, she immediately opened her bracelet and logged in. There were numerous videos of mutant insects. The insects in the videos were enormous, each one more ferocious and brutal than the other. Some could even chew metal, stone, glass, and wood. Ka Anfei's scalp tingled as she watched. She flicked on all the lights and nervously glanced around, fearing one of the insects in the videos would appear. And then, looking at her own home, the walls were stone, the windows were glass, and the door was wooden. This won't stop the bugs at all. "Sacred tree, please keep the bugs away from my house." Ka Anfei prayed, but the tree probably didn't hear her. Crackle, crackle. A sound came from nowhere, and Ka Anfei felt like he was going to explode. His heart was pounding, and he looked towards the source. "That's the door." The sound came from outside. A bug was scratching at her door. It was even eating at her door. The video on her bracelet continued. The one in the video is a wood-eating insect. Its body is milky white, as tough and flexible as rubber. A regular knife can hardly pierce its body. Its mouth parts are dark brown and sharper than a blade, making it easy to chew through wood. Its weaknesses are slow crawling and its sensitivity to corrosion and burns. If you don't have a weapon, you can throw concentrated vinegar, carbonated drinks, alkaline detergent, or even boil a pot of hot oil and pour it on it. Hearing this, Ka Anfei felt like she had seen a savior. She rushed to the kitchen, fetched the vinegar, and poured it into a sink, ensuring it could be poured out in a moment. At the same time, she turned on the stove, poured all the cooking oil into the pot, and heated it on high heat. Creaky, creaky, creaky. The sound grew louder and louder. The door panel vibrated continuously, and even wood chips were pouring in from under it. The wooden door became increasingly thinner. Ka Anfei regretted not replacing the wooden door with a metal one. But then she thought of the bugs that specialized in eating metal, and she gave up the idea. She found some thick clothes and put them on, even wearing thick boots indoors, fearing the insect's sharp mouth parts. She clutched the basin of vinegar tightly in her hands. Finally, a hole was gnawed through the door, revealing the true form of the insect outside. It had a dark brown, blade-like mouth parts, and a faintly visible milky white body, thicker than an adult's thigh, its skin folded over like a quivering mass of fat. Ka Anfei nearly vomited. It was indeed that wood-eating insect. Ah! Die! She poured a basin of vinegar over it. The wood-eating insect screamed and crawled away from the hole, but after a moment, it returned to continue gnawing, clearly unable to stop it with just a little vinegar. The pair of small black eyes on its head stared at Ka Anfei, becoming increasingly creepy. Ka Anfei's hands and feet were cold, and she finally felt like calling for help. But after frantically dialing, the line was busy. Outside, she could hear the neighbors screaming and cursing, clearly not the only ones experiencing the insect's effects. With no one to call for help, she forced herself to calm down. She saw the oil in the wok was already bubbling. Although it wasn't hot enough, it was barely usable. She grabbed the wok with both hands, waiting for the moment the wood-eating insect had chewed a hole in the door panel and burrowed through, then poured the hot oil over it. Ah! Squeak! The wood-eating insect screamed shrilly and struggled frantically on the ground. Ka Anfei dropped the wok, grabbed a small flame gun, and sprayed it at the wood-eating insect. It was one of the gifts she received from killing insects at the scenic spot. Instantly, the wood-eating insect, covered in hot oil, burst into flames. It writhed and struggled frantically, the aroma of scorched protein still emanating, and its body was visibly charred. Ka Anfei swallowed hard, feeling uncharacteristically hungry at this moment. Why does this bug smell so good? I want to eat it. And strangely, it wasn't her mouth that wanted to eat, but something in her body that was clamoring for food. She even felt her hands and feet itching, as if something was about to sprout. Help! Was she hallucinating? Such a strange and terrifying bug might be poisonous. Couldn't this burning smell be poisonous too? At the same time, many people across Dali City were attacked by mutated bugs. They were frantically trying to deal with the bugs, following the videos on the official website. In fact, as long as you know their weaknesses, these bugs aren't that difficult to deal with. For example, the metal-eating bug is indestructible, impervious to water and fire, making it quite formidable. But in fact, simply pointing a large magnet at it will affect it. If you apply electricity to it, it will even twitch and temporarily lose all movement. At this point, you can catch it and tie it up with a sturdy non-metallic rope. At first glance, the situation seemed easy to handle. However, if the authorities didn't directly provide these solutions, and people were left to explore on their own, it would surely take a long time and cost them blood to discover these weaknesses. For a moment, the people of Doli were in a panic, screaming incessantly, but the casualties were manageable. In a certain ruin, Jiang Qi squatted on the ground, caressing the earth with his palm. Here, she sensed a faint, strange energy. This energy was somewhat similar to her post-god power, but it was stronger, more mysterious, and more advanced. Could this be the power of the gods? The books she read in the library contained various theories about the origin of humanity. A more mythical theory is that billions of years ago, this universe was completely dead. The creator god created the universe and created the planet Dali, along with the sun, moon, and stars. Finally, the creator god died of exhaustion. His final breath fell upon Dali, transforming into a seed. After countless years, the seed sprouted, broke through the soil, and grew into a sapling, which then gradually grew into a full-grown tree, the divine tree, also known as the mother tree. Many, many years later, the divine tree bore fruit, each of which contained a human. When the fruit ripened and fell to the ground, humans emerged from the fruit, becoming the first ancestors of Dali. Thus, the people of Dali all possess a portion of plant genes, genes that originated from the divine tree and, further back, from the creator god. Thus, the people of Dali believe themselves to be children of God and are proud of this fact. Of course, with the rise of science, many people no longer accept this theory. But with Jiang Qi's self-directed and self-acted drama, and with the strange events unfolding in Dali City, the entire population of Dali City had their perspectives reshaped, suddenly accepting the theory of creation. Especially at this moment, facing the mutant insect attack, the more fearful the people became, the more they prayed for divine protection, their hearts and minds chanting only for the divine tree to appear and save them. Thousands of prayers converged into thousands of fervent strands of faith, stirring something in the dark. Jiang Qi sensed that the power within the ruins was growing stronger, though the change was subtle. It seems this Dali planet is truly a magical world. Blue Planet also has many legendary gods and numerous mythological systems, each of which seems very real, and even has many theoretical foundations to support it. But Blue Star had still become a dungeon. Jiang Qi had believed that such legendary gods simply didn't exist. But this didn't seem to be the case on Dali Star. Jiang Qi mobilized the power of the afterlife within his soul, slowly releasing it through his palms, and then slowly reaching into the earth. Let her use this power of the afterlife, derived from the game, to see if she could awaken the true god of Dolly Star. On a plane only half a day's journey from Dolly Star, a charming woman in a red dress sat by the window, sipping a drink and gazing at the bustling streets outside, her posture remarkably relaxed. A man with ear fins across from her asked, "When will that kid you recruited arrive?" The woman, Shirkei, said, "Why rush? After signing in, we send the player to Dolly Star and then rush back. It take the better part of a day, but it should be here soon." The man with ear fins rested his chin lazily. "He's a new kid, so just let him take over the Dolly Star dungeon. You don't have to worry about him messing up." Shirkei spread his hands. "It can't be helped. He just happened to be there. Who told the game to develop Dolly Star right now? Since he happened to be there, how could he not get involved and take a piece of the action? Trained conductors can participate in the development of new dungeon sites. The deeper their involvement, the higher their share of the profits from that dungeon site. However, when a dungeon site is first developed, the dungeons generated are generally newbie dungeons. Some dungeons are even limited to new players, and only new conductors are allowed to lead them. That is, first-level conductors, who haven't been promoted since joining the industry. This is why, once a trained conductor has accumulated a certain amount of capital, they recruit new trained conductors as their underlings, just to prepare for this very situation. Dolly Star precisely stipulates that new trained conductors are required. Jin Hao, having only completed one dungeon, is a rookie among rookies, and Shirkei hadn't originally planned to use him so soon. Unfortunately, none of Shirkei's other new trained conductors were available, so she had to use Jin Hao. "Earfin man, you didn't tell her about the uniqueness of Dolly Star?" Shirkei raised an eyebrow. "Why would I tell her? Newcomers are prone to making mistakes when they're curious. He just needs to send players in and wait for them to develop. He doesn't even need to go in himself." Chapter 81. As the two were talking, someone came over and sat down. "What are you talking about?" The man with the ear fin said, "We're talking about Shirkei's new subordinate." The man looked at Shirkei and said, "I haven't even had time to congratulate you, but you already gained another young general." Shirkei shook his head and said, "General? Just a small soldier at best." The man with the ear fin said, "But this little soldier is doing a big job for you. Once we secure the development rights for Dolly Star, your next level up will be just around the corner." The man asked, puzzled, "Dolly Star? I remember there are ruins of gods on this plane, so it's the game's most recent development project. Can anyone tell me about it? Whoever obtains the development rights will have a chance to obtain the divine ruins, or at least gain some of its power. Many trained conductors have their eyes on this plane, but unfortunately, the first dungeon was snatched up as soon as it opened." "What? Shirkei, one of your people snatched it up." Shirkei merely smiled, a hint of complacency on his face. The man with the ear fins explained, "Not only has it been snatched up, the dungeon has already begun." The visitor nodded. "That's pretty quick." After sitting for a while, the visitor got up and went to the bar to order a drink, but in reality, he was using his communication device to send a message to a friend. And "Oh, need to go to Dolly Star, the dungeon has already begun." On a track not far from the Dolly Star plane, a private train with sharp and graceful lines sped along. The interior, decorated in an antique style, featured a beautiful woman in purple clothes and with long, dark hair in a bun, reclining on a couch, petting a black cat and leisurely reading a document. Receiving this sudden message, she raised her eyebrows slightly, sat up, and replied, "Is this information reliable? The person who took over this dungeon is a new recruit under Shirquebec. I just met Shirkei, so there's no mistake." The woman on the train hissed. "This is really fast. It's only been a little over 4 days since the dungeon was taken over. According to the speed and procedures, the dungeon shouldn't be opened this early. What kind of trained conductor is so impatient?" She replied, "It's okay. I can enter even if it's enabled. This plane is very important. We can't give it up so easily." The man at the bar frowned. "That's because this dungeon is important. The game will definitely be keeping a close eye on it, especially these days, when violations are being cracked down on." "I know. I be careful. I get back to you later." The woman closed the chat window, stood up, holding the cat, and walked to the control panel, increasing the speed again. Soon, she saw a sun-like halo appear in front of the car. This halo signifies that a plane is approaching. Once it passes, the scene before her transforms into a barren expanse of land. The platform beyond the plane has arrived. A train is already parked on this platform, a general-purpose service train for the game. It sits quietly, the surroundings desolate and deserted. The woman, dressed in a neat outfit, disembarked from her car, waved to close her private train, and in a flash, she was at the front of the other train. From the outside, the cab was completely bare, spotless, with absolutely no hint of the conductor's preferences or disposition. Was this considered cautious or boring? Looking at the player compartments, they were all uniformly third class, with no distinction between high and low. It seemed this conductor wasn't one to artificially create toxic ambiguity by categorizing players. Looks like we truly entered the dungeon. Even the conductor himself had. But even entering was pointless. She had already set her sights on this plane, and no one could take it away from her. A thick black mist suddenly erupted from her surroundings, forming a circle that enveloped her completely. The cat in her hand transformed into a black hairpin the length of a chopstick. With a gentle swipe of it, a black crack appeared before her. A spatial crack. She transformed into a streak of light and slipped into the crack. The next moment, she appeared on Dolly Planet. However, she didn't appear directly in Dolly City, but outside. The woman was slightly stunned. She had actually failed. An ongoing dungeon is completely enveloped by the power of the game, prohibiting outsiders from entering and those inside from leaving. But the rules are rigid, and there are always ways to break them. Secretly infiltrating an ongoing dungeon was commonplace for her, but she hadn't expected to fail this time. She frowned slightly at the invisible dungeon barrier in the distance. Could it be that the game really values this place, strengthening the barrier? It was late at night outside Dolly City, yet the scene was bustling with activity. Countless Dorians arrived at the city's outskirts. Various flying vehicles and armed aircraft patrolled the sky, beams of light showering down, illuminating the entire sky. However, they could not penetrate the dungeon barrier and see the city. What's happening in the city? An invisible force has imprisoned Dorian City. This is so bizarre. Creator God, please keep my child safe. The Dorians gathered around anxiously, discussing the situation in a noisy manner. Some simply watched the excitement, some worried about their loved ones in Dorian City, and still others knelt before the Creator God and the Tree God, offering prayers. These prayers, wrapped in a faint force of faith, drifted through the air, dispersing with the wind. Yet, something still seemed to sense this glimmer of power. The god, slumbering for millennia, heard the prayers of his people, and sensed the unusual danger, finally struggling to awaken. Alas, the once mighty god had exhausted almost all of his energy in creating this world. After such a long time, he was already utterly weakened, only a step away from complete exhaustion. Without external help, he could not awaken. And before he had a chance to awaken, the power of the game would have completely overrun this world, draining away all his legacy. The woman vanished from the spot, and reappeared in a divine ruin 100 miles away. This was a vast natural lake, emitting a deep blue glow in the night, reflecting the starry sky, beautiful and mysterious. On a clear day, the lake reflected the azure sky, like a crystal blue pearl embedded deep within the mountains, or like the gentle eyes of a god, watching over the world on his behalf. Legend has it that one of the Creator God's eyes melted into this mountain range, forming this lake, hence the name Xianzhu Lake. The woman stood before Xianzhu Lake, waving a hairpin in her hand. Ripples spread across the water, gradually expanding into rolling waves. It was as if something beneath the lake had awakened. The woman's voice rang softly. Your world is about to face catastrophe, and you will become a prey to others. Make a deal with me. Give me your divine power, and I will save you and your people from this catastrophe. The lake surged even more violently. But after a moment, the noise gradually faded, even subsiding, as if nothing had happened. The woman frowned again, closed her eyes, and sensed it, quickly understanding it. The largest relic of the deity is in Dolly City, and the remaining divine consciousness is primarily there. Negotiations would likely have to take place there. In Dolly City, the people devised countless strategies, and desperately struggled to deal with the mutated giant insects. However, a large cemetery within the city was remarkably quiet. This cemetery was the tomb of the Creator God. It was said to have been built by the earliest human ancestors in commemoration of the Creator God. Over the long ages, this tomb had been abandoned, reinforced, and expanded numerous times, and worshipped countless times. It was even said to have apparitions in history, though the legends that have been passed down seem more like the ancients' own fond fantasies. In short, this place has experienced both glory and decline, but it's undeniable that the Creator God's mausoleum is recognized throughout Dolly Star as the most symbolic place for the gods, and the largest relic of the gods. At this moment, the entire mausoleum was utterly silent. At the entrance to the tomb, which bore the marks of time, Jiang Qi half knelt on the ground, palms pressed against the ground, continuously channeling the power of the post-gods into the earth. As the power continued to flow, Jiangqi seemed to reach something beneath the earth. It was like a cocoon, silent, and nearing death, or a dry well. Whatever power she channeled into it was completely devoured, like a bottomless pit. Just as her post-god power was almost exhausted, and she began to doubt its uselessness, the ground trembled slightly, as if the mausoleum were gradually awakening. Jiangqi was about to withdraw her hand when a powerful suction yanked it downward, pressing it even tighter against the ground. She almost felt as if her soul was being sucked out of her body, plunging into the earth. No, the other party wasn't trying to suck her soul, but her strength. In an instant, a small portion of the power of her posterior god stored in the Yingqi was drained away. Jiangqi's face darkened, and she tried to interrupt this state, but a terrifying pressure that made her tremble surged up from the depths of the earth, and she froze. It was like a false god meeting a true god, a pirated copy meeting the genuine article. Even with only a breath left, the other party could still crush her in sheer force. Jiangqi's expression turned completely cold. She wanted this true god to help her achieve her goal, not to deal with her. She gritted her teeth and forcibly withdrew her power of the posterior god. With a bang, she exploded into a cloud of dancing golden butterflies. The feeling of being suppressed suddenly faded considerably. From within the cloud of golden butterflies, Jiangqi's voice rang out coldly. "Congratulations on your awakening, sir. But shouldn't you be a little gentler and kinder to your benefactor?" The earth shook violently, rubble raining down from the mausoleum's gates, and the trees throughout the cemetery shed their leaves. A long, drawn-out voice, neither joy nor anger, emanated from the earth. "Intruder." As this voice rang out, immense power surged toward Jiangqi. The swarm of golden butterflies in the air dodged dozens of meters in a flash, then dispersed with a bang, dissipating their power. This divine power continued to radiate in all directions, suffocating electronic equipment and destroying them with overwhelming force. All lights in the cemetery went out instantly, and the surrounding buildings and facilities were also affected. Looking down from the air, the cemetery was at its center, and the surrounding areas were rapidly plunging into darkness. The people engaged in a fierce battle with the insects were stunned. Suddenly, they could see nothing, not even the insects. Why did the power go out? It's over. We're going to die. The planes and other vehicles flying in the sky suddenly lost power and plummeted. No matter how the pilots tried to control them, they couldn't pull the planes up. The vehicles on the ground also stopped, helplessly rushing towards each other or roadblocks. Jiangqi, watching this from the air, suddenly doubted whether this so-called god could truly have any sense. But the next moment, the radiating divine power stopped, supporting the falling plane, stopping the cars on the verge of a collision, and even crushing the insects that were about to take advantage of the opportunity to attack humans. After a moment of stillness, the plane slowly landed, and the cars slowly slowed down and came to a steady stop. The pressure on the insects dissipated, but they were already terrified and screamed and fled frantically. The pilot, emerging from the plane, was still terrified, expecting a crash and death, only to discover a safe landing. The people emerging from the car stared at it in amazement, bewildered by what had happened. The others, watching the insects fleeing in panic, as if they had gone mad, were also bewildered. A gentle breeze blew through the air, quiet and soft, carrying an indescribable sense of inclusion, like the caress of a mother's hand, bringing an inexplicable desire to tears. Is someone helping me? Is it the ancestral spirits appearing again? Woo, I miss my mother. Tree spirits, creator spirits, please save us. Shouts of excitement, sorrow, and gratitude echoed, coalescing into strands of faith and transmitting into the cemetery. Jiangqi flew through the air, ready to flee at any moment, warily watching the tomb entrance ahead. A moment later, the voice rang out again, this time less loudly. Intruder, where are you from, and what is your purpose? Jiangqi's mouth twitched. I'm not an invader. Well, I'm one of them, but I'm an invader who wants to help you. The voice said, you also want to make a deal with me? The swarm of golden butterflies dancing in the air paused slightly, and Jiangqi raised an eyebrow secretly. Also? Who else wants to make a deal with this god? A game? I don't think so. Jiangqi said, you could say that. What do you want? Jiangqi, what I want is to awaken you, so that you can once again protect this planet and repel the invading forces. The voice on the other end paused, then repeated the question, what do you want? Jiangqi, This seemed like she didn't believe him. But that was all she wanted. She wanted this god to rise up, forcing the game to give up and halt development. That way, she could screw the game over, feel a little relieved, and gain the power to break the rules. That was her entire goal. But there was no need to discuss her grudge against the game, or the power to break the rules, with this god she had just met. She couldn't help but be tempted. The other party acted like she was open to negotiating anything she wanted. Should she take this opportunity to ask for some other favors? But in the end, she gave up the idea. While it was tempting to ask for favors from a god, she was already taking a risk, completely risking her life by going against the game. She didn't want to engage in scheming with a god on top of fighting the game. On the contrary, she was eager to show him her sincerity. Firstly, it would allow them to quickly form a united front and work together. Secondly, wasn't this a way to play the long game and catch a bigger fish? Although this god was still weak, if he could recover and become powerful again, earning the favor of such a being would benefit her immensely. She could clearly distinguish between a one-time benefit and a long-term one. So, she said sincerely, if you can drive out the invading forces, keep Dolly Planet peaceful and stable, and make the beings behind me suffer, I will naturally receive corresponding benefits. That's what I want. The other party fell silent, and the mausoleum gate suddenly opened, letting out a gust of wind. Jiangqi controlled the swarm of butterflies and retreated a little further, his heart rising again. The gust of wind formed a vague shadow in the air, not quite human, nor resembling a tree. Jiangqi wondered what this deity's true form looked like. At the moment, it didn't look particularly impressive. If it had originally been a vast ocean, then what lay before him now would probably be just a small wave. This was the result of absorbing so much of his own power. The other party asked, "Is that all?" Jiangqi said, "It won't be easy. There's a powerful being behind me, and it's already set its sights on Dolly Star. If you want to intimidate it and stop its invasion of Dolly Star, it's not something you can do with just a few gusts of wind." Jiangqi figured that if she and the other party really came to blows now, even though he was a true god, and she only had the power of a post-god, she would naturally be outmatched. But even if she used all her strength, she would lose. She found it hard to believe that someone with similar abilities could make the game lose. She stared at the blurry figure before her. "Excuse me, are you truly a god? Do you have the ability to protect the entire Dolly planet right now? Do you have any way to become stronger quickly?" By the Xianzhu Lake, the woman tried several more times, but the water remained unresponsive. Even the wisp of divine consciousness at the bottom of the lake had completely subsided. So unwilling to make a deal, that's understandable. In the past, not everyone had agreed to a deal. It's just that the divine power left behind by a true god was something beyond the game, and she wasn't willing to give it up. She disappeared from the lakeside and reappeared outside Dolly City in a flash. She reached out to touch the dungeon barrier before her, feeling it was indeed difficult to enter. If she forced her way in, she would inevitably alert the game. She walked around the perimeter for a while, then looked up at the planes flying back and forth overhead, as if facing a formidable enemy. An idea formed in her mind. Soon after, an armed base outside Dolly City suddenly received an order to fire upon Dolly City. Although the order was somewhat shocking, the base commander took it well. The strange barrier enveloping Dolly City finally needed to be tested with real artillery. So, a shell ricocheted from the silo and struck the dungeon barrier. The barrier shook, and the immense flames and terrifying noise stunned everyone outside Dolly City. Who fired the cannon? Who? Where did the cannonball come from? Oh my god, are they going to attack Dolly City? Ordinary people were stunned, and so were the Dolly Star's higher-ups. Amidst this confusion, the woman took advantage of the moment the barrier shook and cast a series of spells with her hairpin, finally opening a gap and scuttling through. Once inside, she was stunned. For Dolly City wasn't as chaotic as she imagined. Although the insects had mutated en masse, there hadn't been a swarm, and the Dolly people hadn't been overwhelmed. In fact, they were gaining the upper hand in the battle against the insects. As they passed a row of houses, the courtyard was bustling with activity. A group of people, armed with various weapons and tools, were chasing several insects. An elderly woman, watching a video, gestured and commanded, "Spray it with liquid nitrogen. Freeze it to death. That's the most effective." And so, the snake-like insect was frozen into a popsicle. As they passed a factory, a heavily armed exterminator team rushed in. Several nearby residents led the way, shouting, "There are at least a dozen giant spiders in here. Their silk is so soft and tough, they entangled and dragged several people inside. Don't worry, our flamethrowers are very powerful." Soon, flames shot up from the factory. The woman scanned the area with her spiritual sense and saw that the spiders had indeed been burned to death, and the people who had been captured had been rescued. They passed a hospital, which was in chaos. It was said that invisible insects had entered the hospital, and there were quite a few of them. Then another armed team rushed in and began spraying powder everywhere. Under the powder, the invisible insects appeared and were quickly killed. The woman's expression was a little strange. She had read the information about this dungeon, and the insect swarm crisis wasn't supposed to be like this. The natives' response was too strong, and the insect swarm crisis was too weak. What's more, she saw some players actually helping the natives fight the insects. There was only one person who could have caused this situation, the train conductor. Interesting. This new conductor, rumored to be the underling of that Shirkei, must be quite a remarkable person. Her eagerness to reach the ruins of the gods eased, and she completely concealed her presence, continuing to observe the city. Meanwhile, in the cemetery, Jiangqi left for a while, and returned with several people. The leader was Berxley. She brought the governor before the god of Dali's star, and addressed the god in the sky. This is the highest governor of Dali's city. If you need the power of faith, have her lead the entire city in a grand sacrificial ceremony to honor you. Chapter 82. Berxley was completely bewildered. She had worked non-stop all night, enduring the strangeness, horror, madness, and crisis she had never experienced before. The lives of everyone in the city weighed heavily on her shoulders, and her nerves were so tense she felt she could suddenly pass out at any moment. She had just been in a meeting with everyone when a sudden gust of wind blew in, and an invisible hand grabbed her. She truly believed she was going to die. She wondered if the attack was from invisible insects or invisible monsters, and even thought of her last words. Then, with a swish, she was thrown into a pitch-black place. Looking up, she saw that it was the cemetery of the gods. She then saw that her security officer and the others who had been in the meeting had also been captured. Everyone scrambled to their feet in bewilderment. What's going on? How did we get here? Ah, look! The tomb door is open. Did someone rob the tomb? Did insects eat away the door? What a mess that tomb must be in. Everyone's mind buzzed with fear, as if the sky were falling. This was blasphemy. Would the gods be angry? They must be angry, otherwise how could they have been snatched away from the sky? They had even planned their own death as an apology. The next moment, a majestic, deep voice boomed from the air. Archon of Dali City. Berxley shuddered and shouted, "Here." The voice said faintly, "Xiaoshu warned you to eliminate the danger as soon as possible, but it seems I overestimated your abilities." Berxley jerked her head up, looking in the direction of the voice. The air seemed to distort there, forming a faint shadow. She tried to see it more clearly, but her eyes immediately stung, as if warning her not to look directly at the being. Berxley immediately lowered her head, a wave of anxiety rising within her. I had warned them to eliminate the danger as soon as possible. The only thing that stood up to this was the words of the ancient tree in the botanical garden. She had watched that video many times. The ancient tree had said, "The insect plague and monsters are just the beginning. We must eliminate them as soon as possible. The real enemy lies ahead." Watching through a video was a completely different experience than seeing or hearing it in person. At that moment, she truly and completely believed that the gods had manifested. Furthermore, the being before her seemed even more powerful and sacred than the ancient tree, otherwise it wouldn't have called it Little Tree. Berxley immediately thought of the legend. The creator god created the world, leaving behind a breath that gave rise to the sacred tree, and thus to humanity. Whether the ancient tree in the botanical garden was truly a sacred tree was unknown, but the being before her seemed like the creator god. Her heart trembled, her breath coming erratically with excitement. She knelt down in sincere submission. "Lord God, it's our incompetence." The giant insects continued to wreak havoc throughout the city. The god, "Never mind. This isn't something you can solve alone. I awakened for this very reason. I will protect you." Another voice echoed from the sky, a note of discontent lingering. "Lord God, you shouldn't be interfering in mundane matters. This catastrophe is the fate of Dali Planet. Yet, you're expending your own divine power to shoulder the calamity for everyone. This is not good for you." Berxley and the others were stunned. Two beings were actually in the air. The second voice was noticeably more immature and impulsive. Could it be a servant of the god? After hearing the last part, they became nervous again. Why would it harm the god? Will the god just ignore them? The divine voice sighed. The power of the external demons is beyond the ability of their mortal bodies to withstand. After protecting this generation, what about the next generation, and the next generation after that? Can you still protect them for generations to come? If your mortal body can't handle it, why not stimulate the sacred tree bloodline within them, allowing them to grow stronger and protect themselves? Berxley and the others, shock. What? They have the blood of the tree god? Yes, they all have plant genes, but is that the blood of the tree god? Are they truly descendants of the gods? They instantly stood up, their blood boiling. Having the protection of the gods is certainly a good thing, but if they could become stronger on their own, they wouldn't have to worry about the gods' protection ending. The god hesitated, sighed, and remained silent. The younger voice continued, the catastrophe has arrived. Times are changing. It's time for a new rule in this world. It's settled. Consul, return and prepare for the grand sacrificial ceremony. Tomorrow, lead the entire city in worshipping the Lord God. Tell everyone that only sincere faith can gain divine power, and stimulate the bloodline of the sacred tree. Bersulli still had many questions, but after hearing this, she didn't dare ask any more. They looked at each other and said respectfully, yes, Lord God. Lord God, we will return and prepare now. The group respectfully exited the cemetery, and silence fell. Jiangqi emerged from the air and descended to the ground. That childish, impulsive voice was her friendly interpretation. There were some things the god couldn't say himself. For example, he couldn't just say, hurry up and prepare the sacrificial ceremony. The more grand the better. I desperately need the power of faith. Each of you must believe in me devoutly. That would be a loss of dignity. So, a subordinate would have to speak for him, to fill in his mouth. But Jiangqi was actually quite frustrated. She stared at the vague shadow in the sky and asked, somewhat unwillingly, are you really unable to defeat the game? From your description, it's indeed difficult. I won't be able to do it for at least a month. Jiangqi was somewhat discouraged. She had thought that awakening this creature would deter the game, but that wasn't the case. Flashing back to a while ago, Jiangqi questioned whether this god was truly a god, and whether he had the power to protect the entire Dori planet. The other party tried to act mysterious, but Jiangqi wasn't one to be fooled, and she finally let him know. All he could say was that the god was indeed a god, but only a remnant of the creator god, and it was so weak it was on the verge of annihilation. To quickly regain a certain level of strength, there were 3 ways. First, gather the remnants of the scattered remnants of other gods' relics and fuse them with the remaining divine power. Second, gain a massive amount of faith power in a short period of time. Third, have someone continuously channel divine power or other powerful forces into him. But now, in the dungeon, he couldn't gather the remnants and power outside the dungeon. Even if the entire population of Dali City immediately prostrated themselves at his feet and offered him a burning red heart, the amount of faith power generated wouldn't be enough. As for supplying him with divine power, that was even more difficult. Currently, the only one capable of doing so was Jiangqi, but Jiangqi's blood was quite thin, and she didn't want to drain herself to feed this bottomless pit. This meant that this god wouldn't be able to regain his strength anytime soon. After Jiangqi briefly explained the existence and scope of the game, the god's remnant fell silent. Jiangqi understood the implication. He couldn't withstand such a powerful foe, and he probably couldn't scare it away. Jiangqi, who understands? I thought I unearthed a god-level leader, but the other party turned out to be a weakling on my own terms. Yuan on the dashboard was also speechless. He probably hadn't expected this god to be so weak. Jiangqi could only communicate with Yuan in his mind. Yuan, what do we do now? It seems he can't help me. Yuan, it seems there's no way to prevent Dori Star from becoming a dungeon. Jiangqi sighed. That's right. This god couldn't do it, and neither could Jiangqi himself. He had no choice but to abandon this plan. Sure enough, it's not that easy to cheat a game. Yuan, but there's an advantage to this. Huh? There's an advantage to this? If the development fails, you, as the train conductor, will definitely be held responsible. Now you don't have to bear the responsibility. Jiangqi's eyes were dead. I'd rather take the responsibility. At worst, I can just change my identity. Obtaining the power of the violation is the most practical option. Jiangqi counted on his fingers. Right now, it seems I have 3 options. First, part ways with this less powerful god and continue, as my train conductor, pretending nothing happened. Yuan kindly shared her true feelings. Then your efforts would be in vain. Jiangqi sighed and nodded, continuing, second, eliminate this god and absorb his resentment and divine power. I sense that would be very beneficial to me. Yuan, you have to pay a heavy price to defeat the opponent if you do this. Jiangqi held up a third finger. Third, continue to show my sincerity and befriend him. Yuan agreed. He's only temporarily weak. There's a chance he regain his strength in the future, and then you can still gain the favor of a powerful god. The two of them, in unison, laid out 3 clear options before them. Jiangqi rested his hand on his chin, pondering whether to desperately devour the opponent or continue his long-term strategy of fishing for a bigger fish, fattening him up, and then slowly devouring him. Oh no, making friends with him? Jiangqi had another thought. However, if the game continues to release dungeons, this god's remnant will continue to face pressure and challenges. Who knows, it might be drained by the game at any moment and truly fall. Then she still lost everything. Well, not really. She hadn't invested much. After much deliberation, Jiangqi decided that this god was a potential stock and could still be a good investment. After making her decision, she spoke with the deity with utmost sincerity about what to do next. Then, they decided to first gain the faith of the city's Doli people and restore their health before anything else. So, Jiangqi went to bring Berksley and the others over, and then, in front of them, played the deity's supporting role, tricking them into preparing for the sacrificial ceremony. Jiangqi asked curiously, do the Doli people really possess the blood of that sacred tree? And can it awaken and become extremely powerful? The shadowy figure in the sky said, it depends on the individual. It depends primarily on talent and sincerity. This was a bit confusing, but Jiangqi didn't ask further. The other party certainly wanted the Doli people to become more powerful than she did. After all, only when the people of Doli become stronger can they withstand the dungeons and players, and serve this god. Daylight soon dawned, and the mutated giant bug seemed less active. After a night of toil and fear, the people finally got a break, but then a piece of major news broke across the city. The administrative office will lead all units and citizens of Doli City to the Creation Cemetery to offer sacrifices to the god of creation. This is to thank the deity for its responsiveness and for warning them of the impending disaster. Unless they are too young, too old, or bedridden, everyone must attend. As soon as the news broke, staff went door to door. Homes must be thoroughly cleaned, the paths in front of houses must be tidy, flags must be hung on the streets, firecrackers must be set off at specific locations and times, music must be played, and every household must bring out offerings, and everyone must burn incense and bathe. Even if they don't have incense, they must still bathe from head to toe to show their piety. At that time, they would all march out to the street, marching a certain number of meters toward the cemetery, following the master of ceremonies' instructions. They would bow as instructed and recite the prayers as instructed. The entire process must be conducted with utmost solemnity and rigor, without a single mistake. It made everyone nervous. After hearing the staff's explanation, the people in Confi's building erupted in discussion. It seems the gods have truly appeared, otherwise the executive yuan wouldn't have made such a fuss. The online discussion is already abuzz. Look at this post. This blogger says this ritual is primarily intended to announce to the world the gods' awakening, a profound significance. Is it also to scare away those bugs and monsters? It also boosts everyone's confidence. Anyway, for me, as long as I know the gods are real, I'm not afraid of anything. I just do it. As everyone chatted, they hurried home, some cleaning, some looking for clothes, and began to tidy up their homes and themselves. Some rushed out to buy offerings like incense and candles, causing such shops to be overcrowded and unable to meet demand. If in previous years, people just watched the festival for fun, this time, they really took the day seriously, fearing any mistakes would displease the gods. Ka Anfei returned home and quickly cleaned up, removing the mess left by the bugs last night. He then lit incense to dispel the odor in the room, then opened his closet and began to choose clothes. The video bracelet was on, chatting with a friend. What do you think of this outfit? Is it formal enough? Not quite. How about your interview suit? That's the most formal. A friend asked, do you think I should get my hair cut? Will it look less formal? I wouldn't have dyed it. Ka Anfei looked at her friend's colorful, wavy hair. She thought it was going to be a buzz cut. How about a nice bun? Ka Anfei took out her own interview suit, a black suit, indeed the most formal. She scratched her hand, nearly breaking it. She didn't know why, but it had been itching since last night, and there weren't any bug bites. Suddenly, her friend exclaimed, Ka Anfei, look at this post. It says there's a more important reason for this sacrifice. The Creator God wants to stimulate the sacred tree bloodline within us. Ka Anfei thought she misheard. What? The bloodline of the sacred tree? She looked at her own body. Could such an ordinary body truly have inherited the bloodline of the gods? This was incredible. Really? It says that the more devout the believer, the more likely they are to awaken this bloodline. Oh! I want to be the most devout believer of the gods. I'm going to shave my head. The other party hung up the video. Ka Anfei quickly checked online and found numerous posts discussing this bloodline. She didn't know where the news came from, But it said that those who offered the purest and most devout faith during this sacrifice would have the best chance of receiving the Creator God's mercy, receiving divine power, and awakening their bloodline. From then on, they were no longer ordinary people. Insects were no problem at all, and they could even defend themselves against monsters. Ka Anfei watched with such passion, as if she were seeing herself become incredibly powerful. Yes, they were descendants of the gods. They weren't meant to be so ordinary. In a trance, she thought she saw a tiny green leaf sprout from the itchy spot on her hand, but when she looked again, there was nothing. Ka Anfei's heart pounded as she thought of the inexplicable itching in her hands and feet, and the inexplicable hunger she felt when she burned the wood-eating insect. She thought of how hungry she was now, yet she had no desire to eat at all, wanting only to bask in the sun, or even to bury herself in the earth. A strange thought crossed her mind. Could she be awakening the bloodline of the sacred tree? Is she becoming more and more like a tree? She was both excited and terrified. Suddenly, a scream rang out, and she hurried outside to see a giant black bat flying in from nowhere. It flew majestically around the building, easily destroying the facade and shattering several windows. Ah! Monster! The monster is coming! Thankfully, the bat only circled a few times before flying away. Ka Anfei went online again and found many new videos of monsters. In the videos, there were terrifying two-headed snake monsters, human-like kangaroos, fish monsters that could walk upright, all sorts of creatures, all terrifying to watch. This world was becoming increasingly absurd. Ka Anfei clenched her fists. To survive in such an absurd and dangerous world, she had to become stronger. So what if she had tree characteristics? At least trees have a long lifespan, and their branches can wreak sharp and painful blows. She must awaken the bloodline of the sacred tree and become incredibly powerful. And so, under the threat of insect plagues and the terror of monsters, filled with reverence for the gods, yearning for awakened bloodlines, and boundless imaginations of future might, this citywide sacrificial ceremony was a grand affair. In the cemetery, Jiang Qi folded his arms, leaning against a tree, watching Berkeley and a group of others, clad in solemn ritual attire, kowtow again and again to the sound of solemn music. With each kowtow, a force of faith soared toward the lingering memory of the Creator God. Outside the cemetery, people thronged the streets, large and small, and kowtowed again and again toward the cemetery. The power of faith from hundreds of thousands of people came together, and the effect was even more astonishing. The regret seemed to solidify visibly, as if a long drought had finally ended with a downpour. Even more miraculous, this wisp of faith seemed to establish a bond between these lowly people and the remnant of the Creator God, a trace of divine power flowing back from the remnant to the people. At that moment, they felt an indescribable warmth envelop them, a jolt of energy that shook them. Their fatigue lifted, and they felt the sky soar and the earth so vast, their minds so much clearer. The people were overwhelmed with joy and astonishment. Was this divine mercy? Were they awakening the bloodline of the sacred tree? Not to mention, some particularly devout people felt their bodies swell and itch, and then, leaves sprouted from their hands. Ah! I'm growing leaves! The person, forgetting they were still performing a sacrifice, instinctively exclaimed. Others, observing this unusual figure, also exclaimed in astonishment. How could leaves sprout from a human body? This truly was the awakening of the sacred tree's bloodline. As word spread, the people grew more and more excited and devout, practically knocking their heads against the ground as they kowtowed, hoping to show the deity their devotion. Hiding in corners amidst the crowd, players were bewildered. These natives had suddenly become superstitious, and their superstition actually worked. There really were gods here. Forget it, forget it. They better stay put. They didn't want to be destroyed by some god. Even the particularly ferocious and violent orcs had finally calmed down. They were violent, not brainless. They didn't want to risk their lives in vain. Just hang in there until this dungeon was over. A hidden woman watched the ritual with amusement. The gods, awakened, drew power from the faith of their people, and in turn awakened and strengthened them. From now on, the gods and their people will support each other, relying on each other to jointly tackle the game dungeons. Is this the scenario the train conductor had arranged for Dolly Star? It's quite creative. Was it an accident, or was it intentional? If it was an accident, then this newcomer has great potential, and will surely become a prominent figure in the future. If it was intentional, then he was deliberately going against the game. The woman's lips curled. For someone like him, being a subordinate to that Shirkei was a real waste of talent. He should have been hanging around with her. In the cemetery, Jiang Qi observed the scene for a while, then felt bored and left. After leaving, the crowds were even denser. Those who could make it to the cemetery were reluctant to pay their respects further away, resulting in a sea of people for over 10 miles around the cemetery. Thankfully, the divine power was keeping the insects at bay, preventing them from daring to show their faces. Otherwise, the dense crowds would have been the most vulnerable. Jiangqi glanced over and saw a few other players, blending in with the crowd and kowed out in a formal manner, each one of them appearing very obedient. Yes, faced with such a scene, what else could one do but lie still? Jiangqi teleported away from the crowd, silently reviewing the situation. After entering the dungeon, she pretended to be mysterious and reminded the natives to exterminate the insects, then awaken the remnant of the creator god, and then help to promote the sacrificial ceremony. She herself had never appeared from beginning to end. So, all this could be explained as the remnant of the creator god awakening itself after the dungeon opened, and then carrying out these actions. Everything was their own self-rescue. And as a new train conductor, facing a god-level being, she naturally had to retract her claws. It couldn't be blamed on her inaction. Well, she's completely wiped out. The only vulnerability lies with those fake players, but that's easy to fix. So she can continue to hide. Perfect, she asked in her mind. Yuan, hasn't the new violation power been calculated for me yet? No, probably because your act of awakening the creator god's remnant will have multiple consequences, and they haven't been calculated yet. Jiangqi nodded and said, as he walked along the path, I probably won't be needed here anymore. Do you think I should stay here, or leave the dungeon now, and attend the train conductor's party? Yuan didn't answer, but suddenly his voice dropped. Jiangqi, something's wrong. Jiangqi stopped immediately, his alertness reaching a peak. His consciousness instantly released, capturing every movement around him. What's wrong? Is it the creator god, or is there something wrong with this dungeon? There's a very special being in this dungeon. It's concealed all its aura. It's approaching, behind us. Jiangqi's gaze narrowed, and he stood still. He didn't turn back immediately, but instead concentrated all his defenses and activated the train conductor's home field ability, maintaining a state of readiness to evade at any moment. In the train conductor's home turf, Jiangqi would have a home field advantage, her strength enhanced, and her ability to detect even the slightest movement in her surroundings would be elevated to a new level. She would possess absolute authority against players, and her lethality against enemies would be greatly increased. Especially since she was currently in the dungeon she was leading, this home field skill would receive an additional bonus. And so, in a flash, she captured the person Yuan had mentioned. With ghostly speed, completely concealed, and without a trace of aura, he seemed like an insulator, a mass of non-existent air, achieving ultimate stealth. This was a powerful outsider, theoretically not supposed to be in this dungeon at all. Ah, you discovered me. The future is truly formidable. A female voice rang out, laced with a leisurely smile, a stark contrast to Jiangqi's fearful face. From the moment she heard it, Jiangqi knew she was no match. She and the remnant of the creator god before the sacrifice were both equally powerful, but facing this unknown figure, she knew clearly that she could only flee. She exhaled, somewhat dejectedly wondering what her luck was. Why did she always encounter obstacles? She turned and looked. A beautiful woman, her age and appearance unclear, stood nearby, gazing at her with intrigued interest. Are you the conductor for this dungeon? What's your name? Jiangqi made the customary greeting gesture of the Orcish plain, bowed politely yet respectfully, and replied in pure Orcish, My name is Jin Hao, from the Orcish plain, and I'm the conductor for this dungeon. The woman raised an eyebrow. Jin Hao? In a flash, she teleported closer. Jiangqi could teleport, and very skillfully, but she could still discern the difference between her teleportation and her own. The other person's teleportation was like a frame drop, giving her a strange feeling. It was as if she hadn't teleported, but rather had leisurely walked over, missing the intervening time, which made her feel like she had teleported. She shook her head slightly, mentally asking Yuan. Yuan understood what she was asking and said, You were immobilized just now, but only for a second. Jiangqi's heart sank. Immobilized? And she hadn't felt it at all. She hadn't even noticed she'd lost a second. If the other party wanted to kill her, that second would be enough for her to die dozens of times. The politeness on her face completely vanished, and she stared at the other party in silence and vigilance. The woman raised an eyebrow, her tone appreciative. You actually noticed you were immobilized. Not bad, worthy of someone who can stir up trouble in a dungeon on your second mission, behind the scenes of the game. Chapter 83. Stirring up the storm. This person had indeed noticed his little trick. Jiangqi thought to himself, but he put on a puzzled expression. Senior, I don't know how to address you, Have you misunderstood something? I'm diligently completing my mission, and I can't afford to be negligent in the slightest. The woman raised an eyebrow. Oh, then how did the remnant of the Creator God awaken? Jiangqi helplessly said, I don't know either. No one told me that gods existed in the dungeon. During my internship, no one taught me how to deal with such a situation. Who knows who this person is? Anyway, he can't acknowledge it. The woman said, but why do I see you're so close to the remnant of the Creator God? Jiangqi looked aggrieved. This is truly a misunderstanding. I simply went to observe the sacrificial ceremony, and see if I could get a glimpse of this deity's inner workings. So what did you get? Jiangqi sighed. A deity is a deity after all. The city's faith is strong now, and the deity and its followers rely on each other. A mere trained conductor like me can't do anything. I truly regret the game's nurturing of me. The woman scoffed. Still a little fox. Her gaze fell beneath Jiangqi's collar, where she felt a faintly familiar aura. She cast her immobilizing spell again, trying to get closer to Jiangqi. But this time, Jiangqi anticipated her attack and retreated sharply, out of her range. He shook his head and said, Senior, this isn't good. If you're going to talk, just speak properly. Why are you constantly immobilizing me and taking away my time? She gathered her skirts and said warily, You're not planning on immobilizing me and doing anything to me, are you? Although I'm handsome, unparalleled, and graceful, I'm not someone you can just walk around with. The woman said, The corner of her mouth twitched. Such a greasy, commonplace act, she almost thought she'd seen it wrong. But from her observation, the young trained conductor before her had some subtle body language, his gait, his sitting position, his subconscious movements, that seemed more like a woman than a man. Additionally, a small number of his players were fake. She was 80% certain that this Jin Hao was a fake, impersonating the trained conductor. He might be an opportunist, stepping on Jin Hao to rise to power, or perhaps, simply a ruler. But if he was truly a man, even if he was a fellow operative, she wouldn't be interested in him. The woman advanced on Jiangqi, her attack swift as a phantom. Jiangqi was equally agile, dodging repeatedly until he could no longer avoid her, and transformed into a swarm of golden butterflies. But the next moment, a force suddenly enveloped the swarm of butterflies, and Jiangqi's transformation failed. He was forced back into human form, grabbed by the neck, and pinned to the ground. Jiangqi's back slammed against the ground, and every bone in his body felt dislocated. He let out a low hiss, looked at the person holding him down, and managed a hard, forced smile. Well, you don't have to be so angry now that I exposed your intentions, right? You just fancy me, right? I give in to you, okay? With that, she spread her arms and legs, lying on the ground like a coward, eyes closed, neck raised. Come on, sister, you can do whatever you want to me. Woman, Panel Ayuan, The woman resisted the urge to slap the face, and with a sneer, she ripped the pendant from Jiangqi's neck, her eyes narrowing slightly. It wasn't the illegal item she expected, but a defense medallion. Looking at Jiangqi again, there wasn't a trace of any unauthorized power. She probed Jiangqi's consciousness, encountering nothingness first, followed by a web of memories, all of Jin Hao's past. From babbling to internship, and then to becoming a trained conductor, there were no flaws, no gaps, and no sign of anyone ever replacing him. The woman narrowed her eyes, released Jiangqi, and stood up. Jiangqi struggled to open his eyes. That's it? He looked like someone who had been looking forward to a romantic encounter, but whose encounter ended so abruptly. She propped herself up on the ground and sat up, suddenly clutching her head. She hissed, I feel dizzy, sister. What did you just do to me? Did you cast some kind of spell on me that forced me to truly love you? There's really no need for that. I can totally cooperate with forced love. The woman laughed in anger. If this man was like this by nature, then he was a genius. If he was acting, then he was an even greater genius. Since he was a talented person, she was willing to give him more time to see what he would do next, and how far he would go. Okay, actually, she just kind of disliked his character, and didn't want to try to win him over. Anyway, it was clear that he was disloyal to the game, and that was enough. She said nothing more, turned and left. After a few steps, her figure vanished. Jiangqi held his forehead and stood up. Looking at the place where the person had disappeared, he hurriedly asked a Yuan, Is she gone? I can't sense her presence at all. A Yuan, I can't sense her either. Jiangqi hissed. Had she left, or was she still hiding somewhere, observing quietly? She pressed her aching head. People who are stronger than me are just not lovable. Why is he always around her? It makes her feel so insecure, And that time he probed her memory. If her body wasn't Jean Hao's original body, if she hadn't retained Jean Hao's memories and made some minor modifications, she would have been exposed. She grabbed the badge around her neck and examined it. It was an iron gray badge, Jean Hao's first internship badge, with a defensive function. Jiang Qi had been wearing her own violation badge. When she transformed into a swarm of butterflies, she quickly put it away and replaced it with the defense badge. As expected, the woman pulled out the badge and examined it. What was she suspecting? Did she see through my infractions? Jiang Qi pondered for a moment. I don't think that person actually harbors much hostility toward me. She must have noticed something unusual about me, but she doesn't seem to be planning to expose or report me. Could she be one of those people you mentioned earlier who violated the rules? Yuan didn't answer immediately. After a moment, he said, she's disguised, and she doesn't have any identifying marks or aura, so it's impossible to detect. Jiang Qi sighed. Then there's nothing we can do. She suddenly realized. Huh? So, if someone isn't disguised, and they have some identifying marks, you can figure out who they are? Yuan fell silent again. Jiang Qi chuckled, that's how powerful our Yuan is. Glancing at the spot where the woman had disappeared, Jiang Qi slowly faded his smile. Assuming this person was still in the dungeon, he had to be even more cautious in his next moves. After all, her goal was not to get caught in the act, then we can't leave the dungeon early for the feast. Also, the problem of those fake players needs to be resolved as soon as possible. The sacrificial ceremony is over. After the ceremony, hundreds of thousands of people across the city felt refreshed and full of fighting spirit, as if they had inhaled divine energy. A small number of them, perhaps a few hundred, awakened their bloodlines during the ceremony, sprouting branches or leaves from their bodies. Although it was a bit scary, as long as they considered it the first step towards awakening and becoming stronger, they were no longer afraid. Instead, those who awakened first felt extremely proud. Ka Anfei was one of them. Her home was quite far from the cemetery, so she didn't get a front row seat for the sacrifice. After the ceremony began, she walked along the street, dozens of kilometers away, prostrating herself with her neighbors in the direction of the cemetery. But she could still clearly feel the enveloping divine power. Under its influence, her entire body felt hot, her bones seemed to be melting bit by bit, her hands and feet ached and itched, and her consciousness was completely hazy. Then she fainted. When she awoke, she was already in the hospital, surrounded by a crowd, all excited to see her awake and asking about her well-being. Ka Anfei was flattered. Then, she saw her hands and feet transformed into branches. She lay sprawled on the bed, looking as strange as could be, like a monster in the middle of a transformation. Seeing her somewhat frightened expression, a leader quickly consoled her, this is a normal sign of awakening bloodlines. You don't know, hundreds of people across the city have awakened today, and you're the most advanced and fastest among them. The Lord God has revealed guidance on how awakened individuals can control their bodies, and complete a deep awakening evolution. All you need to do now is blah blah. Anyway, the first batch of evolved humans were gathered together, training and adapting daily. The insects continued to emerge nightly to attack humans. They weren't numerous to begin with, but their reproductive capacity was exceptional. Kill one today, and more would appear tomorrow. Kill another tomorrow, and more the day after. People were forced to engage in a relentless battle with them. But as long as they remember the gods as their backing, and the promise of awakening their bloodline, the Doli people remained energetic and motivated every day. No matter how hard the work, even the bloodshed, they remained brimming with hope. They fought insects at night, and continued their devout worship during the day. On the third day of the raid, hundreds more awakened. On the fourth day, thousands more. On the fifth, the sixth, the awakened ones took on plant characteristics, their movements were restricted, and they had to undergo training. This meant that the main force of insect killers was dwindling day by day, and their weapons and other supplies were also depleting. After more than 10 days, the Doli people finally began to struggle, and the casualties became severe. The players were getting restless again. Alas, the remnant of the Creator God, having absorbed the power of faith for over 10 days, had grown considerably stronger. With a single divine force, the players trembled once more. Jiang Qi hypnotized the last fake player, erasing his memory of their behind-the-scenes command and marking them with hidden markers, rendering them indistinguishable from real orc players. Then, looking back at the real players, who were as docile as mice, his mouth twitched. What a loser, yet so ruthless. She arrived at the cemetery and sat on the ground within the divine barrier, next to the remnant of the Creator God. Within this divine barrier, Jiang Qi could finally drop some of his disguise. The mysterious woman should be unable to peer through it. The remnant of the creator god now had a sense of substance, no longer a vague shadow, but a ball of golden and white light, expanding and contracting in the air like a beating heart. Jiang Qi asked, "Many people have died from insect bites today. Won't you help your followers suppress those insects?" The remnant, without experiencing adversity, how can one hone their true strength? Jiang Qi nodded. All right, stern patriarch. Canyon, you don't seem to care about your people either. Jiang Qi, I'm just a guide. They, the players, have their own destiny. She sat up straight. Okay, let's get to today's main topic. With a wave of her hand, the crafting table she had sculpted appeared before her. I tried using the power of the post-god again today, but I can only make simple things. Anything more complex causes the material to collapse. Furthermore, the efficiency of the power of the post-god is very low. Is there any way to improve it? Canyon, He had slept for so many long years, never expecting that one day he would be sought out as a teacher. First, he asked how to use the power of the post-god efficiently. Then he asked about the difference between the power of the post-god and true divine power. He even had a couple of rounds of sparring with her. Yesterday, the other party even brought out this crafting table. He is a god, yes, and he once created the world, but he has not learned the physical, chemical, and manufacturing engineering of humans. Jiang Qi, are you listening? Canyon remained silent. Jiang Qi knew this person was a bit annoyed by her. While fiddling with her crafting table, she said, "This crafting table is functional in a certain instance of the game, and can produce many things because their unique rules govern it. You are a god. Can you also use your divine power to write the rules that apply to this crafting table, turning it into a truly creative artifact?" Canyon, Jiang Qi sighed. You can't do that, but the game can. The game can also operate under different rules in different instances. In a sense, the game is the law of nature that governs the 3,000 worlds. It is indeed difficult to match. Canyon, Don't think I can't hear you're provoking me. But damn, he was provoked. He, a true god born and raised by nature, born to destiny, creating this world, didn't even boast, claiming to be the way of heaven. A gamer who plunders the resources and vitality of other worlds, taking pleasure in causing suffering and disaster, dares to call himself the law of heaven. Canyon said coldly, "It's just a small artifact. In my prime, I could create the world, let alone a mere artifact." Jiang Qi's eyes lit up. "Wow, you're so amazing." Canyon remained silent. Jiang Qi, then could you do me a small favor and make me a small artifact? Canyon's heartbeat seemed to pause. After a moment, the true god's calm and profound tone seemed to be tinged with a hint of gritted teeth. "Of course, it will just take some time." Jiang Qi was satisfied and stroked her hair. Of course. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait a month, 2 months, a year, or 2 years. She stopped provoking the other party with the workbench. After calming her mind, she began to activate her post-god power. She controlled her post-god power, aligning it with the surrounding divine powers, tracking and mimicking their trajectory. She finally understood why post-god power couldn't compare to divine power. Although the surrounding divine powers were thin, each strand of them contained a strand of law-based power, while post-god power was pure energy, devoid of law-based power. This slight difference was a chasm as vast as a chasm. But Jiang Qi wasn't disappointed. Sooner or later, she would be able to remove the post from post-god power. The people of Doli were in dire straits. The daily battle against the mutated insects was a difficult one. The rampant insects not only attacked humans, but also began to specifically destroy urban facilities. They bit through vital cables, destroyed important equipment, damaged bridges and buildings, and contaminated raw materials. Dori City entered a dark hour. Thankfully, this dark hour didn't last long. On the 23rd day of the dungeon, a dozen or so individuals with awakened bloodlines finally emerged from the training camp. They appeared normal, but their limbs could transform into tree-like forms at any moment, their branches swishing out meters in a flash, more effective than any whip. Furthermore, their bodies were impervious to injury, and even if injured, they possessed remarkable self-healing abilities. And, as long as they were exposed to sunlight, they could continuously absorb energy and rapidly recover. In short, these individuals with awakened bloodlines were like freshly sharpened swords, piercing the insect swarm and sending them fleeing in panic. After that day, more and more awakened beings appeared, slaughtering the insects with relentless abandon. The insects were defeated one after another, their nests dug up, and completely wiped out. Players witnessed this transformation and couldn't help but sigh. The natives here have finally made it. With a single instance, they awakened a god, opened a path to ascension, and completed their transformation. Amazing! On the last day of the instance, Jiang Qilai said goodbye to the creator god, Canyon. The instance is almost over. There will be more instances coming your way. As the Doli people have grown stronger, the difficulty will surely increase accordingly. Even more powerful gamers may come here to investigate and deal with you. Be prepared. Canyon remained silent. Jiang Qi continued, although the Doli people have embarked on the path of awakening, they essentially entered a state of being half human, half tree. You've seen those players, their works, and their strength is not lacking, but they're not resting on their laurels. The Doli people's future is likely no better. The Orc plane needs to cooperate with the game, sending its young into the game for training. Only after becoming Jin Hao did Jiang Qi understand that this, in itself, is a form of protection money. Such a powerful plane has no choice but to submit to the game. By comparison, becoming a dungeon site on Doli planet would be even more difficult. So, keep yourselves up, take care, especially you, the god. Don't let the game exploit you. I hope to see you again. Same here. You, disguised as a game employee, using the game's resources, yet playing outside the rules. Don't let the game rip you apart, skin you, and tear you to pieces. A ball of light in the air, like a beating heart, trembled for a moment, and then a brand new, gleaming crafting table was pushed out, flying in front of Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi exclaimed, "Wow! You really made it." She hugged the crafting table. It was massive, yet scalable. A layer of law-based power surged through it, giving it a completely different texture, a true upgrade. Jiang Qi was delighted. "Thank you very much. This is only half a divine artifact. If I have the chance in the future, I make you a true artifact." Jiang Qi smiled, "Then it's a deal." They all understood that this crafting table was the god's regretful gift to Jiang Qi, a token of gratitude for her awakening him. As for the future, they would talk about it later. Jiang Qi put away the crafting table, gathered her emotions, and then, after the dungeon concluded, decisively clicked to recall the players. This time, she didn't craft the train coin, but ran away with the players, looking like she was fleeing in despair. Back on the train, she leaned back in the driver's seat when the conductor's panel beeped several times. Opening it, she saw several messages from Shirkei, sent a month ago. "Shirkei, have you arrived yet? Shirkei, what's wrong? Were you delayed? Shirkei, why didn't you reply? Shirkei, have you entered the dungeon? Didn't I tell you not to?" The next two messages came today. "Shirkei, have you left the dungeon? Let me know. Shirkei, if you do, come to this location immediately." Jiang Qi looked and saw it was the same gathering place. As she was watching, another message came in. "Shirkei, what happened in the dungeon? Why did development get suspended?" Jiang Qi was startled and sat up straight. "Development got suspended? Shirkei, tell me everything that happened in the dungeon." Jiang Qi curled his lips. "Telling you everything, who are you?" Suddenly, a mechanical beeping sound emanated from the control panel, urging the conductor to start the train as soon as possible and leave the Dory plane. The Dory plane was about to be sealed off. She was stunned. "Ah Yuan, what's going on?" Ah Yuan replied, "It's a direct command to the control panel. The game has probably received the dungeon data and discovered an anomaly. They need to investigate or reassess Dory." Jiang Qi glanced outside. The desolate and barren landscape remained. She silently worried for the remnant of the creator god. Then, with a couple of adjustments on the control panel, she reversed the train's trajectory and resumed its journey along the same track she had entered a month ago. This time, however, she encountered an obstacle not long after the train had begun. Her train was stopped. Two men stood by the track. They wore the familiar uniforms of the investigation team and asked Jiang Qi to open the door. "Conductor number 5218 Jin Hao?" Jiang Qi said, "It's me. We're specialists from the game's investigation team. We have something to ask you about the Dory insect-tied dungeon." Chapter 84. Dory City. The moment the dungeon barrier vanished, divine power suddenly surged within the cemetery, radiating outward across the planet. The divine relics across Dory planet were summoned and vibrated in unison. In the mountains, lakes, seabeds, deserts, Gobi Desert, underground palaces, snowfields. At this moment, the lingering traces of divine consciousness and divine power in these places were activated one by one, following the mountains, terrain, waterways, and gusting winds, hurtling towards Dory City at the speed of light. At that moment, countless creatures on the planet, including humans, vaguely sensed something unusual, feeling an inexplicable restlessness and a subtle excitement. For those outside Dory City, this feeling was even more pronounced. Suddenly, the vague barrier shrouding Dory City vanished. Before they could react, divine power surged forth, shocking them to the point of dizziness and palpitations. Those in less favorable health fainted. Soon, divine power converged from all directions. The earth trembled, wind surged, and the sky and earth changed color. It was as if the world had ended, and people were so frightened that they dared not move. The remnant of the Creator God within the mausoleum rapidly absorbed this divine consciousness and power. The ball of light grew brighter, more solid, and richer, gradually taking on a distinct outline. It took the form of a humanoid figure, layers of light and shadow shrouding it like a wide-sleeved immortal robe. Long strands of light, like flowing sleeves or strands of black hair, danced gracefully in the air. The people guarding the mausoleum were stunned. God, your majesty. The humanoid form formed by the ball of light opened its eyes, and glanced indifferently at the mausoleum guard. The guard froze in place, his expression frozen, as if unaware of anything. Just as the figure of light and shadow was about to dissipate, its gaze suddenly shifted in a certain direction. A person slowly emerged from that spot, a faint smile on her face, moving slowly and unhurriedly. It was the mysterious woman. She bowed slightly to the figure of light and shadow in the air and said, "Congratulations to this deity on his return to his throne." The figure of light and shadow simply stared at her indifferently, saying nothing. He knew this person. They had come a month ago, first at Xianzhu Lake, offering to trade with him, then entering Dali City and engaging in battle with Jin Hao. Jin Hao was no match for them, and at the time, he had no confidence in his ability to expel them, so he chose to ignore them. But now, he was no longer afraid of this mere mortal. The woman said, "We met by Xianzhu Lake." The figure of light and shadow said indifferently, "I have no interest in your deal." The woman smiled. "You returned to your position, and things are different now. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to bring up that deal again. However, you're still not a true god, at most a demigod, and even then, only 1/10 as powerful as you could be. It's a long road to regain your full strength. If the game is determined to destroy you before you've fully risen, or even destroy the Dory Star plane you rely on, can you withstand it?" The figure of light and shadow continued to look down at her indifferently. The woman tooted inwardly. She was so polite to Jin Hao, but so rude to herself. But she didn't care. After all, she had originally come here to undermine his foundation. Who could be kind to someone who wanted to kill them? She said, "I have some influence in the game. I can work on your behalf, get the game to show you some favor, and buy you a few years." She spoke, glancing at the screen in front of her, visible only to her. The data from the Dali City dungeon has been reported. There are obvious anomalies in the energy readings. The game is taking this very seriously, and the investigation team will be arriving soon. The figure in light and shadow asked, "Can you control the game?" The woman said, "The game is indeed powerful. Its consciousness spans all dimensions, and its power encompasses countless planes, seemingly omnipresent and omnipotent. Yet, it is living beings who carry out the game's will. If I could influence one or two key individuals, for example, by blurting out a few words in the investigation team's report, I could change a lot." After a brief silence, she heard the aloof god ask, "What do you want?" The woman smiled, "Let me complete this for you first, and then ask for your reward. Don't worry, it won't be excessive. By the way, my codename is Rongding. Dear God, it's a pleasure to work with you." So, after the investigation team arrived at Doli Planet and conducted a thorough investigation, they concluded that the local gods had indeed revived within the dungeon, and had awakened the Treeman bloodline in a small number of Doli Planet residents. However, the gods were weak, and the Treemen were mediocre, not even comparable to the orcs. In summary, Doli Planet posed a low threat, and its development ceiling was low, so there was no need to immediately eliminate it. The head of the investigation team casually wrote in his report, "The power of the gods does exist, and Doli Planet has potential for development. I suggest that Doli Planet be made into a slightly more difficult dungeon, especially one that incorporates elements of gods, ghosts, demons, and monsters." Shirkei had also arrived, and upon seeing this, he couldn't help but ask, that wasn't the original plan. If the elements of gods, ghosts, demons, and monsters were added, wouldn't it actually strengthen the revived god by absorbing their nutrients? The head of the investigation team raised an eyebrow. "Conductor, I'm only writing down my suggestions based on the results of the investigation. This doesn't mean the development plan will actually follow them. Please don't interfere with my work, okay?" Shirkei choked. An investigator glanced at Shirkei and said sarcastically, To be honest, only our investigation team was sent here. You're the conductor, and this investigation has nothing to do with you. It's you who insists on claiming you have the development qualifications for duelixing. Excuse me, when was your development qualification approved? Can you show it to us? Shirkei was speechless. Her development qualification hadn't been approved yet, of course. The normal process should have been for Jean Hao to complete this instance, obtain the instance summary, and use it to apply for the development qualification. Of course, Jean Hao was only a first-level conductor, so his application would definitely be rejected. But as Jean Hao's recommender, Shirkei could apply under her name and get it approved. Games generally don't hold people back on this. After all, who's developing? It's all development, after all. Furthermore, Shirkei would only be one of the developers. The game has a dedicated development department dedicated to designing these dungeons, and Shirkei was just stepping in to get a piece of the pie. But she hadn't expected such a surprise. If the dungeons on Dolly Star were to be upgraded in difficulty, she might not be eligible to apply. After all, she was only a level 4 trained conductor, and the dungeons she run in the past hadn't often contained elements of gods, ghosts, demons, or monsters. Thinking of this, Shirkei's face darkened. Seeing her like this, the investigator wanted to say something, but a colleague pulled him aside. After all, she was a trained conductor, one of the highest-ranking jobs. She didn't want to be resentful. The head of the investigation team closed the report. Okay, this investigation is over. All that's left is the statement from the team leader. Jiangqi sat in the interrogation room, a look of guilt on his face. It was my incompetence. I couldn't stop the god from awakening, nor could I prevent him from awakening the bloodline of the indigenous people. The players didn't have much room to maneuver this time. It's all my fault. But under those circumstances, I didn't dare force them to challenge the indigenous people, fearing the god's wrath. Hey, the indigenous death rate was very low this time, right? Will I get a bad score? The investigator babbled, asking a series of questions. She kept repeating herself, feeling guilty and feeling apprehensive, all about her incompetence. Investigator, do you think that deity is very powerful? Jiangqi shook his head. I don't know. From what the native said, it's very powerful. I did go and scout it out, but I think I was discovered, so I quickly slipped away. I didn't dare confront them head-on, I didn't dare show my face. If I had known, I wouldn't have entered this dungeon. Senior Shirkei asked me to go to a gathering, so I should have gone after sending the players into the dungeon. Who knew I accidentally clicked the button to enter the dungeon together? Investigator, what gathering? Jiangqi babbled. Investigator, very good, openly encouraging employees to leave their posts during working hours. While everyone knows that waiting for players outside a dungeon for a month would be boring for a trained conductor, and many conductors would skip work to do other things during that time, you can't openly encourage others to do so. Especially for a senior, encouraging a newcomer who knows nothing about this, isn't that deliberately misleading the newbie? This wasn't a big deal, but if someone reported him as a master, Shirkei would be in big trouble. The investigator wrote down everything. When did Shirkei ask you to go to the party? Jiangqi continued to ramble, including the fact that Shirkei had asked her to choose the Dolly Star dungeon in advance. Investigator, so he knew about the Zerd Tide dungeon option in advance. Was Shirkei well informed, or was he behind the scenes? If you don't pursue it, it's fine. But if you do, it's full of nitpicking. Jiangqi kept on talking about Shirkei, and the excessive toll she'd been charged at the toll booth. The two guys at the toll booth thought she didn't know she was being taken advantage of, but she had yuan. Was it hard to know these basic common sense? Anyway, she took the opportunity to complain. After the investigator left, she took a sip of water, leaned back in her chair, and put her legs on the table. She was just as annoying as any man could be. She even thought she should have a cigarette, or something to freshen the air in the room. Investigator A, observing her from outside, twitched his lips. He says he blames himself, but there's absolutely no remorse or guilt. Investigator B, who was compiling the statement, shook his head. He's probably just faking it. This guy was always the center of attention in his own world, and he only became a trained conductor because someone helped him. What hardships and setbacks has he endured? He's inherently arrogant. How could he truly be afraid of a god, so afraid that he wouldn't dare do anything? Investigator A, then what did he say? Investigator B sneered. There's no hard and fast rules for what these trained conductors do in the dungeon. Encountering an unexpected deity, what reason did he have to confront it head-on? Of course, it was better to avoid trouble than to cause trouble. He'd stay away, leave the dungeon, and make a few remarks about his incompetence, and the matter would be over. Who could hold him accountable for his inaction? Investigator B pulled out a document. Look at the last dungeon he did. Over 5,000 players begged for help, and he only saved 61. He's so indifferent to his own players, and he's just slacking off on his quests. Investigator A also shook his head. That train conductor has it pretty easy. So, the fear was fake, the incompetence was an excuse. This guy simply didn't want to go against a god and cause himself trouble. Thinking about it this way, the logic made sense. While despicable, this person shouldn't be a problem. Jiangqi wasn't in prison for long before he was released. Upon his release, he saw Shirkei with a sullen face. This was her first time meeting this person face to face. Previously, she had seen her talking to the real Jean Hao from a distance on the platform. But she showed no fear at all. She imitated Jean Hao's approach and said, "Sister Shir." Shirkei was clearly in a bad mood and asked, "Have you finished the copy summary?" Jiangqi shook his head, "Not yet." "Not yet?" Shirkei's expression darkened even further. She questioned Jiangqi, "Since you entered the dungeon, why didn't you do anything? If he had been able to stop that god, perhaps the Duoly Star dungeon wouldn't have to be upgraded now." Jiangqi changed his tone. "But didn't you tell me not to enter the dungeon before?" "I accidentally entered, and I was panicking. I thought Sister Shir must have a reason for not letting me enter, so I decided to do nothing and just be quiet." Shirkei, Shirkei was furious. So it was still her fault? She was about to speak when the two investigators approached. "Are you the train conductor, Shirkei? I heard you encouraged Jean Hao to leave his post during work hours, to attend some kind of party?" Shirkei glanced sharply at Jiangqi. Jiangqi looked innocent. "Ah, is that something you can't say? So this is unauthorized absence from your post?" Shirkei narrowed his eyes, sensing something different about Jean Hao. He wouldn't have dared to do this before, asking questions knowingly, using sarcastic language, and secretly sabotaging him. Is it because he's become a train conductor, now that he's grown powerful, that he doesn't want to be controlled by her? "Investigator, please cooperate with our investigation." "Okay." Shirkei glared at Jiangqi with a dangerous, mocking look, as if to say, "Do you think such a small matter can cause me such serious damage? Wait until I'm free." Jiangqi watched her being led away into the interrogation room she'd been in before, shrugged, and said, "Just wait. I'm wearing a vest now, single, and I have no weaknesses. Why should I be afraid of you?" The investigator then said to Jiangqi, "Please stay in the city for the time being. You may be summoned again at any time." Jiangqi, "When can I leave?" "Please wait for further notice." "Okay." Jiangqi turned and walked out. Outside was a bustling street. This is a very small plane, more precisely, a transit plane created by the game. It combines office, leisure, and vacation facilities, roughly the size of an ordinary county town. Its name is Distant Wind, which translates to Yufeng City in Jiangqi's language. Game employees passing through the area can come here to rest, and as a result, a number of businesses have emerged, including hotels, restaurants, bars, and shopping malls. The train conductor's gathering had taken place here. Jiangqi glanced back at the investigation bureau behind her, and headed for the nearby station. The station was large and busy. Her train was parked on a nearby track, and the players were still on board. If the players caused any trouble after leaving the train, the responsibility would fall on the train conductor. Jiangqi, not wanting to shoulder the additional responsibility, hadn't allowed them to leave. When investigators needed to question the players, they did so on board. When Jiangqi arrived, several investigators had finished their interviews and were about to leave. Their expressions were calm, clearly having uncovered nothing unexpected. Jiangqi entered the cab, picked up the microphone, and made an announcement to the entire train. "Passengers, due to an unexpected situation, we will need to stop at this station for a while. During this time, you may not leave the train, but you may move around the carriages." The players booed. Without the ability to leave, they would simply wait in the crowded train. But there was no point in them leaving. They'd gone through 2 dungeons, and hadn't gained anything, and Jiangqi hadn't even given them any train coins. With nothing in their pockets, they couldn't do anything. Are all the players as miserable as we are? We already gone through 2 dungeons, and we have nothing left. We're broke. It's good enough to have some money. We're broke. Who can we complain to? Luckily, we managed to get some food in our backpacks during the last dungeon, otherwise we'd be starving. Everyone in the carriage grumbled, but they didn't dare to complain out loud. They gnawed at the rations they brought along, looking miserable. The fake players huddled in silence the entire time, quietly wiping their sweat. They thought they were doomed when the investigators came up to question them, but it turned out they hadn't noticed they were fakes. After being hypnotized by Jiang Qi, the fake player had completely forgotten all about the secret orders he had received. He was now relieved that those seemingly powerful investigators couldn't see through his identity. He could finally rest easy. Jiang Qi scanned all the carriages, confirming that nothing was amiss, and no one was causing any trouble. Then, he regained consciousness, sat down in his chair, and began to speculate on what was happening on Dolly Planet. Ding! Your dungeon summary has been generated. Please check it. The automatic notification on the control panel suddenly sounded, and Jiang Qi immediately opened it. In the second dungeon you led, the Insectide dungeon, your passenger mortality rate was 0.89%, and the native mortality rate was 2.66%. In this dungeon, your train coin income was 0. Your passengers played almost no role in this dungeon, making no impact on the dungeon or the natives, contributing no value, and gaining no experience. You completely wasted this dungeon opportunity, and since you skipped the process of producing train coins, your gains in all aspects were practically 0. In summary, your performance in this dungeon is unsatisfactory. Although he expected this, Jiang Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sight of that significant failure. Looking down, there was indeed a second page. She flipped through it with anticipation. Insectide Dungeon Summary 2.0, Illegal Version. In this dungeon, you reminded the natives to exterminate the insects early, weakening the insect crisis. You awakened the remnant of the Creator God and helped him quickly recover his strength, thus significantly changing the future of the entire Dory Star plane and even having a minor impact on the game. Your illegal behavior has had significant and far-reaching consequences. You've done a great job, and you've been awarded 10,000 illegal power. I look forward to seeing you perform more illegal operations. Jiang Qi's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up. 10,000 illegal power, that's a lot. So to date, she has earned a total of 10,110 illegal power. She took out the illegal metal. Its color and brightness seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap. The once ordinary-looking metal now resembled a precious black gem. It already contained over 10,000 illegal power. But what exactly this illegal power could do? She tried to draw it from the metal, and a wisp of black energy drifted from it into her hand. The thick, inky black color seemed to encompass everything, yet also seemed to devour everything. It was a terrifying energy, as if it transcended dimensions, unobservable by any rules, perception, or constraint. No wonder it's called the power of violation. She believed it was the sharpest blade capable of piercing the game. Jiang Qi was in high spirits. After observing the energy for a moment, he sheathed it. Since my violation has caused such significant consequences, it seems the Creator God's remnant is likely to be reborn, and the Dolly planet will experience a different development. Thinking of this, Jiang Qi felt even more cheerful. Jiang Qi waited all day until the investigation bureau finally relented, allowing her to leave. But she didn't. Shirkei had someone come to invite her, explaining that her performance in the previous dungeon was too poor. He asked her to stay and attend a training and exchange conference for train conductors, so she could learn from the seniors. This time, a senior 6th level train conductor will be giving lessons. It's a rare opportunity. Junior brother Jin Hao, your skills are so poor, you should learn from him. The messenger said this sarcastically, squinting at Jiang Qi with hostility. Jiang Qi, Jiang Qi, who's your junior brother? The man's disdain deepened. Do you think I want to call you that? You were personally trained by teacher Shirkei, and so was I. Although you're ungrateful and disrespectful to your teacher, he told us to respect our shared affiliation. He had this look on his face. You're so ungrateful, you become so arrogant now that you know about this. I'm going to defend my teacher to the death. Jiang Qi said to a Yuan, why does this guy give me the impression that his conductor panel is easy to snatch? A Yuan wasn't surprised. He's a newcomer, so naive. If there weren't so many newcomers like him, the conductor turnover rate wouldn't be so high. He then asked, are you going? Jiang Qi, yes, of course. I was really disappointed I missed the conductors gathering last time, so it's nice to meet other conductors this time. Jiang Qi didn't waste time talking to the young man. He simply asked, when does the meeting start? Tomorrow at noon. Jiang Qi nodded. I understand. You can go. The man choked. Shouldn't you go see the teacher first? The teacher, despite all the past, told you to study. Jiang Qi, annoyed, waved his hand, and a golden butterfly flew towards the man's brow. The man, no pushover, immediately dodged, glaring at Jiang Qi angrily. You're sneaking up on me. Jiang Qi sneered and slammed the door, dismissing him with his actions. After the man angrily left, a Yuan asked, "Did you inject the power of violation into him?" Jiang Qi nodded. "Let's experiment on him, and see what the power of violation does." The next day, Jiang Qi went into the city again and arrived at the venue for the study conference. He saw a multitude of trained conductors. Old, young, male, female, some with fresh faces, some as steady as old dogs, some looking around, some chatting casually. Jiang Qi could usually tell who was a first-level trained conductor at a glance, and felt she could easily defeat them. But if they were higher in rank than her, she found it a little harder to tell. But everyone exuded an aura of fellowship, a subtle feeling. As Jiang Qi watched, several scenes flashed through her mind. She seemed to have attended a similar event before, the place filled with trained conductors, and even game staff from other departments. But she didn't seem to be among the crowd, but rather. She rubbed her head, which was suddenly throbbing. A Yuan noticed something was amiss with her. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qi took a deep breath to steady herself. "Nothing, just a little noisy." Suddenly, she felt several distinct gazes. She looked over. It was Sir Quebec. Several people were with him, including the messenger from yesterday, all looking at her unkindly. Sir K, however, seemed amicable, and gave Jiang Qi a distant smile. Jiang Qi smiled back, glancing at the messenger a few more times, but couldn't detect anything unusual. She silently counted the number of people on the other side, and couldn't help but think, if only Dong Shunfeng and the others were here. Then she would take a risk and get rid of these people, letting Dong Shunfeng and the others take their place. She could instantly be promoted to trained conductor and save herself a lot of trouble. Even if someone at Shirkei's level was difficult to handle, there were so many silly newcomers present. Just pick a few who looked unpleasant and replace them. What a shame, entering a mountain of treasures only to return empty-handed. As the study session began, everyone filed into the hall and found their own seats. Jiang Qi found a corner and sat down. Someone took the stage. "Welcome everyone to this study and exchange meeting. Most of you here are new trained conductors. Although you have internships, and many of you have referrals to guide you, your experience and the skills you have learned are still too limited. In recent years, the attrition rate among new trained conductors has remained high. Some have died at the hands of dungeon monsters, some in player rebellions, some in accidents and murders, and many have been stripped of their conductor status and relegated to more arduous positions due to failing to complete several consecutive missions." Jiang Qi began. Distracted, she stared at the elderly figure on the stage, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. She even felt the absurdity of her own turn, the moment he finished speaking. An absurd thought struck her. She seemed to have participated in a similar event before, but she wasn't in the crowd, but on the stage. Jiang Qi was startled by this thought. What had she done in her past life? Had she reached such a high level? Soon, the figure on the stage finished his opening remarks, his voice rising slightly. "This time, we invited a senior veteran, level 6 conductor, Rongding, to teach you." "It's Rongding." "Who is Rongding?" "You don't even know Rongding. She's a very famous veteran in the conductor department. Not only is she a full-time conductor, she also holds a high-ranking administrative position. Many level 3, 4, and 5 conductors are here today, all because of her." Blah blah blah. Amidst the chatter, a bright-looking woman in a flowing long dress and long tied-up hair took the stage. She smiled gently at the crowd and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Rongding, conductor number 339. The audience erupted in excitement, applauding, excited, and amazed. Jiang Qi's eyes widened slightly. Although her attire and appearance were completely different, that tone and voice, wasn't it the same mysterious woman from the previous dungeon? Chapter 85. Among the many departments and jobs in the game, trained conductors face the fewest constraints. However, because they are constantly exposed to new dungeons and new environments, they have the highest chance of finding great opportunities. On the stage, a woman codenamed Rongding was speaking. That's why many people in the game joke that trained conductors are one of the most noble and high-performing jobs. Noble or not, it's true that the ceiling is high, so being a trained conductor is something to be proud of. But many people overlook that the position of trained conductor is also extremely dangerous. The audience sat up straight and listened attentively. Rongding, countless people, visible and invisible, are secretly lurking around, vying for your position, hoping to seize your conductor's panel. You might be you today, but not you tomorrow. Even everyone here is still you, but once you step out of this door, you be silently replaced by some unknown entity. What's worse, some of you are no longer the originals. Jiang Qi, Who are you talking about? And when you say that, can you not look at me? Rongding's voice was still gentle, but it carried a chill through the hall like a chilling wind. People stirred slightly. The veterans remained composed, but the first-level rookies were terrified by what they heard, and couldn't help but glance at those around them. Jiang Qi's face was also filled with surprise and panic, but she felt the urge to kill the man. But then she thought about the man being a level 6 conductor, and how she wouldn't have the upper hand against him in a dungeon. She silently suppressed her murderous intent. I can't beat them. She felt a little depressed, her gaze fixed on the stage, her mind wandering again. She was trying to grasp the fleeting fragments of memory. She felt as if she had actually given a speech on stage, and the people sitting below were all game employees. How high would she have to be to have such an opportunity? Higher than Rongding, who was standing before her? But in the end, for some reason, she fell from her perch, died, and was reborn. After her rebirth, her memories only lasted until she was thrown off the train by the cunning snake. What could cause someone so high up to swipe an account and start over? An accident? A revenge plot? Internal competition and oppression? Or was she simply ruined by the game? After all, with her personality, she couldn't possibly work for the game honestly. Her hatred and aversion to the game wouldn't change, no matter which timeline. Jiang Qi exhaled, feeling even more depressed at the thought that she couldn't ultimately defeat the game. She continued to imagine. If she had truly been killed by the game, it shouldn't have allowed her a chance to be reborn. No matter how malicious a being is, it wouldn't send its enemies to rebirth and cause the entire game, the entire universe, to regress with it, right? Perhaps her rebirth was a hidden trick, a hidden secret even the game didn't know about. Or perhaps, someone else had saved her. A Yuan suddenly warned, your consciousness is in disarray. Someone will notice. Jiang Qi quickly recovered and calmed himself. A Yuan asked, what are you thinking about? Jiang Qi replied, I'm wondering if I can ever reach this level of status, a level 6 trained conductor, holding a senior administrative position, giving a lecture and having a veteran trained conductor come specifically for her, just to hear her teachings. A Yuan said confidently, of course you can. If you follow her path to advancement, you'll be even better than her. Jiang Qi laughed. You must have forgotten that I just received a failing rating. It's easy to get a good rating. In the Zerg Tide dungeon, if she helps players fight the native casualty rate will increase, and players will be more engaged, which will naturally improve the rating. At the same time, the violation power she receives won't be much less. She just didn't do it. On the stage, Rongding continued, today, we focus on the matter of seizing the conductor's panel. Not everyone can seize the panel. Either you're incredibly powerful, or the person helping you seize it is incredibly powerful, overwhelming the person being robbed. Or, you already have a conductor's panel, perhaps a little damaged or still in the internship phase, and you want a better, more official one. In short, only when you already stepped into the world of conductors can you qualify to seize someone else's. Then she began to teach everyone how to deal with attempts to steal the panel, citing examples of how, and what methods the enemy would use to seize it. The audience listened intently, some even taking notes. Jiang Qi also took out a notebook to take notes, but her notes, on paper, were similar to everyone else's, while her mental notes were about the methods used to steal the panel. She had learned something useful. As she took notes, she continued to talk to a Yuan. 70% of trained conductors are introduced by referrals, while the remaining 30% encounter some kind of fortuitous encounter, unexpectedly obtaining the panel, and subsequently entering the internship period. I'm the latter. But how did your conductor panel come to me in the first place? A Yuan said calmly, and naturally you forgot. I'm a transformation of your former player panel. Jiang Qi nodded. Oh, it's been so long I've forgotten. So when did you emerge from the panel? And how do you seem to know so many powerful things? Your evolution is incredibly rapid. A Yuan didn't answer, as if realizing Jiang Qi was trying to trick him. A Yuan? A Yuan, study hard. This material will benefit you too. Oh! Jiang Qi sighed. Her A Yuan was great in every way, except for his many secrets, which he didn't like to share with her. On the stage, Rongding said, if a conductor's core is replaced, how do you tell? The most basic thing is to see if there have been any changes in their personality, preferences, behavior, and approach to life. If a major shift occurs in a short period of time, it's cause for suspicion. Jiang Qi's teeth clenched. Enough, why keep picking on me? A person sat down nearby. Jiang Qi turned and saw Shirkei. A few more people sat down in the back row. They were Shirkei's subordinates. The person Jiang Qi had used the illegal force on was sitting directly behind him. Jiang Qi, Looking for trouble? Shirkei picked up Jiang Qi's notes and glanced at them. You remember it quite well. Jiangqi raised her eyes slightly. She was writing in Orcish, and her handwriting was identical to Jean Hao's. She wouldn't let herself get caught out by such a small detail, even though Shirkei might not know what Jean Hao's handwriting looked like. Jiangqi whispered, Teacher Rongding is still teaching. Sister Shi, aren't you disrespecting this level 6 senior by walking around in the classroom? She emphasized the word level 6. Shirkei, currently only at level 4, froze, her face visibly displeased. She handed the notebook back to Jiangqi and whispered, Don't you think today's class was interesting? Your personality, preferences, and behavior have changed dramatically in a short period of time. Does that sound like you? If I were to report you now, what do you think would happen? Jiangqi looked helpless. I just told the guys in the investigation team a few truths. How can that be called a drastic change? Besides, you're fine, aren't you? Shirkei gritted her teeth. Fine? She had once held out hope of applying for development qualifications on the Dolly Star plane, but her time in the investigation bureau had completely ended that path. She was also disciplined and warned, and her connections in the dungeon distribution department were exposed. Her connections had become enemies, and she wouldn't be able to advance any further for at least decades. Fine? She smiled with a forced smile. They've been cracking down on violations and impersonation lately. Even the slightest suspicion is enough to get you into trouble. A newcomer, barely starting out, with limited achievements, caught in such a whirlpool. TSK, I can't even imagine it. Jiangqi poked the tip of his pen at his notebook. This was a naked threat. On the stage, Rongding finished his theoretical presentation and said to the audience, Now, who would like to come up and let me demonstrate how to snatch someone's control panel? Of course, I won't actually snatch your control panel, nor will I harm you. I'm just demonstrating. Everyone in the audience laughed and raised their hands. Me. Teacher, choose me. Rongding passed over the raised hands and pointed to a girl in the back corner. This is my colleague. What's your name? Everyone looked over there, and Jiangqi glanced over as well. The person called was quite far away, practically on her left and right in the lobby. But that distant glance made her pause, her pupils trembling slightly. How could it be her? The person chosen by Rongding, the one being stared at by everyone, was a woman in her 20s, with a handsome face. Jiangqi had been staring at that face for over a month, and could not mistake her. Dong Shengfeng, how could she be here? Jiangqi stared at Dong Shengfeng for a few more seconds, and was certain that she was now a first-class train conductor. But she had clearly been working as a player. It had only been 4 months since they'd been apart. When had she even gotten the train conductor's panel? She had even completed her internship. No, this was definitely not normal. In other words, Dong Shengfeng's conductor's mask was likely stolen from someone else. Dong Shengfeng was stunned for a moment when his name was called, then slowly stood up and said, My name is Yadi. Yes, Dong Shengfeng now took on the persona of the player Yadi, even his memories. So, her self-introduction was straightforward, but a closer look revealed her eyes briefly glancing downward and to the left, not directly at Rongding, and her right hand clasped the edge of the table. People like Dong Shengfeng, having undergone rigorous and systematic training, could handle almost any situation without any flaws. Subconscious movements that might betray true emotions were absolutely forbidden. But Jiangqi had erased her memory. Without the memory of her training, all that remained was her physical instincts, and she only saw herself as Yadi. A true Yadi wouldn't be particularly alert. So, these two small gestures betrayed her emotions. She was panicking, feeling guilty. Of course, if one didn't know Dong Shengfeng well, this wouldn't be noticeable. But Jiangqi knew her quite well. Her reaction confirmed Jiangqi's suspicions. Rongding smiled meaningfully. Oh, hello, Yadi. Would you like to come up on stage and demonstrate for everyone? Jiangqi took a deep breath, observing the meaningful smile on Rongding's pretty face. Rongding must have noticed, too, the panel on Dong Shengfeng's body wasn't hers. She had called him up specifically. Was she going to expose him right then and there? Rongding was a bit unpredictable. She saw through him, but kept silent. Perhaps she, too, was one of those violators, or perhaps she was just enjoying the fun. But just because she didn't expose herself didn't mean she wouldn't expose Dong Shengfeng. She asked herself, Ayuan, do you know who this Rongding is? Will she harm Dong Shengfeng? Ayuan, understanding the tension of the situation, didn't hide it any further. Rongding has secretly committed many illegal acts, yet she remains in a high position because she appears to be flawless and open. She wouldn't hesitate to expose another offender in public. Jiangqi's heart sank. So, She had really named Dong Shifeng on purpose. She would expose Dong Shifeng on the spot to prove her integrity and her commitment to the game. In fact, this wouldn't be the first time she'd done this. Jiang Qi made a decision immediately. She stood up and shouted, "Teacher, I'm willing to go on stage." Rongding turned to look at her, his brows furrowed slightly. Exposing a small figure who had just stolen someone else's panel was like putting a small dent in her heart. She had already received countless such dents. If she hadn't repeatedly proven her loyalty with the blood of others, how could she have climbed to such a prestigious administrative position, however, exposing a potential, capable, and interesting offender? The price of this dent was a bit high. Before she could say anything, Jiang Qi turned to look at Shirkei, his face filled with indignation. "Sister Shir, just because I didn't help you conceal your violations and collusion with people from other departments during interrogation, you actually suspect me of being a fake. But that's the Bureau of Investigation's business. How could I lie to them? Even if we're from the same dimension, and even if you've been so kind to me, I can't lie to the Bureau of Investigation or the game for you. Since you suspect I'm not Jin Hao, and even threaten me with it, then I prove to you whether I'm the real Jin Hao." Shirkei was stunned. She opened her mouth suddenly, then saw everyone staring at her, their eyes scrutinizing and questioning her. Her expression faltered. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Qi grabbed her and said, "Sister Shir wasn't like this before. She loved her work, cared for the younger generation, and always taught me lessons. After I became a train conductor, her first words were, 'You must not break the rules.' Tell me, are you the fake? Did you take over Sister Shir's body when no one knew?" Shirkei, shock. Everyone, shock. "Wow, what's going on here? Are we suspecting each other of being fakes?" Several people sitting behind Jiang Qi and Shirkei suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "Jin Hao, what are you talking about? How dare you slander our teacher?" Jiang Qi cast a suspicious glance at them again. "You all support the current Shir Quebec. Your admiration for him is insane and irrational. Are you the fakes fostered by this fake?" She turned to Rongding and said, "Teacher Rongding, I suspect these people are all fake train conductors. Look at them, they don't have the demeanor and grace of a train conductor. They weren't even paying attention in class just now. While everyone else was listening attentively, they were walking around and changing seats, lacking the humility and respect that a train conductor should have. Please help verify their identities." Several people were furious. How could they be fakes? Why were they blaming others? The people sitting nearby also remembered that these people had indeed arrived midway. They definitely switched seats mid-train. Everyone was paying attention, but they were chattering away. Teacher Rongding's class is so rare. If he was the real conductor, how could they bear to miss it? The whispers spread, and everyone looked at Shirkei and the others with suspicion. Shirkei and the others were completely speechless. Rongding narrowed her eyes. She could usually tell whether the conductor's core was original or replaced mid-train, except for this Jin Hao, who was a little harder to tell. But since Jin Hao had caused such a scene, she was willing to make an exception. "Since you have doubts, then all of you should come up together. Shirkei and the others, If they refuse now, wouldn't it seem like they were guilty? Besides, this big shot had already spoken. Could they really refuse? They were the real deal, so they just went on stage." Shirkei immediately gave Jiang Qi a cold look, then left his seat and headed for the stage. The others followed, bumping into Jiang Qi as they passed. Jiang Qi straightened her wrinkled clothes and followed. A total of 5 people took the stage. Rongding smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. If you haven't been replaced before, and your panels haven't been stolen from others, your conductor panels are deeply bound to your souls, making them relatively easy to distinguish. Next, I will pull your panels out of your consciousness." She glanced at Jiang Qi, but passed her by and approached Shir Quebec. "Then let's begin the demonstration with this level 4 conductor." She said to Shirkei, "I will reduce my power to your level. You will block me normally, using your strength to secure your sea of consciousness and the panel." Shirkei's expression grew serious. This was also a test for her. "Understood." Rongding raised his hand, and a visible blue force emanated from his palm, piercing Shirkei's brow. This was the conductor's original power. Shirkei immediately countered with her own original power, which was yellow. Then, the 2 colors of power clashed, a vivid and intuitive confrontation. It was clearly a force like smoke and mist, but Jiang Qi, who was closest, could clearly see it. The blue force, like a charging force, transformed into individual little figures, charging forward with spears raised. The yellow force, meanwhile, transformed into shields, blocking the little figures' spears one by one. The first collision cancelled out the 2. The blue force shifted again, and the stormtroopers changed their formation. One force entangled the enemy, while the other two launched a surprise attack from either side. The yellow force suddenly transformed into a vast swarm of cavalry, crushing the attacking enemy into mud. The blue force, crushed into mud, expanded again, transforming into a vast swamp, engulfing the yellow cavalry. Jiang Qi watched, her entire consciousness absorbed. In a trance, she seemed to have arrived at a vast, desolate battlefield, boundless and endless, where the blue and yellow forces clashed endlessly. She knew clearly that this was a microcosmic space constructed by the two train conductor source power, but she couldn't take her eyes off it. For the first time, she understood how source power could be used in this way. It wasn't just a single force, it could be split up, forming countless armies, each with its own direction and goal. It could also transform into a myriad of forms: a swamp to devour the enemy, rain to drown them, or boulders to hurl down and crush them. At this moment, Shirkei's sea of consciousness, under attack, became a city, and the panel was the protected entity within it. Shirkei's power was the defender, Rongding's was the attacker. Their minds were those of military strategists, their consciousnesses those of generals. The battle was vigorous and dramatic, yet upon closer inspection, incredibly detailed, with every detail etched in. Compared to this kind of battle, Jiang Qi had previously treated his source power like a bulldozer, charging forward relentlessly, crudely resembling a primitive human. Jiang Qi's heart surged. This was a rare opportunity to learn up close. Chapter 86. Jiang Qi watched the two forces battle back and forth for several rounds, their feints and attacks dizzyingly punctuated by false starts. Finally, Shirkei's mental strength couldn't keep up, allowing Rongding to exploit his weakness. His source power collapsed, the city gate breached, and the conductor's panel was dragged out. The wondrous microcosm formed by the source power of both sides shattered, and Jiang Qi was jolted out. His sea of consciousness was turbulent, and he hurriedly lowered his head to hide. Looking at Shirkei again, she stumbled several steps, her face pale, sweating profusely, as if she had experienced a severe bout of exhaustion, and she gasped for breath. But she quickly recovered and bowed to Rongding with a sincere heart. "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance." This battle was almost entirely Rongding's one-sided guidance. Rongding's consciousness was several levels higher than Shirkei's. Rather than battling her, she was feeding her moves, drawing out her counterattacks, and guiding her through her own breakthroughs. Shirkei benefited immensely from this. The audience was also thoroughly entertained. It wasn't just Shirkei who benefited, anyone with the ability to keep up learned something. The crowd applauded, and someone excitedly said to those around them, "You earned this class, haven't you? Nowhere else would you get the chance to see how a level 6 conductor wields his origin power. That Shirkei isn't bad either. He's been with her for so long, he's quite impressive even among level 4 conductors." On the stage, Rongding snatched up Shirkei's conductor's faceplate and held it loosely in his hand. The entire panel glowed with a pale yellow light. Rongding showed it to everyone. "Look, when we see a train conductor's panel, how do we determine whether the panel and the person are original? First, see if the panel's light is pure. We all know that each train conductor source power has a different color. With a few exceptions, the color is generally random, with no distinctions of strength, good or evil, or attributes. The light from the original panel is pure. If there are other colors mixed in, then congratulations, you discovered a patchwork panel, or it's been contaminated by another power. One more thing, if you ever suddenly discover your panel has mixed colors, be wary. Perhaps someone has recently plotted against you." Jiang Qi stood aside, thinking of her own purple and gold panel. Although she had disguised it to appear gold, a closer look would reveal a purple glow. She remained calm and continued to observe. Shirkei's panel clearly glows very pure. Then, secondly, we need to look at the connection between the panel and the train conductor. As I just said, when a panel is linked to you, a main chain forms between you. With each internship, you gain an additional internship chain. After receiving a number, you gain an additional coding chain. After that, with each promotion, you gain another chain. The higher the level, the thicker the chain. Everyone leaned in with wide eyes. Where were the chains? There was no sign of them. Rongding pointed his right hand at the panel, and the next moment, everyone saw chains appearing between the panel and Shirkei. Jiang Qi's pupils widened slightly, and he quickly determined that the thickest chain was the main chain. 3 thin chains surrounded it, indicating that Shirkei had completed 3 internships. A coding chain, densely packed with numbers, was wrapped around the outside. These numbers were Shirkei's number. Outside, there are 4 chains, each thicker than the last, representing Shirkei's current position as a level 4 train conductor. Jiang Qi suddenly realized, so that's how it's supposed to be viewed? So there's a way to see it. Rongding demonstrated, each chain records richer information, such as when and where it was established, and whether it's ever broken. We won't go into detail here. What I'm saying is, if someone wants to steal your panel, they must break these chains, especially the main chain. So, if you're desperate, you must concentrate all your efforts on protecting this main chain, and then the coding chain. As long as these two chains are connected, no one can steal the panel. So today I'm giving you an assignment. When you go back, carefully feel the connection between you and the panel, and then use the techniques I taught you to maintain and strengthen these links. Rongding returned the panel to Shirkei, asking her to take it back. Just now we demonstrated a frontal attack to seize the panel. Next, we discuss another method, using a special signal to interfere with your panel. As Rongding spoke, the 5 people on the stage, including Jiang Qi, suddenly heard their panels report an error. Panel failure. Panel failure. Jiang Qi didn't move immediately, nor did Quebec. The remaining 3 instinctively summoned their panels to see what was going on. The next moment, they all froze. Rongding raised his hand to freeze their panels, saying to everyone, see, this is it. If the panel is interfered with, an alarm will sound, and the train conductor will immediately check it. Now is the best time to take action. So, don't summon the entire panel rashly. Rongding suddenly frowned, looked at one of the 3, and shouted to the others, back off. Then she released her original power, enveloping the man. She pulled out his faceplate for a closer look. A wave of her hand shone through it, and the panel shifted dramatically. Wisps of black energy enveloped it, creating a strange, eerie appearance. Everyone was shocked, craning their necks to see, what's that? On the stage, Shirkei was also astonished. What's going on? Has Johnny been ambushed? Rongding pulled out a strand of the black energy and examined it carefully, his brow furrowed. This is a terrifying force. It's been attached to this panel for some time. She asked Zhang Yi, when did you become infected with this black energy? Zhang Yi looked bewildered. Black energy? I didn't notice it. Then you don't know? Is your panel malfunctioning? Malfunctioning? No. He tried to control the panel, only to find that it was indeed a bit sluggish, and some functions were inaccessible. He panicked. What's going on? Rongding took 2 steps back, sizing Zhang Yi up and down. He raised his hand, made a few hand gestures, and pointed at Zhang Yi. Black energy emanated from Zhang Yi's entire body. The black energy was particularly dense in his pockets. Rongding immediately searched and found a power-storing gem. In Rongding's hand, the gem seemed to be activated, and the black energy emanating from it became even more turbulent, making it difficult to look directly at. Rongding immediately looked at Zhang Yi with suspicion. Zhang Yi hurriedly said, this thing isn't mine. Rongding immediately called for help. Notify the investigation bureau. The illegal force has appeared. Everyone must remain at the scene. Focus on investigating anyone who has had contact with Zhang Yi in recent days. Off to the side, Jiang Qi, with the same look of surprise and confusion as everyone else, was led off the stage. She glanced back. This Zhang Yi was the one she casually injected with a wisp of illegal energy the previous day. She hadn't anticipated the power of that wisp of illegal energy being so potent, permeating him and his entire control panel in just one day. It was like powerful radiation. As for the energy gem, she slipped it into Zhang Yi's pocket. Before going on stage, Zhang Yi and his 3 companions childishly bumped into her as they passed by. That's when she slipped it in. The energy gem had once belonged to Jean Hao, but there wasn't any marking on it, and it wasn't particularly rare. As a train conductor, anyone could have obtained one. Yesterday, while she was idle on the train, she injected some illegal energy into the energy gem. She failed several times and damaged several gems before finally succeeding. She gave Rongding another deep look. Aren't you looking to catch someone who broke the rules to stamp your loyalty? Is Zhang Yi, who possesses the power to break the rules, enough? Rongding met her gaze, and instantly understood her intention. Use Zhang Yi in exchange for her leniency towards that yachty. Ah, indeed, interesting. He dared to do something like this, under the noses of so many train conductors, especially unilaterally demanding such a deal with her, without any tacit understanding between them. How bold, she smiled, feeling more and more that not exposing this person was a clear move. He would bring her surprises in the future. In that case, what if she let the person she wanted to protect go? Due to an unexpected incident, the lecture was forced to end, and the exchange and learning conference also ended early, leaving everyone waiting in the auditorium. The investigation bureau's personnel were almost fully mobilized, surrounding the hall and beginning the investigation. Jiang Qi was naturally questioned as well. I only met this Zhang Yi yesterday. Why? He came to see me, saying he was under orders from Sir K to attend today's study session. He only spoke a few words. Have you met him before? No, never. Unrelated individuals, who presented no suspicion, sat on the left side of the hall. Those who had come into contact with Zhang Yi and might need questioning later sat in the middle. Jiang Qi sat in the middle. As if casually glancing to her left, she saw Dong Shifeng sitting among the crowd, looking completely inconspicuous and showing no sign of panic. He was even chatting with those around him. He seemed completely detached and open-minded. Jiang Qi sighed, hoping she would eventually make it out of this hall safely. Rongding held no ill will towards her, especially just now. With his skill level, it was impossible for him not to notice that he was closely observing her fight with Sir K, yet she didn't dismiss him. It even seemed as if she was deliberately teaching him. In that coaching match, she was coaching Sir K, but in reality, it was more like coaching Jiang Qi. Under these circumstances, she would probably agree to Zhang Yi's deal for Yadi. If Dong Shifeng could escape successfully, she hoped she would be more cautious in the future. She also hoped that after this lesson, she could find a way to cover up the problem with her control panel. Unfortunately, under these circumstances, she had no reason to speak to Dong Shifeng. Jiang Qi averted her gaze, gathered her mind, and concentrated on sensing her connection to the control panel. She had always known she was closely connected to the conductor's control panel, but she had never known there were so many crucial links connecting them. After some effort, she finally vaguely sensed the chains. A main chain, 5 internship chains, then a coding chain and a primary chain. The first 2 were Jiang Qi's own, purple in color, while the last 2, stolen from Jin Hao, were gold. She was truly assembling a panel. She tried to imbue the main and internship chains with Jin Hao's essence, and even tried to hide 2 of the internship chains. After all, Jin Hao had only completed 3 internships. But this was obviously difficult. She had no idea what to do. Yuan suddenly spoke. Don't you want to ask me something? Jiang Qi, what? Ask me how to disguise these chains. Ask me why I didn't tell you about this fatal flaw in advance. Yuan's voice remained mechanical, and when it was indifferent, it was exactly like the panel's built-in program, like a heartless humanoid machine. But Jiang Qi inexplicably felt the urge to laugh. She seemed to see someone expressionless, even stern, saying these words, acting as if they didn't care about the answer, but behind their backs, their hands were clenched nervously. It was so adorable just thinking about it. Jiang Qi slapped his head. Imagination is a disease. Stop it, he asked. She said, why am I asking you this? I told you before, right? I know there are some things you can't volunteer. Besides, although this is a fatal loophole, it hasn't put me in any danger. She smiled. I believe that if the situation really became that dire, you would find a way to tell me these things, even at the risk of your life. Just like just now, when it came to Dong Shifeng's safety, I asked you, and didn't you tell me about Rongding? A silence fell in her mind, but Jiang Qi knew Yuan was listening. She said briskly, besides, don't I know it now? I didn't have to embarrass you. I didn't have to break any rules. I learned all this from others on my own, and it didn't cost me anything. Isn't that great? We're both winning. Another long silence. Jiang Qi felt a little regretful that she couldn't see Yuan's expression or reaction. She felt she should be more clear. Although I sometimes can't help but tease you, it's really just because I'm bored and have nothing better to do, and I'm just teasing you. I'm not really that curious. I find out what I need to know sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry. Living in the present is what matters most. So don't feel burdened. Do you feel any pressure to know something but not be able to tell me? If the price of knowing something is something you have to pay, then I'd rather never know. So, you don't have to tell me ahead of time about loopholes and crises here and there, or how to deal with them. I believe I can handle it myself. Oh, speaking of which, what you just told me about Rongding, didn't it harm you? Yuan, no. It doesn't sound like it. Really, I didn't mention the key points. Oh, I see. The key points can't be mentioned. Jiang Qi couldn't help but wonder what kind of restrictions Yuan was under, what he couldn't say. She decided not to ask him about his crossing the line again. She pursed her lips. I can't guarantee that if something like what happened with Dong Shifeng today happens again, I won't ask you anything more, but you should consider whether you can say it or not. Yuan, there are some things I might not consider carefully in a critical moment, so I have to tell you in advance that your safety is most important to me. We are one. Protecting yourself is protecting me. After saying this, Jiangqi felt a little embarrassed. For adults, expressing true feelings is quite embarrassing. She looked over at the questioning going on. Almost everyone in the hall had been questioned, and the suspects were finally narrowed down to Shirkei and the others. The traces of the illegal power on Zhang Yi's body were determined to have been contaminated for several days. Over the past few days, Shirkei and the others had been the ones who had spent the most time with Zhang Yi. They weren't always together, but they had seen each other every day. So, these people were taken away. Shirkei's second imprisonment in such a short period of time was quite tragic. The others were released. Everyone gradually left the hall. As they filed out, Rongding approached. She was dressed in a long flowing dress. She looked harmless, like a flower, yet she exuded an aura that was hard to ignore. Junjun was so beautiful and powerful. She approached the crowd with such ease, leaving the younger train conductors flattered. Rongding gently apologized. I'm sorry you come all this way, and this study session has to end so abruptly. No. No way. Teacher, don't say that. Rongding, when you get home, you must review the key points and do your homework well. I will. Don't worry, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Jiangqi, She's such a good surface artist. She's practically hooked on a black base. All the train conductors must have worshipped her as a goddess. Many of them were beaming, their eyes filled with admiration and adoration. It would be absurd if such a person couldn't rise to a high position. Jiangqi truly admired her. Rongding looked at her and said, Jin Hao, right? Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, Zhang Yi wouldn't have come to the stage. You deserve a great credit for discovering the illegal power within him. Leave your contact information, and I commend you later. The others immediately looked at Jiangqi with envy. A level 1 rookie, just like that, had added the contact information of a level 6 master. This was a true journey to great heights. Jiangqi was flattered, yet he felt helpless. He had originally wanted nothing to do with her, but because of what happened today, he felt compelled to board the pirate ship. As she added the contact information, she asked curiously, Teacher Rongding, has that black energy been lingering on Zhang Yi for a long time? Rongding nodded. Yes, judging by the infiltration, it's been at least several days. If Jiangqi hadn't done it himself yesterday, she would have believed it. Still, this also helped Jiangqi escape. The two looked at each other, and everything was said without words. Jiangqi felt that she might have to stay on this pirate ship for a while longer. Because of the delay, by the time Jiangqi emerged, most of the people had already dispersed, and Dong Shunfeng was nowhere to be seen. Jiangqi followed the crowd toward the station. There were more cars at the station, many of them private cars, driven by the train conductors themselves. Jiangqi searched around but couldn't find the black and white official train that had taken Dong Shunfeng and the others from Blue Star. In other words, Dong Shunfeng hadn't come here on a public bus, but on a private trip. Just as she was thinking, Dong Shunfeng's figure flashed by in the distance. There were several other people around her, who seemed to have been sitting with her in the lobby earlier. They all looked like first-class train conductors. One of them had a particularly different aura. Although of medium build and plain appearance, he was clearly the group's backbone. Jiangqi couldn't tell his rank, but he was clearly at least a second-class train conductor. Jiangqi secretly followed them for a while, and saw them board a private train together. They were indeed traveling together. This meant that Dong Shunfeng had followed that key figure here. This confirmed Jiangqi's suspicion. Dong Shunfeng's train conductor panel wasn't something she had stolen herself, but someone else had helped her get it. She was valued as a player, promoted to train conductor through unofficial means, and then she just followed that person around. Was that the case? So where were the people who had left Blue Star with her now? Jiangqi let out a sigh of relief. Although he longed to find Dong Shunfeng to ask for clarification, he ultimately turned and headed back to his train. After she left, several people on the private train stared warily outside. The unassuming leader asked, Did you notice anyone watching us? The others replied, somewhat ashamedly, no. The leader frowned slightly. Was that feeling of being watched just an illusion? He turned to look at Dong Shunfeng. Dong Shunfeng immediately straightened up. Please give me your orders. Rongding just skipped over so many people and singled you out for the stage. I'm afraid he noticed something. Luckily, someone interrupted us. Go back and integrate the panels properly. Make this your real panel. Same with the rest of you. Several people bowed their heads, listening to the lecture. The backbone's expression relaxed, leaning back in his chair. We learned a lot this time. This senior, Rongding, is indeed as the rumors say. He's very caring towards the younger generation and willing to teach us any important knowledge points. This is a great benefit for us. Go back and digest this information carefully and strive to do a better job next time we fight for the panel. We can't lose in the next performance competition. Yes. Dong Shengfeng, or rather Yachty, breathed a sigh of relief. Who could have known that the train they were on Blue Star was actually a den of thieves? The thieves' leader was the train conductor, and their accomplices were the conductor's crew. They would identify players with outstanding qualifications and sell them out. Yes, they would sell them out. Some players were unlucky and were sold to places where they would never see the light of day. Others were more fortunate and had a good career. Yachty was one of the latter. Because she was indeed quite talented, the conductor recommended her to the organization behind her. Afterwards, she and others of the same period. After a fierce competition, she emerged as the clear winner. It was also a coincidence that those people had just grabbed the conductor's panel, and since no one else was suitable to take it, it was given to her. The process of accepting the panel was, to say the least, a life-or-death struggle. In any case, she had made the leap from player to conductor, achieving a class change. She didn't care whether she was a player or a conductor. On the contrary, she was actually very happy to be one. She always felt a strong desire deep within her to climb the ladder and become powerful. However, the group she joined after becoming a conductor wasn't a serious one. One of their missions was to find a suitable target and seize the train conductor's panel. There seemed to be quite a few groups like theirs, all affiliated with the same organization, so the competition was fierce. Thinking of this, Yachty felt a surge of fatigue. Becoming a train conductor was clearly a step up in the career ladder. Compared to the others on the train, who knew where they would be sold off to and what they would face, she had made it. But looking back, she was still just a tool to do someone else's dirty work, a low-level underling who had gotten on board and couldn't get off. How high up would she have to climb before she could truly make it? She thought again of the train conductor named Jean Hao who had rescued her in the lobby. Was it a coincidence? That was too much of a coincidence. If it hadn't been him, she would have easily been exposed as having stolen the panel. She would have been the one taken away by the investigation bureau, with little hope of survival. But she didn't know him. Elsewhere, Jiangqi walked towards his train. From afar, players' faces could be seen clinging to the train windows, their eyes wide with curiosity and longing, staring out. It felt almost like a song about tears behind bars. Jiangqi, isn't it just a few days of being locked up on the train? Is it like being in prison for 10 years? Seeing her approach, the players hurried away from the windows and took their seats. Jiangqi ignored them, entered the cab, and submitted a request to the station to leave. Because there were many vehicles on the track at the moment, most of them were leaving, and there were only a few tracks. Leaving the station required queuing. While waiting, Jiangqi sent a request to the Dungeon Assignment Department to take on the next dungeon mission. Chapter 87. 3 dungeon options are presented. Dungeon 1, Mysterious School. According to the description, all the schools in the dungeon city are caught up in mysterious events, trapping the indigenous students. Upon entering the dungeon, players will automatically become students from these schools and face these strange events together. Jiangqi calculated that this dungeon city has a population of 1 million, so its student population, from elementary school to university, is only around a little over 100,000. With over 50,000 players thrown in, would the player density exceed the recommended limit? Let's look at Dungeon 2, Dark Amusement Park. This is also an independent sandbox dungeon. Within one dungeon are multiple independent amusement parks with identical settings. Players will be dispersed across different parks, with each park containing approximately 100 people. In addition to the players, the dungeon's indigenous residents will also be trapped in the amusement park, where everyone will fight for survival together, involving levels and supernatural elements. Dungeon 3, Skyfire Dungeon. The dungeon's disaster is fire falling from the sky. Every day, a rain of fire falls from the sky. Sometimes, the fire rain is pure flames, and sometimes it is corrosive fire, capable of corroding human flesh. Or, the fire rain can be the fire of rebirth, burning a person to charcoal upon landing, only to be reborn from bone to skin, a complete body reset with a single click. Of course, this assumes you can endure the pain of dying first. It can even be demonic fire, transforming into fire monsters upon landing. Jiangqi held his chin in his hand. The first 2 dungeons were small-scale, more supernatural and rule-based. The third dungeon was citywide, involving all the local residents, and had a more fantasy feel. As expected of an orc player with impressive combat prowess, the rookie dungeons, he was matched with were no slouch. Which one should I choose? The countdown was almost over, and Jiangqi no longer hesitated, choosing the third one. She preferred facing real danger to the treacherous confines of a cramped space, and she preferred the vastness of space. As for whether the players would enjoy it, that was none of her business. After selecting, the details of the Skyfire dungeon were transmitted. Jiangqi glanced at the first page and raised an eyebrow in surprise. This dungeon is actually like this. So, the natives of the dungeon are actually. Jiangqi continued reading, frowning slightly, then relaxing. After finishing, he fell into deep thought. An hour later, it was finally Jiangqi's turn to leave the station. She started the car, queued out of the station, and then accelerated normally. She picked up the microphone and announced to the entire train, "Passengers, we left the distant wind transfer station and are about to head to our third dungeon, Skyfall." In the train car, the players were all listless. Finally, the train started moving, and finally, the announcements were heard again. They perked up, their tedious wait finally over. But Skyfall Dungeon? The name sounds impressive. A bitter taste welled up in the players' mouths. Sigh, I don't think this dungeon will be easy. Whether it's easy or not doesn't really matter to me. I just hope this dungeon offers some rewards. Who, like us, only managed to get a little food after going through 2 dungeons? Don't say that. At least in the first dungeon, we took in so much radiation that it helped us recover a lot from our genetic collapse disease. I can't be penniless. I haven't even seen the legendary item Easter eggs. I heard that after the rookie period, the dungeons will be even more difficult. Amidst the players' quiet complaints, the train moved forward steadily. This time, Jiangqi wasn't rushing. As long as she could reach the dungeon within a week, she was done. In the cab, she spent almost all day studying the panel chains or the crafting table. The divinely blessed crafting table was different. On the left was the feed port, where raw materials were added, and on the right was the output port, where the finished products appeared. In the middle was a structure for inputting blueprints. The more detailed the blueprint, the more refined the finished product. Jiangqi tried to insert iron blocks, then made knives, swords, spears, and other items according to the blueprints. He added fiber rope and made clothes, bags, gloves, and other items. With the addition of rubber, he could make shoes and protective gear. On the third day of the journey, Jiangqi began designing fireproof clothing, experimenting over and over again, revising the design, and changing the raw materials. When materials were low, she would announce it to the entire train, asking players to buy them. She had money anyway, so she could use train coins to buy supplies from players. As long as the supplies weren't enough to kill them, the moment they were sold, players would rush to buy them. So, on the 6th day of her journey, she finally made her first fireproof jacket. Jiangqi looked at the golden garment before him, which resembled a raincoat. It was made from a high-density, polymeric chemical material from the Orsish plain, inherently fireproof. Furthermore, it was shrouded in the power of origin. Beneath this power was a layer of post-god power, and beneath this post-god power was another layer of divine law. After all, each layer is stronger than the last. Jiangqi dared to say that this particular piece of clothing could withstand most types of raging fire. Furthermore, with a single thought, the fireproof suit automatically became invisible, becoming invisible to the naked eye and weightless, making it completely invisible. Perfect. It's just that the production cost is too high, so mass production is impossible. But making a few more is possible. Jiangqi continued to toil away at the garments, like a diligent garment factory worker. By the time she finally reached the dungeon plane, she had already crafted 7 sets of fireproof clothing. Satisfied, she cleared a compartment in her backpack, stuffed the fireproof clothing inside, and broadcast again. Passengers, we arrived at the Skyfall Fiery Instance Station. In this instance, a rain of fire descends daily. It may be different each day, or it may repeat. It may carry destructive power, or it may be beneficial to the body. How to deal with the rain of fire is something you need to consider carefully. In the train car, the players listened to the seemingly gentle announcement, but couldn't help but feel a chill running down their spines. What's going on? Why is the conductor so extra gentle today? He even kindly told us the key points of the instance. I have a bad feeling. We won't be going without return this time, right? Is this conductor providing end-of-life care? Help, conductor, please calm down. I'm scared. Jiangqi's consciousness scanned the train car. ? Have these people been deranged by their imprisonment? She made it sound like some kind of fierce demon. Besides, weren't these orc players usually brave? Why have they suddenly become so docile and timid? She continued silently, Your mission remains to survive in the dungeon for a month. To ensure a better life in the dungeon, each player will be given 10 train coins as a means of survival. Players, shock. What? Money. They felt something was amiss, and even glanced out the window to see if red rain was falling. Are we really doomed? They're giving us money. Is this really the Last Supper? This was someone who was pessimistic and fearful. I don't think so. If we were truly dead, would they still give us money? 10 coins per person isn't much, but for a trainload of people, that's over 500,000. That's not a small amount, is it? This was someone who tried to comfort themselves and others. I suddenly have a bad feeling. We didn't get any money in the first 2 dungeons. We relied on stealing and robbing. This time, they're giving us money. Could it be that stealing and robbing isn't working in this dungeon anymore? This was someone who was foresight. Oh my god, doesn't that mean this dungeon is even more difficult? Well, 1 guess, 2 guesses, and I'm getting even more pessimistic. Jiangqi thought to himself, right, you guessed it right. She coughed and continued, friendly reminder, in this dungeon, don't offend the natives easily. Don't violate dungeon rules easily. Try to suppress your temper and your nature. Otherwise, bad things may happen. Okay, now, everyone get out of the car. With these words, the announcement ended completely, but the players' hearts were still tense. What exactly is the situation with the natives in this dungeon? The words were so serious that they made everyone nervous. The next moment, a message appeared in front of each player. You have received 10 train coins from the train conductor Jean Hao. Do you want to convert them into instance coins for the next dungeon? Besides converting them into instance coins, there was no other use for these train coins, so everyone chose to convert them. Then, everyone had an extra 100 yuan. What could 100 yuan do with them? Confused, the players disembarked from the train and entered the dungeon. Then, they arrived at a strange place. Everything was white. White roads, white buildings, white streetlights, and the sky was also white with a hint of blue. The only striking color seemed to be the green trees along the road. But these trees were all exactly the same height and shape. In short, it was strange no matter how you looked at it, as if you had entered a fake world. Moreover, everyone looked at each other, surprised to find, why are they still together? The previous 2 times, after entering the dungeon, they were automatically dispersed and randomly placed in different corners. How could they still be together this time? Over 50,000 of them. A sea of heads, ding dong. Welcome friends from afar to the Feather Realm. A huge virtual screen appeared in front of the players, accompanied by a soft female voice, startling everyone. The Feather Realm is a utopia created by the 7 archangels before their fall. It welcomes all frustrated travelers. Whether you come for refuge, or simply to rest your feet, whether you seek a place to call home, or simply want to stop and take in the scenery, the Feather Realm welcomes you all. Here, all evil has no place to hide. Lies, theft, quarrels, slander, greed, tyranny. None of these are tolerated. Any such behavior will be punished accordingly. In serious cases, the Feather Realm guards will immediately appear and imprison you. Players, no wonder the train conductor gave them money. So stealing is truly forbidden. If they want to obtain items here, including daily necessities, they must honestly pay for them, right? Here, all good deeds are encouraged. Kindness, sincerity, diligence, friendship, strength, courage. The more you practice these things, the more fulfillment and happiness you will gain. Players, So they're going to be players who embody truth, goodness, and beauty? People with so much blood and life on their hands are suddenly being asked to do this. Ugh, my head hurts. Now, newcomers, please take a good look around the Feather Realm and choose a place to stay. After this, the screen faded. The next moment, the players' eyes blurred, and they were in a different place, on the street. There were people on the street, but the other players around them had vanished. Wang Damao appeared on a busy street. She noticed that the indigenous people were all wearing white clothes, and even the styles were similar. Their hair and skin tones were a variety of colors, but most had dyed their hair white. This made her, still wearing her own clothes, stand out. When the indigenous people spotted her, their eyes lit up, as if they had discovered a treasure, and they exclaimed in delight, "Newcomers! She looks a little goofy. So cute, I kind of want to pat her head." Wang Damao, ? Although her beast form is a dog, she's now in human form. Still a very strong and muscular figure, with short, prickly hair. Is it reasonable to call her cute, and even want to pat her head? A snake-like earthworm emerged from behind her, its round, blunt head erect, its dark, bean-shaped eyes gazing around. Pedestrians nearby, oh, she's got a pet. What a cute one. What a beautiful color. I want to pat it. Wang Damao She turned to look at the earthworm's gray, slimy, wriggling, even earthy body. Is it cute? Is it beautiful? I want to pat it too. Do you know why she still keeps this earthworm? Because the conductor disliked its appearance and said he could take it away when he needed it. So, these people have abandoned their consciences to maintain their image of truth, goodness, and beauty? That's not right. People here can't lie. So, their aesthetics are different from ordinary people's? Wang Damao wanted to turn and leave, but a screen immediately appeared before her. Please don't be so cold. You should respond politely to people who greet you or compliment you. Wang Damao, shock. She almost wanted to call them crazy, but she managed to smile and said, hello. Then, as if receiving a signal, these people gathered around. Your voice is beautiful too. Can I pet you and your pet? Wang Damao, isn't that bad? Please don't reject others' kindness. They just want to be your friend. Wang Damao was about to explode with anger, but he held back his anger. Yes, yes. You're lying. Words that don't mean what you say hurt others and yourself. Wang Damao couldn't stand it any longer, and he lashed out at the floating screen in front of him. Are you done yet? You're insane. This isn't allowed. That isn't allowed. You have to nag me every time I do something or say something. You got so much free time. Insulting the Feather Realm's attentive assistant with harsh words will result in a punishment. Lightning strike. Then, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, blasting Wang Damao to a crisp, leaving her charred on the outside and tender on the inside. She opened her eyes wide, filled with disbelief, and collapsed stiffly. At the same moment, the same lightning strike occurred in different parts of the Feather Realm, one after another. These were players, fed up with the on-screen censorship, and they couldn't help but curse and lash out, sometimes even resorting to violence. Then, they were punished by lightning strikes. Some of the more serious offenses were actually captured and imprisoned by the suddenly appearing guards. Jiang Qi, in stealth mode, witnessed this scene, watching the lightning strikes and the players' screams. He sighed silently. I told you to control your temper. If I hadn't known you'd be reduced to idiots in a second after entering this dungeon, would I have given such a gentle reminder in the car? Jiang Qi walked silently along the street, observing the surroundings. This Feather Realm is unique. It represents the entire plane. Some of the natives here are indigenous, having lived here since the plane's inception, but a considerable number also arrived later from other places. The specifics aren't specified in the documentation, and Jiang Qi doesn't know. But whether they are originally from this area or migrated here later, they all must abide by the rules of truth, goodness, and beauty. These rules are incredibly detailed and stringent, constantly correcting people's behavior and taming them into the Feather Realm's desired form. Do these natives truly have different aesthetics, truly warm and friendly to all outsiders? Perhaps, because those who can't live up to their standards have been eliminated through constant punishment. But there's another possibility. These natives are feigning, so skillfully that they even fooled themselves, so the Feather Realm's rules haven't detected their lies. Their eyes light up at the sight of the newcomers, perhaps excited at the prospect of another suffering soul. They enthusiastically surround the newcomers, perhaps with a malicious intent to disgust them. In any case, Jiang Qi had been inside for a while, observing with her own eyes, and perceiving these emotions with her own consciousness. All she saw was a world so perfect it was almost false. Every element in the air, every curve on the faces of the indigenous people, exuded an aura of oppression. And this false and oppressive place would be greeted by a raging fire from the sky from today. When Jiang Qi read the brief introduction, she assumed this fire would be a catastrophic catastrophe, devastating the indigenous people and causing widespread grief. But after reading the details, she changed her mind. She felt that this fire might be exactly what the indigenous people wanted. Now that she had personally entered this Feather Realm, she was even more certain of this suspicion. After all, if she were an indigenous person, she would surely wish for something to come and destroy this damned world. From this perspective, the game seemed to have done something good. But it was impossible for Jiang Qi to completely follow the game's instructions. She would definitely have to break the rules, and even if there weren't any opportunities, she would create them. If she didn't play against the game, where would the fun be, and where would the extra income, the power of breaking the rules, be? The feeling of rebelling against an evil boss would pay, while ensuring her own safety. Every worker would love it. But how should she do it? She pondered as she moved forward, occasionally glancing at the 7 fire-resistant vests in her backpack, feeling somewhat hesitant. Just then, her train conductor panel alerted her of a new private message. She opened it. Since the lecture, she had become more cautious. She wouldn't call up the entire panel when outside, and now only called up the chat page. It was from Rong Ding, After they added each other's contact information, he hadn't contacted her, but now he was sending her a message. Rong Ding. In the Feather Realm, there's no doubt that this is based on a declarative statement. Jiangqi didn't bother to be polite and replied directly, I'm in the dungeon, and you can send me a message? Rong Ding. I can enter the dungeon myself, establish a communication channel, and send you a message. Is that difficult? Alright, you're strong, you're awesome. Rong Ding. I seen the dungeon. What do you think? Jiangqi. It's indeed a utopia. It's beautiful. Rong Ding scoffed and typed. It's so beautiful it's fake, isn't it? Stop pretending. You know, we can be allies, but if you can't demonstrate the abilities that an ally should have, I don't mind turning you into my achievement. Jiangqi bared his teeth. So someone who's stronger than her, and even more assertive is truly unpleasant. She preferred to take the initiative. Alas, the situation was stronger than she was. Rong Ding, tell me about your thoughts. You can consider this a test. Jiangqi sighed, feeling that typing was too slow, so he simply spoke directly, still using Jin Hao's voice. The dungeon data is limited, and there isn't much valuable information, but the data repeatedly mentions the 7 archangels. Their statues stand tall within the Feather Realm. They gave their all to create the Feather Realm. They established the rules of truth, goodness, and beauty within the Feather Realm. The consciousness they left behind is the pillar of the Feather Realm. The last paragraph of the data also states that the heavenly fire destroyed the dungeon and the archangel statues, leaving everything in ruins. But from the ruins will grow freedom, rebirth, and new glory. I'm not entirely sure how the development department designed these dungeons. Is this ending intentional, with a hidden meaning, or simply a sentimental expression? But I have a hunch that there's something wrong with these 7 angels. After the Feather Realm was destroyed by the heavenly fire, it's likely they will be the ones to gain freedom, a new life, and new glory. Jiangqi paused as he spoke. A massive statue stood before him. The statue's holy form, wings with distinct feathers visible, and a compassionate expression with slightly lowered brows, clearly depicted the statue of one of the 7 archangels. She gazed at the statue and continued, but I'm not sure yet whether their regained freedom is something the game wants, or if it's contrary to its purpose. If it was something the game wanted, she would naturally prevent it. If it wasn't, then she would facilitate it. Just like the insect swarm dungeon, the god's resurrection wasn't what the game wanted. However, if it could be included in the dungeon description, Jiangqi still preferred the former. Furthermore, from the perspective of the indigenous people, the 7 angels who set those ridiculous rules of truth, goodness, and beauty weren't particularly appealing. Past experience had taught Jiangqi that siding with the indigenous people was tantamount to standing on the opposite side of the game. After Jiangqi finished his last voice message, a full minute passed before another voice message arrived, also a voice message. Jiangqi clicked on it, and heard a soft laugh. Rong Ding smiled on the other end, a satisfied smile. You're even smarter and more perceptive than I thought. Jiangqi, Jiangqi, can you please not talk to me in a superior tone? Rong Ding was stunned for a moment, then sent another voice message. Is this your reason for targeting Shirkei and sending her back to prison? Because Shirkei used a condescending attitude to command and order her, she couldn't bear him, and would do whatever it took to hurt him, even if it meant harming him and benefiting herself. Jiangqi, How did this person know all these little things? It was a little true, but more importantly, Shirkei would constantly cause trouble, which was why she wanted to get rid of her. Jiangqi didn't answer, only saying, since we're allies, we're not superiors or subordinates. I think we should find a way to communicate that's comfortable for both of us, right? There seemed to be a pause, and then a message came back. As expected, it comes from a male. You're so incompetent that you mind. Jiangqi, It felt like she was scolded twice in one sentence. But it had nothing to do with gender. She simply didn't like being looked down upon. Rong Ding, since you mind, then fine. I keep an eye on it. So what are you going to do? Jiangqi looked at the sculptures in front of her. Would covering them with fireproof clothing to protect them from the heavenly fire be a good idea? She simply said, I'm still observing. I haven't figured out what to do yet. Chapter 88. On the Dory Star Plain, Rong Ding was slowly walking. After a brief pause in research, this plane had been redeveloped, and today, a new instance had descended, causing another stir across the planet. However, compared to the bewilderment they felt after the last insect swarm instance, people now had a general understanding of what was happening and were less panicked. Furthermore, after the god's resurrection, cities had built temples and rebuilt statues, and the people worshipped them devoutly. In just a few days, examples of the awakening of the sacred tree's bloodline had appeared in various places. Thus, faced with yet another city being enveloped and blocked by an invisible force, everyone was more eager to become stronger as quickly as possible than to panic. As for previous social issues, such as conflicts over the rebels, they had simply collapsed. With the promise of awakening their bloodline dangling and the existential threat of the instance looming, who cared about infighting? As Rongding walked, she spoke to Jiangqi, who was far away in the Feather Realm. As she listened to the voice's words, a growing admiration filled her eyes. When he said he hadn't yet decided what to do, she didn't doubt him. After all, he knew so little, so she didn't mind telling him more. Since they were allies, it would be beneficial for him to become stronger. She then arrived before a statue. The statue stood in the city's central square, tens of meters tall. It was still a work in progress, but it already looked majestic yet agile. Many people were already praying and bowing before it. Rongding stood in the crowd, but no one could see her or hear her. She replied to Jin Hao, after the insectide dungeon, you should already know that gods do exist in the vast universe. Some gods, like the creator god of Duoly Star, have no connection to the game. These kinds of gods are called wild gods, or false gods by the game. The game's strategy towards them is to either subdue them or destroy them. If they can squeeze out their value in the process of destruction, even better. The game's strategy towards the creator god of Duoly Star is destruction. Therefore, the game is deploying dungeons on Duoly Star, using these dungeons to drain the creator god's remaining consciousness and power. In the Feather Realm, Jiangqi listened quietly to Rongding's words. This, again, was unknown to her, and she listened intently. That's why your recommender, Shirkei, is so eager for development rights. Those who participate in the development will also share in the profits. Even if she only gets a small share of that consciousness and power, it will be of great benefit to her. And the game doesn't care who gets the benefits. To the game, there's essentially no difference between its employees profiting and the game itself profiting directly. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. Such an arrogant thought. What if the person who profited betrayed the game, but she quickly figured it out? If they betrayed, the game would automatically dispose of them, transferring their energy to those loyal to the game. The result would be the same. Jiangqi asked, what does this have to do with the 7 archangels? Rongding said, the so-called 7 archangels were actually originally one deity, a member of the game's faction. The game calls them righteous gods. Wow, so whether it's a wild god or a true god is entirely up to the game. Such a big deal. This so-called true god is named Yu. It's unclear what his power is, but he's supposed to control flight. Due to some events, he was split into 7. To help him reunite, the game created this Feather Realm, nurturing these 7 fragments of consciousness. Jiangqi. So, all that talk about 7 archangels, and about angels painstakingly creating a utopia before their death, is fake. Of course it's fake, a pretentious, fake setting to fool people. Rongding's voice was tinged with sarcasm. Restoring a fragment of consciousness requires not only time, but also a constant supply of energy. It also requires other things, like faith, and the support and uplift of the common people. So, the game brought humans to the Feather Realm and established extremely harsh rules of truth, goodness, and beauty, forcing those people to live according to their pre-planned lives. To maintain the population, the game also periodically sends new people to the Feather Realm, some players, and some simply refugees from other planes seeking refuge. Your group isn't the first group of players, and the Skyfire isn't the first instance. In reality, the purpose of every instance is simply to deliver population and energy. And now, the remaining consciousnesses have been almost completely restored. All it takes is a massive infusion of power, and the 7 remaining consciousnesses will merge, allowing you to return. Jiangqi finally understood the true nature of this instance. She asked, is the Skyfire an infusion of power? Then why not just deliver power directly to the remaining consciousnesses? Rongding chuckled. Games can sometimes be very unruly, but sometimes they're incredibly strict. Everything must follow procedures. The game has so many departments under its purview. Unless the game itself bypasses these departments and takes action directly, it must follow procedures. The dungeon design department doesn't know the details of the 7 archangels of the Feather Realm, so naturally they won't directly send energy to them. They only design dungeons based on the dungeon's requirements, such as the required energy level of the natural disaster, the required elements, the desired outcome, and so on. When the energy is delivered, whether the 7 residual consciousnesses can receive it and successfully merge will be another test. If they can't, it means the opportunity for fusion has not yet arrived. Jiangqi shook her head, gazing at the angel statue in the distance. To support such a deity, they created an entire plane, dragged so many people into its ranks, and even designed dungeons to deliver energy, really a lot of effort. Back then, the Underground Ghost Banquet was a collaboration between several train conductors, secretly sending population resources to the ghost realm. She thought it was a tactic invented by the train conductors, but she hadn't expected the game itself to engage in such practices. No wonder so many train conductors were so secretive. It turned out they learned it from the game. She also understood better why there were illegal internships, and the power to violate regulations. The game itself was dishonest, and engaged in all sorts of misconduct. If the universe itself had consciousness, it wouldn't want such a being to continue its rampage. Jiangqi continued forward, passing the angel statue. The statue was so lifelike that no matter where you looked, you could feel its eyes staring back at you. Beneath a gentle, compassionate gaze, there seemed to be a deep coldness and scrutiny. Jiangqi walked a little further before asking Rongding, "So, you contacted me to ask me to stop the fusion?" "Yes. If the fusion fails this time, the game will just think it's not the right time. Just be discreet, and it won't expose you. But that's only a temporary solution." Jiangqi certainly didn't want to see the game gain a righteous god to help it. It would be best if this Yu was completely eliminated. Rongding, in the future, others will continue to enter the Yu realm, destroying it a little at a time. This can't be accomplished overnight. Doing too much at once would raise alarm. Luckily, they have plenty of patience and time. Jiangqi understood. It seemed that Rongding was backed by an organization dedicated to opposing the game. They must be a group of lawbreakers. However, Jiangqi didn't ask further. She didn't want to get too involved with this organization just yet. Stopping at Rongding was enough. Jiangqi nodded. "I understand." After a few more words, the two ended their long-distance call. On the Doli planet, Rongding toured various locations before teleporting to the Doli City Cemetery. The cemetery had been renovated and was now magnificent, guarded by a military unit and a high-ranking honor guard. Rongding appeared silently in the cemetery, before the statue of the creator god. "Congratulations. Your statues are flourishing everywhere, and your followers are increasing day by day. You're receiving a large amount of faith power every day. Are you recovering well?" A flash of light flashed from the statue, and a voice, audible only to Rongding, rang out. "You're here to claim your reward. What do you want?" Straightforward. Rongding didn't beat around the bush. "I want to come regularly to collect your divine power and divine consciousness. Once a month, not too much at a time, for 2 years." The god of creation was silent for a moment. "You want to create your own god?" Rongding smiled. "Gods aren't that easy to create. I simply want to help a god who's about to fall recover. Originally, I wanted to make a one-time deal, but now, if I could continue for 2 years, that would be even better." The god of creation didn't ask any further questions, simply saying yes. Feather Realm? Jiangqi continued his stroll, touring the entire Feather Realm. Honestly, it wasn't very large, only the size of a town. The 7 angel statues, 4 on the outer 4 sides, and 3 in the center, formed a layout of 4 outside and 3 inside. The shattered consciousness of the feather god resided within these 7 statues. According to Rongding, these statues would be repeatedly tempered in a heavenly fire. Tempering is essentially the process of absorbing energy. Once the statues are completely destroyed, the consciousness within them can break free. So Jiangqi's mission was to prevent them from undergoing any tempering, let alone cracking. Jiangqi didn't immediately take out his fireproof vest and put it on the statue, fearing it might be noticed beforehand. She arrived at the last angel statue. While the statues were both male and female, with varying numbers of wings and hair lengths, a closer look revealed they all shared the same face, their features copied and pasted. Furthermore, every detail was incredibly lifelike, as if they could come alive at any moment. She walked closest to the statue, and vaguely sensed a difference in the airflow patterns there from elsewhere. Standing here, she felt like a feather. If she were just a little lighter, she could fly. She looked at the statue's wings. It looked like it was about to take flight. A god mastering flight? While Jiangqi was exploring the Feather Realm, the players were in dire straits. Some players were struck by lightning, their bodies charred and twitching on the ground. Luckily, the indigenous people were incredibly friendly. Seeing someone injured, they rushed to their rescue. They either provided on-site care or carried them to the hospital, their enthusiasm unwavering. Those imprisoned, however, received no such treatment. Once inside, they were subjected to a reformative education program based on truth, goodness, and beauty. They were trained in what to do and what to say, and were given exams to complete. Any mistakes were punishable. In short, every word and action was regulated. The players were practically devastated. Some others managed to control their tempers, avoiding being struck or captured. They smiled throughout, refusing to lie. Finally, guided by the welcoming indigenous people, they completed their tour of the Feather Realm and rented their own temporary housing. Whitehair, the fake player from the Fallout Mutation dungeon, sent the native away, closed the door, rubbed his face, which had become stiff with laughter, and threw himself onto the small bed, hurting his ribs on the hard surface. Hiss. He pounded the bed. What a lousy place. He quickly covered his mouth and glanced around warily. No more floating screens appeared, and no warning sounded. He breathed a sigh of relief. That unlucky screen was staring at him from every angle. The slightest unfriendly expression or words, the slightest insincere remark would pop up to correct him, and occasionally give him a little numbness or prick. It was so annoying. He sat up, ripping at his hair in frustration. This isn't right. Being a player isn't fun at all. Why are these dungeons getting more and more cramped? Last one, I had to hide and not even show up, and this one is practically a joke. And the rent for this shabby, 4 or 5 square meter house is 30 yuan a day. He only has 100 yuan to live on. They can't even steal or rob here. Does that mean he has to work to earn money? Ah! He scratched his hair vigorously. Ah, Tianhua, hurry up. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He jumped up, a smile plastered on his face reflexively, and he went to open the door. Outside were 2 indigenous people, wearing white uniforms. They looked like staff members, also smiling and politely greeting them. Well, in the Feather Realm, we need to wear special white clothing to maintain cleanliness. Our Feather Realm clothing is dirt-resistant and durable. The material. Blah, 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 like a salesman. In the end, Bai Mao could only smile, and buy a set of clothes for 30 yuan. Not long after closing the door, there was another knock. It was another staff member, wearing a different uniform. They were here to collect the sanitation fee. Because newcomers might have brought in dust, germs, and other contaminants from outside, every area they passed through had to be disinfected. Bai Mao smiled, and paid another 10 yuan sanitation fee. 2 minutes later, there was another knock. This time, it was for the garbage collection fee. Because Bai Mao's daily life inevitably generates garbage, and to maintain the absolute cleanliness of the Feather Realm, the cost of garbage disposal is very high. Whitehair, Why doesn't the sanitation fee include garbage collection? Never mind, I paid another 10 yuan. A little while later, another knock came on the door, asking Whitehair to get a checkup to make sure he wasn't carrying any infectious diseases. This is for your health, the other person said, both friendly and shamelessly, before demanding the 20 yuan checkup fee. Whitehair, ah! These natives are deliberately torturing him. When he was a native, he wasn't this mean. Heavenly fire. When will the heavenly fire come? At the same time, the other players were shouting in their hearts, come soon, heavenly fire. Come harder. Break all the broken rules here. I can't stand it even a minute longer. However, the disaster didn't strike so quickly. The rest of the day was peaceful, except for the constant thunderbolts of punishment. Each time one struck, a player was miserably defeated. Those who remained standing were the most obedient, and their money was the first to be drained in the name of the waves. They had no choice but to accept the jobs assigned to them by the natives, and began to toil away the hardship of earning money. They had to maintain a genuine smile while working, their faces barely emblazoned with the words, I love my work, I'm hardworking and capable. Either way, it was miserable. Jiang Qi couldn't help but shake his head. But it also showed that these natives were truly playing a prank. She lay on a fake tree. Yes, all the trees in the Feather Realm were fake, all identical in appearance and color. Even the timing and number of their leaf shedding were programmed. She leisurely rested her feet on the fake tree, peeling nuts, eating them one by one, to the player's stiff, tired smiles. At this moment, several natives descended from the tree. They couldn't see Jiang Qi and assumed no one else was around. One of the natives made a small gesture, and a barrier formed around them, surrounding them. Native A, okay, you can talk now. Native B, I gotten some information out of those players. This dungeon's disaster is fire. Fire will fall from the sky. Native C, will the entire Feather Realm be engulfed in flames? We need to prepare some fire protection. Native A added, I don't think it's that simple. The 7 statues are becoming more and more realistic. They're about to come alive. Logically, the energy level of this dungeon should be very strong, at least stronger than the last one. Jiang Qi stopped eating his nuts, and looked down at the three people below him. They actually knew all this. It seems I underestimated them before. Native B. Once the statue truly comes to life, this feather realm will no longer need to exist. I long to leave this damn place, but I'm also worried that when it dies, we be buried with it. Native C. That's not for us to decide. Let's prepare first. Anyway, this wave of players doesn't look very good. We can't rely on them. We have to rely on ourselves. Life or death is fate. Just try your best. The three exchanged a few more words, then retracted their shields. They transformed into the gentle, model natives, with a good-hearted expression written all over their hair and souls. They walked away with a steady stride and posture. From behind, they looked like three robots. Look at how tortured these people have been. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow, thinking, don't worry. With me here, this feather realm won't be breached. However, these people could be of use. As the day wore on, the sky within the feather realm gradually darkened, and night was approaching. But those with keen eyes soon noticed that the sky wasn't darkening as usual. Instead, dark clouds were swirling, as if something was brewing. The players, aware of the imminent fire, grew nervous. Some of the indigenous people, who also knew of the imminent fire, also grew nervous. Soon, the clouds grew brighter, a cacophony of gold and red, like a new sun rising behind them. Then, the people within the feather realm felt the temperature around them rise, becoming increasingly hotter and drier. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced through the clouds, shooting straight down towards the ground. No, it wasn't light, but a ball of fire, a golden red flame crashing down. The next moment, countless flames slammed down, instantly shattering the feather realm sky. A surging heat wave lashed the crowd. Heavenly fire is coming! Run! Find someplace to hide. The players and the indigenous people reacted immediately. Boom! The first ball of fire struck a roadside tree. No one paid it any attention, as everyone knew the tree was fake and non-flammable. But the next moment, contrary to everyone's expectations, the tree actually burst into flames. Everyone, wow! Boom! 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 Balls of flame fell, igniting trees, crushing vehicles, and setting houses ablaze. In an instant, the entire feather realm was engulfed in flames, and the air sizzled and twisted. Cries of help filled the air. Even though they had prepared for the crisis, the near-impossible reality still left them feeling utterly helpless. Run! Run to the basement. To the pool. To the scenic lake. Into the safe house. People scrambled for their lives. Jiangqi arrived not far from an angel statue. The fire, like a self-targeting system, pelted the statue one by one, sending it ablaze, its entire form ablaze, its face distorted by the flames. But a closer look revealed that the statue's pristine white exterior remained completely unscorched, and the flames seeped deeper into it as they burned. The statue, like a thirsty sponge, rapidly absorbed the flames. Jiangqi emerged, dressed in indigenous attire, shouting, "The statue's on fire! Save the statue!" She rushed over, unfurling a large fire blanket, leaping up and draping it over the statue. She had found the fire blanket at a fire station. Indeed, how could a meticulously crafted feather realm, like the feathered realm, not have a fire brigade? There were plenty of firefighting devices inside. A massive fire blanket completely covered the statue, its powerful seal quickly extinguishing the flames within. Thus, the holy statue was shrouded from head to toe in the dusty blanket. The flames lashed out, hitting the fire blanket, and then rolling futilely to the ground, unable to absorb a single drop. The spirit within the statue, happily absorbing energy, said, "Eh." Jiangqi clapped his hands, a look of relief on his face. "Your Majesty the Archangel, I will protect you with my life. Don't be so moved. This is my duty." The spirit within the statue, "Eh." At the same time, at the other 6 statues. 6 waves of natives rushed to the statues, braving the rain of fire, and spread out their massive fire blankets, covering them tightly. "Ah, thank goodness we arrived just in time. We must protect these statues. We can't lose the dignity of the archangels." The natives spoke with sincerity, but a closer look revealed a vacant look in their eyes and a stiff expression. Yes, they had all been carefully selected by Jiangqi for hypnosis, including the trio who had conspired under the tree. Or rather, it was the trio who had inspired Jiangqi to hypnotize these natives and have them do this. She had originally considered using players, but if they were too deeply involved, it might implicate her later, so it was better to let the natives do it. Their motivation for protecting the statues was perfectly valid. Overly brainwashed, they revered these 7 archangels from the depths of their souls. What a perfect excuse, of course, To prevent them from future resentment and revenge, Jiangqi could have them fake their deaths and then be taken away as players. She scanned the 7 statues, confirming they were well protected, and smiled with satisfaction. Looking at the statue before her, she could even feel the resentful, cold gaze piercing through from beneath the fire blanket. Hee, are you touched? Don't be too moved just yet. We continue to defend you to the death, a Yuan said. What if they can move? Jiangqi was unconcerned. They don't look like they can move yet. If they do, then we see. We can hold on for a while, but we can. Every bit of energy they absorb is a win for us. Jiangqi raised his head, watching the falling flames. These flames are full of energy, a powerful tonic. Do you think I can absorb it? Chapter 89. The Feather Realm at this moment was a magical place. The sky was like a piece of cloth, now ripped and ripped by burns. The falling flames were like pieces of burning fabric. It felt as if the entire sky would collapse at any moment. The sky was filled with flames, magnificent and overwhelming. The temperature of the entire space continued to rise. Standing on the ground felt like standing on a gradually heating iron plate. Even if you didn't burn to death, you would soon be scalded to death. The players and natives looked for places to hide, but Jiangqi walked slowly among the flames, feeling the fierce power of the flames. A ball of flame hurled itself towards her. Instead of dodging, she reached out and caught it with her bare hands. Then, a sharp burning pain came over her. She extinguished the flames and, looking at her reddened skin, frowned slightly. It seems I can't directly accept the flames, like the angel statue. This would only burn her body to death, not strengthen it. It seemed she was still missing a crucial medium to absorb the flame's energy. She looked around, finally settling on the angel statue. Yuan, are you thinking? Jiangqi's face was thoughtful. After the so-called feather god split into 7, it entered this statue to cultivate and absorb the flames through it. Don't you think that this statue is both a protective shell and a medium? Yuan, then you can't get into someone else's protective shell. What if I get in and can't get out? Jiangqi thought for a moment, and came up with a brilliant idea. She lifted her foot and scratched at it. Yuan? Question mark. A moment later, a small golden butterfly appeared in Jiangqi's hand. The butterfly was dazed and a little flattened, as if it had been crushed for a long time. It looked quite listless. This butterfly represented Jin Hao's consciousness. Jin Hao's beastman form was a swarm of golden butterflies. No matter how he died, one butterfly from the swarm would inherit all his memories and awaken. Thus, it could be said that as long as the swarm lived, Jin Hao would live. Jiangqi couldn't destroy him, and didn't want him to cause trouble, so she kept the golden butterfly representing Jin Hao on the sole of her foot. She had been doing this for over 2 months, and she had practically forgotten about him. Jiangqi nodded at the butterfly. Let it help me do an experiment. If it dies inside the statue, another butterfly representing Jin Hao will naturally appear from my swarm. If it can remain inside the statue, then this method will work. Jiangqi finished, grabbing the golden butterfly and walking towards the angel statue. So how do we get this golden butterfly inside the statue? She dodged the falling flames while lifting a corner of the fire blanket. She was met with the statue's icy face. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. His expression seemed to have changed. His eyes widened, as if glaring at her, and his nostrils widened, fully conveying his anger. Oh, and the angle of his arm had widened a bit. His fingers, which had once drooped naturally and gracefully, now pointed upwards, as if to prop up the fire blanket. Jiangqi mentally said to Yuan, you're right. It can indeed move, but the amplitude can be very small. It's been ages, and the hand has only lifted a tiny bit. Jiangqi, with her indigenous face, wasn't afraid to meet the statue's gaze. She remained in the cramped space beneath the fire blanket, unfazed. She even turned on a flashlight and examined it from head to toe. Then, she fixed her eyes on the statue's mouth. The slightly parted mouth looked as if it was waiting for something to be fed. Jiangqi considerately shoved the golden butterfly into its mouth. Statue, surprise. Can't get in? Jiangqi took out a small stick and poked at the statue's mouth. Statue, surprise. A moment later, Jiangqi lost contact with the golden butterfly, and one of the golden butterflies within her body slipped free of her control. She knew it was Jin Hao's consciousness, reborn within a new butterfly. Jiangqi, dead already. Jiangqi dug out the golden butterfly 2.0 again, but this time, instead of stuffing it into its mouth, she stuffed it directly into its eyes. Statue, A moment later, 2.0 died again, and then another 3.0 became Jin Hao. Jiangqi, having learned from his previous two experiences, circled the statue, his eyes fixed on its butt. Another moment passed. Statue, surprise. If the statue could speak, it would probably be screaming. Its excitement had even altered its posture. It tucked in its buttocks, tightened its anus, and leaned its upper body back, desperate to hide its butt. Its facial expression became even more vivid, even revealing a hint of humiliation. However, none of this could stop Jiangqi from giving it anal sex. Alas, just as he had inserted the Kingi 3.0, it died again. Yuan, Yuan closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. At this moment, he felt a little sympathy for Jin Hao. So what if you can't die? She's still the one who gets the benefit. She can use you as a guinea pig, reusing you over and over again, toying with you as she pleases, without worrying about the cost. And every time Jin Hao awoke from the golden butterfly, he died quickly, never knowing how he died. Perhaps this was a kind of luck for him. Jiangqi had no idea how much her actions had shocked her friends. After the unsuccessful anal penetration, she felt a little distressed. Could it really not fit? She refused to believe it, and began to poke at his stomach, cut open his chest, and lift his skull. From the outside, one could see that the angel statue, over 10 meters tall, was not only tightly covered by a fire blanket, but the blanket was also bulging, as something inside was working on the statue. Outside, the flames of war raged, not really, blazing in the darkness, but beneath this fire blanket, it felt like another world, a world overflowing with the spirit of scientific exploration. Jiangqi toiled like this until late at night. Whether the angel statue had finally grown tired, unable to resist, or perhaps it had simply given up, Jiangqi finally succeeded. She had successfully pierced a hole in its heart, stuffed the golden butterfly inside, and then sealed the hole with mud. This time, the golden butterfly survived. Jiangqi leaped from the statue and tore off the fire blanket. The rain of fire was almost over, leaving only sparse flames falling from the sky. Jiangqi quickly entangled a flame that was hurtling dozens of meters away, forcing it to spin and land on the statue. With a loud bang, the statue's shoulder caught fire. Though the flames were clearly non-combustible, they spread smoothly across the statue's skin and were visibly absorbed by it. Absorbed into the heart. Then, she felt the golden butterfly 18.0 suddenly perk up, as if on the verge of death, it had suddenly taken a sip of nectar and was instantly revived. Of course, some of the flame energy was absorbed by the statue itself. Jiangqi summoned several more flames to confirm that the energy was being shared between the golden butterfly and the statue. Looking at the statue, riddled with holes from her torment, she thought, let's just coexist like this for now. You too, living well is more important than anything else. By then, it was completely dark. Not only was the rain of fire sparse, but the flames on the ground were gradually dying out. The air was filled with the unpleasant smell of various burning objects. The surface temperature was almost 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Buildings near and far were scorched, and objects kept falling from the sky. What a dreadful post-disaster scene. She pondered for a moment, then walked over to a still-burning area. She pulled a large skeleton from her backpack and placed it on the fire. This was the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton. Because Jiangqi had buried it deep underground in the radiation-mutated copy, it had absorbed a large amount of radiation, leaving its skin and flesh tattered and the exposed bones blackened. Now, Jiangqi stuffed it into the fire, and the flames quickly set the flesh sizzling. Yuan, you want to refine this skeleton? Then you need some knowledge of refining. Jiangqi, well, I don't know how to do that, right? Anyway, just feed it whatever resources you can. Maybe you can forge a truly exceptional skeleton. If this skeleton couldn't withstand the heat and burn, there was nothing to be done. She could just rake away the grass, no matter what. Wang Damao dug through the rubble and emerged from the ground. Because the exit was too small, she had to transform into her orc form and emerge as a dog. She quickly turned back and scooped out a nearly roasted earthworm. The ground was too hot for her dog's paws to stand on, so she quickly transformed back into her human form and breathed a sigh of relief. Turning her head around the ruins, she couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. It's only the first day, the first round of heavenly fire, and it's already this big. The entire feather realm has been burned. How difficult would the next 29 days be? Wang Dama was worried. She didn't want to die here. Meanwhile, players began to emerge from their hiding places. This was when the difference became apparent. Those struck by lightning were much weaker, and now they were in a much more distressed state. But overall, it was still okay. After all, the orc race was inherently tough and resilient. While the fake players didn't possess the powerful beast forms, they had also been tempered by the radiation-induced mutations, and weren't much inferior. White hair crawled out of a pit, covered in a layer of wet mud. Of course, the mud had mostly dried by now, making him look like a humanoid beggar's chicken, its shell still unpeeled. He exhaled dust, picked at his blackened nostrils, and then looked at his companions crawling out nearby. They exchanged glances, only to smile wryly. They went to such lengths to impersonate players, as if they were meant to suffer. It was hilarious to think about it. After the players emerged, the natives gradually emerged, looking at the burned-out city with no emotion. As usual, once the dungeon was over, the place would return to normal. So, there was really no need to regret. The natives, with great experience, began looking for a place to rest for the night, all the while keeping a wary eye out for sneak attacks from the players. What they didn't know was that these players were used to seeing the natives' expressions, and given the train conductor's previous warning, few of them bothered them. The two groups stayed away from each other, each silently licking their wounds, creating an eerie harmony. This first night passed in silence, amidst the intense, sweltering heat. The next morning, the people awoke from their sleep. Ah, when did I fall asleep? Strange, wasn't I supposed to be on night watch? As they spoke, they looked around, their eyes suddenly widening. Ah, what's going on? Oh my god, am I hallucinating? People stood bewildered, staring at the feather realm before them. It was still the same pristine white streets, white buildings, identical street trees, and the same monotonous green belts. Could yesterday's fire have been fake? How come everything is back to normal after waking up? Didn't the dungeon reset after it was completely completed? The natives were stunned. If it weren't for the burn marks on their bodies, they would have thought it was a collected dream. They looked at each other, rushing to their homes, only to find that everything was exactly as it was yesterday. Nothing was missing, nothing was extra, and they were even more baffled. Compared to the natives' confusion, the players, after a brief moment of shock, accepted the outcome. It seems that in this place, the city returns to its original state every morning. That's good. At least we don't have to stay in ruins forever. Take some time to rest. I'm going back to my rental to lie down for a while. However, before they could do anything, that familiar yet annoying voice echoed across the floating screen. A new day, a new atmosphere. You need to greet the morning with a fresh and clean appearance. Please go wash up immediately. Players, The players stared at the screen that had tortured them with gloomy faces, their vision darkening again and again. They wanted to just give up. No, giving up will get you struck by lightning. We all experienced that yesterday. After being struck by lightning, your body will be weakened. If today's skyfire is more intense, you might not be able to withstand it. The rational players warned everyone. Alright, to preserve their strength for the next wave of skyfire, they endured. And so, the ruthless life bound by countless rules began again. Showers cost money, new clothes cost money, meals cost money, and even rent for a rental they hadn't even lived in for a single day needed to be paid again. After being drained of their money, players were forced to endure the humiliation of working part-time jobs, cursing inwardly, while forcing themselves to maintain a full-length smile. This was more painful than being struck by lightning. Jiangqi had naturally noticed that the feather realm had been reset. She was probably the first to notice it, and at the same time, she noticed that King E18.0 had died again. She arrived at the angel statue and discovered that all the damage she had inflicted yesterday had vanished. Its posture, movements, and expression had returned to their original state, still as holy and compassionate as if nothing had happened yesterday. Only upon closer inspection could one detect a hint of coldness and resentment in those eyes. Jiangqi began to understand. Resetting the feather realm was a side job. The primary purpose was to reset the statue, erase the damage, and kill the golden butterfly. She also keenly noticed that the statue wasn't as strong as it had been yesterday after being reset. Clearly, resetting requires energy. She looked at the other 6 statues again. Their movements had clearly changed since being covered by the fire blanket yesterday, but now they had returned to their original form, and a hint of murderous intent remained in their eyes. Jiangqi smiled. Reset, huh? Then I see how much energy you have to reset again and again. The day passed quickly, and by evening, the sky changed again. The players, tormented all day, were cheered up, practically weeping with joy. For the first time, they eagerly anticipated the arrival of disaster. The players and the natives alike skillfully sought shelter. This time, however, the descending flames were green. It wasn't very hot. Upon contact with buildings or the ground, it expanded into tiny, tear-like beads of fire, bouncing around. Once they touched someone, They instantly absorb their body, burning at a low temperature, slowly cooking their flesh and internal organs. People quickly noticed this characteristic, their faces turning pale. This was far more terrifying than the normal flames of yesterday, and they immediately scrambled to avoid the green flames. Thankfully, items like fire blankets still had some resistance to the green flames. But the bouncing beads of fire were incredibly agile and cunning, attacking from all angles, sometimes making it impossible to dodge. Soon, screams and cries for help echoed across the Feather Realm. Jiangqi arrived before the statue. Balls of green flames descended upon it, exploding into puffs of fire that danced across the statue before being smoothly absorbed. Jiangqi mercilessly smashed the statue's heart with a bang, only to discover that it was empty. Without pausing, she smashed the statue's belly with another bang, reaching in and stirring, finding the heart, and then thrusting the King D 19.0 inside. The statue's smug expression froze. Jiangqi then moved to the second statue and, after repeating the same technique, thrust a King D inside as well. This King D represented Jiangqi's own King D. Then came the third, and the fourth. After finishing 7 statues in a row, Jiangqi pulled out the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton. The flesh on the skeleton had been completely burned away, and the entire frame was charred black, but it hadn't turned into charcoal that would crumble at the slightest touch. Jiangqi thought it was still quite hard. She placed the skeleton on the ground and surrounded it with smooth steel plates. When flames struck the steel plates, they erupted into beads of fire, which then bounced back onto the skeleton. The number of beads that landed on the skeleton increased simultaneously. In a moment, the entire skeleton was engulfed in the glowing green beads. As each bead melted into it, the skeleton began to visibly turn green. The conductor's panel vibrated continuously, announcing a call for help from passenger XXX. In a short while, the number of calls for help reached 99 plus. It seemed the players were all panicking over the flames. Thinking of her poor rating from the previous dungeon, if too many players died this time, her results would likely be dismal. She reached out, grabbed a fire bead, and studied it. It was shimmering green, like an emerald, but once it touched her skin, it melted into her skin, and immediately, she could feel it burning through her bones and veins. The burning sensation wasn't intense, but it was excruciating, making her want to cut the burnt area apart. If left unchecked, her body would slowly burn and dry up. Jiangqi frowned, forced the fire bead out of his body, and threw it. It rebounded from anything it touched, with little loss of kinetic energy. However, unlike its vicious lethality, the fire bead's offensive power was actually quite weak. While it had a strong rebound force, and could penetrate any pore, it couldn't penetrate the human body or ignite inanimate objects unless it came into direct contact with skin or breathable clothing. After quickly conducting a few tests on the fire beads, Jiangqi sent a message to all players' dashboards. Players across the Feather Realm, struggling to cope with the fire beads, saw their dashboards vibrate simultaneously. Opening it, they saw a message from the train conductor. Methods for dealing with fire beads. 1. Hide in a sealed, seamless space. 2. Cover your entire body with waterproof, fireproof, and airtight clothing. 3. Use large iron plates or wooden planks to smack the fire beads away. 4. Use strong, fine, and elastic netting, cloth, or plastic wrap to trap the fire beads. 5. Throw the fire beads into a non-rebounding object like sand, water, rubber, foam, or glue to neutralize their momentum. More ways to explore on your own. The players' eyes lit up. These methods weren't difficult, but they were panicked and couldn't think of anything for a moment, so they immediately followed suit. Seeing the players' actions, the natives followed suit. Some hid, some put on chubby inflatable doll costumes, some crawled into oil drums, some fought back with various tools, some ran to areas with fine sand and soft mud, and some simply drove water trucks and sprayed water in all directions, creating a barrier with a curtain of water. As everyone displayed their skills, several hours passed, and the green fire rain finally ended. Everyone was exhausted. Many people fell forever in this rain of fire, and the atmosphere throughout the Feather Realm was much heavier than last night. Jiangqi quickly went to the 7 statues and retrieved the golden butterflies. He also slashed them to pieces and cut off their arms and legs to ensure that the reset would require a considerable amount of energy. Each golden butterfly absorbed its full power. Jiangqi found a secluded spot, transformed into a flock of butterflies, and reunited the 7 golden butterflies, digesting their energy. Among them, Jean Hao Golden Butterfly 19.0 gloated triumphantly. "I'm very strong now, please let me go." Jiangqi responded by crushing the golden butterfly to death and absorbing its energy. A moment later, a small golden butterfly fluttered its wings, and Jin Hao's memories revived within it. Thinking of his own miserable death once again, he was overcome with grief and cursed. Unsurprisingly, he was once again suppressed by Jiang Qi. On the morning of the third day, the Feather Realm reset itself once again. The flames that day were fire monsters, transforming into monsters upon landing, chasing and killing people. A fierce battle ensued in the Feather Realm between monsters and humans, while Jiang Qi continued to target the statues. Day after day. A Yuan asked, "You're not hiding anything at all, and aren't you worried about the game discovering your actions?" Jiang Qi nodded. "I'm here openly this time, not to break the rules. I just can't stand these statues. I want to mess with them. I want to use them to absorb energy. Anyway, no one says I can't do this. When it's against the rules, she comes quietly. When it's not, she does it with vigor anyway, because she can't be wrong on the surface." Jiang Qi was very aggressive. The result of this aggressiveness was that the angel statues finally couldn't stand it anymore. One day, when Jiang Qi was about to poke their hearts again, the statues started to move with a crackling sound. Their bodies were covered in cracks, peeling as they broke, and their expressions twisted. Within seconds, the statues stepped down from their pedestals, raised their arms high, and slapped Jiang Qi. "Go to hell. You disgusting and despicable robber." Chapter 90. Jiang Qi wasn't surprised by the statue's sudden outburst. She knew it wouldn't hold back forever. She'd been soaking up the energy of the past few days, her entire body brimming with it, her luminescent pool overflowing with energy. She was eager to test her newfound prowess against this creature. So, she instantly transformed into the same form as the angel statue. Same height, same size, and equally covered in cracks. With a single raised hand, she blocked the attack. Angel statue? ? It stared at the creature before it, its likeness so etched in anger that the cracks on its body grew even more, its plaster peeling off. This shameless lunatic, even now, was mocking her in this way. The angel statue's wings flapped fiercely, sending the massive, heavy statue soaring into the air. Simultaneously, the air around Jiang Qi swirled, threatening to tear her apart. "Come on, can you even learn this move?" The next moment, Jiang Qi actually flapped her wings and took flight, leaving the angel statue stunned. "Jiang Qi, silly boy, I can fly. Although not as slickly as I did when I was a flying zombie, my spirit body is imbued with the power of the posterior god, and my body itself is a swarm of golden butterflies, so flying is no problem at all. Okay, do you really think that just because I become a statue, I'd be as clumsy as a real statue?" And so, the two angel statues fought back and forth in the sky. The people, exhausted by the waves of celestial fire, looked up at the scene, their faces numb and cracked, and they rubbed their eyes vigorously. "Am I seeing this? The statues are flying, and even fighting." "You're not mistaken. I saw it too. The statue came alive. I told you it would. We're all doomed. Forget it, who cares? I'm done. Let this fire finish me off." People looked up, watching the two statues clashing back and forth. The plaster on one statue fell off, covering everyone's head and body in dust. "Which one is stronger? I can't tell. Ouch. This one's wings are broken. Wow. That one's got a broken arm. So intense, so intense. Fight harder. Ideally, both of them will be injured." Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "No, these two statues look exactly the same. They look like they're both statue number 7. People took a closer look. Yes, that's right. How could there be two statue number 7s? Each of the 7 statues has its own unique characteristics, and they're easily distinguishable from the outside. Could it be that one of these is real, and the other fake?" Someone rushed to the other statues, and their eyes widened. "Hey! Where are the statues here?" The massive pedestal, over a meter high, was completely empty. The wind blew only a cloud of dust. The angel statue that was supposed to be here had vanished. Statue number 1 is gone. Statue number 2 is gone. Statue number 3 is only left with a pedestal. People gathered the information and were shocked to find that, except for the two statues in the sky, all the other angel statues had disappeared. Just as everyone was stunned, the sky changed again. Everyone was instantly distracted from the statues because the skyfire had struck again. This was the 26th day of the dungeon. Less than half of the people in the Feather Realm were still alive. Wave after wave of heavenly fire had ravaged countless lives. The fact that so many survived was a testament to everyone's dedicated efforts. Those who survived were not without benefit. Previously, the heavenly fire had been a healing fire, healing injuries. Another time, it had been a strengthening fire. Although those burned by it were in excruciating pain, they were surprisingly stronger and healthier afterward. Another time, it had been a savage fire, practically giving those burned the ability to see through the eyes. What kind of fire would this time be? Everyone hoped for another beneficial fire. But everyone was soon disappointed. This time, it was a lightning-struck fire. The fire descended like a lightning strike, with incredible speed and unstoppable force. Many were caught off guard and instantly charred, their hair shattered, and their entire bodies engulfed in flames. Most terrifying of all, this fire could not be extinguished, it burned them to death. Both the players and the natives were horrified and fled in terror. Jiangqi, who was currently battling statue number 7, glanced at the flames and sensed something different. This wasn't just a simple fire, a simple incineration. This lightning-struck fire was probably the fire of rebirth mentioned in the dungeon's documentation. It would completely incinerate a person, but then, from within the depths of the charcoal, new life would emerge. The prerequisite was that, amidst the burning, the immense pain and despair, you could still maintain a last glimmer of clarity and hope. The only thing that could ultimately save you was yourself. Those who gave up early, or fainted from the pain, would ultimately die. This was a true life or death struggle. If you made it through, your new body would be a different beast. So Jiangqi didn't bother to remind anyone, why not try to get hit? Take a gamble, because it was truly difficult to win. The skyfire has begun. I won't be with you. She flapped her wings, sending statue number 7 flying away from her. She turned and was about to leave. But statue number 7 immediately clung to her again. Jiangqi, you're deliberately holding me back. The statue said nothing. Its wings suddenly flashed, and it circled around Jiangqi in a frenzy. After images swirled around him, leaving a trail of them so swirling that even a moment's sight would make one dizzy. Soon, 8 statues appeared, surrounding Jiangqi. These weren't real statues, but simply the result of excessive speed and residual vision. Jiangqi narrowed his eyes. He truly was the god of flight. At the same moment, somewhere in the feather realm, out of sight, the 6 vanished angel statues gathered. Because they had been forced from their pedestals and had traveled so far, their bodies were riddled with cracks, especially at their joints, where the plaster had nearly fallen away. Each crack spoke of their plight. Naturally, the 6 statues' expressions were grim. For gods on the verge of fusion, being forced to this extent was absurd. But they had no other choice. If Jiangqi continued to interfere, they would not be able to merge in this instance. So, they chose to sacrifice statue number 7 to stop Jiangqi, while the remaining 6 focused on absorbing this crucial fire of rebirth. Once they complete this step, they'd be close to merging. Even if one statue is missing, they still retain 6/7 of their spiritual awareness and power after merging, which is not bad. By then, it'd be easy to deal with that abominable creature. So, after the lightning fire rained down from the sky, the frustrated statues immediately raised their heads in anticipation and waited. However, a bolt of lightning fire descended, clearly striking one statue, but the next moment it slid over its head and landed on the ground nearby. This statue? Question mark. Other statues? Question mark. Then, another bolt of lightning fire landed on another statue, but this time it also slid away smoothly. Statues? Question mark. One bolt of lightning fire after another descended, sliding away again and again. Miss, seemed to constantly appear above the statues' heads. They clearly made contact, yet simply couldn't hit. It was as if they were covered in an impenetrable protective armor. The statues were bewildered and furious. What the hell is going on? Check your bodies for anything. We checked, nothing. How is that possible? Damn it, are we going to fail? Could that guy be responsible? The 6 statues were at their wits' end. They looked at each other, and finally decided to go find the troublemaker. To speed up, they flapped their wings and took flight. They weren't yet ready for big moves. Walking was already a struggle, and now they were forcing themselves to take off. Cracks quickly appeared at the base of their wings. The cracks were deep, not only cracking the plaster, but also creaking violently through the wing roots. Each sound spoke of wear and tear, a sound that made the statues' hearts bleed. We had to fight quickly. If this continued, there would be no chance of reunion this time. In the air, Jiangqi fought with all her might against statue number 7's attack. They tore through space to trap her, constructed a field to block her, accelerated airflow, and distorted time. Their tactics were endless. After all, they were 1/7 of a god, a fragment. They were truly capable. Jiangqi was acting at first, but later on, she had to get more serious, bringing out her true anger. At that moment, she felt 6 powerful auras approaching. She glanced to the side, seeing the 6 statues rapidly approaching. Statue number 7 also noticed their companion's arrival, confused and anxious. Why were they here when they couldn't just stay and absorb the heavenly fire? But Jiangqi could see that the 6 statues were enveloped in a subtle, surging layer of divine power. This divine power, visible only to her, was the very fireproof suits she had crafted on her crafting table. She curled her lips slightly. Even when statue number 7 attacked her, she had suspected this was a ploy. After all, she had truly exhausted them these past few days, and sacrificing one of them to hold her back was an obvious strategy. She had been prepared for this. So, at the same moment that statue number 7 attacked her, several golden butterflies she had left in various locations quietly flew out and placed a small object atop the other 6 statues. It was the fireproof suit. The suit could expand or contract at Jiangqi's will, and when invisible, it was completely weightless. She had worried that the statues, containing the consciousness of the gods, might discover the suit. But firstly, while the divine consciousness was contained within the statues, it was also trapped within them, separated by a thick, hard layer of stone, and its perception might not be as sharp. Secondly, the suit contained divine power, the power of the laws of the Dali Star Creator God, while the divine consciousness within the statues was only a remnant of its unformed form. Neither was a fully formed god at their peak, but by comparison, the Creator God was probably superior. As she expected, the suit silently enveloped the 6 statues, expanding to completely cover them, and they were unaware of anything. Afterwards, Jiangqi deliberately led statue number 7 to fly around in the air, just to see the effect firsthand, and she was very satisfied. Now, they clearly noticed something was amiss, and were coming for her. Jiangqi naturally wouldn't confront them, and let herself be surrounded. No matter how arrogant she was, she wouldn't resort to such tragedies. Just then, statue number 7 tore open another rift in space. Jiangqi feigned exhaustion and was sucked in. But in reality, the moment she was sucked in, she immediately activated an illusion, deceiving statue number 7. She transformed herself into an invisible swarm of golden butterflies, and quickly escaped. In the statue that was sucked in, only Jin Hao's golden butterfly remained. Jin Hao, oh my god, Jiangqi teleported far away, and cleaned his ears. The wind was too strong, so he couldn't hear the mumbling. Seeing that it had finally trapped this formidable enemy within the interdimensional layer, statue number 7 almost burst into celebration. It was truly remarkable, but before it could rejoice, the other 6 statues arrived. "Where's that guy?" Statue number 7 asked in dismay. "What are you doing here?" Each one of them was covered in cracks and bruises, a sight too painful to look at. What was he doing? Hadn't they agreed to sacrifice just one of them? As the 6 statues explained the situation, number 7 felt his vision darken. That guy must have done something. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I just threw him into the interdimensional gap. The gap had already closed. Even if another interdimensional gap was torn open, it wouldn't be the same one as before. Where could she find him now? Number 7 wanted to scream in anger, but beyond the rage came more resentment. What the hell are you doing? You didn't even notice someone had tampered with you. The 6 statues complained bitterly. This has never happened before. It's just that you were holding the guy back when we got into trouble. Number 7 was incredulous. You're blaming me. I sacrificed myself to give you a chance, and this is what I get. Number 1 had to intervene. Stop, stop, stop. We're one. Stop attacking ourselves. Number 7, 1? That's only after we merge. Right now, it seems like you don't see me as one. It's been a long, long time since they were split into 7 independent entities, so long that each has developed its own thoughts and personalities. Intellectually, they know they're one and must merge, but before they do, they inevitably compete with each other, each unwilling to yield. In 7's view, for the greater good, he was truly prepared to sacrifice himself, perhaps even perish alongside the despicable creature. Even if they merged, he wouldn't have a share. As an individual, he would be truly and completely annihilated. This sacrifice was significant, and the other 6 should have been grateful to him. Instead, he received complaints and accusations instead of thanks. How could such a thing be possible? Looking at his body, broken and nearly shattered, 7 suddenly felt completely worthless. Wouldn't it be better to continue existing as an individual? After all, he had inherited a part of the god, a high enough starting point. The merged god would be even more powerful and noble, but what was the point if he didn't have a share? Suddenly, he felt disheartened, glanced at the other statues with a sneer, and turned to fly away. He flew towards a bolt of lightning fire. With a bang, the lightning fire struck him, and then his entire statue burst into flames and fell from the sky. The other 6 statues. Wow! It worked! How did it succeed? One statue cried. The one who was supposed to be sacrificed was given a chance at new life, while all of them, ready to merge, could only watch helplessly, unable to enter. Number 7 was clearly the weakest of them all, the most dispensable. The 6 statues suddenly felt resentful. Even number 1 couldn't offer any words of comfort, for it, too, felt a pang of sadness. Jiangqi, hidden in the shadows, witnessed the 7 statues' failed negotiations, and number 7's resolute departure. Then, looking at the gloomy expressions on the cracked faces of the remaining 6, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. It turns out that even a single spiritual consciousness can harbor such selfish motives, and feel the same jealousy and resentment as ordinary people. The saying "it's not the lack of wealth that worries us, but the inequality of it" truly applies everywhere. This scenario wasn't in her script, yet it was even more exciting than hers. Jiangqi thought that at this rate, it would be difficult for the 7 to reunite. But she wasn't satisfied with this. Having already offended these guys, she would weaken them as much as possible. After a moment's thought, she pointed at number 1 of the 6 statues and removed its fireproof suit. Number 1 seemed the most intelligent and calm, so let's put this one to work first. The fireproof suit slipped silently from number 1, floating like a feather into Jiangqi's hands. It was already somewhat damaged. The lightning fire was indeed quite potent. It looked like the fireproof suits on the remaining 5 statues wouldn't last long. Soon, a bolt of lightning fire landed on number 1, and it burst into flames. Number 1, wow. The other 5, wow. Number 1, ah, I did it. The other 5 immediately surrounded number 1, demanding to know how he'd done it. Taking advantage of their excitement, Jiangqi flew towards the spot where the number 7 statue had crashed. For players and the natives, a single lightning strike would kill them. But for the statue, the more lightning strikes it could absorb, the better. So number 7, still blazing, continued to move around, allowing more flames to fall upon it. Jiangqi reached over from behind, ghost-like, gliding along the massive crack on the statue's back and melting into it. This time, her entire soul sank into the void. She entered a boundless, chaotic space, consumed by a raging fire. The intense heat and the terrifying, all-destroying force caused the chaos to be constantly shattered and reshaped. In the center, Jiangqi saw a humanoid figure. It, or rather, its entire figure, was composed of wisps of feather-like divine power, each feather vivid, radiant, and holy. Could this be the remnant of the feather god within statue number 7? It bowed its head slightly, its eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. Perhaps overconfident in its current surroundings, it hadn't anticipated the danger that lay within. Because of the prolonged battle with Jiangqi, its radiance seemed somewhat dimmed, but it was gradually recovering from the energy it absorbed from the surrounding flames. Jiangqi observed for a moment and realized that the figure couldn't come into direct contact with the flames, or it would be consumed. It had to absorb the energy from the flames from a distance. After understanding this, Jiangqi grasped his purpose and launched a sneak attack towards the light. Golden and purple primordial powers, along with the radiant power of the divine afterlife, these 3 forces, like 3 ropes, bound the figure in circles in the blink of an eye. The figure's eyes flickered open, and he suddenly turned to look at Jiangqi's spirit form. First startled, then furious. So this is your true identity. How did you get in here? Jiangqi, of course I walked in. You didn't even close the door. This nonchalant attitude infuriated the figure even more. Who are you? Jiangqi raised his head. I'm the train conductor Jin Hao. Yes, even though Jiangqi was now a spirit, he still wore Jin Hao's mask. She was quite obsessed with disguises. Conductor? You're the conductor, yet you dare attack me? Do you know who I am? Jiangqi blinked. It's just a monster in the dungeon, and you're calling it noble. Who said a conductor can't fight monsters? Who said I'm a monster? Jiangqi didn't want to hear the rest of the story. The 3 energy ropes tightened. The figure's body shone with light, and feathers fluttered open, trying to shake free from the restraints, but found they couldn't. This was even more astonishing. He was using divine power directly at this moment, so how could he not be able to break free? Is there any power stronger than divine power in this world? If Jiangqi knew his doubts, she would definitely say, you're concerned about the surrounding flames, and don't dare to use too much power. Quality is important, but quantity also matters. Could the full force of my 3 powers be less effective than your gentle jolt? Before the other party could react, she suddenly exerted force. The coils of power wrapped around the figure tightened instantly. slicing it into pieces. Like the filling of a hamburger. This piece was the patty, that piece was cheese, the next piece was a tomato slice, and the thinner piece after that was lettuce. The filling flew everywhere, and Jiangqi also flew up, catching a piece, gathering it, grabbing that piece, gathering it. I'm gathering, gathering, gathering. No matter what, I gather it first. If it was really difficult to gather, she didn't force it, and kicked it into the surrounding flames. Half of the figure's head screamed, "You are crazy, I want to." Before he could utter the word complaint, the next moment, the power of the aftergod descended like a whip, lightning, whipping the clamoring head away. The head spun in the air like a top, then was flung into the flames, roaring and engulfed. From the outside, above the earth, the flame-encased statue of number 7 tumbled unsteadily, like someone with Parkinson's disease. Finally, unable to bear it, it collapsed with a crash, then twitched wildly on the ground, as if struggling to resist something with all its might. The other statues in the sky finally noticed number 7's abnormality, but they were puzzled. What was shaking? Could this part be so powerful? Number 1 was consumed by the flames, too busy to pay attention, while the other 5 were still scratching their heads, struggling to figure out how to enter. Adding to the unpleasantness they had just experienced with number 7, the other statues merely took a quick look. None of them considered descending to investigate. Inside the statue, the figure had vanished, or rather, been divided between Jiangqi and the flames. Jiangqi received more than half, while the flames received a smaller portion, which Jiangqi essentially tossed and kicked. Jiangqi stood in the center of the chaos, watching the surging flames around her. The flames themselves seemed to have a spirit, watching her. Then, in tacit agreement, they each took a step back, indicating they would not interfere with each other. Jiangqi wasn't surprised at all that the flames had a spirit. During the previous fire monster reign, she had already established that the flames possessed autonomous consciousness. This wasn't incomprehensible at all. The Skyfire in this dungeon was essentially a dungeon monster, no different in essence from the mutated insects in the Insect Swarm dungeon. If insects could possess intelligence, why couldn't the flames? The 7 statues absorbed the power of the heavenly fire, hoping to forge a new fusion. Couldn't the heavenly fire, in turn, absorb the statue's consciousness and divine power? It was just that the disparity in status and power made this a difficult task. And now, Jiangqi had appeared. With Jiangqi's help, the heavenly fire had finally gotten its big break. Jiangqi pondered for a moment, then grasped the violation medal. The power of the violation was unleashed, enveloping her and the surrounding flames like a black mist. Under this black mist, they would be temporarily out of the game's surveillance. Even if the game investigated later, this place would remain blank. She gazed at the fiercely swaying flames before her and said, "Would you like to cooperate with me? Let's divide the remaining 6 statues together." The flames wavered, as if tilting their heads, struggling to comprehend Jiangqi's words. Then, they suddenly lit up, clearly tempted, but then retreated. The meaning was clear, tempted, but afraid. Jiangqi shrugged. If they didn't want to do it, then they didn't. She only mentioned this because she thought that if they could cooperate, it would be a violation, and she might be able to gain the power of violation as a reward. If they didn't cooperate, then she would continue to work independently and openly. She withdrew the power of violation from her body and said, "Okay, then you can follow me and eat some meat. As for how much you eat, it depends on your luck." She emerged from the statue and floated into the air, looking at the statue in flames. Without the support of her spiritual consciousness, the statue became an ordinary plaster figure, quickly burning to a char, and the flames on it quickly died out. Jiangqi stretched out his hand and flicked it. Fine spider-like cracks appeared on the charred statue, and it suddenly turned into a black powder, which dissipated with the wind. The Feather Realm statue number 7 was no longer there. Jiangqi flew away, found his body in a hidden place, and merged with it. Huh? She opened her eyes, twisted her neck, and raised her hands. A large ball of light, composed of feathers, appeared in her hands. This was the divine power from statue number 7. As for the divine consciousness, although that was more valuable, Jiangqi, fearing the long night and many dreams, forgot to take it and let the flames devour it. This ball of divine power surged and majestic, energized by the power of rules. It was indeed more advanced and pure than any other energy in Jiangqi's body. Jiangqi's eyes shone brightly at this power. She calmed herself and began to absorb it. Because she had previous experience with divine power from the Creator God, she quickly mastered it. The vast energy rushed into her meridians, and she felt as if she were suddenly drowned by millions of seas, suffocating, as if her body and soul were about to melt. In reality, at this moment, she would have been better off finding a place to quietly digest this new energy. However, she also wanted to take this opportunity to destroy a few statues. So, after a brief pause, she moved on to the next statue. Chapter 91. The fire on the 26th day of the dungeon was devastating, incinerating numerous players and indigenous people. A few hours later, the fire died, and only 1 or 2 of the 10 dead managed to emerge from the piles of black charcoal. Wang Damao, clutching the nearly dried earthworm, watched as people gradually emerged from the pile of charred corpses. As they moved, the charcoal on their bodies slid off, revealing the pink skin beneath. He was stunned. This is life again. The others were also shocked. After some investigation, they realized the true purpose of this lightning-struck fire. Those who hadn't been struck by the flames, like Wang Damao, looked on with envy at the resurrected people. This was a major upgrade to their physical bodies. They were much taller and stronger than before, their bodies as strong as iron, invulnerable to swords and spears. It was simply amazing. But turning back to see even more completely dead, charred corpses, he felt a sense of relief. After all, compared to those who had perished, they were still alive. Whitehair was one of those who had been burned to death and revived. In his final moments, it was a powerful unwillingness that sustained him, refusing to rest in peace even in death. With just that one breath, he was revived. Whitehair slumped to the ground, panting heavily. The intense burning pain still lingered in his body, and the sound of his flesh contracting as it burned lingered in his ears. Yet, at the same time, he felt a surge of strength. He pinched his thigh, trying to see if he was dreaming, but instead pulled off a handful of hard, charred skin. He looked at the charcoal in his hand and muttered, "Being a gamer does have its perks. At least, this kind of magical resurrection from the dead is something you can't experience without being a gamer." Under the night sky, some howled in celebration of a new life, while others lay numbly, as if, like the charred corpses scattered across the ground, they had lost all strength. Far away, Jiangqi floated out of a charred, broken statue, returned to her body, and gazed wearily at the statue before her. This was the third one. Today, she had taken out 3 statues. The remaining 4 must have survived the lightning fire and grown in strength. Opportunities for a sneak attack were scarce. On the contrary, she had to be on guard against their revenge. Yuan, she called to her companion. Yuan said, "I'm here. Keep watch for me. I need to absorb the 3 divine powers I received as quickly as possible." Okay. Jiangqi destroyed the statue on the ground and vanished into a shadow. Shortly after she left, a statue flew from the sky and landed. Illuminated by the lingering flames, the statue remained pristine white, but no longer as massive and heavy. Its body shrank to just over 2 meters tall. The cracks on its body disappeared, and the plaster skin transformed into a special kind of skin, complete and flexible. The entire statue seemed half alive. Whether flying or walking, its movements were smooth, completely unlike the cracking and falling apart it would have been during the day. This was the result of being destroyed and reborn in the lightning and fire. It was completely reborn. At this moment, the statue crouched down and surveyed the marks on the ground. There was a noticeable charred patch on the ground, a familiar scent lingering on it. It called out to its companions, and soon 3 other statues, also shrunken, arrived. "Come and see. Is there the presence of number 5 here?" "Yes, but where's number 5? "I don't know. It was like this when I arrived. Number 7 is missing, number 6 is missing, and now number 5 is too. This is definitely not an accident." Statue number 4 pounded the ground, concealing his panic. According to the order, he'd be the next to go down. Was that damn guy responsible? That guy must be the conductor this time, right? Isn't that right? They already been trapped in the space-time chasm. They must have died long ago, right? It's hard to say. If they were dead, why would number 5 and the others disappear one after another? The 4 statues looked at each other in dismay. A sense of crisis gripped them. This feeling of a terrifying hunter lurking in the shadows was truly terrible. Number 3 added, "We're missing 3 of the 7 now. Even if we finally unite, we won't be a complete god." It could imagine being mocked and crushed by the other gods. Number 2 said, "Rather than merging, isn't it more urgent to get rid of this statue's body? Because they didn't absorb enough energy earlier, and their tempering wasn't thorough enough, they were now stuck in a limbo, their statue's body a complete constraint." Number 1 said, "All right, let's search again. Search the entire dungeon." The 4 statues flapped their wings and took off, beginning a high-altitude patrol. Somewhere, a Yuan warned, "Those 4 have emerged. using their high-altitude vision to search. Jiangqi looked up, only to see a pitch-black night sky. She deliberately restrained herself from venturing out to explore, and instead, she decisively transformed into a shadow and slithered underground. Finding a suitable spot underground, she hollowed out the surrounding soil to create a space large enough for her to sit cross-legged. She emerged, releasing the power of violation, enveloping herself, and then pulled a ball of divine power from her backpack. She already held 3 balls of divine power, one each from statues number 7, 6, and 5. The one before her was from statue number 7, and she hadn't absorbed all of it yet. Once she had absorbed all 3, she had a premonition that her post-god bloodline would be upgraded. She closed her eyes and began to absorb. Deep within her soul, the core of her post-god bloodline, energized by the divine power, began to churn at high speed. The 4 statues searched for a long time, but found nothing. This dungeon was empty except for the players and the natives. Infuriated, they captured the players and the natives for interrogation, but they knew nothing. The gods couldn't kill their own followers, and for the past 26 days, because the Feather Realm had reset daily, the players and the natives had been forced to abide by the rules of truth, goodness, and beauty, so they were still considered followers. Unable to even vent their anger on them, the statues grew even angrier. A night passed, and the 27th day arrived. On this day, the Feather Realm hadn't reset again, it remained a ruin. That wouldn't have been a big deal, but the worst was that, with all supplies burned, the people were finally facing a food shortage. The players at least had their food supplies in their backpacks, but the indigenous people were in dire straits. Thus, conflicts between the groups finally emerged. On the 28th day, small-scale clashes began among the crowd, and various acts of theft and looting occurred. On the 29th day, the food crisis intensified. Starvation drove the people mad, and the destitute indigenous people were ready to attack the players at any moment. Underground, Jiangqi sat cross-legged, her head and body covered in dirt, as if she were embedded in the earth. The power of the violation enveloped her, allowing her to evade the repeated inspections of the 4 statues. She cradled a basketball-sized ball of divine power between her arms. This was her 3rd ball of light. Over the past 3 days, Jiangqi had absorbed the first 2 balls of divine power, but with this one, perhaps reaching a bottleneck or for some other reason, her condition became extremely unstable, her expression furrowed, her breathing rapid. A Yuan couldn't see Jiangqi's face, but he could sense the turbulent currents in her sea of consciousness. On the ground, the commotion was intensifying. We couldn't let those people make any more noise and disturb Jiangqi. A Yuan opened the control panel and found a program. Whether to release Easter eggs in the current instance. Yes, except for certain instances with mandatory regulations, the decision to release Easter eggs in instances is generally made by the train conductor. Jiangqi hadn't released any in the previous 2 instances. But this time, if he didn't give her Easter eggs, a fight was inevitable. A Yuan set the Easter eggs to food and water, set the quantity to 10,000, and clicked release. Then, on the ground, tens of thousands of natives, about to launch their attack, suddenly noticed something shiny around them. Looking closely, whoa! Where did this flame-shaped yellow crystal come from? It seemed to be embedded with something. Could it be a dungeon Easter egg? The natives had experienced dungeons more than once, some without Easter eggs, others with them, and the eggs varied greatly in appearance. As people who had snatched Easter eggs, they were quite experienced. One of the natives immediately dug the flame crystal from the ground and hit it twice with a hammer. The crystal cracked, and the contents burst out, a piece of bread and a bottle of water. The man exclaimed, "Wow! It's really an Easter egg. There's food inside." His shout attracted the other natives. Excited, they ignored the players and shouted, grabbing their tools as they searched for crystals. These flame crystals could appear on or inside any object, but most would leave a corner visible, making them easy to find. Soon, many natives had dug up crystals, and after breaking them open, they found precious food. The players were stunned. What are these people doing? Digging for treasure? They sounded like they were talking about Easter eggs. Ah, the legendary Easter eggs? Those yellow stones are Easter eggs? The players were on the verge of tears. 3 dungeons, the 3rd. They finally knew what Easter eggs looked like, so the players rolled up their sleeves and began digging, hoping to find something good, but of course, that was impossible. The 4 statues watched, dismayed, as a simmering conflict devolved into a full-scale treasure hunt. What a bunch of losers! Statue number 3 scoffed. After searching for several days, they couldn't find number 7's 3 companions. They gave up and decided to leave the Feather Realm after this dungeon was over. Those who annoyed them could, of course, die. Alas, no fight ensued. Statue number 1 said, "Forget them. We still have 2 more celestial fires to go. We must shed this statue shell as best we can. I don't want to be called a statue monster after I leave here." Statue number 3 muttered, "When I get out, I definitely complain to the game. I see what kind of train conductor they sent to cause us such terrible harm." Statue number 2 remained silent, suspended in midair, eyes closed, gathering his strength. Number 4 remained silent throughout, nervously wary of his surroundings. Number 1 was exhausted. Not only were they missing 3 of their 7 members, but the remaining 4 couldn't even work together. Underground, Jiangqi was oblivious to what was happening outside. She was stuck at a critical juncture. Divine power continuously surged into her body, but both her body and soul were already at full capacity. Her post-god bloodline was repeatedly washed and tempered by divine power. She seemed just 1 step away from upgrading, yet she couldn't make it. Jiangqi frowned, the words of the creator god ringing in his ears again. Gods are the creators of rules. They must possess a complete divine nature, divine consciousness, and vast divine power. None of these can be missing. You carry the bloodline of a post-god, which means you entered the realm. But between the threshold and the summit, there are mountains and seas. The birth of every god requires a long journey, the tempering of repeated tribulations, a record of significant actions for all living beings, and, most importantly and most unpredictable, the opportunity of fate. It is nearly impossible for you to become a godlike being on par with a god in the future. I have only 3 pieces of advice for you. First, don't challenge true gods. At most, challenge beings that are close to gods but not gods, or gods that have been severely damaged in battle, like me. Second, devour the power of your opponents. Sufficient divine power may trigger a transformation, allowing you to take a shortcut. Third, delve deeply into your sea of consciousness. The divine consciousness is boundless, and that's why it's so powerful. If your consciousness can't keep up, no matter how much power you possess, you won't be able to subdue it, and will only suffer. Jiangqi's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he muttered to himself, "Dig deeply into the sea of consciousness." She focused inward, her mind focused on her inner self. A massive vortex seemed to form in the center of her sea of consciousness, its pull pulling her mind downward, downward, downward. She didn't know how far she had fallen when suddenly a roar erupted. "Young man, can you handle my divine power? Aren't you afraid of bursting your belly?" Jiangqi shuddered. Who was speaking? Her eyes rolled rapidly beneath her tightly closed lids. "You're a rookie, yet you dare to attack a god? How audacious. But arrogance comes at a price." The shout echoed again, and Jiangqi finally found his footing. Looking up, she saw a monster with a human body and spider legs before her. The roar had come from its mouth. Jiangqi had never seen this monster before, but it felt strangely familiar. She heard her own voice sneer and mock. "You've fallen so far that you can't even maintain your human form, yet you still dare to call yourself a god. Today, you be my meal." She charged forward, but Jiangqi stood still, watching the figure that looked so much like herself charge forward and engage in combat with the monster. She stared blankly at the scene, then the scene changed, and she found herself tangling with an endless mass of hair. In the next scene, she battled a gigantic, fluffy cotton monster. Then, the opponent transformed into a shape-shifting train monster, and then a gorgeous flower demon that could command a flock of flowers. As Jiangqi watched, she suddenly realized that this wasn't an illusion, but her memories. Memories of her past life. So, the memories of her past life weren't lost, but buried deep within her sea of consciousness, making them difficult to access. Then she was even more bewildered. Had she been this powerful in her past life? She was always fighting or on her way to a fight, and she always seemed to win. She hadn't realized she had such abundant power in her bones. The scene before her shifted constantly, and suddenly a large, familiar mass of feathers flashed by. Jiangqi's heart skipped a beat, and he focused his gaze. In this scene, she seemed much stronger. Dressed in black, she had an imposing presence of 2 meters and 8 feet. Like a chicken, she sent a winged figure flying, sending feathers flying everywhere. She stepped closer to the man. "Is this all the legendary feather god of flight can do?" Jiangqi, Feather god? So, she had faced this feather god in her past life? And it looked like it was a fused feather god. The feather god retreated, snarling, "God Eater? You are God Eater Chi. The entire game is looking for you, and you dare show up." She tilted her head slightly, continuing to approach. "So what? Not only am I here, but I like to borrow your feathers to make a pair of wings for my precious child." This brisk, doting voice startled Jiangqi. Precious child? Did she have any precious child in her past life? Then, Jiangqi saw himself tearing off the feather god's wings with his bare hands. The feather god let out a shrill scream and leaped up, its dazzling, translucent feathers flying like thousands of sharp blades, piercing Jiangqi. Even just a memory image seemed to hold a terrifying power. Jiangqi quickly raised his hand to shield it. She felt as if she were pierced by thousands of arrows. Her entire consciousness shattered and dissipated from the abyss of her sea of consciousness. In the final scene, she saw herself, a giant, iridescent wing slung over one shoulder, her arms pressed forward, the wingtips dragging on the ground. As if she had won a battle, she leisurely walked towards the train. The train was a mere locomotive, battered and patched up countless times. The patches included normal metal, bone, tortoiseshell, snake skin, spider silk, and even the headlights resembled the eyes of some monster. It was such a hodgepodge that one almost doubted whether it still functioned as a locomotive and would fall apart at the first whim. The man walked up to the front of the car, patted the door, which was clearly made of several different patches, and said proudly, "Look, look, I got you a pair of wings. After I put them on, you should be able to fly. Then you won't have to rely on the game's tracks, and can fly anywhere. Are you happy, little Ayuan?" Jiangqi, surprise. Are you happy, little Ayuan? Little Ayuan? Ayuan? Ayuan. Underground, Jiangqi's breath caught, his eyes suddenly opened, and he began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Ayuan hurriedly warned, "Be careful." Jiangqi had let his guard down, and the divine power in the ball of light in his hand suddenly surged into her body. She quickly steadied herself. But the divine power continued to rush in through her arms, like two fire dragons, each strand of divine power transforming into blade-like feathers, violently slicing back and forth within her body. Jiangqi gasped in pain. She had clearly purged the statue's consciousness, yet this divine power had developed a sense of its own, attempting to seize control. A ray of divine power emanated from beneath the skin of her arm. She looked down at it, watching it spread, until it covered her entire body, a vivid demonstration of the feeling of skin and flesh being torn apart. The golden butterfly within Jiangqi's body trembled. Boss! Master! Queen! Hero! Think of a solution. I can't hold on any longer. If all the golden butterflies are dead, it's all over. Jiangqi, as always, ignored him and teased Ayuan. Divine power has its own personality, it's hard to tame. Ayuan, if I'm cut into pieces, can you put me back together? Ayuan was far more anxious than she was, completely losing his composure. Is this the time for abstractions? Don't just stand there. If he hadn't been unable to control Jiangqi's body, he would have taken over himself. Jiangqi smiled, thinking back to the patched-up locomotive in her memory. Her Ayuan, what a miserable life she had in her past life. She thought of the calmness and ease with which she faced the feather god. She had been so formidable in her past life. After witnessing her own formidable self, she seemed even more formidable now. Or perhaps, after entering the abyss of her own sea of consciousness, her awareness had truly grown immensely stronger. She fearlessly gazed upon the divine power emanating from her body. Her confidence swelled even more than the power itself. I can even defeat the combined feather god, tearing off his wings with my bare hands. Why would I fear a mere sliver of your divine power? She decided to go all out and absorb the entire mass of divine power within her. The next moment, countless streams of divine power pierced her body, and she exploded in pieces. Statue number 1 suddenly sensed something, and looked down at the ground beneath them. Did you feel it? Statue number 2 paused to gather its strength and observed carefully. It seems like a fluctuation of divine power. Let's go and check. Statue number 1 and number 2 flew in the direction of the wave. Feeling particularly insecure, number 4 quickly followed. Don't leave me. Statue number 3 was floating in the sky, watching people dig and scramble for Easter eggs, making sarcastic comments. When he looked up, the other 3 had vanished without a trace. It paid no attention, continuing its boredom. But behind it, a feather silently drifted over, gently slicing through the air, creating a rip. A dimensional layer slowly revealed its hideous face. By the time number 3 realized something was amiss, it was too late. It had no time to do anything, not even to raise an alarm, before it was sucked into the dimensional layer. The feather followed, transforming into a human. Welcome to my feather realm. Number 3 stared at him in disbelief. Who are you? How do you possess the aura of a feather god? This is a realm only feather gods can wield. You? If you're a feather god, then what am I? But he couldn't ask the question, and he couldn't ask it again. In number three's wide-open eyes, a whistling, shimmering, razor-sharp feather was reflected. Number 1, 2, and 4 spotted several locations emitting divine energy fluctuations. They searched one after another, searching for a long time, but found nothing. I don't see number 5, and the others. Where does the divine energy fluctuation come from? Number 2 asked, puzzled. Number 1's expression suddenly changed. I can't sense number 3. Number 2 was startled. Number 3 is alone. Could it be? As he spoke, he turned to look, and was shocked to find that number 4 had disappeared too. Wasn't number 4 right nearby? No, the enemy deliberately released divine power to lure us away. After she dealt with the lone number 3, she turned back to capture number 4. Number 1 immediately understood, but it was too late. They had lost 2 more companions. At that moment, both statues felt a chill from the soles of their feet to their crowns, and even their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They realized that they had truly encountered a terrifying, perhaps even unbeatable enemy, lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce and deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, the sky changed. The 29th round of heavenly fire was about to descend. Number 1 gritted his teeth and said, "We're no match for them individually. We must unite." Number 2, "All right." And so, as the flames fell, the 2 statues took flight, soaring through the sky at their peak speed, trying to catch every flame. Jiangqi emerged from the second interdimensional space, and saw this very scene. She, 2 statues working so hard. You two can have some fun for a while. She had just absorbed 2 more bursts of divine power, and was feeling a bit overwhelmed. This time, she had also captured the spiritual consciousness of the 2 statues, which would also require some time to refine. Jean Hao's golden butterfly popped up with a sly look. "Boss, why don't we strike while the iron is hot, and take out those 2 too? Jiangqi, how about you?" Jean Hao immediately shut up. "I'm just saying. You do it your way." Jean Hao was as obedient as he could be. Even though he was still being trampled on, he didn't dare to complain or show any disrespect. God knows, just now, underground, he really thought he was doomed. In the end, the boss disintegrated, then transformed into a dense swarm of golden butterflies, which in turn surrounded the disobedient divine power. Each golden butterfly nibbled at a strand of divine power, devouring it bit by bit. Not only that, her soul seemed to have undergone a major upgrade, becoming a lesser half-feathered god, possessing powers unique to feathered gods. This allowed her to rip open the spatial barrier, and quietly drag statues number 3 and 4 inside to eliminate them. Oh my god! This person had so effortlessly become a demigod-like being. What a leap! So what if she trampled on him? Did she think anyone could be trampled on like this by a demigod? If he flattered her comfortably, she might even be willing to return his body to him. After all, her soul was now far more powerful than this one. Or, if he could just ask her to grant him freedom, and let her wield a few strands of divine power, he'd be in for a huge payoff. So, he completely disregarded the revenge for his life, and the hatred for his body being taken. They were merely minor setbacks on his path to ascension. Chapter 92. 2 statues flew around in the sky, like some kind of flame interceptor, intercepting over 80% of the flames. At first, they were invisible, but then, engulfed in flames, they could no longer hide. The players and the natives on the ground watched the 2 statues, engulfed in flames, fly tirelessly. They said, what are they doing? Like they're protecting us? Intercepting so much flames, they're great. Because the 10,000 Easter eggs temporarily alleviated their immediate needs, the natives felt a little better, and their spirits calmed down. Although the players didn't get the Easter eggs they were looking for, this wave of eggs gave them hope. Thinking there might be a wave of even more valuable eggs tomorrow, they suppressed their anxiety. Players and natives had hope, and now they only had to deal with 20% of the skyfire. They handled it with considerable composure, even taking the time to point and express their feelings towards the 2 statues in the sky. For example, one lamented, "I feel like a giant umbrella of protection has opened above my head. This is the first time I felt truly warm in the feather realm. Ah, thank you for these 2 statues. But why are there only 2 left?" Someone chimed in, "The others probably burned to death protecting us. They sacrificed themselves for us ants." What wonderful statues. Yes, yes, truly wonderful statues. Everyone could hear the sarcasm and the gratitude. Clearly, at this point, no one had much to worry about. Hearing the irony and mockery in these cries, statues number 1 and 2 responded, They were filled with indescribable anger and frustration, feeling like they were being treated like monkeys by these people. But they couldn't stop, so they could only endure it, absorbing the flames with all their might, trying to break through the statue's shells. Jiangqi spent 3 hours digesting 2 balls of divine power, and roughly refining 2 balls of divine consciousness. When he emerged, he saw the 2 creatures still soaring in the sky. She wasn't in a hurry to deal with them. Just fly, absorb more energy, it would all benefit her in the end. She leaned against an unburned pillar, fiddling with a feather. The feather was crystal clear, like a thin piece of ice with feather patterns, and the edge was a faint, rosy glow, a truly beautiful sight. It was unlike the statue's feather, or the feather of the feather god from her past life. This was Jiangqi's own feather, transformed by herself. She absorbed so much divine power, successfully upgrading her post-god bloodline. While not reaching godhood, it was more like demigodhood if anything. The power of her previous post-godhood merged completely with the divine power of the feather god, forming her current demigod power. This demigod power materialized into feathers like this. At the same time, she did acquire some of the feather god abilities, such as the ability to tear through spatial layers and the feather realm. Although these were still relatively rudimentary, they were a significant step forward compared to before. The exhilaration of this upgrade sent her into a state of euphoria. Unable to share this joy with anyone else, she called out to her friend, Ayuan. What's wrong? Ayuan responded immediately. Jiangqi, I'm so amazing now. Ayuan, yes, you're amazing, especially with such rapid progress. The friend praised her sincerely. Jiangqi chuckled, and couldn't help but recall the scene in his memory. How could Ayuan be a car? And a battered hood, with all those patches, the result of countless repairs. In her previous life, she'd been fighting monsters everywhere, probably collecting materials for car repairs. So how did she meet Ayuan? When they first met, Ayuan probably didn't have so many patches. Didn't he even have a complete car? So curious. Thinking about it, it makes me a little sad. Apart from the sadness, it feels incredible. Ayuan is actually a car hood. That's right, he never admitted that he was originally a person, only saying that he evolved from a player's board. Jiangqi wanted to ask Ayuan, but was worried she couldn't, so she regretfully held back. Then she pondered what her past life had been like. In Spring City, she was just an ordinary person struggling to survive. There was no doubt about that. After becoming a player by accident, she continued her struggles on the train, surviving 3 dungeons. This couldn't be false. The only possibility was that after being thrown from the train, she had some fortuitous encounter, unlocking skills one by one, gradually honing them and becoming stronger. Because of her strength, her confidence grew. With Ayuan, a friend who needed help, she began to joke around and had more concrete goals and motivation. The underlying tone of her life was no longer one of utter loneliness and boredom. Then, she became a god slayer, codenamed Chi, and slew monsters everywhere. But since she was a god slayer, many of the monsters she killed were probably corrupted, battle-damaged, or deformed gods, right? And they were likely on the game side, otherwise the game wouldn't have a plain-wide wanted list for her. Of course, it's also possible that she had done something else that offended the game. Given her dislike for it, that's entirely possible. With 1 person and 1 car, she wandered the world, occasionally hunting down monsters to kill, collecting materials to repair her car, replenishing her energy, and, by the way, adding to the game's troubles. Wow, what a carefree life she had in her previous life. I just wonder if she ever returned to Blue Star, and what became of it. Jiangqi's thoughts wandered, and his thoughts drifted far away. It was just a pity that the story didn't have a happy ending. She was ultimately killed by the game, otherwise there would be no such thing as rebirth. She sighed. Ayuan asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Just thinking about how neither of us had a happy ending in our past lives. After her rebirth, she was still herself, but Ayuan had lost even his shattered hood, reduced to a disembodied panel consciousness. She wondered if she ever meet Ayuan's hood again in this life. She hesitated, but couldn't help asking Ayuan, can you become a physical form? Or project yourself onto another object, or onto some electronic device? Ayuan was silent. Jiangqi sensed a tautness in his words, and quickly explained, of course, I don't dislike you or want to part ways with you. I just wanted to ask if there was a chance to talk to you face to face, or see what you're like. Ayuan remained silent. Jiangqi realized this wasn't a good question. Even if you don't answer. I can't. Ayuan said calmly, I can't get out, no matter what. Jiangqi was stunned. Nothing works? Not even if I become a true god? Why? If she became a true god, the creator of all laws, Even if she wanted to mold the conductor's panel into a human and have him run around on the earth, it wouldn't be impossible, right? But A Yuan's answer was so absolute. He wouldn't joke with her like that. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. A car that could move freely, now trapped in another person's body, forever deprived of its freedom. A Yuan suddenly said, not necessarily. There's no telling what will happen in the future. Jiangqi breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, yes. Just because it's not possible now doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. Besides, until you can get out, wherever I go you go too. If there's somewhere you want to go, tell me and I take you. He paused. You can share my vision and hearing, right? Sure. That's good, that's good. Being trapped and without freedom was already uncomfortable enough, but being unable to see or hear would be even more devastating. However, A Yuan's perception was very strong. If he wanted to, he could detect even the slightest movement around him. Even radar would be outmatched. Her worries were probably for nothing. Jiangqi still had another question. If A Yuan had been a car, he would actually be genderless, right? But after giving him the name A Yuan, combined with his usual taciturn style and cold voice, she subconsciously thought of him as a man. What if he wants to be a girl? A Yuan, if you have a gender, are you more feminine or masculine? A Yuan seemed to recall the year when someone had asked him, when I have the ability, I build you a body. Do you want to be a girl or a boy? His response then was, I'm a wide-body train. When I become a human, I want a roomier, more imposing and harder body. Not something soft and limp like you. Wow, you're still looking down on me. Watch out, I give you a full body with 4 doors. But since you want to be a man, you can't cry all that. You're that, P.O. Who said that? It's mainly because men don't look good when they cry, except for the really handsome ones. Never mind, I never raised a boy. I find you some books on how to become a man and teach you how to be one. A Yuan put away his memories and said, male. Wow, my intuition was right. The exclamation was still the same. Jiangqi twirled the feathers in her hand, figuring that when she rebuilt her own body, she could also consider creating a body for A Yuan, whether it would be useful or not. At this moment, the celestial fire's momentum gradually waned, and it seemed to be about to end. The 2 statues in the sky flew closer and closer. With Jiangqi's keen eyesight, she saw cracks appearing one after another on the statues. Then, wisps of feathers emanated from the statues, enveloping them like a fluffy cocoon of light. The entire sky was illuminated, and even tiny feathers, like snowflakes, drifted down. The remnant consciousness broke through the statues, and merged, and merged. It must be said, the whole scene was quite ceremonial and quite pleasing to the eye. Jiangqi didn't rush to stop them, just watched. Jin Hao hesitated. He could tell the 2 in the sky were merging. After merging, the sum of 1 would surely be greater than 2. Wouldn't it be easier to stop them now? But he didn't dare speak. The boss had his own way. He decided to stay put. The players and the indigenous people were also stunned. What's going on in the sky? Instead of flames, feathers? Wow, those 2 statues looked like they transformed into butterflies. Jiangqi waited and watched until the 2 remnants of consciousness completed their fusion. She finally put away the relaxed expression on her face, stood up straight, opened her interface, and sent a message to the players. Find a place to hide. Then, she soared into the sky. Wang Damao received a notification from the train conductor and screamed in surprise, immediately seeking shelter. The other players quickly followed suit. Seeing the players' actions, the natives followed suit without hesitation. Just as they had taken cover, a ray of rosy light shot up into the sky, like a massive arrow, piercing the feathered cocoon in the sky. The cocoon shattered, and more feathers burst forth, revealing a figure with wings on its back, a dazzling glow all over its body. The figure roared with a powerful, resounding rebuke, shaking the entire feather realm. The feather god is here, and you dare to be so presumptuous? Jiangqi curled his lips. Only 2/7 of the feather god remains? Then I think, with 5/7, I might be more legitimate than you. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 wings suddenly unfolded from her back. The edges of her wings were also a halo of rosy red, emitting a halo like a rainbow, instantly making the opponent's wings look dull and thin. Below, the players peeked out. Wow, that's our train conductor? The train conductor actually has wings? Wow! The train conductor charges forward. Wow, his wings are so powerful, he's sending the other guy flying. Wow, why are there cracks in the air around him? What's that? It looks dangerous. Wow, the fight is intense, and there are so many feathers falling. Can you pick up a few? They look like powerful things. Before she finished speaking, several feathers flew by, shearing off a corner of the building. The huge roof fell down, nearly killing the speaker. This person, The train conductor was right to tell them to hide. What terrifying feathers! How is this any different from a cannonball bombardment? Everyone continued to hide quietly. The two flying feathers in the sky sent feathers flying everywhere, flattening one and shattering another, further shattering the already devastated feather realm. However, the battle didn't last long. Half an hour later, the earth shook violently, and the remnant consciousness combined was thrown down hard, smashing directly through the ground. Jiangqi landed and stood in front of the other person. He tilted his head and glanced. One of her wings was chopped off. It was a bit tragic, but the other person was even worse off. She had chopped off both wings. Unfortunately, perhaps because she was only 2/7 of the feather god, the other person's wings were not physical, but merely functional illusions composed of divine power, just like her own wings. They dissipated after being chopped off. Jiangqi activated his wings, then folded them, and walked towards the other person. The light around him faded, revealing a body that looked like it could dissolve at any moment, and a face that resembled a statue. He retreated with difficulty. I am a god supported by the game. You cannot destroy me. Jiangqi said. You are? Where's the evidence? The other person roared. Contact the game right now. Jiangqi, the dungeon isn't over yet. I can't get in touch with you. Then wait until the dungeon is over. Who knows if you're stalling for time? You run away once the dungeon is over. Jiangqi, with a look that said, I've seen through your tricks. He approached the man, reached out, and began to absorb, just be my nourishment. The figure's divine power immediately surged towards Jiangqi. Ah! The figure roared, screamed, and cursed, but no matter what, it could not escape. It was trapped in place, shrinking further and further, until it was completely absorbed by Jiangqi. Jiangqi clenched her fingers, but before she could even feel the changes in her body, the entire feather realm began to shake. The dark night sky was like a crumbling curtain, the earth heaving like waves, and the shattered buildings became even more shattered, collapsing like building blocks. Jiangqi suddenly realized that since the 7 statues were gone, the feather realm had also collapsed, right? At the same time, her train conductor panel sounded an alarm. Due to an emergency, the current dungeon plane is about to collapse. The dungeon has ended prematurely. Please evacuate immediately. Jiangqi took flight, watching the people below struggling to emerge from the underground and from their shelters. She first clicked on the panel to recall the players to the train, and in an instant, all the players in the dungeon disappeared. Only the indigenous people were left. They screamed in terror, shouting miserably. It's collapsing! Go! To the clearing? The clearing has collapsed too. Nowhere is safe. The feather realm has collapsed. We're done. One moment, they were watching the spectacle, the next, they were the ones destined to be buried with this world. Suddenly, someone spotted Jiangqi, hovering in the air. Look! That man is still there. He's the train conductor the players were talking about. Those players are gone. He must have taken them away. Save us! Master Conductor, please take us out of here too. I don't want to die here. Save us! Jiangqi was silent for a moment. As a train conductor, he naturally couldn't lead the indigenous people out of the dungeon. But as a god, leading a group of living beings out of a plane on the verge of destruction. That wouldn't be a problem, right? She stretched her hands downward, releasing divine power, and then lifted them upward with all her might. All the surviving indigenous people were lifted up by a force and soared into the air. They cried shock. Looking down at their feet, the entire land began to crumble, gradually crumbling from the edges toward the center. Where it crumbled, all that remained was pure darkness, like a bottomless abyss. They watched the earth fall into the abyss, shattered and swallowed. They watched the shattered buildings fall, also shattered and swallowed by an invisible force. They even watched corpses fall in, shattered as if they had never existed. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. So the land of the Feather Realm was built upon such a dangerous abyss? This wasn't what the real world was supposed to look like. Wasn't this entire Feather Realm just a giant toy house? Jiangqi watched calmly, as the bodies were swallowed by the abyss. She immediately clicked the train coin conversion program on the control panel. Instantly, the bodies, both players and indigenous peoples, transformed into train coins and flew towards her. By the time she finished, the Feather Realm had almost completely collapsed. She could even see the station outside the plane. The train on the platform remained quietly parked. The players had already boarded, clinging to the windows, looking over nervously. Jiangqi immediately flew towards the platform with tens of thousands of indigenous people, dumped them directly into the train, and teleported himself into the driver's cab, starting the train. The train took off at top speed, but both the train control system and the conductor's panel simultaneously issued warnings. The plane station is about to collapse, the tracks are failing, and the train is about to fall. Jiangqi didn't panic, immediately accelerating to maximum speed. The train shuddered, roared a few times, and rushed out like a raging dragon. The terrifying acceleration even sent everyone in the carriage flying, crashing into the rear of the carriage like a pyramid. Broken bones and screams echoed. But at the rear of the train, the tracks continued to shatter and disintegrate rapidly, dissolving at a speed almost comparable to the rear of the train. A Yuan said, "You must reach the nearest transfer station as soon as possible. There is safety." The tracks between the Feather Realm and the next transfer station also belong to the Feather Realm plane and will collapse along with it. Jiangqi said, "During my second internship, there was a project on how to deal with a sudden track collapse or missing track ahead while the train was moving. Now is the time to review the results of our internship." She handed the front of the train over to the autopilot and climbed out from the cab roof. Outside the train was pitch black. This was a world beyond the plane, like the void of space beyond the planets. Everything was pitch black, with a few glimmers of light glimmering in the distance, representing other planes. And just ahead on the track, a faint bright spot could be seen, the transfer station. Jiangqi stood on the roof, his clothes fluttering in the wind as a hurricane blew from nowhere. It wasn't actually wind, but a current of energy. Jiangqi's clothes were quickly rubbed to pieces, and scratches appeared on his skin. She released divine power, enveloping her entire body. Then she leaned over and pressed against the roof, infusing the entire train with the conductor's source power. The train immediately became lighter, its pressure on the track reduced significantly, and its speed increased. Then she teleported to the rear of the train. In the distance, the Feather Realm was crumbling. A vortex had formed there, and its scope was constantly expanding. The train, like a long worm desperately trying to escape a vortex, was like a worm. Jiangqi gestured towards the crumbling track, then spread his fingers and pushed outward. Golden energy formed a wall, blocking the destructive force. The tracks collapsed slowed, and in a moment, the train had already sped away. Jiangqi nodded in satisfaction. This trick had indeed worked. Jin Hao's eyes widened. Holy crap! Is this also the ability of a train conductor? So impressive. How could I not have it? Jiangqi thought to himself, that must be because you didn't trigger this project during your internship. A Yuan suddenly shouted, "Watch out ahead." Jiangqi immediately looked up. In his field of vision, a fiery red light escaped from the vortex and approached them at nearly the speed of light. Jiangqi was startled. What was that? The opponent was incredibly fast, appearing before her eyes almost the instant she saw him. Jiangqi had no time to dodge, so she could only quickly gather several layers of divine power before her, then spread her wings wide and swung them in front of her. Then, the light slammed into her wings, shattering them and sending Jiangqi flying. Jiangqi flew dramatically from the rear of the train to the front. If she hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed the front, she would have fallen off the train, plunging into the endless void, becoming a wandering speck of dust. Even more dramatic was the sheer speed at which she was thrown. After she grabbed the front, she pulled the entire train along, accelerating even faster. Jiangqi felt as if her entire body was shattered, from her muscles to her bones to her very soul. It felt as if her head and body had been torn apart. For the first time, her mind went blank. An endless hum filled her ears. After an incessant pause, A Yuan's voice finally broke through the cacophony. Jiangqi. Jiangqi. Are you awake? Jiangqi blinked, and saw that she was clinging to the front of the train, her entire body pressed against the window as it raced forward. Jiangqi, She still hadn't reacted. A burning sensation spread across her chest, and then a fiery red dot, resembling a flame, struggled to emerge. It, too, plopped down against the window, panting in a human-like manner. Oh, that was a close call. I almost didn't make it. Chapter 93. On a rapidly collapsing track, a train sped forward at an ever-increasing speed. Jiangqi clung to the gap in the locomotive's nose, sending a wisp of divine power through the opening in the cab's roof. It wrapped around the operating console and pulled him inside. Thump! She fell to the floor of the cab, finally breathing a sigh of relief. She gasped heavily, wiped her face awkwardly, and sat up, grabbing the flaming red ball beside her. What the hell are you trying to do? You almost killed me. As she spoke loudly, air rushed into her throat, and she began to cough uncontrollably. Her arms, which had been exerting too much force, suddenly lost their strength. She touched her throat, then looked at her hands. Damn! Every bone in her body was shattered, and every organ in her body was dislocated, even her joints and limbs were twisted. If she hadn't been so strong, she would have exploded into a pulp the moment she was hit. She took a deep breath, her body transformed into a swarm of golden butterflies and dispersed, then transformed back into human form. But the damage was still the same, the injuries hadn't healed. This meant the damage was real, something that couldn't be healed by simply rearranging the golden butterflies. She grew increasingly infuriated, using her divine power to bind the Skyfire monster and free her hands. Skyfire flinched at her glare. I just wanted to escape. Jiangqi, there's no place to escape. Why did you hit me? But only by riding your train can I escape. So tell me, why did you have to hit her? But at that speed, if it had hit Jiangqi instead of Jiangqi, and had crashed directly into the train, wouldn't the entire train have been destroyed? Just as she was thinking this, the train suddenly began to lurch, as if it could derail at any moment. Yuan warned, the train is going too fast. Furthermore, all the car roofs have been scratched, creating an imbalance between internal and external pressures and a risk of derailment. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, the control panel sounded a derailment warning. Jiangqi took a deep breath and climbed into the driver's seat. Because of the high speed, the windshield ahead had been worn away by the energy flow from outside, leaving only the outline of the track vaguely visible. She asked, how is the track collapse? Yuan, right now, it's still relatively optimistic. The rate of collapse is only half the speed of the train. Jiangqi took hold of the steering wheel. Well, her arms were temporarily unable to exert any strength, so she used 2 strands of divine power to control the steering wheel, ensuring the train wouldn't go off the track. Then, she gently applied the brakes, slowing the train down slightly. Then, the original force that had previously been acting on the train was removed. The train lost its support, its weight suddenly returned, and the wheels pressed heavily against the track, making a loud, creaking sound. Although friction increased significantly, it was more stable and less likely to derail. As for the lacerations on the carriage roofs, she opened the panel and inspected the train, discovering that, just as Yuan had said, a long gash had slid open on the roofs of each carriage. How had it gotten there? She quickly figured it out. She had been knocked back, her toes brushing against the roof, and she had enveloped herself in divine power. At the extreme speed, the divine power rubbed against the roof, causing the entire train to flip over. Jiangqi, She took a closer look inside the carriages. Good thing, it was still the excessive speed, and people were practically being sucked out through the rifts. Jiangqi manually applied a highly energy-consuming protective shield to the train, temporarily covering the crack in the roof. As the shield appeared, the carriage stabilized, and those who had been sucked onto the roof fell down with a thud, sending screams of pain surging. There was no other way. Escaping was such a difficult experience. Jiangqi checked the train's other parts. The power system was fine, the wheels were fine, the left and right walls, and the windows were all fine. For the time being, as long as it didn't derail, it could continue on its way. Jiangqi leaned back in her chair, resting for 2 seconds before looking at the Skyfire monster she had bound. It was now the size of a fist, glowing red, flickering as if on fire. Even the surrounding air was slightly distorted, though its temperature wasn't actually very high. The energy fluctuations emanating from it weren't very strong, lacking the overwhelming, raining flames of the dungeon. If one carefully sensed it, one could even sense the aura of divine power. Jiangqi pointed out, you're a dungeon monster. The Feather Realm collapsed prematurely, and you should have perished along with it. Let me guess. You were able to escape at the last moment because you absorbed some divine power earlier, right? Tianhua's entire body swelled in shock, and he scooted back. How did you know? Jiangqi twitched his lips. You're not in great shape right now. You completely lost Tianhua's aura, leaving only a few fluctuations of divine power. Besides, you're a fire monster, not a bird. You shouldn't be flying so fast. Just now, you used the power of the Feather God. Tianhua gasped, then slumped. Yes, you're right. If I hadn't absorbed divine power 3 times before, I wouldn't have been able to escape this time. The vortex formed by the plane's collapse is truly terrifying. The 3 times it mentioned were the 3 times with number 7, number 6, and number 5. Although it refused Jiangqi's cooperation, when Jiangqi absorbed number 6 and number 5, he still gave it the consciousness and some of the divine power it couldn't absorb. Thus, this dungeon monster, like Jiangqi, gained some of the Feather God's powers and skills. Jiangqi looked it up and down, Not only have you gained abilities, but your brain seems to have become a little smarter. Before, even simple communication was difficult, but now it can communicate fluently and in a very human way. Tianhua, after absorbing divine power 3 times, I seem to have become smarter. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow, answering whatever the question asked. This cleverness was limited. Jiangqi mentally judged it, the IQ of a 7 or 8-year-old child. But this guy was indeed quite powerful. Now that he had bumped into him, he would be sorry for the damage he had suffered if he didn't subdue it. She said bluntly, "You were able to absorb divine power 3 times because of me. Therefore, it was I who made it possible for you to escape. And then you bumped into me, nearly killing me, and now you're escaping the vortex via my train. Tell me, how much do you owe me?" Tianhua was a little stunned, its small body motionless, as if pondering this complex question. Jiangqi continued, "You absorbed the divine power of statues 5, 6, and 7, leading to their ultimate demise. The destruction of all 7 statues is your responsibility, and the collapse of the Feather Realm is inextricably linked to you. Do you think the game will hold you accountable?" Tianhua shuddered. "Yes, it might. It was there to complete tasks for the game and get paid by the game. Now that it hasn't completed its tasks and has destroyed the entire plane, the most likely course of action for the game is to destroy it, digest it into energy, and then use it as wages for other dungeon monsters." Jiangqi's tone softened. "However, I was also involved in this matter, so I can shoulder all the responsibility. And you, just consider yourself dead in the vortex, leaving the game and gaining freedom." "Leave the game?" "Yes, leave the game and follow me from now on. You see, I'm a demigod now, so how can I not support you? The game lets you do things and gives you benefits, and I can give you benefits too, even more than the game gives you. After all, the game has countless dungeons and monsters, but here I only have you, so I definitely give you priority for any goodies." "Ah Yuan, Jin Hao, Isn't this just pure empty talk?" Unfortunately, this little fire monster had just awakened and didn't understand the wickedness of humans. He was immediately swayed, without even bargaining or asking for any guarantees. "Well then, I join you, but won't the game punish you?" Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. "Don't worry about that. How many demigod-level trained conductors are there? The game can't even support me enough." The little fire monster thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. The game could have created a whole dimension to support those 7 statues for years, let alone a ready-made demigod. Having fooled this little creature, Jiangqi breathed a sigh of relief. Just as it needed to rest, Jiangqi tucked it into his backpack. Then he removed the lingering power of the violation. Ah Yuan then reminded, "At the current speed, we reach the next transfer station in half an hour." "Okay." Jiangqi replaced his violation metal with a healing metal, then used his divine power to heal himself. Dislocated and fractured bones throughout the body straightened and healed with remarkable speed. The transfer station ahead. This wasn't a large transfer station, lacking warp capabilities, and possessing only 4 tracks. It usually remained in a state of near desolation. The staff assigned here were naturally not important figures. Their workdays were like a vacation, accumulating no merit or enduring any hard work, and they spent their lives idling away like this. However, tonight, something unusual occurred. First, the alarm sounded, announcing the detection of a powerful destructive force. Then, radar showed the loss of signal from the Feather Realm, a plane half a day's journey away. Following this, the transfer station's emergency response center received an automated system alert, reporting devastating damage to a section of track. Upon investigation, it turned out to be the track leading from the Feather Realm to this location. Before they could even handle this series of events, they received an order from their superiors to immediately dispatch personnel to investigate what had happened in the Feather Realm. Clearly, their superiors had also learned of the unusual situation here. Personnel from the transfer station and emergency response station rushed out, several vehicles onto the tracks, and hurried toward the Feather Realm. As they drove, they realized something was amiss. Radar suddenly detected a general-purpose service train hurtling toward them, its speed so terrifying it threatened to be destroyed. Furthermore, it was a service train, with hundreds of carriages. Such a head-on collision was powerless for the small vehicles. "Retreat! Back off!" The transfer station master immediately gave the order. Several small vehicles began to back up, grumbling. Before they even reached the transfer station, a long line of vehicles appeared in sight, the 2 lights on their hoods blazing brightly as they roared towards them. The people in the car, shocked. They hurried back to the transfer station and scrambled out of the car without stopping. As soon as they reached the platform, the train rushed in, smashing the car on the track into pieces. It continued its speed, clanging and clattering until the entire train entered the station before finally coming to a stop. Wow! The track collapsed like a whirlwind, all the way to the edge of the transfer station, just over 10 meters from the rear of the car. It was a close call, just a tiny bit, and the train would have been lost. The station master gaped in astonishment, looking into the distance. The entire track had vanished, leaving only emptiness. He muttered, "There's no need to investigate now, there's no way out." He looked at the train and asked the assistant station master nearby, "What train is this?" The result of his usual lack of attention to his work was that he had no memory of this train. The deputy station master quickly opened the station dispatch log. "This is the Jinhao 315419 train, which departed a month ago for a mission to the Feather Realm. The conductor's number is 5218, codename Jinhao." Crash. The roof of the train suddenly cracked, the entire train buckling dramatically, startling the station master and the others. Then, the doors opened, and the people inside stumbled out. Those who managed to walk a little further collapsed to the ground, some even vomiting violently. The station master's face instantly turned green upon seeing this. 10 minutes later, in the transit station's lounge, Jiangqi took a soothing sip of a hot drink and said to the station master, "I arrived in a hurry, and the train had a malfunction. I apologize for not requesting entry in advance. If anything at the station is damaged by my car, I definitely compensate you accordingly." The station master's lips twitched stiffly. "Well, I understand. The situation is so critical." Then he was at a loss for words. He was inexplicably awkward. He treated the young man in front of him like a superior inspecting his work. He didn't dare move a muscle. He was clearly just a new conductor, but his relaxed demeanor and dignified posture didn't look like a rookie at all. His aura was ridiculously strong. Jiangqi added, "By the way, station master, please help accommodate those people on my train. They escaped death and are terrified. Well, they must be hungry. Please get them some hot food and hot water, and preferably, give them a place to wash and rest." Station master, This is just a small transit station. How could it possibly accommodate 50,000 or 60,000 people? And they need to provide them with food, water, rest, and showers. Please, do you know how much supplies this would cost? His station is already struggling. Jiangqi raised his eyes. "Are there any difficulties?" The station master was startled by this glance, and quickly said, No, everyone is guaranteed to have hot food and hot water." Jiangqi nodded in satisfaction. The deputy station master poked his head in from outside, smiled politely at Jiangqi, then leaned over and whispered something in the station master's ear. The station master looked a little embarrassed. He glanced at Jiangqi, then said, Captain Jinhao, the higher-ups have learned about the collapse of the Feather Realm and asked me to discuss something with you." Jiangqi glanced at the hidden device he had secretly opened, which must have been a camera, and nodded. "No problem, ask." "Excuse me, how did the Feather Realm collapse?" Jiangqi shrugged. "I don't know. I'm also confused. Why did it collapse so suddenly? If I hadn't reacted quickly, so many passengers would have been killed. So did anything special happen before the Feather Realm collapsed?" "Anything special? For example, you knew there were 7 statues in the Feather Realm, right?" "Of course, I not only knew about them, I saw them." "What happened to those 7 statues?" Jiangqi said calmly, "I destroyed them." The station master's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. "Destroyed?" Jiangqi raised an eyebrow, and said matter-of-factly, "They were acting strangely in the dungeon. At first, I thought they were. They're truly the backbone of the dungeon, and I was trying to protect them from the skyfire. But not only do they absorb the skyfire, they also display sinister expressions and terrifying eyes. It's obvious they're not good. Maybe there's some hidden dungeon monsters, and I just killed them." She spoke confidently, then asked, "Why? Why not?" The webmaster's voice trembled, the energy from those 7 statues. Jiangqi was a little embarrassed. "Well, I absorbed it when I killed them." He suddenly became alert. "I absorbed the energy myself. You can't expect me to spit it out, right?" Several relevant game departments received the video. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at the young man playing dumb in the video. Not knowing what the statues were, he easily killed them, and absorbed their energy along the way. When did such an interesting newcomer appear? When he absorbed the first statue, he probably didn't know the inside story. Afterward, he should have known it was part of the Feather God, right? He even dared to attack the other 6 statues, and succeeded. But if you say he broke any rules, it seems he didn't. How cunning. So, He must have inherited the feather god's energy and abilities. Even if there were some losses during the absorption, he could have reached the level of a demigod. People looked at each other in bewilderment. The game needed gods to oversee and assist. While not every god was precious, every additional one was valuable. Every one we could cultivate was valuable. That's why the game created a separate feather realm for the disintegrated feather god, providing it with a steady supply of various resources for years. Of course, creating a single plane was a piece of cake for the game, and sending in large amounts of resources was just moving resources from elsewhere to a specific location. This wasn't a big deal for the game. But at least it showed the importance the game placed on the gods. Now that the feather god was gone, years of investment had gone to waste. Even the game would surely be unhappy. But this also adds a demigod-level train conductor. Whether the game will punish Jin Hao or let things slide is anyone's guess. We can't handle this. Should we report it to a higher authority? Rongding received the news of the Feather Realm's collapse only a little later, along with the video. Watching the young man in the video spout nonsense with his eyes wide open, Rongding's first reaction was to laugh in anger. What a ridiculous thing. But after a brief laugh, she froze her expression and frowned slightly. She explained the conspiracy behind the 7 statues. On the one hand, she was trying to curry favor with them, and on the other, she hoped they would prevent the remnants of the statues from merging. But the other party, despite promising everything, turned around and took all the statues, pocketing all the benefits without a single thought left for her. His ambition and courage were even greater than she had anticipated. Or rather, he was even more uncontrollable than she had imagined. A person like him was definitely not someone who would serve as a subordinate. If she had only seen his arrogance in their previous conversation, now she saw the underlying source of his arrogance. Rongding sighed, relaxed his brow, turned off the video, and instructed his assistant, "I understand what's going on. Just say I'm not interfering. Whoever wants to handle it can do it." The assistant hesitated, "But teacher, this new guy named Jin Hao has great potential. If we don't win him over, the others will, and then it's going to be a crucial moment of competition for the position of department director." Rongding looked at the childish assistant. This child, unaware of her true self, only thought she was devoted to the game and focused on climbing the ladder. "How adorable," she said, a demigod-level train conductor, possessing both raging ambition and the cunning deception of playing dumb to gain control of the situation, isn't just potential, he's already demonstrated his abilities. Thinking of trying to win him over like a newcomer is a pipe dream. Why would I bother with such a thankless task? Go ahead. Just say I had contact with this person at the previous exchange conference, and I avoid suspicion this time. Jiangqi had spent 3.5 days at the transit station, bringing with him over 20,000 players, and over 30,000 Feather Realm natives. He bankrupted the station, and completely embarrassed the station master. Finally, the investigation team arrived. Jiangqi looked up. Wow, this investigation team was a familiar face. The team leader was the same woman who previously led the Underground Ghost Banquet and Blue Star investigations. She must have gotten a promotion. A track symbol appeared on her shoulder, her attire was more impressive, and she had a few more people under her command. The person immediately asked Jiangqi some questions, similar to the station master's, but with more detail. Afterward, the team headed for the Feather Realm Vortex. They were in a fully enclosed airship-like device that could soar through the energy stream and avoid being sucked into the vortex even when approaching it. It looked quite impressive. Jiangqi said to a Yuan, how about I give you this airship later? A Yuan was a little surprised by her sudden suggestion. Why do you suddenly want to give me this? Jiangqi casually said, this is better than wings. If we could get an airship like this, we wouldn't need wings on the front of the car and could still fly everywhere. She was so powerful in her previous life. Why didn't she get Yuan an airship? Oh, maybe Yuan in his previous life couldn't live without his broken locomotive, otherwise it wouldn't have been repaired to its current state and still be discarded. Yuan, surprise! Has she really regained some of her memory? Someone approached Jiangqi. Jiangqi turned to see a tall, fair-skinned young man, dressed in a coquettish manner. He smiled elegantly at Jiangqi, his eyes sparkling. I'm Zhong Yi, the first assistant to Deputy Director Zhong Yuan of the Train Conductor Management Department. Nice to meet you, Train Conductor Jin Hao. Jiangqi, A question mark slowly formed on her forehead. Was this guy flirting with her when he spoke to her? She almost couldn't help her instinctive reaction, looking down to see if she now looked like Jin Hao. But judging by her height, which was eye level with him, she now looked like a man. So why was he flirting with her? She shuddered and took 2 steps back. Just talk, don't wink. If your eyes are bothering you, try using some eye drops. Zhong-yi, His outstretched hand froze in midair. A chuckle accompanied the laughter as another figure approached from a distance. This time, it was a capable, bright-looking woman who introduced herself to Jiang Qi. I am Cheong Jun, the chief disciple of Deputy Director Ji Donchua of the Train Conductor Management Department. I come here on master's orders to learn something. Jiang Qi uttered an "oh." This was another person belonging to the deputy director. Before she could say anything, a car pulled up and several people got out. Their voices preceded their arrival. Zhong-yi, Cheong Jun, you're all here. It seems Minister Zhong and Minister Ji are both very concerned about this matter. Zhong-yi and Cheong Jun turned to see the newcomers, their faces sullen. The newcomer walked up to Jiang Qi and introduced himself. Great. Another one of the deputy minister's confidants. How many ministers are there in this train conductor management department? Also, had she skipped the potential game punishment and been promoted directly to a highly sought-after position, why else would they all act like they were out to snatch her away? Chapter 94. 2 new buildings have been constructed next to the transfer station. The players and natives Jiang Qi brought from the Feather Realm have primarily been staying in these 2 buildings for the past few days. From the outside, the buildings don't appear large or tall, but once inside, you discover a hidden gem, easily accommodating tens of thousands of people. This is because these 2 buildings utilize space expansion technology, which can create a more spacious area within a limited space. The downside is that it's expensive and constantly burning through cash. Every time the station master sees these 2 buildings, his heart aches. They're using all the energy of the transfer station. 3 waves of superiors arrived today, and he quickly pulled them along, blabbering miserably. Sir, it's not that I'm reluctant to pay this fee, but it's fine to give it to players. But why should it be given to the indigenous people? How can the indigenous people just leave the dungeon site so easily? He looked around, making sure Jean Hao was not there. Before lowering his voice, this train conductor is incredibly bold. He actually took over 30,000 indigenous people out of the Feather Realm. Isn't that a serious violation? Zhong-yi listened for a long time, watching the people coming in and out of the 2 buildings. They all seemed quite relaxed, as if they were truly on vacation, even strolling together. Zhong-yi thought that Jean Hao really cared about these people. He gently retorted to the station master, "You're wrong. The Feather Realm has collapsed. If we don't get the people out, are we going to watch them perish along with the plane? Desperate times call for desperate measures. As a train conductor, it's normal to encounter unexpected situations. We don't always have to follow the rules." The station master choked. "Okay, I know you train conductors have special privileges, okay? Everyone else has to strictly abide by the rules. But you can act without authorization and take extraordinary measures. Then why don't you reimburse me for the expenses of these 2 buildings?" Down below the 2 buildings, the natives of the Feather Realm looked over here. "Is that person here to investigate? It seems he's saying that Captain Jean Hao violated the rules by bringing us out. The station master has been treating us like a nobody these days, and has been wanting to kick us out for a while. With Master Jean Hao here, he wouldn't dare. It looks like our destination will be decided soon. I really like to continue following Jean Hao. Hey, which of these conductors is any good? If Jean Hao had been willing to protect us, how could the Feather Realm have only had so few of the hundreds of thousands of people dead? You're still trying to take advantage of him." "That's not true. Conductors have no obligation to protect the indigenous people. Every time those conductors came here, a whole bunch of people in the Feather Realm died. All I know is that if Jean Hao hadn't brought me out, I would have died long ago." The indigenous people started arguing, but judging by the content of the argument, most of them were grateful to Jean Hao. The players gathered elsewhere, and didn't interact much with the indigenous people. Just like the natives worried about their futures, the players were also concerned about their own. After all, if Jiang Qi was punished, they would undoubtedly be affected. Actually, I think a new conductor would be a good idea. This Jean Hao seems pretty powerful, but he doesn't care about us. A player grumbled quietly. Yeah, more than half of us died in this Feather Realm raid, and he was clearly in the dungeon, but he didn't do anything. We're still fellow orcs. The man's expression of fellow orcs was evidently resentful. I thought as a fellow orc, he'd take care of us, but he hasn't. The main thing is that the Easter eggs are so stingy. This is really frustrating. Who has a decent item these days? When it comes to Easter eggs and items, everyone has some complaints. If you think about it, not only is the mortality rate high under Jean Hao, but the opportunities for advancement are also limited. Doesn't that equate to high risk and low reward? It's clearly not a good deal. The orc players grew increasingly resentful, while the fake players remained silent, listening silently. Zhong Yi also listened to these conversations. Even though he was a little far away, he could take in everything everyone said if he wanted to. It seems that Jin Hao doesn't really win the hearts of his players. He gestured to his team, and they headed over to the players, specifically interviewing those who had complained. What's your impression of Captain Jin Hao? After the previous 3 dungeons, do you think he's up to par? Where did he fall short? Are there any special circumstances you'd like to report to the game? If the captain could be replaced, would you be willing to do so? After a round of questioning, it turned out that quite a number of players said Jin Hao was unsatisfactory. Zhong Yi, satisfied, took the data and walked back. Over here, Jiang Qi had just finished a private conversation with Xiong Jun when the flamboyant Zhong Yi approached. Captain Jin Hao, can we talk? Jiang Qi glanced at Xiong Jun, who glanced at Zhong Yi and said to Jiang Qi, Jin Hao, my master is sincere. I hope you consider what I'm saying. Jiang Qi said, of course, I consider it carefully. Then he said to Zhong Yi, please come in. In the room, the two sat down opposite each other. Zhong Yi pushed the freshly minted data to Jiang Qi. Your subordinates aren't very satisfied with you. Jiang Qi looked at the data, which recorded the complaints made by various players against her. Said distress signals were ignored. Easter eggs weren't given. Players weren't given opportunities to improve. Players were imprisoned on trains and not allowed to escape. The dungeon startup funds were too low, and there were suspicions that Jin Hao was colluding with the indigenous people in all 3 dungeons. Then, there was a statistic below, stating that after interviewing 5,000 players, over 80% were dissatisfied with Jin Hao and hoped to replace the train conductor. Jiang Qi put down the information and looked at Zhong Yi. What do you mean by this? 5,000 players, 80%, is only 4,000. Even if you count all the players, there's only a little over 20,000. How can the dissatisfaction of so few people affect me? Are you using this to threaten me? Zhong Yi quickly replied, of course not, I'm just letting you know that your situation isn't so good. While player complaints against the train conductor might be hard to take seriously, there are so many people, so much noise. Furthermore, you brought so many indigenous people with you, killed a god that the game holds dear, and caused the entire plane to collapse. You violated the rules of the game, you're not recognized by the players, you're still in the rookie stage, and your ratings in your first 2 dungeons weren't high. All these things combined give the game ample grounds to remove you, punish you, or even strangle you. Jiang Qi nodded. Oh, so you're saying that only your superior, Vice Minister Zhong Yuan, can help me? Zhong Yi said, that's right. The teacher really values talent, and he's very willing to protect you. That Xiong Jun just now also said that her master values talent and is willing to accept me as his disciple. Zhong Yi, then you don't know. There are 6 deputy directors in the management department, and Deputy Director Zhong Yuan is the most experienced and has the most say. He can protect anyone with just a word, and he can deny someone with just a word. Jiang Qi raised an eyebrow. This was a naked threat. Jiang Qi had previously thought that he had become a hot commodity, attracting everyone to scramble for him. He didn't expect that they were indeed vying for him, but there was a condition, only if he submitted would they solve his problems. Jiang Qi sighed. So, if I choose one of your factions, I become an enemy of the other 2? Oh, you have 6 deputy ministers, which means there are 6 factions. Even if the other 3 haven't come, I doubt they'd be too polite to me in the future. Zhong Yi said, so, you should choose the most powerful one to join. What if I choose neither? Zhong Yi said nothing, just smiled. Jiang Qi understood. If she chose neither, no one would protect her. They might even incite the game to punish her, because they wanted to make it clear that trying to remain neutral would end badly. They wouldn't give Jiang Qi the chance to establish his own faction, because no one wanted a 7th faction. She gave him a helpless look, and said she needed to reconsider. Zhong Yi then gracefully left. Jiang Qi was the only one left in the room. She sneered and complained to a Yuan, the upper echelons of this game are really deep. They're blocking people from all sides. Any newcomers, who are even slightly better are either divided up by them, or crushed to death by them. A Yuan, so which faction are you choosing? Jiang Qi leaned back, crossed his arms, and said, didn't you hear what Zhong Yi said? They're the strongest. If I don't choose them, I'd be dead. So, I just have to submit. A Yuan understood. She was going after Zhong Yi's faction. She hated being threatened. Nice conversations were fine, and cooperation wasn't off the table. She was happy to do anything that benefited her, and didn't completely violate her will. But if anyone dared to threaten her, she wouldn't mind using them as stepping stones. Once she had enough power, she could take them down. So, Jiangqi spoke with Zhong Yi again and expressed his willingness to join Deputy Minister Zhong Yuan's team. Zhong Yi and the other faction were a little disappointed, but they didn't insist. To them, they simply failed to recruit a potential candidate, a common occurrence. After saying goodbye to Jiangqi, they left. Zhong Yi beamed, saying to Jiangqi, "Come back with me to see the teacher. Don't worry, your problem will be resolved soon." Jiangqi then asked, "What about those players and the indigenous people?" Zhong Yi waved her hand. "Someone will take care of them. The players you lead in the future will be dealt with separately." The word handle was used in a condescending manner, as if those players and indigenous people weren't people, but rather a pile of objects. Although Jiangqi had no feelings for them, and hadn't cared about their lives in previous dungeons, Zhong Yi's words still irritated her. She asked, "How will it be handled? Where will the indigenous people be sent? They're very unhappy with you, and you still care about them?" Jiangqi also spoke in a condescending tone. "I certainly didn't help the players. Their mortality rate under my control is indeed very high, and they're right to complain. After all, they're my fellow orcs. How can I hold it against them? Besides, I brought these natives here. If they were treated arbitrarily, wouldn't all my efforts have been wasted? Zhong Yi, how would you like them to be treated?" Jiangqi said, "Give the natives a chance to choose whether to become players or live in another plane. Let them choose. As for the players, it would be best if they were assigned a capable new conductor." Zhong Yi remained silent. It seems they were all wrong. "You are still very responsible." Jiangqi personally announced the news to the players and natives, and the crowd erupted in discussion. A native pushed his way through the crowd and shouted, "Master Conductor, I want to follow you as a player." Jiangqi was a little surprised. "Why follow me?" The man excitedly said, "You killed those damned statues. You done something so many conductors before you haven't done, or even thought of doing, and you done it. You are the greatest hero in my heart." Another native echoed loudly, "Yes. For so many years, we've been trapped in the Feather Realm because of those statues, suffering daily. It was you who broke the Feather Realm shackles and rescued us. I'm willing to follow you, Master." Jiangqi hadn't expected these natives to be grateful to her. She had previously ignored them, as they were burned to death by the waves of heavenly fire. The players blamed her, and she completely understood, because she hadn't really helped them, and hadn't even taken them seriously. She assumed the natives would hate her more than the players. After all, her arrival had brought them disaster. But surprisingly, they were grateful to her. Perhaps it was because they experienced dungeon after dungeon, numb to such disasters. Perhaps it was because they directed greater hatred towards the statue. Or perhaps it was simply that people trapped in suffering were more likely to find satisfaction. Jiangqi thought of Blue Star. If the people of Blue Star, after enduring one dungeon disaster after another, were to encounter a trained conductor who treated them even slightly better, wouldn't they also develop a liking for him? The thought was a bit disheartening, but it seemed natural. But it had to be said that those who survived to the end possessed considerable ability and intelligence. If they became players, they would be high-quality players. While she was silent, someone from the player group spoke up. "Sir, I want to continue following you too." Jiangqi looked and saw it was Wang Damao, holding an earthworm. Then, players began to emerge, expressing their desire to continue following Jiangqi. Most of them were fake players, perhaps fearing that a new conductor would expose their identities. Jiangqi pondered for a moment and asked Zhong Yi, "Can I take them with me?" Zhong Yi frowned. "I'm afraid that's not appropriate." Jiangqi said, "Can you be flexible? Or, let them come with me first, and I personally find a new conductor for them later." Zhong Yi looked at her, then at the people clamoring to follow her. He could see that the average quality of these people was quite high. In that case, it wasn't impossible. Then follow. So, Jiangqi invited everyone willing to go with him to come out, numbering over 10,000. This included over 8,000 natives and over 2,000 players, over 80% of whom were fake players. As for the remaining natives, most wanted to live peaceful lives in a more peaceful plane. Zhong Yi, perhaps trying to give Jiangqi a run for his money, immediately opened his work dashboard, searched, and said, "There's a plane that's quite suitable, called the Blue Star plane. We can arrange for them to go there." Jiangqi nearly choked on his own saliva, and it took a great deal of self-control to keep from showing any sign of abnormality. But Zhong Yi was clearly perceptive. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this plane?" Jiangqi shook his head. "I do know about this plane. One of our orc cubs went there for training. At the time, I wanted to select the best seeds from the returning cubs, so I went to research it and learned about the Blue Star Plane. Zhongyi, so what do you think of this plane? Jiangqi, it seems to be a very populated plane. They even have a transit station there, right? It's a good place to go, but it's a dungeon area, so it's not exactly peaceful. Zhongyi was not taking it seriously. She smiled and said, this Blue Star Plane has a large population, numerous cities, and a vast land area. Each dungeon only covers one city at a time. Outside of the dungeons, people live their lives as normal. I even heard the standard of living is quite good. How can it not be considered peaceful? So let's just look at this place. Jiangqi, She was about to find a reason to stop him, but then she heard Zhongyi say, this is a popular destination. Many people want to send their people there. Oh, why? Firstly, there are transit stations and other facilities there, and everyone is optimistic about the future there. Secondly, the population is huge, and people are a resource. I heard the game even intends to allow a god to cultivate there. A large population is naturally beneficial to gods, and if managed properly, it can generate a powerful force of support. A flash of murderous intent flashed in Jiangqi's eyes, and he asked curiously, like in the Feather Realm, where they give the indigenous people a set of rules and let them follow them. The better they do and the more devout they are, the better it is for the gods? Zhongyi nodded. That's right. Jiangqi smiled. That's indeed a good place to support the gods. Bullshit. The game is really pushing its limits. First, they're sending dungeons to Blue Star, then establishing a department there, and now they're treating Blue Star like a maintenance facility for some frivolous god. Just imagine the people of Blue Star, or even the people of Country C, one day living the same fake, rigid lives as the natives of the Feather Realm, and having to endure repeated dungeon trials because the gods need to constantly replenish their energy. Jiangqi's hands are itching to try. Jiangqi looked at the natives of the Feather Realm and smiled. You all heard it. You might be going to a very good plane. While there will be dungeons there, it's generally peaceful. You can rest assured. He then said to the over 8,000 natives who wanted to follow him, you might want to reconsider. Being a player means constantly facing danger and risking your life. How can it compare to living a good life? After that, she asked Zhongyi, when can we send them away? Zhongyi said, I still need to ask the teacher about that. Jiangqi nodded. Then let all the indigenous people come with me first. Otherwise, I wouldn't be at ease. After all, they're so grateful to me. She looked deeply moved by the indigenous people. Zhongyi felt a pang of dismay. He hadn't expected such a burly orc to be so soft-hearted. But this was a good thing. Soft hearts were easier to manipulate. So he agreed. And so, all 30,000 plus natives followed Jiangqi. In the end, only 20,000 players, hoping to change the train conductor, remained at the transfer station. Watching Jiangqi lead so many natives away in a grand procession, watching them board the largely repaired train, watching them take up seats that should have been theirs, they felt a pang of discontent. Should we follow them? After all, we're all orcs, so it's better to follow the orc conductor. We don't know who the new conductor will be. What if he's worse than Jin Hao? If Jin Hao asks again, we just follow him. These players pondered this, but unfortunately, Jiangqi didn't bother to question them. On Jiangqi's side, Jin Hao quietly slid over to Jiangqi's shoulder, looking at the players glancing over. He sighed, I didn't expect them to be so dissatisfied with me. They rather replace me with a train conductor, someone they didn't know, than come with me. Am I really that bad? Jiangqi listened to his artificial melancholy, but ignored him. He simply watched the over 30,000 natives board the train and pondered what changes their arrival on Blue Star would bring. First, they possess abilities, but they aren't particularly strong, not enough to crush the Blue Star people. However, they have ample dungeon experience and even extensive experience living under the gods. If a god were to ever visit Blue Star, their experience would come in handy. Second, they haven't been recruited by the game, haven't been tainted by its stench, and haven't invaded others. Essentially, they're still natives, deeply persecuted by the game, and this aligns with the Blue Star people. In the end, they had escaped under her command, and most of them were grateful to her. As long as she found a way to explain things, it wouldn't be difficult for them to live peacefully with the people of Blue Star. Thinking of this, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that sending them to Blue Star wasn't entirely a bad idea. She even felt a little regretful for not paying more attention to the natives in the Feather Realm. If she had truly helped them, more people would have survived, and their trust in her would have been stronger. However, she glanced at the crowd and saw some rebellious individuals, occasionally glancing at her with unfriendly eyes. Well, a large crowd means a mixed bag. It seemed they needed a leader to keep them under control. Otherwise, if someone with bad intentions really wanted to cause trouble, she, far away from Blue Star, wouldn't be able to know. She began to search the crowd, looking for someone who could serve as a leader. Chapter 95. Jiangqi was visiting a key area of the game for the first time. The train, traveling along the tracks, seemed to be traveling through a sea of clouds. Ahead lay a strange silver energy shield, obscuring everything within. Before the train entered the shield, the control console announced, "We are approaching the upper spirit plane. This train lacks a pass and cannot enter." Jiangqi then received a notification from Zhongyi. "I requested a temporary parking space for you. Please park your car at the station outside the plane." Then, a new track suddenly appeared beneath the train. Jiangqi turned the steering wheel, steered the car onto this new track, and soon saw the station. The station was suspended in the air, and from afar, one could see long and short trains of various colors and shapes parked in the air, a truly spectacular sight. Coming here on Jiangqi's basic work train, he looked like a country bumpkin entering the city, a stark contrast to the apparently high-end and prestigious trains, drawing many skeptical glances. Jiangqi drove the train to her assigned parking spot. After parking, she announced to the entire train, "Hello everyone, we arrived at our temporary destination. Please remain inside. Do not exit the train or open the windows. Of course, you won't be able to exit or open the windows. Please wait patiently for further instructions on relocation." After she finished speaking, she opened the door, and Zhongyi drove up in a gorgeous hover car. "Come on, I take you to see the teacher." Jiangqi nodded and glanced back at the train. All the windows were sealed, as those aboard were not authorized to see what was happening here. She boarded Zhongyi's car, which followed a specially designed track toward the energy shield and passed through smoothly. Jiangqi watched the scene through the car window. Zhongyi explained, "Only vehicles with specific license plates, aircraft, and the like can enter the upper spirit plane. Any other vehicles forcing their way through will be instantly disintegrated and devoured by this energy barrier." Jiangqi, sounds impressive, with such tight security. "So, is this the core area of the game?" "For the game staff, it's the core area, but not for the game itself." "What do you mean?" As he spoke, the car passed through the energy barrier, and the view opened up before him. It was a vast continent, with a magnificent and beautiful landscape. Scattered across it were buildings of various styles, some imbued with a breathtaking sci-fi feel, others with a graceful and ethereal fairy-like style. In the air, various aircraft flew in and out, and even creatures of various species soared, some flapping their wings, some riding mounts, and some simply soaring through the air. The entire scene was majestic, luxurious, mysterious, and magnificent. Zhongyi pointed to Jiangqi and said, "That hilltop and the large factory below are the train manufacturing headquarters. That disc-shaped building is the dungeon development headquarters. And that tallest building is the train conductor management headquarters, where we're headed." Jiangqi observed intently, memorizing every detail. "They're all headquarters." "Yes, the upper spirit plane is the headquarters for all game departments, so it's truly the core area. Without a stable position here, you can't even be considered a senior employee. But the origin of the game isn't here." Jiangqi silently repeated the words "origin of the game." Soon, the car arrived at the train conductor management department headquarters. Entering the main entrance, we were greeted by a magnificent lobby, reminiscent of a museum. The surrounding walls were carved with reliefs depicting train conductors, who had made significant contributions throughout history. Beneath the reliefs were their names and life stories. Jiangqi gazed up at the reliefs, feeling an indescribable sense of intimidation emanating from them. Suddenly, the reliefs seemed to come alive, their expressions becoming animated. Some looked down indifferently, while others gleamed with a fierce glare. Jiangqi's brows twitched slightly, his eyes momentarily hazy and dazed. Then, with a sudden realization, he took several steps back, and gazed at the reliefs with awe. "What is this?" Zhongyi approached and said, "This is the pressure left by the predecessors, a test of the newcomers. An incompetent person would lose their mind within it, and anyone harboring disrespect would be sucked into the reliefs." Jiangqi asked Zhongyi, "Are these predecessors still alive?" Zhongyi said meaningfully, "The heroic spirits of the predecessors live on, coexisting with the game." Jiangqi, "So they're still alive? They just might not exist as ordinary beings anymore. So, if a train conductor reaches the pinnacle, can he coexist with the game?" Jiangqi turned and looked toward the center of the hall. There stood a massive star map, densely dotted with light points, representing various planes. She walked forward and tried to manipulate the star map. It indeed began to slide, allowing for zooming in and out, even converting it to three-dimensional space. Clicking on a plane would bring up a brief description. Some planes had decayed and been destroyed, others were listed as under development and in normal use, some were game creation planes, and some were confidential planes, unavailable for query. There were also private planes, shared planes, exile planes, and resettlement planes. Jiangqi wanted to search for a blue star, but there were simply too many to find. Zhongyi said, "Come on, let's go up." Jiangqi followed him into the lobby, where there was a rather impressive inspection door. "Please show your ID." Zhongyi said, "Just show me the conductor panel." Jiangqi calmly displayed the entire conductor panel. The instrument on the door emitted a blue light that scanned across her, and the connection between her and the panel was clearly visible. A main chain, 3 thin chains representing internships, a coding chain, and a rank chain indicating that she was currently only a first-level conductor. It was clear at a glance. Furthermore, each chain was pure gold, the color of Jin Hao. Yes, she had been busy during her month in the Feather Realm, having long since resolved the hidden dangers in the chain. Now, both physically and visually, she was unmistakably Jin Hao. Number 5218, First-Class Train Conductor Jin Hao, welcome. The inspection door announced. Someone passing by glanced at Jiangqi with surprise, their face barely registering the thought. How did a first-class train conductor get here? Jiangqi followed Zhongyi inside, his expression puzzled. That person's expression just now. Is it true that a first-class train conductor shouldn't be here? Zhongyi said, logically, anyone who can appear here is at level 5 or above. Level 5? Level 1 to 4 is easy to advance, but level 4 to 5 is a watershed, and level 5 to 6 is even more difficult to cross. So, train conductors below level 4 are of little value. However, since you absorb divine power, you're a special case, so your level of train conductor isn't important to you. Jiangqi nodded, thinking that he had skipped several levels and entered an environment he shouldn't have entered at this stage. She followed Zhongyi into a space that looked like an elevator. The elevator began to ascend, and after a moment, the door opened again. Seeing the scene outside, she was stunned. Blue sky, white clouds, wind blowing the grass low, herds of cattle and sheep. Had she arrived on the prairie? So, that wasn't an elevator, but some kind of teleportation device? Zhongyi walked forward, and Jiangqi followed. Then, they saw an old man milking a ewe. The old man rolled up his sleeves. Though his hair was silver, his hands were exceptionally well maintained, white, clean, and lustrous, his nails neatly manicured and immaculately clean. With gentle, rhythmic movements, he milked the goat, saying, without turning, Zhongyi's back. Wait a moment while I finish milking this goat. Zhongyi stood respectfully to the side, her hands cupped over her belly. She glanced at Jiangqi, motioning for her to follow suit. Jiangqi also stood with her hands cupped over her belly, silently observing his surroundings. He then confirmed that this must truly be a grassland, vast and expansive, with a clear blue sky and white clouds. So, this was inside the administration building, connected to another dimension. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the old man finally finished his work. He turned around, revealing a kind, even slightly chubby face. If Jiangqi hadn't met him here, she would have mistaken him for just an ordinary old man. Zhongyi hurriedly said, Jin Hao, this is teacher, Director Zhong Yuan of the management department. Teacher, this is Jin Hao. No one with emotional intelligence would mention the deputy character in front of the deputy director. Jiangqi also greeted, hello, director. Deputy Director Zhong Yuan, seemingly very kind and harmless, held a bowl of goat's milk and smiled at Jiangqi. Young man, you must have walked a long way. It's your first time here, aren't you a little nervous? In reality, he wasn't nervous at all. Jiangqi's calmness throughout the whole process surprised even her. But thinking that she had been very powerful in a past life and had perhaps been to this place before, she didn't even seem to be surprised. However, to make her performance more convincing, she deliberately let her heartbeat and breathing speed up, projecting an air of nervous excitement yet suppressed tension. She hurriedly said, it's my honor to be here. Haha, I hope you come more often. Zhong Yuan said, handing over the bowl. Come on, have a bowl of this goat's milk. It's freshly squeezed, so fresh. Jiangqi looked flattered and took the bowl with both hands. The faint smell of goat's milk filled her nose. Jiangqi naturally didn't want to drink it, regardless of whether it was real goat's milk or not. But in front of the deputy minister, she couldn't refuse. She steeled herself and drank the milk. The milk still had a slight warmth, clearly the ewe's body temperature. Then she thought, I wonder if Zhong Yuan washed his hands before milking. It's just that money is hard to earn, and shit is hard to eat. This humble act of serving as a grandson is truly a skill. She grumbled inwardly, then glanced up and saw the freshly milked goat staring back at her, its dark eyes filled with icy coldness. Jiang Qi's heart trembled. That wasn't the look of a goat, it was more like the look of a human. She paused for a moment, then a wave of turbulent water surged through her head, and she felt dizzy. The sky and the earth seemed to turn upside down. The bowl in her hand fell to the ground, clattering onto the grass. She held her head, her eyes unfocused, and slowly, feebly she collapsed. Zhong Yuan took the handkerchief Zhong Yi offered him, wiped his hands, and looked indifferently at Jiang Qi, who lay on the ground. A light rippled around her, but her figure and features remained unchanged. Zhong Yi checked and said, It's definitely me. Zhong Yuan remained silent, only raising his chin. Zhong Yi then squatted in front of Jiang Qi and asked, Who are you? The person on the ground, eyes closed, answered, I'm Jin Hao. Where are you from? The Orc Plain. Who are your relatives? My father's name was Jin Deity, a noble of the Orc Empire, and the last of the Golden Butterfly lineage. My mother's name was Feng Chuanming, whose beast form was a colorful swallowtail butterfly. They're both deceased. I have no brothers or sisters. Zhong Yi asked a few more questions, and the person on the ground answered fluently, without a single stutter or sign of pretense. Zhong Yi summoned Jiang Qi's conductor's panel and inspected it inside and out. There were no issues. Zhong Yuan, finally satisfied, ordered, Release your divine power. The person on the ground rose, opened his eyes, a blank expression on his face, raised his hands, and released his divine power. Beautiful divine power, shrouded in icy light, emanated from his hands, disrupting the surrounding airflow and causing the space to distort slightly. Zhong Yuan examined him carefully, a look of satisfaction on his face. Not bad, he has the makings of a demigod. Zhong Yi whispered, Teacher, should we use him as manpower? Zhong Yuan shook his head. He has such opportunities and abilities, and there's still plenty of room for improvement. It would be a shame to use him as manpower. Let's train him well. Yes. Zhong Yuan waved his hand. Go ahead. Zhong Yi asked Jiang Qi to follow him out. As they walked, they emerged from the grasslands into a luxurious, yet cold office. There, Zhong Yi brainwashed Jiang Qi. From now on, you are one of my disciples. Your name will be changed to Zhong Hao, and I will be your senior. You must obey me in everything. From now on, I will be in charge of arranging your team and the dungeons you participate in. Jiang Qi, yes. You must report all your activities to me. Tell me everything you gain in the dungeons. Share any benefits you gain with me. I am the one who treats you best and dearest. Jiang Qi, yes. Zhong Yi, satisfied, extended his hand and said eagerly, Now, give me some of your divine power. Jiang Qi obediently extended his hand again, releasing his divine power. A full half-hour passed before Jiang Qi regained consciousness. He dazedly asked, Why am I here? Hey, wasn't I just meeting with the headmaster? Zhong Yi said helplessly, That bowl of goat's milk contained such powerful energy that you couldn't handle it and fainted. You almost scared me. Are you okay now? Jiang Qi pressed his temples firmly with the heel of his palm. I'm still feeling dizzy. Ah, I'm so sorry, Minister. No, the teacher isn't angry, is he? Why would the teacher be angry? Well, you have the power of a demigod, but you can't even handle a bowl of goat's milk. You need to practice harder. Jiang Qi said sheepishly, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, senior brother. Zhong Yi handed Jiang Qi a document. This is your next dungeon. Take a good look at it. If you have nothing else to do, leave immediately. Jiang Qi took the document and began to read. What do you want me to do in this dungeon? You just need to. Soon after, Zhong Yi escorted Jiang Qi out. Those indigenous people in your car. I find someone to get them to Blue Star for you. You don't have to worry about them anymore. Just focus on your work. Jiang Qi smiled, then I take them to the next transfer station. I'm also going there to meet up with the new players. Alright, I already arranged the next transfer station. The new car for you is also there. If you have any problems, just ask me, senior brother. Speaking of problems, as they passed the lobby, Jiang Qi took a few more glances at the star map and spoke naturally, Senior brother, I have a problem right now. I'm curious about it. Is there any way I can see it all the time? Zhong Yi, Zhong Yi's mouth twitched. This was truly rude. But meeting Jiang Qi's eyes, filled with expectation and trust, He couldn't say no. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to, but rather that his secondary hypnosis wasn't that strong to begin with. He had planted the suggestion in Jin Hao's consciousness that he completely trusted him, and that he should always consider his own interests, but the suggestion wasn't very strong. He still had his own judgment and thoughts. Therefore, if he showed any signs of being less than friendly towards him, he'd likely doubt their close relationship. If this got to Zhong Yuan, his poaching would be exposed, and he'd be in for a real disaster. Even before, everyone he hypnotized had been completely devoted to him, never asking anything of him. He looked at Jiangqi suspiciously, seeing nothing. He could only attribute it to divine protection, and perhaps a naturally overbearing and selfish personality, as he was a son of a noble family. He could only feign helplessness. Okay, I think of a way. How about this? I give you a star map simulator. It won't be as detailed and clear as this, but it's pretty good. Jiangqi's eyes lit up immediately. No, give it to me now. Zhong Yi, helpless, looked around, dragged Jiangqi out of the administration building, found a deserted corner, and bought a star map simulator from the game app with his own money. Jiangqi looked at the ball of light in his hand. With a gentle squeeze, it projected the star map. Manual swipes were also possible, though the clarity wasn't as high. She smiled. Thank you, senior brother. Zhong Yi felt a pang of pain. This star map simulator was expensive. But thinking about the divine power he had just received from Jiangqi, and the prospect of further benefits, he regained some composure. Come on, I see you out. In the building, Rongding stood by the window, watching the two leave. Their demeanor was so intimate that Jiangqi even acted as if he completely trusted Zhong Yi. He frowned slightly. Her assistant came over. Teacher, it seems that Jin Hao has been completely subjugated by Deputy Minister Zhong Yuan. This Deputy Minister's tactics are truly... The assistant glared with disdain. Rongding said, he's not the only one using these tactics here. She was simply curious. Was Jin Hao just pretending, or had he truly been subjugated? If he was simply subjugated, her regard for him would be in vain. But if he was just pretending, would he be able to put on such a show in front of Zhong Yuan? She shook her head. What a pity. Jiangqi was escorted all the way out by Zhong Yi. Back on her own train, she waved warmly to Zhong Yi. Goodbye, senior brother. She smiled as the train departed. Just as she was about to lose sight of the upper spirit plane, a cold, resounding voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Jiangqi, it's time to wake up. Jiangqi's smile faltered, her eyes blurring for a moment. Then, her whole body trembled, and she clutched her head tightly. Hiss. Then, her vision gradually cleared, and the previous scenes replayed before her, her expression gradually becoming distorted. She suddenly transformed into a swarm of golden butterflies. Among them, one was particularly large and a different color, a gloomy black. Then, she transformed back into human form, grasping the golden butterfly in her hand and crushing it. Her face turned pale. She took 2 breaths. Then he slammed the console, stomped his foot on the chair, and unleashed a barrage of curses. Damn it! He's a deputy minister after all. How can he be so despicable? He doesn't rely on skill or charisma to win me over. He doesn't even offer a rosy vision. He just drugged me with this lousy goat's milk and brainwashed me. If she hadn't sensed something was wrong, and worried she wouldn't understand the goat's milk's effects and react inappropriately, and hadn't decisively separated a small portion of her consciousness, forced the rest to sleep, and handed her body over to that strand of consciousness, she would have been trapped. The golden butterfly she had just crushed was that tiny fragment of her own consciousness. It was a complete gut-wrenching blow to her brain. Yun waited until she finished her scolding before admonishing, although you destroyed that controlled consciousness, your body has absorbed all the goat milk. Are you still feeling any discomfort? Jiangqi sat down, clutching his stomach. Not really, but nausea. I feel like that's not goat milk, that goat is a person. Who knows what part of the human body that so-called goat milk is? I want to vomit. No, this body is dirty. Just give it back to Jin Hao. Let him be that beloved junior brother. A golden butterfly cautiously flew out from the corner, echoing Jin Hao's voice. Well, forget it. I don't want this body anymore. It was obvious from the moment he heard it that the titular Jin Hao was in trouble. If he took back his body now, wouldn't he be taking back the trouble with him? Jiangqi rolled his eyes at him. Jin Hao shuddered and obediently flew back to his wall-hanging position. Jiangqi pulled a bottle of water from the drawer beneath the console and gulped down the entire bottle. He then opened the bottom drawer, and a curled-up earthworm emerged. Jiangqi picked it up, and it wrapped its plump body around her wrist. Jiangqi felt a little disgusted by the sticky touch, and she brushed her hand over the earthworm's head, revealing a player panel. As she approached the spirit tablet, she anticipated a rigorous inspection. Not only had she left Jin Hao, the golden butterfly, on the train, but she also forcibly removed the player panel, fearing it would be discovered, and temporarily attached it to the earthworm. Things that shouldn't have been on Jin Hao's person were also stuffed into his player backpack. At this point, she reconnected the player panel and integrated it into her sea of consciousness. After completing this, she breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back weakly in her chair. Damn Dong-yi! He's swindled so much of my divine power, leaving me so weak right now. Sooner or later, he have to pay me back with interest, and that Zhong Yuan, wait for her too. She hasn't suffered such a huge loss since her rebirth. Chapter 96. The train, seemingly somewhat damaged, continued steadily along its tracks. Jiangqi ended the in-train announcement and took out the plane simulator. After careful examination, he determined it was merely a product from a game, essentially no different from a prop, and lacking any backdoors for surveillance. He then opened it again. A huge star map unfolded in the cab. In the center of the star map was the upper spirit plane, a particularly bright spot of light. The other planes were essentially distributed around it. Jin Hao flew over curiously. Is this the universe we live in? Where is the orc plane? This time, Jiangqi didn't ignore him. She scrolled through the star map and found it after a moment. This is it. She clicked on a plane spot, and a brief introduction popped up. The orc plane, a secondary plane. Orcs have a rich and diverse bloodline, and a combative nature, making them a prime source of players. This plane has a minor connection to the beast god, who signed a basic cooperation agreement with the game on its behalf, providing energy, players, and other resources to the game annually. Jin Hao was shocked. The beast god actually exists. And how can this be called a cooperation agreement? It's simply a contract of submission and tribute. Jiangqi, which of these planes isn't subservient to the game? Which doesn't pay tribute? The difference is just voluntary or forced. The fact that your plane can even be labeled a cooperative is already quite impressive. Jin Hao was depressed, and it seemed so too. Jiangqi searched for a while longer before finally finding the Blue Star plane. The description read, "The Blue Star plane, discovered less than a year ago, is preliminarily classified as a Level 1 plane. It boasts a rich population and resources, a relatively favorable living environment, and a well-developed social system. It is currently being developed as a dungeon site. It could also be considered as a resettlement site for retirees and exiles, or a place for divine cultivation and rejuvenation. It's planned to be included in key development projects for the next 10 years. Jiangqi narrowed his eyes slightly, and calculated the distance from the spirit plane to the Blue Star plane. Surprisingly, it wasn't that far. At normal train speeds, it would take less than a month to reach the destination. Using a jump, only one jump would be required. This location is incredibly dangerous. It's truly incredible luck that Blue Star remained undiscovered until recently." Jiangqi sighed inwardly. Blue Star's doom was practically inevitable, and now that it's exposed, there's no chance of escaping unscathed. Being exploited, used, and exploited is completely inevitable. The only option left is to seize this opportunity and move forward. She glanced at the key development projects for the next 10 years for a moment. Jin Hao flew over and asked, "Is this the Blue Star plane?" Jiangqi said calmly, "It seems the future here is promising. Sending these natives there will also establish a presence of my own on Blue Star." Jin Hao flattered him, "Boss, you are truly foresight." Jiangqi asked, "What do you think? Since you don't want your body back, what are your plans for the future?" "Me?" The small golden butterfly fluttered in a circle and asked hesitantly, "Boss, do you want me to go to this Blue Star?" Jiangqi scrolled through the star map, looking at the descriptions of other planes. "It's up to you. After all, I've been using your body, and you've been quite sensible lately. I can give you a chance. If you're not willing, I can support someone else." Jiangqi glanced at Jin Hao. Her desire to use this Jin Hao wasn't a sudden impulse. Now that he was in deep trouble as Jin Hao, he knew he wouldn't be able to handle this identity again, and he would naturally be eager to find another way out. And he does have the ability to subdue those indigenous people. It seems that they have submitted to him now, and because of his physical condition, he can't cause any trouble here. This person could be used. In fact, if she didn't have her own people nearby and couldn't personally return to Blue Star to make arrangements, there wouldn't be any need for Jin Hao. Jin Hao's heart was moved, and he couldn't help but ask, "Boss, who are you? Who do you think I am?" Jin Hao cautiously speculated, Could it be that you're a god yourself? Jiangqi, oh? Why do you think so? Back in that radiation mutation dungeon, you suddenly appeared and stole my body. You must have been waiting there for a long time, right? And I can see that you hate the train conductor and the other players. You must be the guardian deity of that world, right? That's why you're absorbing the power of those statues so easily. Jiangqi listened to his own self-consistent logic and smiled faintly. Yes or no, what does it matter? To Jin Hao, this was tantamount to an admission. He grew excited and leaned closer, his tiny butterfly head filled with flattery. You truly are a god indeed. You already recovered your demigod strength. A return to peak status isn't far off. I follow you from now on. As long as it doesn't go against the game, I won't hesitate. Whatever you ask, I do. Jiangqi glanced at him and extended his index finger, pushing him away. Since you guessed my identity, you should know I don't particularly like bullying the natives. Once you arrive on Blue Star, behave yourself, and let everyone else settle down and live a good life. Your competition isn't the natives of Blue Star, but the other people who are being sent there. Do you understand? Jin Hao flapped his wings. I understand. Jiangqi looked him up and down. You need a new body. I give you half of my butterfly swarm and help you form a new body. From now on, you can exist independently of me. The train kept having problems here and there along the way. It wasn't a long journey, but it took 3 days to reach the destination. Jiangqi got out of the train. A young man was already waiting at the platform. He smiled brightly and said, You must be junior brother Zhong Hao, right? I'm your senior brother Zhong Changel. Senior brother Zhong, he told me about your situation. Where are the people who need to be taken to Blue Star? What a coincidence. We can just change trains and start our journey. Jiangqi looked in the direction he pointed. A train was parked on a track over there, with people queuing to board. Jiangqi asked, Who is that? They're another group heading to Blue Star to settle there. They're the Lightning Tribe. They offered their home plane to the game as a dungeon, simply seeking shelter, and yet they were assigned to Blue Star. Jiangqi looked at the lightning bolts that occasionally flashed from those people, looking a little annoyed. Compared to this, my people seem mediocre. There aren't as many of them as you. Zhong Changel patted Jiangqi's shoulder. Zhong Yuan said, You care deeply about these indigenous people. I didn't believe it, but it seems to be true. However, after these people arrive on Blue Star, they will be taken over by the service station there and assigned to settlements. They generally won't be grouped together. Don't worry, there won't be any fighting. Jiangqi still looked annoyed, but he was thinking that Chui, he was the station master. With Chui He's arrangements, Country C would be the first to know about these outsiders, and would be able to devise a response, so they wouldn't be caught off guard. She said, That still won't work. Those who leave my command must be no worse off than others. How about this? I give each of you 100 train coins as a farewell gift. Zhong Changel, 100 train coins per person, that's over 2 million for over 20,000 people. This new junior apprentice is truly wealthy, and this competitive spirit is truly bizarre. Jiangqi returned to the train, and an announcement was made throughout the train. Natives from the Feather Realm, please disembark immediately. You will be transferring to another train bound for Blue Star. In the train, those who had been sitting there for days finally came to life upon hearing this announcement. We're finally here. Are we transferring? Then we're going to part ways here? But before we say goodbye, I have a gift for you. The announcement continued, and people looked up, a little surprised. There were gifts. Then, a small floating screen appeared before those bound for Blue Star. It read, People from the Feather Realm, our journey together is destined. I am giving you 100 train coins as a starting fund for your life on Blue Star. You can ask the station master about the use and value of the train coins. If you can't use them on Blue Star, this is a souvenir. In the cab, after Jiangqi finished speaking, a Yuan asked, Are you sending train coins to Blue Star on purpose? Jiangqi said, While the train coins made by different train conductors may differ slightly in style, their essence is the same. Whether it's ghost cultivators, zombies, or the activation and maintenance of certain items, the energy contained in them is essential. Country C has a book called Currency Minting, and they know exactly how to use train coins. They definitely find a way to exchange them for Country C currency or supplies. Over 2 million train coins is a considerable amount of resources. This is all I can do right now. The natives who received 100 train coins were thrilled. They heard these train coins were incredibly rare. The previous players, who entered the Feather Realm, only received 10 train coins each. The players who weren't going to Blue Star shed tears of envy. Why hadn't they realized their train conductor was so generous? "Oh, I want to go to that blue star," one player muttered. "Forget it. We're players, destined to dungeon our way to death." After Jiang Qi's thorough and concise persuasion, over 90% of the Feather Realm's natives decided to head to Blue Star. The remaining ones were those truly unwilling to settle for mediocrity, and a few troublemakers. After the indigenous people disembarked, Zhong Changle's men led them to the train bound for Blue Star. A long line formed, and each person had to register before boarding. A youthful-looking boy passed by Jiang Qi and assured her, "Leave these people to me, don't worry. I helped them establish themselves on Blue Star. If you ever go there again, I definitely give you a great honor." A close look revealed a resemblance between the boy and Jiang Qi's current appearance. This was Jin Hao today. In the 3 days they had been able to delay the process, Jiang Qi had given him a small portion of his butterfly swarm and used his demigod power to help him transform into a human form. Now, it wasn't Jiang Qi stealing Jin Hao's body, rather, the reshaped Jin Hao's body was Jiang Qi's own. The priorities were reversed. Jiang Qi could destroy this body at any time if he wanted. Jiang Qi said, "When you arrive, build good relations with that service station. This service station might just be the bond between you and the people of Blue Star. I heard there are other gaming organizations on Blue Star. If they're hiring, you could give them a try. In short, don't be outdone by the lightning or spark tribes." "Don't worry." Jin Hao happily joined the queue, excited about his new freedom, completely unaware that the string of his kite was being tightened even tighter. Next, Zhong Changle assigned the remaining natives to link up with the player panel. From then on, Jiang Qi had over 5,000 new and existing players under his command. They settled down at the transit station. After waiting for 2 more days, the players Zhong Yi had assigned to Jiang Qi finally arrived. Jiang Qi went to meet them. Wow, they looked like they were formidable. A fiery red train was seen, with players disembarking one after another. They were mighty and fierce, and 8 out of 10 had fierce eyes. The bloody aura emanating from their bodies could scare anyone away from them even from a distance of 8 feet. The remaining 2, however, were reserved and taciturn, looking even more formidable. The conductor, a scruffy middle-aged man with an unidentified cigarette dangling from his lips, descended from the front of the train. He looked Jiang Qi up and down. "Are you the Zhong Hao? Okay, I leave these players to you." "Ugh, I'm exhausted. Finally, I can rest." With that, he departed. Jiang Qi looked at the players standing in front of him, forming several well-organized lines, their faces expressionless as they saluted him in unison. Zhong Yi told her the next dungeon was dangerous, so she had been assigned the most useful, capable, and ferocious players. These players were different from ordinary players. Each of them carried a strong desire or obsession. They had signed a contract with Zhong Yuan's faction, and with each dungeon they cleared, they would receive a corresponding reward. These rewards, accumulated, would help them achieve their goals. So, they fought bravely, fearless of life and death. They would be assigned to whichever train conductor needed them. The train conductors could rest during their shifts, but they rarely had time to rest, nor did they need to rest. They were like tireless knives. The train conductors naturally favored these players. They didn't need to pay them extra, nor did they care about their lives. If their knives became dull or broke, they would naturally be replaced. With so many planes, there was no shortage of willing warriors. Even their deaths were not counted towards the player mortality rate. Jiang Qi hadn't known about the existence of this type of player. She assumed those forcibly conscripted as players were already helpless enough, and that the local inhabitants of the dungeon were already suffering enough. Now, looking at these faces, some tense, some fierce, some numb, she realized that there's no limit to the suffering in this world. Jiang Qi opened the dashboard and looked at the information. "There are 851 of you, right?" No one answered. Jiang Qi paused, then said, "Then I call the roll. Those whose names are called, please report." Without waiting for a response, she said, "Zheng Fengming. Here. Marian. Here. Jilling. Here." A moment later, after completing the roll call, Jiang Qi said, 851 people, confirmed. "I booked rooms for you. Take a day off today, and have a meeting tomorrow." Some of them seemed surprised to hear they could rest, but most of them showed no reaction. When Jiang Qi said to disperse, they vanished without a trace. Zhong Changle leaned aside, chewing something, watching the entire process. After everyone had left, he said to Jiang Qi, "Brother, you haven't come across this type of player, have you? They're called blades. You don't need to treat them too well. Rest, care, or attention, none of that will only wear away their fighting spirit and sharpness." Just like a blunt blade, losing its agility, slowing its reflexes, they only die faster. Constantly tense, vigilant, ruthless, and cold, they're at their best. Jiangqi asked, if they truly accumulate enough rewards, will they truly achieve their goals? Zhong Changel said, of course, they signed a contract with the teacher, and it's recognized by the game. Moreover, without numerous successful examples, would they be so obedient? Jiangqi was quite surprised. She had thought that the sinister and despicable Zhong Yuan wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise. Zhong Changel added, it's not just our teacher who employs these people. Other deputy ministers have these players under their command, too. There are thousands, tens of thousands, or even more. They serve as vanguards and death squads for the train conductor. Even other departments employ these people, specifically to deal with difficult and dangerous situations. Jiangqi scoffed, this is just one level down. Exploitation. The more she learned about the game, the more twisted and cruel it seemed to her. But then she thought, if one day she were desperate and knew that becoming a blade, risking her life over and over again, would fulfill her heart's desire, she would be willing to do it too. Then it seemed like this game still offered those in despair a chance. The thought seemed even more twisted. She couldn't quite make any judgment. She shook her head, said goodbye to Zhong Changel, and left. Back in her room, Jiangqi was still a little sullen. A Yuan asked, do you sympathize with those people? Jiangqi, I can't really say. It was their own choice. Perhaps some were forced, but no matter what the reason for taking this path, they have blood on their hands, and there are undoubtedly innocent people among them. So wouldn't it be hypocritical to sympathize with them? She leaned over the table, her chin resting on her hand. I'm just a little confused. I always wanted to destroy this game, but the more I learn, the more vast, mysterious, unfathomable, and invincible it seems. I also realize that too many people are willingly playing along. Even Jiangqi herself was only a step away from actively killing the natives. In these few dungeons, with her letting them go, with her watching them, how many people have died? And even those deaths became her train coins. Using the blood of others to achieve her own success, how different is she from those blades, and from those who willingly played along with the game? It is like a machine with infinite power, a huge dive vat of evil. All those who jump into it actively, passively, voluntarily, or forcefully are died. If it ever really stops, I wonder if that would be another disaster. Jiangqi said, shaking his head in self-mockery. I'm just worrying about nothing. We're just at the beginning, and I'm already worrying about this. The conductor's panel rang, and a Yuan said, it's the dungeon summary. After all this time, it's finally here. She opened it. In the third dungeon you led, the Skyfall instance, your passenger mortality rate was 61.3%, and the native mortality rate was 79.2%. In this dungeon, you earned 13,359,070 train coins. You played a crucial and important role in this dungeon, having a profound impact on the Feather Realm plane. In summary, your performance in this dungeon is excellent. You are officially promoted to level 2 conductor, Jiangqi. She looked at the comments speechlessly. Has a profound impact on the Feather Realm plane? Why not mention that I directly caused its collapse? And you're performing excellently, getting promoted right on the spot. Did Zhongyi use a backdoor to change this review for me? Just as he was saying this, the panel chimed again. A call came in from Zhongyi. Jiangqi picked up the phone. Zhongyi said, did you receive the dungeon summary? I changed some of your reviews. The responsibility for the destruction of the Feather Realm can't be placed on your shoulders. And I've given you a promotion. While level 2 train conductor isn't very high, it's better than level 1. I give you another promotion after you finish this dungeon. He looked like he was taking credit for it. What else could Jiangqi say? No wonder so many people wanted to curry favor with someone. The difference between having someone behind you and not having one was so huge. Without a backer, her actions in the Feather Realm would be grave offenses. With a backer, it was a trivial matter that could be resolved with a few simple comments. She could only continue to play the role of a good junior brother, expressing gratitude to Zhongyi. Finally, Zhongyi said, enter the new dungeon as soon as possible. Feel free to use those blade players. They're almost fully rewarded. You know, more deaths are better. Jiangqi's eyes twitched, and he smiled, I understand. After the call ended, she felt sick looking at the dashboard. What kind of people were they? Oh, since they couldn't break the contract, they were trying to kill as many people as possible who were about to complete it. Once they died, they naturally didn't have to fulfill their promise. So, whoever wants to mess with someone below them always has a way. Jiangqi suddenly regained his fighting spirit. No, Even if it's hard to change the situation, people like that can't stay at the top. She continued to read the dungeon summary, and sure enough, there was a second page. Summary of the Skyfall Fiery Blaze Dungeon 2.0, Violation version. In this dungeon, you absorbed most of the divine power and consciousness of the Feather God's 7 avatars, causing the Feather God's demise and the plane's collapse. You obtained the dungeon's dungeon monster, the Skyfire monster, and claimed it for yourself. You exiled over 30,000 native dungeon inhabitants and relocated them to another plane. Although you conducted most of these actions above in an above-the-hood manner, the starting point and the outcome still constitute violations. Your violations have resulted in serious consequences. You have done well, and you have been awarded Violation Power X100,000. We look forward to seeing you perform more violations. Chapter 97. The world we're about to visit is an ocean world. The land has been submerged, leaving only a few of the highest peaks, forming islands that still emerge above the sea. These islands are our only remaining base after entering the dungeon. The next day, Jiangqi gathered all the players for a meeting, primarily to explain the next dungeon. This dungeon has no native inhabitants, but the sea is rife with danger. Besides relatively low-level mutants, there are also supernatural creatures like water ghosts, and sirens. Most importantly, it's said that the entire ocean is the incarnation of the sea god, or in other words, this plane itself is the sea god's domain. Fortunately, this is a weakened and dormant sea god, and its consciousness is likely hidden in the ruins of the sea god's palace on the seabed. Our goal is to locate these ruins. After Jiangqi finished speaking, the 851 Blade players didn't react much, at most frowning slightly and looking down in thought. Jiangqi's own players' expressions dropped, frightened by this dungeon, which sounded so ferocious and dangerous. Jiangqi looked at them, his lips twitching. There was such a huge crowd, and even though there wasn't enough space, they preferred to squeeze 2 people to a seat rather than sit next to the Blade players, leaving a gap around them. These 5,000 plus people seemed barely enough for the 800 or so to handle. The contrast was truly devastating. This Poseidon dungeon was truly too far-fetched for them. But their conductor had been assigned such a dungeon after all. She directly displayed the images of the ocean from the information Zhong Yi had given her on the large blackboard for everyone to see. The oceans of this world are vast and extremely deep. The original depth, combined with the increased depth after flooding, now averages around 4,000 meters, with the deepest point exceeding 10,000 meters. Our plan is to search shallower areas first. If we can't find anything, we need to enter the abyssal zone, or even the abyssal zone, below 6,000 meters. Jiangqi looked at everyone. Once you enter the dungeon, everyone will receive a dungeon buff, allowing you to breathe, see, and maintain body temperature underwater. You can also ignore the water pressure above the abyssal zone. However, this buff is only effective for 3 hours per day, and it resets after midnight each day. In other words, above the abyssal zone, we have 3 hours each day to ignore the obstacles of the sea. The remaining enemies are primarily mutants and supernatural creatures. She looked at the Blade players. You should be able to deal with these things. The players remained silent. Jiangqi didn't need their answers, assuming they agreed, and continued, then we work in groups. You be Group A, and the average players will be Group B. 3 players in Group A will be paired with 17 to 20 players in Group B, making up a small team. During exploration, Group A members will primarily be responsible for guarding against surrounding dangers, while Group B members will be responsible for exploring the surrounding area, not only searching for the Sea God Palace, but also mapping the seabed. We be divided into 283 teams, each working in small groups. They explore the seabed, stay on the island, be supported by surface ships, and receive air support. These 4 fronts will operate simultaneously, rotating in coordination. Jiangqi drew a simple diagram on the blackboard and began to explain her specific plan. She then divided everyone into groups, and further assigned tasks. As Jiangqi's players listened, their hearts gradually relaxed, their expressions less fearful. So, while they were on the seabed, their primary responsibility was exploration, and those fierce players in Group A would be providing them with protection? That didn't seem so scary after all. The Blade players' expressions, however, became a bit strange. Some exchanged glances, others frowned in thought. Finally, someone asked, "Conductor, I have a question." Jiangqi looked over. This person had sharp features, a pair of pointed ears, and pale skin with a bluish-gray tint. His name was Marion, and he was from a non-human race, perhaps some kind of spirit stone tribe, or rather, a kind of stone spirit. Jiangqi, speak. If we can't find the Sea God Palace ruins, Will we keep searching? Jiangqi shook his head. No, this dungeon still has a 30-day deadline. If the time is up, and we still haven't found the Sea God Palace, turning in the underwater map will count as mission completion. You can exit the dungeon at that time. The Blade players' expressions relaxed a bit after hearing this. This meant they weren't forced to venture below the Ultra Abyss. As long as they didn't alert the Sea God, the dungeon's danger level would decrease significantly. But logically speaking, finding the Sea God Palace would be a far greater achievement than simply mapping it. If it were any other conductor, seeking to impress and gain more benefits, they would have given them a death warrant to search for the Sea God Palace, even sending them to explore the deepest depths upon entering the dungeon. They looked at the conductor standing on the platform. Could it be that they had encountered a less ruthless conductor this time? Jiangqi continued. So, our first goal is to find the Sea God Palace, and our second is to map the ocean floor. The first goal is optional, but the second must be completed, at least above the abyssal zone. The dungeon is massive, and we only have a few thousand people, each with only 3 hours a day. To create the most detailed map possible, every single one of you is crucial. I hope none of you will be lost. Okay, if there are no other questions, get ready. Go to platform 7. The train will stop there. You can board the train. The seats are assigned to the groups you just divided into. Get acquainted with each other, and develop a good rapport. Later, I enable the map mapping function on your player dashboard. After the players left, Jiangqi opened the dashboard and contacted Zhongyi. Zhongyi quickly answered, Junior brother, are you leaving for the dungeon? I be leaving soon, brother. I just been studying this dungeon carefully. I'm worried we won't be able to find the Sea God. It's best to map the entire ocean floor, so we can report back later. Zhongyi was anxious. You possess the power of a demigod. If you unleash your power, you definitely alert the Sea God. Otherwise, why would you send me to this dungeon? Jiangqi said in a fearful tone, but I'm still worried. He's the Sea God, after all. Even if we have to confront him, we can't just rush in straight away. I better map the ocean floor first to get a general idea. Brother, enabling the mapping function for players is expensive. Could you please help me out and fund it? It'd be best if I could get it to the highest level. Zhongyi choked. They really treated him like a money bag. Also, brother, my players are completely defenseless against the sea monster. Give them all some protective gear. Otherwise, if they die the moment they enter the dungeon, who will I find to work for me? Hundreds of Blade players. How can they possibly be enough? Also, I want some sturdy ships and aircraft. If I can't defeat the Sea God, I can still escape in a ship or aircraft. Also, Zhongyi's temper was shattered. You're emptying my pockets. Jiangqi, brother, you're hurting me. Isn't this just to prepare? I plan to fight the Sea God carefully. Once I figure out his weaknesses, I can strike him with one strike. Once I defeated the Sea God, I call you. Come over secretly, and the Sea God's power will be yours. Zhongyi fell silent, but Jiangqi knew he was tempted. Jiangqi sighed, feigning disappointment, his tone deliberately drawn out. Brother, you wouldn't even agree to such a small favor, would you? I'm clearly working for you, yet you don't seem to care about my safety at all. This remark immediately struck a chord with Zhongyi. He ultimately promised Jiangqi 10 large ships, 10 aircraft, and 1,000 life-saving items, which would be delivered to Jiangqi at the next transfer station. He also allocated 500,000 train coins, but nothing more. Jiangqi ended the call. How stingy. She activated the map mapping function for all her players, setting it at the advanced level for 120 train coins per person, costing nearly 800,000. Then, looking at the large amount of train coins in her account, she felt a little helpless. She was now considered wealthy, but unfortunately, beyond tolls and the like, she had no money to spend. She was only a second-level train conductor and couldn't access the in-game store, so she couldn't buy items in the game. She thought for a moment, then stood up and left. Soon after, she bought some goods from other train conductors at a high price and headed for her own train. Her new train was just an ordinary work train, a little more imposing and advanced than the previous one. Jiangqi started the train, and a day later, it arrived at the next transfer station. Sure enough, the ships and other items Zhongyi had given her were already waiting there. In their inactive state, they looked like figurines and didn't take up much space, so Jiangqi stored them in the driver's cab. Poseidon Plain. The inky sea surface heaved slightly, and suddenly a strong wind blew, sending the waves swirling high, almost touching the gloomy sky. A large, rugged yellow croaker, half the size of a human, emerged from the sea. Its strange fish face, oddly resembling a human's, emerged. It glanced at the distant island and slowly dubbed back down. A stream of bubbles rose from the water, and several equally rugged seafood gathered below. Gulyalu, it's so quiet everywhere. Gulyalu, it's been ages since those humans came. Gulyalu, this is our paradise. The seafood swam happily around for a few circles, then one said, we found the sea god. Eat him. Get out of here. Gulyalu. Gulyalu. The seafood swam their tails and dove deeper, but only a few hundred meters down when a shadowy figure flashed by, and one of the seafood disappeared. Then, the shadowy figure flashed back, and the second fish vanished. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, only the large yellow croaker was left struggling to swim. Hurry up and catch up, Gulyalu. It looked back, but its companions were nowhere to be seen. It paused for a moment, then strands of seaweed-like hair drifted down from above, and a translucent, swollen face gradually came into view. The large yellow croaker, ah! As soon as it cried out, the long hair wrapped around it, snatching it away. The swollen face suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the fish whole. A hint of satisfaction crossed the water ghost's swollen, stiff face, but soon hunger returned. The intense hunger filled it with resentment. It can't eat enough at all. It wasn't these things it wanted to eat, it was divine power. It was the sea god. It wanted to eat the sea god. The lush, long hair whipped through the water, pushing its swollen body downward. The deeper it went, the more strange creatures appeared, and the fiercer the struggle. You eat me, I eat you, the strong eat the weak, and then they were eaten by the stronger. And all the creatures were practically muttering one sentence, eat, eat, eat. Eat the sea god. Somewhere on an island, a group of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Jiangqi, leading over 6,000 players, landed precisely on the island. She stood up and looked around. It was a small island, surrounded by bare rocks and a smattering of brown soil, with almost no shelter. From the island, she saw a vast expanse of sea. Whether it was the gloomy sky or something else, the water was almost pitch black, and the vastness of the area was oppressive and dizzying. Jiangqi looked up at the overly low sky, then at the oppressive sea. She felt the place was suffocatingly dead. Beneath the sea, a dense, terrifying resentment seemed to swirl. And the sky here, so low and oppressive, it felt as if the entire plane were collapsing. Jiangqi released her consciousness, but found it difficult to extend it. The air here was barely moving, stagnant. If she hadn't been able to breathe, she would have thought there was no air at all. Did she really have to use her divine power? Zhongyi had tricked her out with so much of her divine power, and she had finally recovered most of it over the past few days. She didn't want to waste it. She whispered, the information here describes it as much more serious. The information said that this dungeon was once a normal world. Due to repeated dungeon incursions, the environment here has changed. The natives and normal creatures gradually died out. Even the sea god here has changed. The sea level continues to rise, and a large number of strange creatures have spawned in the sea. But because of this dungeon has become a highly difficult dungeon and will continue to be used. But recently, this dungeon was put on the cleanup list, requiring a thorough cleanup and closure. Jiangqi was assigned to this task. Zhongyi hoped she could defeat the sea god in one fell swoop, but in reality, because the strata in this dungeon had undergone drastic shifts, the entire seabed was completely altered. Therefore, as long as Jiangqi could map the seabed and complete the dungeon data, she could pass it. She said that the higher-ups were being too stingy. If they really wanted a quick victory, they should send a truly powerful team to sweep it all in. Or they could bring in a bunch of exploration equipment, and with a few swipes, they could get a complete picture of the seabed. But the fees for sufficiently powerful individuals are too high, and the equipment capable of fully surveying the seabed is too expensive. Low-level labor is still the most cost-effective. And so, the cleanup work has been turned into a dungeon quest, directly exploiting the player's labor for free. Jiangqi took out a submarine exploration device and examined it. She had bought it from a trained conductor for 1,000,000 yuan. It could reach depths of 7 or 8,000 meters, but even if she was willing to spend the money, she could only afford one. A yuan said, the information Zhongyi gave you might be incomplete. It's not that simple here. How about I check it for you? Jiangqi hurriedly stopped him. No, don't move. Thank you, just rest. If a yuan got into trouble while investigating this, she would be heartbroken. She put away the submarine exploration device, not using it for the time being, and then took out the 10 ships and 10 aircraft. Activating them, they instantly grew in size. The ships plunged into the sea, and the aircraft engines began to roar. Jiangqi said to the players, Follow my instructions and begin the action. Jiang Qi's plan called for the 283 teams to be divided into 4 waves. One wave would dive deep into the ocean floor and operate on the seabed. This would be the yellow team. One wave would sail on a large ship, maintaining a near perpendicular distance from the yellow team, allowing them to board the ship at any time for safe passage. This would be the blue team. One wave would fly in airplanes, always ready to support the blue team below. This would be the white team. The remaining wave would remain on the island, building a camp and preparing food. This would be the green team. The 4 teams would rotate, making full use of each person's 3 hours in the water. She was truly prepared to only partially map the seafloor in this dungeon. She wouldn't risk her life against that sea god for Zhong Yi's request. Team Yellow only sent out 10 teams in the first round, totaling no more than 200 people. Jiang Qi gave each of them a single-use life-saving item. This item was quite a rip-off, with a shelf life of only 1 month. Zhong Yi had deliberately timed it by giving her the lowest quality item. So, Jiang Qi didn't feel bad about it. He gave it to anyone going underwater. After all, it meant a life-saving measure in case of danger. Wang Dama was among the yellow team going underwater this time, and she was also the captain of her team. With a serious expression, she adjusted her clothes and donned the life-saving item she was given. It looked like a gecko's tail, and could be simply wrapped around her arm. Can this thing really save lives? A nearby teammate asked curiously. Wang Dama said, the conductor said it's possible, definitely possible. Why would he lie to us? That's true. Wang Dama told his teammates, we're the first group to go into the water. We start surveying from the edge of the island. The water in this area isn't deep, so we probably only need to dive a few hundred meters. We have dungeon buffs, so we're not afraid of water, and we have life-saving items. Don't panic no matter what happens. The 3 Blade players stood by, watching them cheer on. It was like watching elementary school students at a pep rally before a sports meet, a childish and humorous experience. However, touching the gecko tail-shaped life-saving item on their wrists, they felt a mix of emotions. This was the first time a train conductor had given them such a thing. So, once they got into the water, they had to protect these elementary school students. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain to the conductor. 2 large ships slowly sailed away from the island, and several aircraft took off, circling overhead for a watchful look. After the ships sailed a few hundred meters, the members of Team Yellow plunged into the water. With the help of the dungeon buff, they easily descended. Jiang Qi stood at the edge of the island, several screens floating before her, all displaying the detection images transmitted back by the players of Team Yellow. The images were fuzzy and the clarity wasn't great, but they were still legible. As the men descended, after a few hundred meters, they were able to detect the seafloor. Jagged mountain walls, vast expanses of flat land, and then the town nestled against the mountainside, houses with their doors and windows wide open, all now submerged underwater. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the window of a house. The nearest Team Yellow player had apparently noticed, and the camera shook violently. The next moment, a ghostly figure appeared extremely close to the camera. Ah! Wang Damao heard her teammates scream and rushed over, her limbs transformed into paws as she doggy-paddled her way across. Although the dungeon buffs allowed them to breathe and speak underwater, the water's resistance was still there, and the doggy-paddling speed was slower than her swimming speed. But someone was even faster. With a swish, a flash of light pierced the dark waters, piercing the ghostly figure. It was the players from Group A who had taken action. Ugh! The ghostly figure let out a sharp cry and vanished in a flash. Wang Damao hurriedly said, everyone, come closer. Don't disperse. This was what the train conductor had taught them. If they encountered danger underwater, they should stay together and act together. Of course, a team of people usually stayed close together. At this point, a dozen or so players from Group B gathered together, with the 3 players from Group A forming a triangle on the periphery. They carefully observed their surroundings, shining their bright flashlights. No abnormalities found so far. Continue exploring, Captain Wang Dama said, and the group moved quickly, recording the terrain and topography wherever they passed. Above them, the ship also moved. Jiang Qi watched the images sent back by each team. Many teams had been attacked by bizarre-looking marine creatures, seaweed-like water ghosts, ghostly seaweed that suddenly emerged from the ground, and transparent, ghostly creatures. Thankfully, the players in Group A were all quite powerful, so these attacks hadn't yet harmed them. Jiang Qi ordered through the control panel, try to capture those who can be brought back alive. In a matter of moments, the 10 yellow teams had surveyed a large area of the seabed. Their efficiency was indeed impressive. But the images they sent back showed drastic changes in the terrain. Here was a town, there was a cave, here was a road, there suddenly opened up a canyon. Just as the information said, the ground here had completely shifted. Chapter 98. Over 2 hours later, the first group emerged from the water, and the next group continued their exploration. And indeed, this group had caught some aquatic creatures. Jiangqi squatted on the deck, for typical creatures before him. One was a hideous, mutated sea worm covered in hair and scales. Another was a giant squid with blue eyes, as if wearing a vampire's cloak. And there was a water ghost, so much hair that you couldn't even find its head. The last creature had a human body and a fish tail. Its mouth opened, revealing not only a mouthful of sharp teeth, but also a chant that nearly drove the surrounding players into a trance. Fortunately, Jiangqi blocked it out in time. Mutated creatures, water ghosts, and this merman must be a siren. Really quite a diverse range of species. Jiangqi studied the creatures, and came to this conclusion. But what puzzled her most was that these creatures could actually speak a few human words. The strangest thing was that the mutated seafood spoke most fluently, able to form complete sentences. For example, the ugly sea scale worm before them was hurling curses. "You damn humans! Get out! Die!" The squid stuttered a bit, but still cursed fairly well. But the sirens could only chant, with a strange accent. The water ghosts were even less able to speak, their thick hair making only bubbling noises. It was truly puzzling. Seafood were the best at speaking, while the more human-like they were, the less they could speak. She looked at the others, then came over to the unattractive mermaid and asked, "What's your name?" The mermaid, hoo. "Get out." "Ah," begins to sing. "Eat the sea god. Eat the sea god." Jiangqi, that voice is so shrill. Then she went to the sea scale insect. "Hey, what's your name?" "Humph, I won't tell you." "How many bugs like you are there?" "I'm not a bug." "Okay, how many seafood like you are there?" "I'm not seafood either." "Then what are you?" The sea scale insect was stunned, unable to answer for a moment, then went berserk. "Ah! Get out! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to eat the sea god, and I'd be out of here." Then it lost itself in its own world, muttering nothing but eating the sea god. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow. It seemed that no matter what form they took, whether they could speak or not, these creatures were obsessed with eating the sea god. Just moments after being caught, they were all gnawing frantically at the air with their mouths wide open. After a while, when nothing caught them, they began tearing into each other, muttering "eat the sea god" as they devoured each other. "Are they really that hungry?" she said to someone nearby. "Is there food on the boat? Go get some raw meat, canned goods, bread, whatever. Bring whatever food you can." "Yes." Several blade players quickly went, and returned with a large pile of food. Jiangqi picked up a large piece of raw meat, and waved it in front of the 4 spirits. They showed no reaction, hugging each other and continuing to gnaw at each other. Jiangqi picked up another vegetable, but still no reaction. He unwrapped a piece of bread. The water ghost turned around, his hair a mess, and seemed to glance at the bread, but still made no move. Finally, Jiangqi opened a can of meat resembling red braised pork. A tempting aroma of meat wafted out, and the creatures all paused. Jiangqi held the can in his hand, and slowly passed it forward, heating it with the energy in his hand, and the aroma of meat spread even more. The players nearby watched the scene nervously. Jiangqi tossed the can, and the red, sauce-covered braised pork scattered across the floor. The next moment, all 4 of them pounced, scrambling frantically for the meat, grabbing it with their bare hands and stuffing it into their mouths. "Mine! Mine! Mine! Meat! Delicious!" Jiangqi stood up, stepped back a few steps, and ordered, "Bring some more canned meat and some rice. Everything needs to be hot, fragrant, and flavorful. Feed them." Soon, someone brought the food over. The cans were opened one by one, and the sealed rice packages were unpacked and placed on the ground. The monsters continued to grab the food without hesitation. Even if people got too close, they ignored them and focused on eating. Wang Damao, his hair damp from freshly emerging from the seabed, leaned over and asked, "Master, what's going on?" Jiang Qixio, watching the 4 scrambling for food, explained, "Whether at the bottom of the sea or after being caught, they've been cannibalizing each other, but they never seem to be full. They keep nagging about eating the sea god, as if only the sea god can truly satisfy them. But now, it's clear that human food is more appealing to them than each other's cold bodies, and while they're eating this meat, they stopped nagging about eating the sea god." Wang Damao thought for a moment. "Are you saying that what they really want is human food? They don't like raw meat, vegetables, or bread, either. Jiangqi asked, "Do you like raw meat and vegetables?" "I like raw meat, but not lettuce." Jiangqi, I almost forgot. This is a dog-like work. Of course, they like raw meat. She said, ordinary, normal people wouldn't be interested in raw meat and vegetables. Bread is bland and dry, so not many people like it either. But that water ghost wasn't indifferent to bread, it just wasn't tempting enough. When I opened the fragrant braised pork, they were all excited. It's obvious they just like it, they crave it. A blade player nearby pondered, is the conductor saying they were once human? Jiangqi looked at the blade player. Her name was Ji Ling. She was from a mid-level martial arts plane, a powerful woman with the aura of a desperate knight. She nodded. For now, that's a possibility. As the feeding volume increased, these large creatures finally ate their fill. They stopped attacking and yelling, and stopped muttering about eating the sea god. Wang Damao suddenly realized, so, what they really want to eat isn't the sea god, but normal human food. But can their bodies still digest normal food? Ji Ling asked, "Captain, can we take food with us into the sea? When we encounter these creatures, we can throw the food out to lure them away." Jiangqi glanced at Wang Damao. "See? They already thought of using food to distract the enemy, and you're still struggling with digestion." Wang Damao was bewildered. Jiangqi was helpless. Fortunately, she had no intention of cultivating anyone from this group of players. She turned to Ji Ling and said, "Don't rush. Let's wait and see." She walked towards the four. They had each found a spot to laze lazily. The sea worms huddled together, the squid occasionally moved its tentacles, the mermaids picked at their scales, and the water ghosts scratched at their tangled hair. Each one looked very relaxed. Jiangqi circled them twice, but none of them seemed to stir. Satisfied after eating, were they at peace? Jiangqi suddenly noticed some subtle changes taking place within them, as if a gray membrane were receding, their gray bodies fading and becoming clearer. The water ghost, in particular, had become translucent, practically floating. The transparent body enveloped the food it had just consumed, as if the food were floating in midair. Jiangqi raised his hand, and a stick appeared in his hand. He gently poked the water ghost, and the stick pierced through. The mermaid's upper body had become somewhat transparent, allowing the stick to penetrate. The tail beneath was still there, though a bit more shimmering, but the stick couldn't penetrate it. The squid and sea worms had also become less gray, but the stick couldn't penetrate them either. The players on the deck were shocked. "What's going on?" Jiangqi put away his stick and asked Ji Ling, "What do you think?" Being suddenly called out, Ji Ling didn't hesitate. All human forms are disappearing, allowing the non-human form to maintain its physical form. After a pause, she continued, "Furthermore, the more complete the human form, the more it loses language and reason. Could it be that they are evolving from human form to marine life through some process, gaining intelligence and physical form?" Jiangqi hissed, also confused. "From human to seafood, is that evolution? Generally speaking, one would assume that the more complete the human form, the higher the IQ and the more human characteristics one possesses. But here, the opposite is true, truly counterintuitive. But if it's for survival, it seems possible. Of course, it's also possible that they haven't evolved or degenerated, but simply have different characteristics in different states." She ordered, "Catch some more spirits? I need to verify this." Ji Ling, without a word, plopped into the sea, followed by several others, all blade players. Wang Damao was surprised. They just went in like that. Ji Ling just came out of the sea, and her 3 hours are almost up. What if the others go in now? What if they don't have the bonus time when it's their turn to go in? Jiangqi looked at her, then at the players in Group B on the boat, who clearly had no intention of going into the sea, or were still waiting for instructions. Well, looking at these players individually, they're actually pretty good, but compared to the blade players, they're far behind. Blade players are risk-taking, willing to fight, quick-witted, and willing to seize every opportunity. After realizing she hadn't harbored any ill will towards them, and even expressing her hope that no one would be harmed, they immediately changed their attitude and responded favorably. For example, during this trip, she had the players assign carriages by team, so they could get along well with each other and cultivate rapport. The blade players did a great job, even offering to teach the players in Group B some skills and techniques, something she witnessed through the carriage surveillance. After entering the dungeon, even after only a few hours, several blade players without quests had already started hanging around her, seemingly offering to do everything for her. Ji Ling seized the opportunity to offer her advice. They did this simply to curry her favor and establish a friendly relationship, hoping to successfully navigate this dungeon. The temporary teammate's enthusiasm was so intense that it made her longtime players seem almost paralyzed. One can only say that their strength stems from many factors. Soon after, the people who had gone into the water returned. This time, they had taken out their respective tools and captured a number of monsters, ranging from small fish and shrimp weighing several pounds to larger ones, like ghost sharks and seaweed monsters. Jiangqi experimented on them on the boat, and found that they behaved just like the previous four. They loved human food, and eating it relieved their manic state, leaving them feeling content, bright, and calm. The closer they resembled human form, the lower their intelligence became, and their human-like parts became transparent and blurred. Jiangqi thought for a moment, and instructed Ji Ling, find a few more people to count the food reserves. Leave enough for everyone to eat for a month. For the rest, select easy-to-carry items that these creatures like to eat. Give each member of Team Huang some to carry with them. If they encounter an attack on the seabed and find it difficult to respond, feed the monsters. Since food can calm the monsters, this is the easiest way. Luckily, Jiangqi already knew that this world lacked a food source. She had purchased some food at the transfer station, and the players would also have prepared their own, so food resources were relatively sufficient. Ji Ling's eyes lit up slightly. Such an important task was entrusted to her. Was this considered a sign of respect? She glanced at her fellow Blade players and solemnly replied, "Yes, I will complete the mission." Jiangqi didn't care about the players' whims. She was concerned about the true nature of these sea monsters. She sat down by the side of the boat, gazing at the vast sea, and muttered to herself, if they like to eat human food, then these creatures in the sea must have once been human. Could they be players who came here from previous dungeons? She speculated, if that's the case, I suspect these players were trapped here for some reason, transformed into all sorts of bizarre sea creatures. They still feel hungry, but the food they eat from gnawing on each other is insatiable. There's simply no food suitable for them in the vast ocean. They just starve, starve, starve. After a while, hunger drives them mad, frantic, and aggressive. They instinctively believe they're craving the sea god, and that eating him will fill their stomachs. But in reality, a normal meal would suffice. Yuan said, they're hungry, but they're not starving to death. I'm more inclined to believe they don't need food at all. Hunger is merely a physical sensation imposed upon them, keeping them frantic and aggressive toward all living things, including the sea god. And they calm down after eating human food. This isn't because they filled their stomachs, but rather because their once human instincts satisfy them. Once satisfied, they break free from hunger's grip and shed their grayish appearance. Jiangqi pondered for a moment, then glanced at the undigested mass of food within the water ghost's transparent body. He nodded and said, you're right. Their bodies don't actually need food, because each of them no longer has a normal body or structure. It's their consciousness, or rather their obsession, that demands it. Jiangqi shifted his posture, leaning against the side of the boat, swaying with the gentle rocking of the vessel. As a ghost cultivator myself, I can clearly sense the deep and heavy resentment in this ocean. Logically, it's possible that such an environment could breed an endless supply of ghosts. But I haven't spotted any ghosts, and those so-called water ghosts aren't ghosts either. They're more like beings somewhere between humanoid and alien, between the real and the illusory. It's as if a strange energy protects them, preventing them from completely falling. Furthermore, those transparent humanoid forms, clearly on the verge of dissipating, refuse to vanish, as if a unique energy was maintaining their form. A thought suddenly occurred to her, and so did Yuan. See God! The two of them said in unison. Jiangqi stood up and walked over to an octopus monster. A faint demigod power was released, brushing against its body. She closed her eyes, feeling it carefully, then retracted the power after a moment. It does possess divine power, but it's very weak. It could only have been the sea god. The sea god protects these people, ensuring that no matter how much they misbehave in the ocean, they won't completely dissipate or become demons, preventing them from reaching a point of no return. And yet these people constantly clamor to eat the sea god. If the sea god can be so tolerant and uncaring, they can't be players. That leaves only one possibility. Jiangqi looked at the various bizarre creatures on the deck, with a complicated expression. He whispered, these guys were once the natives of this place. Deep within the abyss, a massive ruin lies buried. Dark beneath the waters, impervious to a single ray of light, lies a cold and oppressive abyss. Yet, the sea surges in waves, as if some enormous creature is breathing rhythmically beneath the surface. These waves surged in all directions, carrying with them waves of divine power, silently stabilizing the forms of the various creatures in the ocean. Day after day, they fought back and forth in the ocean, one eating me, the other eating you. But in reality, those who devoured others would recreate what they had eaten the next day. A giant batfish swam across the pitch-black waters. Suddenly, its body twisted and split open, then its entire body shattered along these cuts. Some of the fragments transformed into a fish, some into a starfish, and some into a moray eel. The largest fragment once again became a batfish, albeit a much smaller one. The batfish was a bit confused, looking at the creatures before it. It vaguely remembered that it had eaten them yesterday. Why were they out again? But the next moment, a hunger from the depths of its soul roared wildly. Its mind immediately stopped working, and it rushed forward to devour them, roaring, "Hungry! Hungry, hungry, hungry! Eat, eat, eat!" The batfish didn't notice that its face had completely transformed into a human one. And the other starfish, moray eels, and others didn't notice that they had acquired some human features. Somewhere, they had grown human skin, or their tail fins had become human feet. In short, with each split, they became more human. Somewhere, a mermaid split open, disintegrating the group of large and small fish it had swallowed yesterday. Not only did its body shrink, but its tail also became human legs. It had become a completely human body, and it was transparent. It writhed briefly, but gradually lost its strength. Slowly, carried by the current, it drifted far and deep before sinking to the bottom. And in the deep pits of the seabed here, countless people lay asleep. Their limbs appeared intact, but their bodies were transparent, like souls dormant here, unconscious, yet peaceful and calm, as if waiting for a chance to awaken. Suspecting that the creatures in this ocean might have been transformed from the indigenous inhabitants, Jiangqi reviewed the instance data again. The data stated that with each instance landing, the indigenous population gradually died out. Then, the environment changed dramatically, the marine life mutated, and the sea god changed as well. Jiangqi and a Yuan discussed the possibility that these deceased inhabitants had been brought to the sea by the sea god, existing as spirits. The subsequent dramatic environmental changes, and the sea god's transformation might have been a consequential price, or perhaps it was intentional. If this was intentional, the sea god might have intended to make it look like the entire world was wiped out, forcing the game to abandon this place and stop hosting dungeons. Unexpectedly, the game treated this place as a more difficult dungeon and sent in stronger players. I don't know what happened after that, but I'm sure there were many conflicts and battles between the players, these so-called sea monsters, and the sea god. Regardless, the result now is that the game is clearing this plane and shutting it down completely. Jiangqi sighed. Mapping the seabed is to understand what it has become, and searching the sea god's palace is to find the sea god. The ultimate goal is to find the sea god and destroy him. The sea god has been on the defensive from beginning to end, and now he's completely at a disadvantage. Even if I don't take action this time, with a few more waves of players and trained conductors, he eventually collapses. She put away the information. I think it's time I meet this Lord Sea God. Ah Yuan said, no rush, these are just our speculations. Besides, even if the Sea God is hostile to the game, he might not trust you. Jiangqi thought for a moment. Okay, then let's explore the seabed first and learn as much as possible. So, the players still had to conduct daily surveying and mapping, but Jiangqi instructed them not to harm any marine life unless absolutely necessary. After all, they were on the sea god's territory, and he was likely very protective of his own cubs, so they shouldn't do anything that would provoke him. The players didn't quite understand why they couldn't even kill a single conch, but the trained conductor's repeated and serious instructions made them dare not disobey. Thankfully, there were now delicious temptations. When facing difficult spirits, a delicious meatball or rice ball would be thrown, and the spirits would definitely rush to grab the food, leaving them no chance to eat. I'd deal with them later. So, from then on, the underwater exploration progressed very quickly. Every day, Jiangqi watched the map slowly light up, 10%, 20%, 30%. The underwater world gradually became clearer before her. But the food was running out a little too quickly. So Jiangqi took out her crafting table and used her demigod power to make something delicious. Of course, what she created wasn't real food, just balls of energy with a vibrant color, aroma, and flavor. Thankfully, those sea monsters didn't need to eat real food, they just ate for the taste, the obsession, the ritual. It was still easy to fool them. Chapter 99. Thanks to the food offensive, the underwater exploration went very smoothly. In just 10 days, the entire seafloor above the Hadal Zone was mapped. Then, the map before Jiangqi was completely illuminated, except for a few shadowed areas representing the Hadal Zone. No trace of the Sea God Palace ruins was found. So, it was clear that the ruins were in the Hadal Zone. However, these days were not without other discoveries. The The exploration videos had captured quite a bit. The sea monsters were evolving, continuously transforming into humanoid forms. Once fully human, they would drift with the ocean currents. Jiangqi sat at a table covered with several large sheets of paper, on which she was drawing the ocean currents flowing through the sea. Finally, she had located several areas within the Hadal Zone. Those transparent people were most likely carried here by the ocean currents. Here and here. The ruins of the Sea God Palace are also likely in these areas. She pointed to an area she had circled and marked with a 1 on the edge. Let's start our search from here. She sailed alone to this area, then retrieved the submarine detector and lowered it into the water. The conductor's panel displayed the imagery captured by the detector. Soon, the detector descended into the Hadal Zone, and the imagery began to become somewhat scrambled. Jiangqi said, "It's divine power. The signal is being interfered with by divine power. Above the Hadal Zone, it's virtually impossible to detect divine power." Sure enough, divine power is concentrated below the Hadal Zone. The deeper they went, the more severe the interference became. At a depth of nearly 8,000 meters, the instrument reached a pitch-black trench. The imagery was almost completely black, and even with the lights turned up to maximum, nothing could be seen. The detector's maximum depth was 8,000 meters. Any deeper and the instrument would fail. Jiangqi returned the instrument to 7,000 meters, maintaining this depth as it moved horizontally across the seafloor. She controlled the boat to follow suit, using signal interference to determine the strength of the divine power below. On the seafloor, the detector, disguised as a quiet current, drifted slowly along the undercurrent. No living creatures were visible around it, save for the occasional, completely transparent human body, swept along by the undercurrent. At these times, Jiangqi would guide the detector closer to the transparent body and observe silently, though the blurry image meant she couldn't make out much. After drifting for several hours, the bodies reached a certain area and sank deeper into the sea. The detector could no longer follow them, so they could only circle the area. After observing for a long time, Jiangqi said, "This should be it." She consulted the map and circled a spot. The bodies sank here. There must be a cave beneath this. "Ah Yuan, it's too dangerous for you to go down there yourself," Jiangqi said. "Then let's try this first." She took out an arrow. The shaft of the arrow was like ice, while the feathers at the tail were a rosy hue. The entire thing was crystal clear and beautiful. She had crafted it using her demigod power at the crafting table. Jiangqi had programmed it to track divine power. It would fly to where divine power was concentrated. However, she wasn't entirely sure it could penetrate thousands of meters of water. After all, she had never tried it before. She raised her hand, and her demigod power coalesced into a longbow. She aimed at the sea and whizzed the arrow out. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the sea surface and sank deep into the seabed. Its path left a clear hole, and the water at its tail even vaporized, creating a spectacular trail of flames. Where the arrow passed, sea creatures moved away. In just a few breaths, it entered the ultra-deep abyss. Jiangqi sat on the deck, closed her eyes, and sensed her position relative to the arrow. After entering the ultra-deep abyss, this sense weakened considerably. She felt a distinct resistance, the divine power of the sea god. Suddenly, this resistance intensified, layer upon layer of divine power like a resilient shield, blocking the arrow. Jiangqi's eyebrows twitched slightly. "We can't go down? The enemy is very powerful. I'm afraid the ruins of the sea god's palace are truly here." The arrow couldn't descend, and she didn't want to go down herself. So, she better call the thing down there to come up. She closed her eyes, and a moment later, the arrow beneath the sea suddenly exploded, releasing the demigod power contained within it like a small nuclear bomb, shaking the seabed and causing the water to surge violently. This violent movement, transmitted through the water, reached the bottom, causing a ruin buried deep beneath the sea to tremble. The sand and mud on the seabed slowly rolled away, revealing the broken walls and ruins, which actually glowed with their own light, illuminating the seabed. A feather, following the current, pierced deeply into the wall of the ruins. Each rosy-colored feather stretched in the water, clearly discernible, sharp yet soft, like a faintly luminous flower blooming on the seabed, or like a visiting card from outer space. After a long time, the ruin shook again, and the ancient gate slowly opened. The next moment, a surge of divine power erupted. Jiangqi sat at the bow, gazing at the gloomy sea. She had successfully delivered the visiting card. It now depended on whether the other party would accept it, whether they were willing to come and see her. Suddenly, a surge of divine power surged from the seabed, surging the entire surface of the ocean, and a massive whirlpool formed beneath the ship. The surrounding water swirled upward, forming a massive cage that enveloped Jiangqi and the ship, completely obscuring the sky and the sun. It was as if this vast ocean were a giant monster, its mouth wide open, ready to devour Jiangqi. Jiangqi, so ruthless right off the bat? He wasn't going to talk nicely. Jiangqi raised her hand, and countless feathers materialized around her, shooting towards the cage on all sides, severing the surrounding water. The next moment, she was already in the air. Below, the entire ship was slammed down by the waves, instantly shattering. The sea surface was in turmoil, and wave after wave of tides lashed out at Jiangqi in the air, as if the giant beast called sea had stretched out 17 or 18 tentacles in a flash and lashed out. Jiangqi quickly dodged and avoided the attack. She dodged so quickly that not a single corner of her clothes got wet. As she maneuvered, she shouted to the sea below, "Sea God, I'm not here to attack you, but to cooperate with you. If you don't believe me, just look and see if my men and I have harmed any marine life these days." Her voice, imbued with the power of a demigod, resonated powerfully, sending ripples across the surface of the sea, sending sound waves all the way to the seabed, where they echoed layer upon layer. But the ruins beneath the sea didn't respond. Instead, another wave of divine power was unleashed. The sea beneath Jiangqi rose rapidly, pushing her skyward. Thick pillars of seawater rose from the ocean, one after another, blocking Jiangqi's escape route and attempting to trap her. Jiangqi soared upward, but after a few hundred meters, she hit the ceiling. The sky on this plane was truly low. Unable to escape from above, she quickly teleported, attempting to escape the encirclement. The feather god was a god of flight, and with it, space. Although Jiangqi had inherited only a portion of this ability, her flying prowess was already exceptional, and her teleportation speed and distance had greatly increased. But no matter how fast she moved, she couldn't outrun the surrounding sea pillars. In an instant, they trapped her. Above Jiangqi was the sky, below her was the sea, a mere few dozen meters in between, surrounded by one thick sea pillar after another, a truly magnificent cage. Jiangqi sighed. As expected of a sea god, you possess a powerful ability to manipulate the water. Or rather, this ocean is your body, so you can manipulate it with ease. Compared to a true god, she was still far behind. After this exchange, she was certain that this sea god was a formidable opponent. At least, defeating him would be extremely difficult. Luckily, she had no such plans. Jiangqi, suspended in midair, spoke aloud, "Your Excellency Sea God, I truly bear no ill will towards you. Although I was sent by the game, I am unlike those trained conductors before me. Could you please hear me out?" The surrounding waters remained silent. Jiangqi looked into the distance. The sea had dropped by at least several hundred meters, revealing mountains and land in some places, as the water surged in. Once the sea level recedes here, the resulting chain reaction will be no less severe than a tsunami. Thinking of the players currently on the island, Jiangqi said, "Since I haven't harmed your people, I hope you won't touch my players either. Since arriving here, they've done nothing but map the seafloor, and even provided your people with a generous helping of food." The sea remained silent. "This truly is a cold and aloof deity," Jiangqi said. "If you don't answer, I take it as your agreement." She descended slightly from the air, hovering above the sea, which now resembled a trembling, dark colloid. This colloid trembled a few times, and a deep, heavenly voice rang out from within, "To save your players, you must sacrifice your life." Jiangqi, no, isn't that too much to ask? Does she look like she has the word self-sacrifice written on her face? This is clearly a threat to her life. If you don't want to die, you shouldn't have come here. As these words fell, the sea level rose even higher, and the surrounding sea pillars moved toward the center, shrinking the space of the cage. Jiangqi hissed, "Honestly, I sympathize with the plight of this plane, and I admire your efforts to protect the indigenous people. I truly wish to have a good chat with you. How can I help you? What can you offer me? You're more cunning than those people before." With that, the surrounding sea pillars advanced even faster, tilting and intersecting, threatening to strangle Jiangqi. Jiangqi shook her head. This was truly difficult to communicate. At the moment of being strangled, she erected a separate space. Feather realm, countless feathers formed a ball, enveloping her. Wow! A sea column crushed over, piercing through the ball as it touched it. The feather realm held up by Jiangqi was a space all her own, a dimension independent of this plane. The sea god was finally surprised, then his voice grew even colder. "Whose inheritance have you robbed again? Now that you're here, stay here forever." Jiangqi narrowed his eyes slightly. This sea god wanted to devour him. That was perfectly natural, just like how she devoured the feather god. Swallowing him would greatly benefit her, and who wouldn't want such a good thing? Endless seawater surged up, carrying a thick layer of divine power, slamming heavily against the feather realm. Although most of it passed through the feather realm, a few waves of divine power still struck directly. Jiangqi saw tiny cracks appearing along the border of her feather realm. Wow, truly divine power, she said. If I die here, more people will arrive, and then they lay siege. You be destroyed without a doubt, and this entire plane will cease to exist. The people in this ocean you worked so hard to protect will perish with them. The surrounding water stagnated. Jiangqi smiled and said, I'm not exaggerating. My superior is the vice director of the games department, Zhong Yuan. Have you heard of that name? He has many powerful subordinates, and he's determined to defeat you. I'm just a small soldier, leading the charge and scouting the situation. So, you can still negotiate with me, but if you kill me and replace them with more powerful people, there's really no room for maneuver. The surrounding water receded slightly. Just when Jiangqi thought they could finally talk peacefully, a crack suddenly opened beneath the feather realm. Jiangqi, shock. A massive hand condensed from seawater shattered the feather realm. A surge of divine power surged in, instantly grabbing Jiangqi. Jiangqi, oh my god! Then, the divine power grabbed her and pulled her downward. Jiangqi fell into the water with a splash. Amidst the chaos and haste, Jiangqi forcibly teleported, quickly snatching a mass from the water. The mass let out a sharp howl and tried to escape, but Jiangqi's demigod power held it firmly in place. She and the mass were dragged downward together. She wasn't being dragged through water, but rather into some strange tunnel, surrounded by bizarre, fleeting lights and shadows. Finally, her feet shook, and she touched the ground. The ground? Looking down, she saw a solid road. Looking up, she saw a busy street lined with shops on both sides, bustling with people and vehicles. Looking up again, she saw a blue sky with white clouds and a bright sun. Jiangqi hurriedly asked, Are you in? I'm here. Huh, I'm glad you're here. After confirming that the panels were indeed there, she looked around. Is this a fantasy? It seems not. She reached out and touched the lamppost nearby. It felt hard and cool, and every word on the small advertisement on it was clearly visible. Not far away, the owner of a noodle shop was cooking noodles, stirring them in a pot with a colander and chopsticks, sending puffs of steam rising. Across the way, an employee at a fruit stall was peeling fruit for a customer. Their technique was so skillful, they quickly created a whole plate of fruit. A green and white bus passed by, its passengers, men and women each dressed in their own unique style and hairstyle, each one vivid and lifelike. This wasn't an illusion. Jiangqi could create illusions herself, so she couldn't be fooled as to whether this was an illusion or not. This was either an extremely high-level illusion or the real world. But the illusion that made her feel so extremely high-level was actually indistinguishable from the real world. Where is this place? She asked the object in her hand. Looking down, the object in her hand had transformed into a three-headed doll, staring at her with a pair of round eyes. Jiangqi smiled. When you dragged me in, you didn't expect me to pull you in too, did you? The little kid, the sea god's clone, widened his eyes. How did you know? Jiangqi carried the little kid to a nearby trash can, told him to stand still, and smiled. Know what? Know that the one who just spoke to me and attacked me was a sea god clone? Or do you know where this clone is? Or do you know that you would pull me into such a strange world? Jiangqi rubbed his arm. He had been holding the guy so tightly that his hand was nearly broken. I'm a demigod after all. If you want to deal with me, you can't just hide at the bottom of the sea and unleash your divine power to attack me. So, you must have created a clone, or a half of something, and it's come to the surface, just hiding somewhere. When you first started talking to me, I was looking for you, and now I found you. Jiangqi looked at the child. Although you're only a part of the sea god, your original self probably wouldn't want to lose it either. So, can you please speak properly, Your Excellency Sea God? The three-headed child looked at Jiangqi with a sullen expression, but quickly lost it. His face remained expressionless, yet his childishness made his stern expression even more adorable. Two girls walking by exclaimed in delight. What a cute child! Is this your child? One of the girls asked Jiangqi. Jiangqi glanced at the sea god clone and received a warning glare. Jiangqi smiled and embraced him. Yes, this is my son. You? The sea god clone was furious, but was suppressed by her hand. It was just a clone, without the immense divine power of the original body to back it up. It couldn't cause any trouble with her. Wow, you're so young and already have a child. The dad is handsome, the son is adorable, you both look so good. Jiangqi accepted the compliment with a smile. After the two girls passed, she released the sea god clone and patted its small shoulder. Although this may seem like your territory, you can't defeat me here without your real body's support. So tell me, what exactly is this place? What are you trying to do by throwing me here? The sea god clone looked at her even more coldly. After a moment's silence, he said, "This is the past." Jiangqi hesitated. You mean this is a time in the past of this plane? She looked around again. It was peaceful and tranquil, with no sign of disaster. So this is the time before the dungeon was dropped? No, you, a god, are so powerful that you can preserve a certain time in the past, forming a separate world, and even open this world to squeeze me in? The sea god clone's expression was impassive. A true god has the power to create the universe and the world. How difficult is it to intercept a period of time in the past and create a new one? A false, hypocritical god like you wouldn't understand. Yes, this guy truly despises her. But it's understandable. A god like him, who cultivated through the authentic path, through millennia and countless tribulations, would look down on a hypocritical god who took shortcuts. It's perfectly natural. She looked at the world before her. So, this past world still exists on the sea god plane, right? What does that have to do with those natives you left behind? This time, the sea god clone said nothing more. He closed his eyes and sat upright on the trash can motionless. Jiangqi snorted, but didn't rush to ask further questions. Instead, she observed herself. Then, she realized that her power was gradually draining away. More precisely, it was being silently drained by this world. She silently felt it for a moment, confirming it wasn't an illusion. Then, suddenly realizing it, she said, "No wonder they sent me here. It turns out that once I enter, my energy will be drained, becoming nutrients for this world." She looked at the sea god clone, which resembled an old monk in trance. "Your divine power is being drained as well. It seems you're ready to be reduced to mud here. Then let me ask you, were all those waves of players and train conductors who entered the dungeon before, the countless deaths in this dungeon, also thrown into this past world by you, becoming nutrients for it?" The sea god clone remained silent. Jiangqi folded his arms, leaning against a lamppost, and said, "I finally understand why the game designated this plane as one that needs to be closed. I'm afraid the game has already noticed your tricks." The sea god clone finally opened his eyes, and looked at Jiangqi. Jiangqi said, "Let me guess. The sea god plane has become a dungeon. Repeated dungeon launches have caused heavy casualties among the natives, leaving the entire world devoid of life. Or perhaps, you simply don't want to continue this endless struggle with the game. In short, the future is ruined, and you can only seek the past. You selected a point in the past timeline before the dungeon launch and transformed it into a new world, carefully protecting it from the game's discovery. At this point, this plane has two sides, a hopeless future and a peaceful past. But this past world, after all, was forcibly created by you. It's unstable and perhaps flawed, requiring a significant amount of energy to maintain it. So, you quietly absorbed the energy and vitality of the future and transferred it to the past. This is why the future's environment has changed dramatically, and the animals, plants, and even humans are gradually dying out. The sea god's clone's gaze sharpened, and his divine power radiated like a blade, even scratching Jiangqi's skin. Jiangqi casually wiped away the blood, looked at the bloodstain on his hand, and gently sipped it, and the blood immediately dissipated. She continued, "Besides this, the endless stream of players entering the dungeon each time you open it also provides you with energy. You smuggle them from the future to the past, allowing them to become the energy that sustains the world. But this requires repeated operations, and the number of people involved in each operation is quite large, so the game noticed, or rather, became suspicious. So, the game shut down this dimension. It doesn't need evidence, nor does it need to investigate your actions. Simply kill the sea god and close the plane, and it will be completely dead. Whatever secrets lie within are irrelevant. The game is so domineering and powerful. Once it becomes tyrannical, it requires no evidence at all, it only needs a coordinate, and then it can crush you with brute force." The sea god clone stood up and stared at Jiangqi, his gaze as sharp as a torch, like a bottomless ocean. Jiangqi remained calm and composed. "There's no point glaring at me. I didn't make the decision to close the dungeon. I was simply the first to accept the cleanup after the game issued the order." She looked him straight in the eye. "I have the power of a demigod. If even I were to be slain here without a sound, then there's a serious problem here. Then the next wave will definitely be stronger, capable of defeating you in one fell swoop. I wasn't lying. She leaned back and said, Mr. Poseidon, although I regret it, I must tell you that you are now trapped in a dead end. If you take a step back, you will be devoured by waves of enemies. If you take a step forward, you will be struck dead. In other words, you and your plane are on the game's death list. Chapter 100. Instance Data Analysis Department. Upper Spirit Plane. Instance Data Analysis Department. Staff are using advanced equipment to analyze the data for each instance. After the instance plan is set up, the data must be pulled out and run through a simulator to confirm its readiness for use and the appropriate level of train conductor. After the instance is complete, the data feedback is analyzed to ensure that each statistic is within a reasonable range, including the extent of the impact on the instance, the approximate revenue earned by the train conductor, and any unacceptable incidents along the way. For instances where Easter eggs are needed, calculations must be made to determine how many Easter eggs have been discovered, used, and taken away by players, and to determine whether the game's investment and revenue are proportional. And so on and so forth. In short, this data department is extremely busy. And on the top floor of the department building, there is a rather special office area. Here, the Planet Instance Data Analysis Office for closing is located. Wide screens display the names of various planes. The planes are followed by numbers, ranging from 1 to 5. The supervisor, legs crossed, slouched in a chair, peeling a nut, while watching a live stream of a dungeon, occasionally glancing up at the screens. On them, planes and numbers flickered. The crystal plane has gone dark. The plane closure was successful. A brief analysis and summary is needed. The Flame Star plane closure failed. This is the 4th dungeon to be eliminated. Pull in the data, analyze the cause of the failure, and notify the Dungeon Task Allocation Department to prepare for the 5th dungeon. The employees worked in an orderly manner. The supervisor withdrew his gaze and continued watching the live stream. Teacher. The assistant came over. This is the final list for the past 7 days. The assistant handed over a list. It contained over 10 planes. When a plane is placed on the closure list, it will be assigned 5 elimination dungeons. As the name suggests, the purpose of these dungeons is to eliminate all life, energy, resources, gods, and other entities from that plane, ultimately shutting it down completely. The difficulty of each of these dungeons increases, and the train conductors assigned to them will become increasingly skilled. However, if a plane still holds up well after 5 elimination dungeons, it will be placed on the final list. At this point, the plane will no longer be handed over to the train conductor, but to the assault team, who will dispatch personnel to that plane and violently destroy it. The more planes transferred, the more project funding the assault team will have to allocate. A significant portion of this funding will be deducted from the funds of the Train Conductor Department, Dungeon Allocation Department, Data Analysis Department, and other departments, as a punishment for their ineffective performance. At this moment, the supervisor looked at the list and hissed, "There are quite a few more this time. It seems there's been some back and forth. Perform a thorough data analysis. Analyze all the elimination instances these planes have experienced, and determine the reasons for their failure. Remember, this is definitely not our department's fault." "Yes." The supervisor patted the cracked nuts on his hands, and strolled over to the screen. Looking at the planes with 5 behind them, he felt a headache. These were all planes undergoing their 5th elimination instance. If this instance also failed, they would be included on the final list, which would cause trouble later. He still preferred the planes marked 1 and 2. Suddenly, he spotted a Sea God dungeon, followed by a 1. Sea God, my God. This was probably another tough guy. He clicked on the plane, but a message popped up. This plane is temporarily locked. Details cannot be viewed, and the live stream cannot be watched. The supervisor understood. This plane must have been targeted by some powerful figure, coveting the Sea God's power. The train conductor sent there must be a formidable one, and they didn't want the details of the dungeon to be seen, lest they expose anything. So the plane was locked. The supervisor sighed. Of all the planes on the closure list, how many were truly deemed annihilable by the game, and how many had simply caught the eye of those powerful figures and suffered undeserved consequences? Perhaps it's a crime to possess a treasure, or perhaps this plane has offended someone, or perhaps someone who left this plane has caused trouble or offended someone. Those high-ranking bosses can destroy a plane with a simple backroom trick, pitifully destroying countless lives across the entire plane. However, since this plane is God's, it must have been the game's own designation for closure. The game designated it, and it's a prized territory fought over by the bosses. This plane will be completely destroyed in 2 or 3 instances at most. The supervisor shook his head and went to look at other planes. Sea God plane. Jiangqi walked slowly down the street, the sea god clone also taking small steps beside him. Looking around, Jiangqi finally discovered the problem with this past world. Everyone here seems lively and normal, but if you look closely, you find they're a bit dull and rigid. Did something go wrong when you created this world? At this point, the sea god's clone didn't hide it. Two identical worlds can't coexist on the same plane. Here, the future world is primary, the past world is secondary, and these two worlds are in conflict. So, even if I created this past world, it's unstable, and the people here lack souls. They have form, but no spirit. Jiangqi pondered for a moment, then understood. So, you saved the people of the future world. Those transparent bodies on the seabed are the souls of the original inhabitants, right? The sea god's clone said. The first instance we descended into was a sudden surge of seawater. The power of the instance manipulated the waters. In just a few days, the land was submerged, and countless people were stranded on the vast ocean. Prolonged exposure to the seawater causes them to develop the characteristics of marine life. My people, before my eyes, mutated one by one and were killed by those players. But this also gave me an opportunity. After their death, I preserved their souls, transformed them into sea beasts, and protected them on the seabed. But there were too many instances, and one after another, the number of my people who died increased. I knew this wasn't the way to go, so I created the past world. Then, as you said, I captured those players, drained the power of the future world, and nurtured the past world. However, because this act was equivalent to abandoning the future world, it backfired. The sea beasts began to cry out in hunger daily, their minds fixed on devouring me. Jiangqi paused, surprise flashing in his eyes. So that's how it is. She had thought the abnormal state of the natives was the fault of the game, but she hadn't expected it to be a collective mutation caused by being abandoned by the gods. It's no wonder there's such a deep resentment in the ocean. The constant release of dungeons, and the resulting mass deaths of the indigenous population are a major source of resentment, while the abandonment of the gods and the complete loss of hope are another. Jiangqi looked down at the sea god clone. So, you didn't protect your people voluntarily, but were forced to do so. The sea god clone stared blankly ahead, ignoring Jiangqi, yet the divine power emanating from it threatened to rip Jiangqi's skin apart. Jiangqi rubbed his arms, and continued walking. Anyway, due to the backlash and the conflict between the two worlds, you finally decided to cast the souls of the people of the future world into the bodies of people from the past world. This way, you have a stable world, and you won't be considered abandoning your people. She sighed. It's a good idea, and it's powerful, but the problem is, you're on the blacklist, and this plane can't be saved. The sea god clone raised his face, his expression growing even colder. Then how can you help me? Jiangqi turned and sat down by the flower bed. Don't look like you want to eat me. The sea god clone said, you already know my secret. If you can't help me, I don't mind devouring you, giving up everything, and attacking that so-called upper spiritual plane, at least taking everyone with me. The murderous aura was truly strong. But it had to be said that if Jiangqi were to find herself in her position, unable to break free and with no other options, she would also choose to make a desperate move. Even if it meant self-destruction, it would have to happen on enemy territory. Taking a few more victims with it would have been a win. Jiangqi said, don't try to target me. Otherwise, the end result would likely be that we both perish here, and you wouldn't even be able to touch a single hair of the real enemy. She rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and said, this instance still has 20 days to go. Don't worry, let's find a solution together. Since this plane is no longer viable, why don't you relocate? Take everyone with you. The sea god clone looked at him like he was idiot. Jiangqi nodded. Okay. This authentic god couldn't leave his people. Didn't he see that abandoning just one of the people of the future world would fill the entire ocean with resentment? If he completely abandoned everyone, he would probably perish the moment he left this plane. He was a god whose existence depended on this plane, this world, and these native inhabitants. This was where his success and failure lay. Jiangqi continued, why don't you try your previous plan, merging the two worlds, and then see if you can escape with the entire world? Sea god's clone. How? Jiangqi, I don't know yet, but I can go out and ask someone. The sea god's clone's eyes grew menacing. In the end, you're just trying to escape. No, I'm inexperienced and don't know much, but there are people who know much more. Besides, we can't accomplish this alone. We need outside help. Who? I can't tell you who it is right now. Jiangqi leaned close to the sea god's clone's eyes. But I can guarantee that they're also against the game. If you can pay a price, maybe they help you. Sea god's plane, future side. Jiangqi emerged from the seabed with a bang, soaring into the air. He looked around. The vast ocean was completely devoid of land except for a few islands. She emerged from the past and returned to the future. She wasted no time, taking out the metal of violation and unleashing a powerful force of violation. It enveloped her entire body, and she was now free from the dungeon. She reappeared at the station outside the dungeon. The platform was empty except for her train, and everything remained as it had been. No one had been there for the past 10 days. Jiangqi opened the conductor's panel, brought up the chat function, and selected a person from his contact list. Rongding. Then he called. A moment later, Rongding's voice rang out. Jin Hao, shouldn't you be in the dungeon right now? How come you already finished the Sea God dungeon? Jiangqi said, Senior Rongding, is it okay for you to talk now? This conversation shouldn't be known to anyone else, right? The other party became more serious. Tell me, what's the matter? Jiangqi asked, is there any way to allow the gods to take their people and live in another dimension? The other party fell silent for a long moment before speaking. I thought you were quite courageous, but I didn't expect you to be even more daring than I am. Forcing a god, especially one already targeted by the game, to move with his entire family? Is that what you mean? Jiangqi said calmly yes. On a certain level, Rongding was choked by the other person's matter-of-fact yes. Since we worked together before, if you want to devour that sea god, I can help you. The condition is that we split the profits in half. I can send someone over right now. Jiangqi, I don't want to devour the sea god, nor do I want to split the profits with anyone. I just want to know if there's a way to make it move with its entire family. Without waiting for Rongding's reply, she continued, this sea god is powerful, far more powerful than the two gods I encountered before. Keeping him is more beneficial. Senior Rongding, we both understand where we stand. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What the game wants to destroy, we should protect. Rongding scoffed, but if the investment is greater than the reward, what's the point? Not to mention the enormous risks involved. I won't do a losing business. Jiangqi, but if we succeed, we can gain a plane unknown to the game, ruled by a powerful god. Senior Rongding, do you have such a plane, such a retreat, at your disposal now? Rongding, Jiangqi returned to the dungeon, with the massive amount of data Rongding had transferred. As soon as she entered, she felt a surge of divine power reaching out. She waved her hand toward the sea. Don't worry, I'm not running away. I'm back, aren't I? But that helper won't arrive for a few days. She returned to the island, where the other players were all gathered around her. Jiangqi told them, I have a mission for you next. Jiangqi and the sea god planned to first send the souls of the natives of this future world to the past. The natives of this future world were transformed into various forms of sea beasts by the sea god after death. These beasts were highly aggressive. Only after they shed their sea beast forms would they be purified and transformed into a completely pure soul state, essentially a transparent human body. Souls in this state could then be sent to the past world. But the process of devouring and then disintegrating took a day. Even after this cycle, only a portion of the sea beast characteristics were shed. This was far too slow. After discussing with the sea god, Jiangqi decided on a different approach. Aren't these sea beasts clamoring to eat the sea god? This is their obsession, so let them eat. Once their obsession is dispelled, they will quickly enter a pure spiritual state. This is also why, after consuming the food, they become translucent and peaceful. And then, the underwater world drastically changed. The entire seabed shook as if an earthquake had occurred. Then, beneath the deep sea, the ruins of the sea god's palace blossomed everywhere, and each ruin emanated wisps of divine power, tempting the indigenous sea beasts. These sea beasts, previously calmed by Jiangqi's culinary assault, now sensed the divine power and became excited. Divine power. Ah, divine power. Eat the sea god. Eat the sea god. Eat, eat, eat. Hordes of sea beasts roared, swarming, scrambling, and rushing towards the ruins of the sea god's palace on the seabed, frantically snatching the released divine power and devouring it in huge gulps. Jiangqi stood on the island, looking at the calm sea, frowning. Strange. There was a sudden violent tremor just now. Why is it quiet now? Ji Ling, standing beside her, speculated, is there an undersea earthquake? Is a tsunami imminent? We had situations where the sea receded and then surged back fiercely before. Jiangqi thought to himself, that's because the sea god is attacking me, draining the surrounding water to a depth of several hundred meters. She nodded seriously, possibly. Let everyone prepare for the tsunami. Then, the group prepared on the island for a long time, but nothing happened. Jiangqi continued her performance. Anything out of the ordinary must be demonic. This isn't right. Then she organized several teams of players and sent them diving to take a look. The blade players readily dived in. Soon after, they came up to report, "Captain, the seafloor's terrain has changed dramatically, and we spotted something resembling a palace." Jiangqi suddenly stood up. "The terrain has changed?" "Impossible. The documentation clearly states that the terrain won't change during the dungeon." "And that palace? Could it be the sea god palace we're looking for?" She acted so convincingly, her face lit with excitement, and then she said she'd go down to take a look herself. So she led a group down, and sure enough, they saw a sea god palace on the seafloor. Although it was called a sea god palace, it was actually just a few dilapidated stone houses, surrounded by a large number of sea beasts, feasting with rapt expressions, their mouths of various shapes smacking and smacking. The whole scene looked eerie. Then, she led the players to a second Poseidon palace, and then a third. Jiangqi expressed shock, looking troubled after reaching shore. "Something has happened here that we can't understand, but one thing is certain, those buildings resembling Poseidon palaces aren't the real ones. Or perhaps there's a real one among the many fakes. This could be a trap to lure us in." She looked at the players and said, "Since it's a trap, I can't let you take the risk. Just complete the map surveying mission. But the map we drew previously is no longer usable, so you need to resurvey it, avoiding buildings that resemble Poseidon palaces. To translate, it means, get out of this island and get to work at sea. Idleness breeds trouble." Jiangqi couldn't let the players know what they were supposed to do, so he had to keep them busy. So, the players bustled about once again. This time, many undercurrents appeared on the seabed, restricting their movements and making things less smooth than before. Jiangqi arranged everything for them, and then went to help the sea god, transporting the natives, now transformed into transparent bodies, to the past. Thus, she obtained the sea god's permission to travel back and forth between the two realms. While busying herself, she was also learning from him. She said to a Yuan, "Look, this god is so powerful that he can actually create a past world on his own territory. If it weren't for a game watching over him like a venomous snake, this sea god would succeed sooner or later and transport the entire sea god plane to the past, effectively rebirthing everyone together. It was just too amazing to think about it." The sea god also said that if it hadn't been attacked by the dungeon, it would have been perfectly capable of silently rewinding the plane's timeline. That way, there wouldn't be two worlds, and things would have been much simpler. So I have to learn this. If Blue Planet ever has no future, I can still rewind the timeline and go back to the past to achieve completeness. A Yuan remained silent. "Jiangqi, if it weren't for my rebirth, not only would Blue Planet's timeline have moved forward, I would have thought it was the work of some god. What a shame! Surely no god could advance the timelines of the entire game, and all the planes it covers, all at once?" A Yuan remained silent. Jiangqi paused. She and a Yuan had developed a tacit understanding. When he was silent, it either meant he couldn't answer, or Jiangqi had guessed correctly. If it was the former, he would remain silent until Jiangqi started a new conversation. If it was the latter, a Yuan began, "Blue Planet is enormous. Operating there is much more difficult. You need to learn." A Yuan would then start chatting with Jiangqi. Jiangqi sighed inwardly, she had guessed correctly. Her rebirth wasn't a matter of luck, nor was it because she was some chosen one. Instead, it was due to a super god, or a being more powerful than a god, who had rewound the entire universe's timeline. And in this universe-wide time warp, only Jiangqi possessed memories of the future. Well, not much, just the most recent, and most despondent, 3 months. "What are you daydreaming about?" The divine clone came over, and snatched the string of souls from Jiangqi's hand. With a casual wave of his hand, the souls flew up, automatically seeking their own bodies to merge. Some of the people living mechanized lives nearby paused, their expressions frozen for a moment as their future souls entered their bodies. Then, they returned to normal, glancing left and right, a bit bewildered. What was I doing just now? Oh, my brain! Clearly, the memory of a merged being is limited to the present moment. Yet Jiangqi could sense that the resentment in the merged being was completely gone. The more people merged, the more stable this world became. The sea god's wavering sense of betrayal faded, and people's faith and love for him gradually returned.